Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am Rhombus Tix, otherwise known as TC Ricks, and I'm going to be starting a new series where I go over some of my old stories and offer some advice about what did or didn't work about that story from a writing perspective. This is the oldest in my finished stories. I may do some of the unfinished ones after I'm done with this, and I'm going to be skipping stories that eventually became part of the novel, but otherwise going to be pretty much just doing it in order. Darwin's Cell Phone by Rhombus Tix. Otaneb scuttled along the service corridor with a silent but mind-boggling speed. Nothing so large or so greasy should have been able to navigate the ancient metal and stone pathways without alerting the sensors. But those who ran this house had grown lax over the years, and so their sentinels slept deeply. It seemed the whole world slept these days. Everyone but Otaneb. How could he? It was the opportunity of a lifetime. He had much resigned himself to a life of drudgery as a waiter at Yellow's when fate had thrown an opportunity in his lap. The two drunken housemeisters had dropped the location of an auction without realizing it. It was the single greatest aspect of security that the house possessed. It was why most people considered the possibility of robbery difficult, if not impossible. He had crept around the ruins and ancient service corridors of the house to just as much as any other youth who had been raised in its shadow. He knew where to go. The only question had ever really been knowing when to go. He could only hope that when the housemeisters woke from their stupor in the morning, that they did not remember what they had mentioned in the presence of their humble server. He arrived at the outset of an alcove, looking through the vast eyes of the ancient masked face that looked down upon it. Here he would wait until morning. Morning could not come soon enough. Scene. What do I hear for this rutabaga owned by Elvis? Is it 20 credits? 20 credits. I have 20 credits. Who will give me 44? The auctioneer howled with unholy delight. It was almost a religious experience, and he'd just been converted. The truth of the matter was that none of this stuff was authentic in the proper sense of the word. Then again, no one cared what the proper sense of the word meant anymore. The spirit of the 20th century shook his head with disgust at the auction going on in the House of Necroarchaeology. It was not a lack of understanding his century that bothered him. It was the deliberate mangling of it. He withdrew his tendrils from the mind of the auctioneer, wondering why he had been dumb enough to put them there in the first place. The spirit only had himself to blame. After all, his databanks were filled with dozens of stories mocking the misunderstandings that occurred from simple misinterpretations of minor facts. This was not an accidental pairing of the Red Baron with the Peptide Man to team up with gingivitis and hunger. This was a meticulous mockery of all things of the past. Our next exhibit is a genuine moose and duck combo. These cartoons got together with James Cagney to defeat Khrushchev and Ronald Reagan. Who will give me a mega credit? They had built him out of the shattered bits of computer resonance left over from the beginning of the ether. Necroarchaeology was not really a science, but rather an exercise in the cunning use of artificial intelligence. One society had crept from the depths of a silent world. The ether had never truly let go any of the data stored inside of it. However, the landscape of infinity was vast, too vast for the mortal mind to comprehend, and thus the need for cataloging it had come about. The House of Necroarchaeology was a place of cataloging. It had scoped vaulted ceilings that were the mix of Gothic Mediterranean with latent Martian recreationism. Tourists now flocked to the edges of the roped confines in hopes of spotting one of the guerrilla auctions sanctioned each day by the house. It was always done in a random century. No one knew when or where it would take place, and with over 10,000 centuries to choose from, it was a bit of a lottery. The excitement of trying to find the right century among the exhibits was close enough to increase the value of the meta-manufactured copy for the lucky few who happened to be in the right place at the right time. Occasionally, one of the tourists would stop in front of a jeweled bronze dome at the center of each alcove and ask questions. The spirit of the 20th century felt like more of an advanced Dewey Decimal System, and he hated it. He divided the seekers into three categories. There were the genuinely curious, who came to visit the house at a whim while visiting a planet. Their questions tended to be things like, what really caused men to want to come into space? They were the only questions that let him think, and he did his best to answer them. Then there were the locals, individuals who were determined to buy one object in a century auction and then sell it later at the double trouble guerrilla auction later. The house always caught up with these idiots sooner or later, but the risks usually outweighed the rewards. Thus, the locals had to pretend like they were doing something, so they would always come and ask him questions they asked each of the other centuries, like, how many blue things were there in the 20th century? Technically, he could answer this question. It would melt the AIs of another age, but to him it was easy as breathing. That didn't mean he enjoyed answering it. And then there was the third kind. The auctioneer said, and our next lot is the cell phone owned by Darwin. Cell phones were primitive devices used to connect to the ether in its earliest stages, and it is believed that this very cell phone allowed Darwin to communicate his findings back to Britain, so they were able to determine that people came from monkeys. Point of order. One of the hands came from the assembled crowd raised. He had a blue stick rather than a red one. That meant he was going to ask a validation question. The spirit of the 20th century cringed and braced himself. Darwin did not live in the 20th century. He lived in the 19th. The auctioneer looked at the spirit of the 20th century and asked, is that true? Darwin didn't live in the 20th century? It is. Well, did he have any descendants that lived in the 20th century? Some, the spirit of the 20th century replied. Did any of them use cell phones? Yes. There you have it, folks. The cell phone was actually owned by the descendants of Darwin. Rumor has it that some of them copulated with monkeys to include their claims of shared ancestry. The spirit sighed. It wasn't so much the fact that they asked the question to validate things that bothered him. That was his purpose, after all. Any AI only exists to the point of their purpose, whether he considered himself human or not. No, the issue was the fact that they didn't even care when he told them. It was worse than how many blue things there were in the 20th century questions by half a mile or more in some. Scene. Otaneb woke up. This was it. The auction was going on outside as they spoke. He looked through the islets. Now, how am I going to get it once they buy the thing? The voice on the other side of the mask answered, well, generally speaking, the best time to get him is when they just bought the thing. Who's that? The spirit of the 20th century. Wait, you're at the house, aren't you? Nope, I'm my own person. They just put me here, the mask said. Why did you learn so much about crime? You'd be surprised. Tell me if you don't mind, the mask chuckled. No, I don't mind at all. Scene. 200 credits. I have 200 credits for Darwin's cell phone. Do I hear more? Darwin's descendant's cell phone, the man in the crowd with the blue stick said. Whatever. The auctioneer nodded and continued. The spirit had the status of celebrity to deal with. Spirits older than himself were composed entirely of entered manuscripts and inexact data. No one knew exactly what a difference engine would have contained had they possessed computers in the Victorian era. They had to guess, and all the centuries that came after him looked to him for guidance and support as if he were some kind of esteemed elder. 300 credits! I have 300 credits for it! He was the bottom of a refuse pile of debris thousands of years old. Humanity worked in cycles. He was familiar enough with the knowledge of the 20th century, but the cycles he saw now were more than enough to convince him that humanity was a bunch of morons. Of course, he considered himself human too. The barrier between AIs and humanity had long since broken down. Humanity was more a common origin point than anything else, though amazingly it still managed to band the disparate branches of mankind's descendants together. 400! I have 400! Do I have another bidder? Right now, they were in the peace and prosperity bit. But that would change soon enough. It would probably last another 2,000 or 3,000 years. Still, if one were patient enough, they could potentially be shortened down to several hundred. You had to find the right tools to do it with, though. 500! I have 500! The auctioneer was still having his ecstatic religious conversion. Now they simply worked off the past, mining it for ideas, hoping to find redemption in the fashions of their ancestors rather than their own. It was a losing proposition. They were a society in decay. Going once, twice, 3 times, the spirit of the 20th century looked forward to their downfall. It should only take another 1,000 years. He could wait. He had all the time in the world. Then again, why wait when you could push things along faster? Sold for 500 credits to a man with a penguin and a purple top hat. What was so much more interesting? Otaneb walked up when the fop wasn't looking. They all thought they were much smarter than the locals. Otaneb had thought he was smarter than them until he had met the spirit of the 20th century. He accidentally bumped his quarry, slipping his hand into the penguin's head, and took the cell phone out. He made sure to steal the certificate of auction. That was what made the thing worth as much as it was. He tried not to breathe as he headed back to the grill. The victim blithely paid no attention as he moved about, hoping to find another auction. He wouldn't find any. Otaneb knew that this was the only one for the day. He went back to the mask, just as he had been instructed to. "So tell me again what offense is?" "That's what we're going to make you," the spirit said. "So instead of stealing goods, I will take them off other thieves and sell them? Why has no one thought of this before?" "They have. They just forgot it. At least they forgot it locally. Don't worry. I'll help you learn all kinds of lessons that your ancestors learned. We'll make a rich man out of you." "Sounds great," Otaneb said. "I can hardly wait." "Neither can I," the spirit of the 20th century said. He smiled to himself. "Neither can I." So, it's a short but interesting little story. If I'm looking back, I wrote this thing in, let me check the date on the file, 2006. So it's basically been about 15 years since I wrote this thing. I've written older stories. It's interesting how some of the themes that I'm still writing with, especially when it comes to my short fiction, still interest me the same way, including transhumanism, digital intelligence, the rights of digital intelligence, the corruption and decay of society. I was even more cynical back then than I am now. I tend to make my characters more relatable now than I did then. I think from a writing critique perspective, the first problem with this story is that it's more of a concept piece than an actual story, right? Not every story has to follow the same formula, but there are certain basic story structures that over time I've learned to employ. You can break the rules, but you have to first understand how to follow the rules before you break them. There's an excellent writing resource by a writer who started out strong and then went crazy called Orson Scott Card, called How to Write Science Fiction and Fantasy. And while I certainly wouldn't recommend any recent works by Card given his conservative credentials, one of the things I found very useful from that was he tended to break stories down into either short or long into categories he called MICE, which is milieu, idea, character, or environment. And there's a lot of different kinds of environment stories, but it's basically all, it's kind of like Call of the Wild, a survival story, something interesting about the environment that brings you to it. A milieu is more of a, it has a particular feel to it, like Gulliver's Travels or The Wizard of Oz, or, you go to a place because it's interesting. A character story basically centers around a character, in particular usually about the change of a character. You can do a character story that is a piece about just a character being interesting, and it's the character equivalent of a milieu story. And then, of course, the one that there's also idea stories, where you have an idea like, what would happen if I wrote a short story about the civilization that got destroyed when the Christmas star exploded in the sky, which is one of my favorite short stories by Arthur C. Clarke called The Star. And the problem with this story is it doesn't really know what it wants to be, right? It's not quite a milieu, even though I do a pretty good job of setting in a very short period of time the interesting components of this setting. It's not really a character story because even though it starts about Otaneb, we don't really go into much details about him. He's not particularly interesting. It's hard to tell if he's good or bad. And quite frankly, it's the same thing with the spirit of the 20th century. So it's a digital intelligence that wants to subvert the people around it by accelerating war and creating crime. It seems like a bit of a convoluted thing that I could see a cynical, potentially slightly mad digital intelligence doing, but it doesn't really even hint at how he's going to go about this. It just hints that he wants to, and that apparently he's had the local become a fence. So I think part of the problem with this story is it doesn't decide what it wants to be. The other problem I have is that none of the characters are really relatable, right? You don't come away from this really liking how much you hate Otaneb or the spirit of the 20th century. My stories have progressed over time. Right now I'm working on a project called Project NIMBY, where I have similar stories, but I'm trying to make sure that the characters have more details. And, even though I go out there and weird, first of all, if I'm going to go weird, I go really weird. Even farther and push the envelope. And there's nothing about this that really is new. That pushes the envelope. And I think I do a better job with my current stories. But either way, if I was to rewrite this story, I think the first thing I would do is I would pick one of the two characters to focus on more. I think of the two, the more relatable is Otaneb, but the more interesting is the spirit of the 20th century. I would start the story from his perspective, have Otaneb come in, tell the entire thing from his perspective, and have more of a beginning, a middle, and an end. But either way, I would rate this story a solid C, and I definitely look forward to reading other ones. Tossing grenades at windmills. My name is Rhombus Tix, and I'm reading some of my earliest stories, and then commenting on how awful they are. This one is the next in a series I'm calling Swamp Castle, but the name of the story is Savior Unto the Lost Generation by Rhombus Tix. So let me get this straight. You want me to raise your child to be a superhero? That was the most important question to the conversation. That was the part that stuck with me right away. It began, Rosa Inala, so, are you a licensed child creche specialist? Yes, I replied. Are you currently accepting additional contracts? Yes, this was really annoying. My phone screen message clearly said who I was and what I did. These people were idiots. We have an infant that we would like to be raised with extremely specific parameters. They are, we theorize, well beyond the norm for your profession. Utmost discretion would be required. I'm not doing anything illegal, if that's what you're asking. No. We have a program that is designed for a specific profession, and that is. It is a variant of law enforcement. However, we do not desire the unit placed in your care to enter conventional law enforcement channels. He shall maintain a secret identity and do good works as any other citizen might, while maintaining productive employment within society. That's when I was asked the superhero question. I didn't expect a serious answer. That is essentially correct, although you are somewhat lacking in the details. Unit 2471 has received cybernetic enhancements that allow him to adjust properly to the culture of your species. He will merely adjust in a biological similar fashion to childhood. The voice on the other end of the phone was pleasant enough, sure, but it had to be insane. And your reasons for wanting to do this are what exactly? Our analysis of your culture shows that the most benevolent alien contact possible would be by raising a member of your species as a surrogate offspring of your own. We estimate that he will be accepted as a part of your cultural mythos. Let me get back to you on that. Please hurry. We have over 750 other candidates to screen. Right. I hung up the phone. Aliens. Right. People don't raise children anymore. They paid people like me to do it. Society moved far too fast for traditional parenting. Understanding biometrics had moved most things to a point where people understood the physiological need to be parents. They simply found ways to work around it. Nowadays, as long as people had a feeling that somewhere out there a child they had contributed to what was running around, they didn't really feel the need to get involved in that gritty, earthy level. That they left to the help like me. That was an oversimplification, of course. People did honestly consider themselves parents. Like, if you walked up to the average person on the street and asked them, would you consider giving up your child for adoption? They would look shocked and insulted. On the other hand, if you asked them, how much time do you spend on average with their child? They would say 4 to 5 hours a week. The call didn't surprise me at first. I thought it was just another of the local shock jocks trying to play a prank on some RTVP. They were always trying crazier and crazier ideas to get ratings. You just learn to tune them out after a while. The best part of my job was making stuff up. Most people functioned in 2 different worlds. The real one that they interacted with, like everyone else, and the one they liked for themselves. Implants and AI had grown to the point that anyone could experience whatever they wanted so long as they respected the other guy's zone of control. Parents like to have a lot of input into the lives of their children, so they created virtual echoes of themselves that occasionally popped in to make sure that they were, quote, behaving, end quote. Most took the standard package right off the shelf, slapped the minimum mandated by law into it, and set it loose in their child's creche. On the other hand, a few parents, generally mothers, were so concerned about their children that they spent hours making sure that the construct had just the right touches. The spooky part was that they took most of their time working with the construct to teach their children than they actually spent in direct contact with them. Now, don't get me wrong, the wet works don't thrill me either. I mean, that was the fundamental part of what I did. No machine was ever perfect when dealing with something as squirmy as a human being. And the machines broke down. When the machines broke down, someone had to go in there and make sure that they were burped, fed, cleaned, changed, and comforted. Robots and AI were amazing things, but they simply couldn't care about human children the way humans could. I wish I had done more, but while I was able to see the problem, I couldn't do anything about it. How do you uninvent technology? If you have a magic machine that will make all the messiness and time-consuming process out of parenting, how do you convince someone to do something like that for the sheer joy of doing it? Most of them would rather have a few minutes with them smiling and laughing or drawing creatively, or review those candid moments at the park without actually having to be there. So enter the aliens. I suppose it was logical that aliens might examine the popular culture figures of our cultural myths. I mean, look at the number of times in the movies that aliens try to make peaceful contact with us and we just obliterate them. On the other hand, look at the number of movies where the aliens are just plain evil and humanity stomps them. If you looked through our culture and found the alien that we regarded as part of us, you couldn't help but come up on Superman. It makes sense, really. Star blazes from the heavens, it lands in Kansas. Kindly parents take him in as one of their own. Kid grows up. And then the kid fights for truth, justice, and the American way. In the end, I took the job. They were offering 5 times the normal fee. I didn't care if this was some trick or not. If I didn't sign up for anything, they'd never get the right. If I didn't sign anything, they'd never get the rights, and I would still have the cash and contract for the job. I considered it my own private joke. I was wrong. Seeing is believing, and I believed. I started to pick up little clues at first. The infant that they left me with was a picture-perfect spitting image of the infant on the Gerber baby food packages. When the light hit his face just the right way, it even looked like it was more drawing than real flesh. Yet that was only a trick of the light. Every single medical checkup we gave him showed him to be 100% grade A American kid. The suite that they left him with was weird, too. The walls of his creche were made to seem silver, like they were out of tinfoil or something. No cute little animals or fuzzy butterflies or rainbows. It was all just silver tinfoil and disembodied male voice instructing him on everything from science to philosophy. They programmed the stuff like they expected it to stick somehow. I think the thing that finally convinced me that they were giant monsters. Were the giant monsters. Things were relatively quiet for the first 10 months or so. He grew at a fairly accelerated rate, but he was still quite clearly only a child of 2 or 3 years old physically. I guess that it would have defeated the whole purpose of what they were doing if it made it look too fast or too unnatural. And then, just like clockwork, every Friday at noon, for 5 weeks straight, some new creature would show up and begin destroying the city. The most recent version, a bug, had giant metal plates on the side of its head that it used to launch twin lightning bolts down on the surrounding emergency vehicles. It had already smashed 4 department stores and half of a commuter rail station before he showed up. Bashing his fists into the air in confidence and rage, Gerber smashed the monster into a dozen pieces in the blink of an eye. His speed was so blindingly fast that you could only catch his wake. It almost hurt to watch. In a few short moments, the monster had become pulp, and the mysterious infant that had fought it ran off into the shadows. I think the aliens might have misjudged the public reaction. To begin with, people generally thought this whole thing was a new reality program gone horribly wrong, like I did at first. The genetic monsters were just beyond what most technology could produce. At least, that's what I would have thought. Then all the news channels began dragging out expert after expert who explained precisely what would be needed to create such a freakish thing of nature. They didn't quite have as good an explanation for Gerber, but most of them dismissed him as some kind of holographic projection, while the real people who created the monsters simply activated some kind of biological internal self-destruct device. The most ironic part of the whole thing was that instead of shock and awe by the viewing public, Gerber became a cult icon. He was a hero to the children. Despite it all, they saw through the image and hype in commercials and took Gerber for what he actually was. The irony of that statement being that he hadn't intended to be heroic at all, but merely an extremely elaborate "hello, we're here" from an alien species that didn't understand humanity. Which, of course, is exactly why they liked him. He didn't try for it. He wasn't a conglomeration of market forces that had determined that the youth demographic would be more likely to buy Zinco toys, toilet paper dolls, if they had some genetically altered freak fight other genetically altered freaks. I didn't understand this. The aliens were obviously the ones making monsters, so why wasn't this just seen as some gimmick, just like everything else? I mean, I suppose one could argue that it was more than that. It might have started out with monsters, but it grew into something more. Gerber thought fighting bad guys was what society needed and wanted. Yes, the monsters were fake, but the criminals he locked up weren't. Neither were all of the corrupt politicians, corporate execs, and white-collar criminals he confronted. He never acted as judge. He just flew in, used his powers to expose what they were doing to the public in a light of day that even they couldn't hide, and then flew back into obscurity. The aliens were good at faking stuff, but their virus couldn't fool real people who began to look for real anomalies in the system. Tick off enough people, and they will devote more and more resources trying to find you, and eventually they did. The problem was that the aliens had failed to take into account that comic books really didn't handle how well secret identities would work. Then again, the real world did not handle how a comic book hero, or at least an alien trying to emulate a comic book hero, would act either. You can imagine the predictable results. They broke Gerber's, i.e. my, door front down and threatened to haul him off to jail. He refused to go, so they tried to arrest him. That didn't work very well. They couldn't seem to physically move him at all. He just laughed good-naturedly and shrugged them off. He walked out the door and kept doing what he had always done. It was like that for months. He'd do a good deed, they'd try and arrest him. He'd ignore them and go on and save the next victim of oppression or doom. His popularity among the children only grew. They started to believe in something again. The media conglomerates tried to capitalize on it by selling Gerber's image on everything. But the curious thing was that the descendants of the real man the aliens based the image on filed suit and won massive amounts of damage for violation of copyright infringement against the corporations. Public opinion started to sway against him, despite his good deeds. The older generations simply listened to what they were told by the news reports about the dangerous menace to society. That was when the aliens listened to Gerber's request for a better solution. We had been weighed, measured, judged, and found wanting. The aliens decided to take another lesson from humanity's archives. Suddenly Gerber and all the children on Earth were gone. The world became quiet. A world without children was a world without dreams. There was a brief period of madness, but eventually the world limped along as it always had. They still grew food for a while, but even that stopped when most of the farmers grew too old to command the bots. I thought I was done for as well. Heaven knows that there isn't much of a use for someone who takes care of children in a world without them. And then the ship came down in the dead of night, and suddenly I wasn't quite so old anymore, and many young and vibrant faces, untainted by the evils of the world they came from, and asked to hear a story from one who would the one who had taken them away. And so I told them, and their children, and their children's children. And they all lived happily ever after. That doesn't mean I still don't have a hankering for a badly cooked hamburger or a deep-fried burrito now and then. So sue me. So I think that story is a lot better than the last one. It has a clear beginning, middle, and end. It has at least two interesting characters. A protagonist. The antagonist is more the world writ large. If I was to rewrite this story now, I would create the equivalent of a Lex Luthor for Gerber. Somebody that was as corrupt and cynical as the forces that he was oppressing. There's also clearly a loophole that I didn't think about there, which is, did Gerber sterilize all of the people, i.e. they would keep having children? So unless the aliens made it a regular point of stealing every child that was born on Earth, which they clearly have the technology to do, there's a bit of a problem there. And given the horrific nature of this setting I set up, where most parents basically dump off their children into an AI box and with robots and holograms to raise them that they occasionally look in on, you could have covered that loophole by having Gerber or the aliens shut off or disable that technology. But I do find it interesting that I was intelligent enough when I wrote this 16 years ago to understand that children do see things that adults do not. There's a reason why young people don't use Facebook, for example. It's garbage, and they know it. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and I'll be reading for you today a short story called City of Monuments. Washington the 23rd sat upon the eagle throne and looked out upon his city. How did one admit that one was in decline when all evidence pointed to the contrary? The army was at the height of its power, the citizenry were content, and the gladiatorial vidscreens showed constant streams of death, lust, and political backstabbing. It was true, things had shrunk a bit over the centuries, but he certainly did not want to think so, looking at the panoply of hundreds before him. Fortunately, unlike his predecessors, he was capable of transcending that. "All hail the Grand Poobah!" The Yaplin snapped his fingers as he entered the room, performing his ceremonial moonwalk. "Ere ye, ark and herald the Great One!" The audience chamber was vast, centered by the eagle throne. It was a large stone 4 or 5 a large stone throne 4 or 5 times bigger than a man. At one time, it had housed the unspoken one's image. The visage of that one had long since been removed from all record halls at the word and commands of Roosevelt the Ninth. They wanted no uncomfortable reminders of disunion or secession. Such things were not tolerated in the empire. The ceremonial vidscreens lined the walls. The Senate was right, currently in its 573rd session, voting Senator Yajin off the moon seat, and the market Congress on the left, guns were up, taxes were down. Members of both were currently throwing pies in each other's faces, trying to vie for the youth demographic. The room shuffled before him, filled to the brim with the best intellectuals the empire could offer. Unfortunately, that wasn't much. Kennedy XII, his predecessor thrice removed, had executed any dissident thinkers from the empire's universities. He had been trained from birth to accept this glory as it was, yet he knew that he had to do better. He would be the great reformer, the one to reverse the tide. "We all think you rock, Washington the 23rd. Long may your rule be awesome and radical. You're just swell," the scholars forming the brain trust chanted their ritual greeting. It had taken Clinton II decades to convince them that they would not be atomized for voicing an opinion that actually meant something. And after that, it had taken Dole V yet another handful of decades to determine who among them actually had intelligence. The problem was that this intelligence was measured in terms of their ability to agree with his opinion. The American Empire had ceased to be a democracy under the reign of Washington III. Underground historians wrote on the tube wall with cynicism the irony of a nation that had achieved freedom under the tyrannical rule of one king of the same numeric disposition, only to lose it under exactly another of the same name. The ruling dynasty had picked up on this fact and thus changed the name of the imperial designation from first to last. "We are gathered here to save the empire," Washington the 23rd said to them, waving his hand magnanimously. "The Senate and the market have spoken, and I have through the 3 most popular solutions to the problem here in this tiny box. I have the mystery solution, randomly chosen from among the viewing public. Will it be bill number 1, bill number 2, bill number 3, or what I have in this box?" There were numerous shouts from the brain trust. "Pick number 1! No, pick number 2! As was expected, a brawl broke out. Guns were forbidden in the presence of the emperor. Knives were far more effective. This went on for about 10 minutes before the lone remaining scholar smirked while he applied his left hand to his eye to keep it in its socket. It could not be as entertaining as the randomly scripted dramas. They had no business participating in reality government. "I think you should choose a mystery box." There was a collective gasp from the sound effects department, followed by thunderous applause. Washington the 23rd smiled. It had cost a significant portion of the treasury to bribe the University of 23rd and Maine to give the man a diploma, but he was worth it. He was a trained commando in every sense of the word. It was one thing to attempt to be a man of the people, but quite another to actually trust them. Some things were not left to chance, certainly not to the genetic descendants of people who had given away the right to vote. The system was stable, and had worked for over 100 years. Various national tribes chose the Senate, the survivors of which were then able to choose which bills made it to the Market Congress. The recent reforms even allowed for the resurrection after the death of a candidate. In many respects, these were very enlightened times. The Market Congress was composed of various competing interest coalitions that bid to determine which bill would make it to the emperor's desk. All of this was utterly meaningless, since the emperor was the one who determined exactly what the resulting bill meant and how to interpret it. The Yaplin threw his hands in the air. "Let us all praise Almighty Dolgus!" Everyone in the room, all three of them, turned to a large dollar on a cross and raised their hands in the air at the Yaplin's direction. "It is the will of the people! Let us open the holy box!" Washington the 23rd carefully moved his hands around the box. Ancient records indicated that there was a tune called "Pop Goes the Weasel," though none living knew what its significance might have once had. Over and over he cranked. The three men held their breath in anticipation, as eager as ever to answer what it would produce. This was it. The box was not chosen very often. The people that made it to the Senate and the Market Congress were professionals, albeit short-lived ones. They that burned brightest also burned shortest, but at least they left the banalities of plebedom to those who could ill afford true taste and Art Deco decorum. There was a thick metal tango of sound that echoed off the walls. The box came open and spilled forth its contents to the emperor's waiting hand, and it said, "Destroy the city of monuments!" Brilliant. Washington the 23rd stood and cheered. Bravissimo! The Congress and Senate returned the same chorus. The Brain Trustee and the Yaplin did the same. None of them but the emperor knew what they were cheering for, but they didn't care. They were merely happy to be socially viable and alive. This would not last long. Guns had gained a majority, and thus it was open season on politicians. The City of Monuments had begun long before Washington the 23rd's time. However, people had long since forgotten what most of it was for. It had started out well enough. Initially, there had only been one or two, added a decade, but as the age of the nation increased, so too did the number of monuments. The old Senate building had been eliminated once people had sold their votes. He still shuddered with anger at the thought of it. The blood of patriots had paid for their freedom, and their descendants had given it away for a free car and a year's supply of pizza. Van Buren IV had mocked the city by putting over 452 monuments during his brief 453-day reign. It did not matter how great the battle was when it sat next to the monument of gratuitous sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Indeed, the perpetually blazing electric robotic marble guitar made any sort of silent contemplation impossible. And yet the people had always held a certain reverence for it, despite all the crassness in their lives. They were glad it was there, in the sort of way that one was glad to have a relative that they never spoke to or dealt with until they were reincarnated or recycled. And there had always been a particularly annoying monument, the one people asked the most questions about. That was the real reason he wanted to destroy the city. He wanted people to look forward. The time had come for conquest, not to revel in the dust of ages. An empire on the rise was an empire that had a long time to live. A letter of the alphabet would not give him pause, V or no V. And when it came to names on the wall, and when the names on the wall were no longer present, they could no longer offer silent protest at his actions. He pushed a button on the throne room chair, and the Imperial laser satellite cut the city into tiny bits in a matter of moments. Wars were a lot less interesting than they had once been. The Yaplin cheered. The Brain Trustee said, "Now it is done! The will of the people! Yay!" Washington the 23rd took no pleasure from this. What was done was done. The time had come to expand the empire and take back what was once lost. With the corrupt half now gone and torn away, the American empire would take back, state by state, what was rightfully theirs to rule. Starting small, perhaps, with Rhode Island, they were ready. The time was now right. The rest of the world might have a problem with it, but God was on his side. He took out the ceremonial marching hat and put it on the brain trustee. You have been drafted, son. Welcome to the army. As Commander-in-Chief, I am officially promoting you to General of all the armies. An army of one, be all that you can be. This time it would work. By cleansing themselves of the dirt and dust of the past, they would be able to achieve what none had in so long, reverse the decline of the empire. Marching his legionnaire boldly through the radioactive molten layers of the city, he threw open the force field and shouted, "Go get him, son!" He watched his legionnaire march into the wasteland. Slowly but surely the minutes and hours passed as he moved beyond the visual scope of the remaining satellite. Scene. Ernest was a simple fellow. He did as he was told. When the Emperor told him to join the army, he did. When the Emperor told him to go out and fight against the rest of the world, he did. He didn't exactly know how he was going to accomplish this, but he had faith that he would. He watched a lot of on the vid screen about wars. The good guys never died, and the bad guys died in droves. The thing he hadn't understood was the fact that the gun really didn't even work. He looked it up in a book, and apparently it needed, quote, ammunition, end quote. He was quite surprised by the fact that no one had tried to kill him as he left. There was a lot of green at first, miles and miles of it, until he eventually came to a shimmering blue curtain. He touched it with the butt of his rifle, trying to figure out exactly what it was, but it was almost like water. It sparkled around him and his rifle. Finally, he shrugged and stepped into it. He was a soldier. That was what he was supposed to do. The last thing he expected was a cheering crowd. They held up huge signs that said, "Mission accomplished" and "Welcome home, son." It was all quite confusing to him. They were all slapping him on the back and offering him beer, and several rather pretty girls kissed him. Finally, he could stand it no more and asked one of the others, "What are you all so happy about? I'm here to invade you all." They laughed uproariously and hugged him. "Son," one of the older men said, wearing the same kind of uniform, "we've been locked outside our own capital for the last 200 years. Do you really think we would let our democracy go that easily? No. The Imperials locked themselves in some kind of fort screen, and we haven't been able to get them out. Every time they send one of you guys out, it's a cause for celebration. A celebration about the preservation of the Union and the poor lost soul that has found his way home. Someone that has found his way to the truth." Ernest didn't care much for philosophy, but the girls were a lot prettier here, and it would be nice to actually be able to sleep this morning instead of saying the Pledge of Allegiance to Dolges and the Emperor at the crack of dawn. He was happy for the most part. Scene. Washington the 23rd kept waiting. He waited several months for the army of one to report back, but he never did. Time to start training another army. He'd get it right eventually. He was sure of it. Sooner or later, they would take the country back. One state at a time. One state at a time. So, of the 3 stories that I've done in Swamp Castle so far, the older ones, I think this one's the strongest. Gerber and his would-be superhero-ness is a neat idea. There's very little original about this idea. It's political satire and very cynical and sarcastic, but it gives some hope and has just the right amount of sci-fi to keep it interesting. But I can see why it was never picked up for sale. There's, the writing is somewhat solid. It actually does have recognizable characters with a recognizable arc. There's nothing wrong with this story. I'd give this story a solid B, maybe a B-. But there's nothing inherently that makes it stand out that's going to get it to break out of a slush pile either. There's some description. Like I said, it's solid. I enjoyed it, but there's, it doesn't really stand out either. If I was to write this story again, I think I'd make it a little bit less complicated, focus a little bit less on the mythology that I clearly had going here. A little bit less buying into the cutesy, but still, I will admit, over time, clever names like, Washington the 23rd, and focus more on Ernest and tell more of a back and forth between Washington and Ernest's perspective. Granted, that would have reduced the shock value at what Ernest experienced when he went through the curtain, but the thing is that, Sixth Sense is a great movie. Right? But you can only have something like that happen once and have it be as significant. And M. Night Shyamalan only took about 20 years before he realizes that the twist ending is not really something you can build a career on. No other director that I'm aware of has tried to have an entire career on twist endings. And it gets old after a while, right? So the point is that shock endings in stories can be good, but unless they're really, really, really good, like The Star, and if you haven't read The Star by Arthur C. Clarke, I highly recommend it, it's not going to stand out, right? What's the point? Sometimes twist endings are fun, but, unless you're the one person that does the epic Rickroll, try and find something more interesting. Write about an interesting character or an interesting place. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills. I'm Rhombus Tix, and this is a series of short stories from my old original writing days, like almost 20 years ago. Some are good, some are terrible. I've only skipped one so far in terms of actually broadcasting it because the changes of tense in Wake Up Yulee literally made no sense and didn't go anywhere or do anything. So, and it's a half an hour long. So I decided ultimately I'm skipping that episode. If reader or fan demand truly wants to hear what I think is so far the worst story I've ever written, then let me know at redanvilcreative.com and I will recreate that puppy. In the meantime, here's a short but much more interesting story in the series I'm calling Swamp Castle, in reference to the Monty Python sketch where they built a castle and it sank into the swamp, and then they built another castle and then that sank into the swamp, etc., etc., etc. The theory being that my writing career is pretty much Swamp Castle. By all definition, I have no business writing or selling my fiction, but I still am anyway. So here I am, and here is to define humanity. This was not his fault. Moldrat, quote, drat, end quote, local, felt mostly terrible. Due to circumstances slightly beyond his control, he had single-handedly destroyed every human being in the universe. Now he had to go through the terrible bother of putting them back together. The alien device was, perhaps, just perhaps, slightly more complicated than he had thought. He had estimated he'd have the problem solved by breakfast. A nagging voice in the back of his mind told him it would probably be a lot harder than that. He hated that little voice. If he'd listened to it, he never would have achieved greatness. Then again, if he'd listened to it, he probably wouldn't have caused the extinction of yet another species. Besides, this time was different. Now he knew what he was doing. Okay, fine. He probably had one or two minor technical glitches to work out. But when dealing with a machine that could do nearly anything, the only real limits had to come from within. This required a creative solution to an unusual problem. He took a deep breath, stood, and calmly looked around the room. The machine was remarkably efficient in its execution of his commands. His commands. He was a god. He simply wasn't a very good one yet. He could, after all, be honest with himself. Without truth, what else was there? He also knew that he would learn in time. Focus. He had to focus. He told the machine, "Make me the ultimate man." Any machine built by a race as wise and powerful as the Yulee would surely have understood that ultimate man meant great wisdom and intelligence. He had been shocked at first by the complete lack of noticeable transformation. The simplicity of the affair occurred to him nicely. The machine, in its literal thinking, had made him the ultimate, the very last. Apparently, it had no qualms about the political correctness of gender and language either, because it had erased all the women from the camp as well. Cautiously, he told the machine, "Restore that which previously existed." The translation matrix, backed up in small green lines of text, said, "System error." That was new. Apparently, the machine did not interpret everything he told it literally. Why couldn't it have bothered to ask what he meant by ultimate man? Stupid machine. "Restore humanity to their existence," the machine said. "Define word phrase humanity." Drat patiently responded, "All right, let's try this another way. Approximately," he checked his watch, 7 hours and 29 minutes ago, you performed a function of my request. I want you to undo the effects of this request and place all of existence in the same previous state of being. Unable to perform requested function, memory capacity, incapable of autonomous storage of 12,414,115,155,982 sentient minds. Undo cannot be processed. At this point, the annoying little voice returned and was shouting all kinds of unpleasant things in the back of Drat's mind. He shut it out and concentrated on the task at hand. 3 days and 3 miserable failures later, he retreated to the chamber. His first attempt had led to an all-male species with endless varieties of his own physical forms, erasure. When he started the next day with a basic male and female model, he shuddered to think of some of the prototypes the machine had showed him until he got the formula right. He ended up with a female and male versions of himself who spent the vast majority of their time performing the most vulgar acts imaginable. While they weren't eating, drinking, or fornicating, they had clubbed each other for domination of territory. They had no sense of purpose beyond living from one moment to the next. Anyone else would have been stunned at so much progress in so short a time, but Drat Local felt he needed to be 50% more efficient than the Almighty. If the mythic being of ancient times had done it in 7 days, why couldn't he do it in 3.5? Simple. He had it. He had exactly the idea he wanted, and he knew where to take it. He told the machine, "The problem thus far has been your requisite definition of humanity. Therefore, I want you to define humanity as I would define it in physical manifestation. You are to give it the highest ideals, nobility and principles and significance of beings. Do you understand these instructions?" The machine replied, "Yes." "Then make it manifest." An instant later, a doppelganger of himself appeared. At first, Drat thought it was some failure of the machine's purpose again, but he noticed subtle differences. The eyes held a kindness to them that he noticed on children. The smile had a distinct lack of cynicality that had been layered on from Drat's denial of the works of others. The thing that caught his attention most, however, was the large disintegration pistol pointed in his direction. Drat was unable to form a cry of protest before the duplicate pulled the trigger, sending hordes of carbon, oxygen, and a wide variety of lipids discorporating into the atmosphere. The doppelganger turned and spoke to the machine. "The simple solution to the problem is to create a temporal feedback loop and eliminate my own existence from the cosmos. Will this effect undo the actions that occurred 87.14 hours ago and restore the existence of 12,414,115,155,982 sentient minds you did not have memory for?" "Yes," the machine replied with electronic confidence. "Then execute." And the inner voice was at peace for never having been at its present best. So this is a short and sweet little story, and I'm actually going to say that it's the best one in the series so far as compared to Wake Up Yulee, which has a sapient pencil and a sex pot back when I was Mormon. Like I said, if there's a horde of fans out there that want to just hear gibberish, then feel free to let me know. In the meantime, I'll talk about this story. So there's some things that work and some things that don't work. The things that don't work is there's no real backstory. It's implied, but what is this machine? Okay, so it can do anything, but why can it do anything? The clear subtext here is that Drat has been part of an alien expedition to find said machine, that said machine can theoretically do anything, and that he fucked up majorly and wiped out humanity from existence. It's an amusing story, and the idea was a good one. More importantly, I now remember, having read this story, that this was the first short story I wrote when I started writing short stories back when I was around 30. I had turned 30. I had a number of jobs. I'd always kind of played at writing. Somewhere I'll find the really, really old stories that probably exist only in print form. But this is arguably the first piece of writing in my writing career, because I don't really consider the stuff I wrote in college, That wasn't even Swamp Castle, is what I'm saying. That was more like Sand Castle while I was dreaming of eventually writing Swamp Castle. And this was, Swamp Castle 1.0. And ironically, it's a stronger story than the other ones I've read so far. There's a lot that I I tell and don't show, but there's also a market for short stories that are 1,000 words or less, which this one clearly is. And it does some things really right. The small detail of 12,414,115,155,982 people is a very nice little detail. My propensity for making up hard to pronounce, hard to remember names for my characters, that I sometimes still do, was terrible. Quiescence Prow is a name you remember, but it's weird. Chester Arthurson is so bland it's completely forgettable, and Darla, I can't even remember Darla's last name. The point is that names matter, and Drat Local is a really, really crappy name. I could see myself rewriting this story. If I was going to rewrite it, I don't think I could do it in 1,000 words or less. And if I had to do it in 1,000 words or less, it would focus more on, I think, Drat's inner struggle. The gimmick at the end where a perfect version of himself comes in and fixes the problem is cute, but it's been done to death. And I'm not saying that this particular story has been done to death. I do admit that I do have, what I lack for talent in writing, I have a complete propensity to come up with original ideas that if somebody has thought of it, very few people have. But I do know that, for example, that while this particular, make me the ultimate human bit hasn't been done before, I've definitely read and seen stories where humans get access to vast power and fuck it up. It's called the Infinity Gauntlet or the Cosmic Cube. Comics have done it a lot. And there's a lot bigger fuck-ups in comics than any character I've ever written, except for possibly the Sapient Pencil and Wake Up Yuli. So anyway, it's a short little story. There's not that much to talk about, so enjoy, and I'll talk to you later. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix /TC Ricks. This is a series of short stories that I'm doing that I'm calling Swamp Castle that I wrote in the early part of my career, that at one point I submitted for publication. They're okay. They're pretty good. None of them got published. I'm reading them and then offering commentary on what I think does or doesn't work on the story. And we'll see from there. This story is called Long Time Passing by Rhombus Tix. Time was long on the beacon. It wasn't like it was it wasn't like it was in the old days. People placed value in different things. No one died anymore, and the nanites could make just about anything anyone could ever want. If getting enough money to marry the one I loved meant being 12 light years away from another human being, then that is what I would do, even if I had to take 1,000 years to do it. 1,024.41 to be exact. I started at the beacon the same way I always did. I was alone. I had taken this assignment because I needed money and status. I had learned a great deal, of course, but knowledge was the kind of thing that anyone could acquire if they were willing to take the time or spend the money. I had time, just like anyone did, but no money. 1,000 years later. Please sign in at the door, the attendant in front of her house said. I was a rich man now, quite rich, due to some of the crazier things I'd done. I could afford to have him fired. He wouldn't like it at all. I was patient, despite having every reason not to. I signed at the door. 1,000 years ago. Left foot forward for the 975th time. Right foot forward for the 976th time. Turn at the corner. Start the count over again. So far, my faithful maintenance check was secured. There was nothing wrong with the mechanics of the station. Again. The thing that immortality changed the most was the value of life. Life had always been valuable, even in the old days. Murder had been wrong, but they had taken that principle and extended it to the point that no one wanted to risk their life anymore. Not when you could live forever. It was one thing to lose a few decades, but another thing entirely to lose thousands of years. We had the technology to make ships go up to half the speed of light, but they were risky and dangerous by the new standards, of course. There were always those willing to take risks in any society, the malcontents, the rebels, the visionaries, and the criminals. The colonies had been established over 3,000 years ago, but someone had to man the beacons. 1,000 years later. "Please use the green pen, sir, not the yellow one," the attendant spoke with such sadness in his voice. I almost thought for a moment I'd run over his puppy. "Excuse me?" "The green pen is for guests only. The yellow pen is used by city workers. If you use the yellow pen, then the administrator might get confused and send workers for no particular reason whatsoever." Right. Thank you, sir. 1,000 years ago. Adjusting the solar panels approximately 0.000075 degrees. Adjust the internal transmitter stabilizer approximately 4 bars in the transmission band. Move the solar panels to their original position, but ensure that they do not exceed acceptable parameters. What could be more dangerous than running a beacon? The beacons were light years away from any human traffic. The replacement usually worked very hard to ensure that they arrived on time and left the ship in good enough condition for their future passenger to get home. What went around came around, and if they caused sufficient problems, they might extend the length of time for sending the replacement. Her name was Jeru. She was from old money, very old money. Her parents had been rich since the beginning of time, it seemed, though the rational part of my mind knew that this was only an illusion, and that it had in fact been a dynasty started in the early 20th century. Of course, given that they had been rich 300 years before the discovery of immortality and 500 years before the discovery of molecular nanetics indicated to the casual observer that it might as well have been the beginning of time. My best friend, Finney, said as much. "She's too good for you," he said. "You don't have enough money for the likes of her." Of course, he was right. I was just like any other schmo who lived at baseline. I had tried to be an artist, but all that I could ever master was technique, not spark. Anyone could do technique. It was just a matter of patience and applying the right ship. So I volunteered to join the beacon. You would think on the surface that there would be more people interested in it, but despite the massive changes in our culture, and despite the advances in psychology that let us cure any kind of insanity, people simply did not relish the idea of spending 1,000 years away from all human contact. I didn't either. 1,000 years later. "I'm sorry, sir, but you have to put your full name on the entry form." I did put my full name on the entry form. "No, you put Elijah J. Marshall." "That is my full name." "No, your background file clearly says it is Elijah Jonathan Marshall." "You're telling me?" "Yes." "Fine. Anything else?" "No." "Thank you," I said. "Glad to be of service." He put the pen back into its holder and bowed politely. 1,000 years ago. Do not sleep more than 5.7 hours in a single day. Do not miss more than 75.42 of daily maintenance tasks except on government-sanctioned holidays, in which 47.5% of daily maintenance tasks are acceptable. Birthdays and religious holidays are not acceptable government substitutes. It had not been just a summer love. This was not even a normal, lifelong love. Most serious relationships, at least those at the deepest level that they used to be, only lasted a few centuries. And those were the exceptions. There were a few cases where a relationship would last 500 years or so, but those were actually viewed by the majority of society as unhealthy, On the other hand, it was perfectly acceptable for someone to switch between 2 or 3 partners. And in the initial days of immortality, there had been no durability whatsoever. People believed that since they were immortal and that medical science could fix almost anything, then they no longer needed to fear death. It took at least 1,000 years for advanced culture construction to reach its heyday. Insanity up to that point was only fixable by medication or surgical brain alteration. Towards the end, over 90% of the population had received some form of surgical alteration or another. 1,000 years later. Giroux looked at me awkwardly from across the room. We had met when she was 18. I had been 19. We were quasi-adults, but weren't considered full citizens until we were at least 100 years old. Now she and I were both over 1,000. She looked like she had matured quite a lot more than I. Not physically, of course. Physically, she was just as radiant at the moment I first saw her. But time had made her a whole person. All I had to my life was beacon work and a candle flicker that had come before it. I got your letters, she said patiently. Good, I replied. I wasn't sure what to say. Obviously, she wasn't either. Neither of us were. We just sat there in silence. Finally, I just smiled. Amazingly, she smiled back. 1,000 years ago. Employees are permitted to write 1 letter each month. All other data is reserved for corporate and government needs. Circumventing these parameters will result in a fine of 9 years' pay. The second violation of circumventing these parameters will result in termination. Employee may receive as much as their relatives are willing to pay for. Repetition was the gospel of living forever. Sure, there was an infinite variety thing, and we did that, but it took about 1% of the effort that it ever had. Tiny amounts of trace elements make up your bodywork. Tiny amounts of variety in a sea of time keep you sane. You spend the vast majority of your time doing the same thing over and over. There are some who say that the times of death are preferable, since their lives actually meant something. Personally, after 20 years on the Beacon, I was inclined to agree with them. It didn't really matter. Since life was infinitely sacred and valuable, the idea that someone was unwilling to do what it took to be immortal was criminally insane. The government could cure all kinds of insanity. In this case, they simply strengthened the part of the mind that all creatures had within them, their animal survival instinct. When their fear of death increased to the point that the idea of dying terrified them more than anything else, they were more than willing to let the procedure be performed on them, and to perform whatever protocols were required. The government justified this by explaining that almost every government in history had outlawed suicide. There were many of them who found a more novel solution. Hibernation had been used quite extensively in the early colonization attempts, but was not used so much anymore. There was another reason the ships were slower than they could be. They all had to be big enough to keep everyone awake for the entire duration of the journey. So while suicide was illegal, time traveling to the future was not. Most of these poor souls simply entered hibernation chambers designed to keep them asleep for 10,000 years, in the hopes that the government would have been deposed or changed its mind by then. Not me. I was in love. I was going to stick it out. The thought might make one ask, what made me think I'm so special? Who is this girl who is worth waiting 1,000 years for? How could it be worth all of it? Didn't you ever regret making your decision? All good questions, but you have to understand. I knew what I wanted, and I was going to do anything it took to get it. 1,000 years later. Your time is up, sir. You're going to have to leave now. I haven't even had 5 minutes, I shouted in annoyance. There are many other people waiting in line, the scheduler said patiently. Giroux shrugged and smiled patiently. This was a warm smile of the kind that one might give a lost child who had asked you for directions. This was hardly the person who had been writing for 1,000 years. This woman was alien to me. I understood that relationships in the flesh were often awkward compared to those in shadow realms or by correspondence. Ours had been the correspondence of antiquity, purely by the written word alone, with no visual medium of any kind. I didn't know what to say. This was the woman I had lived my life for, had endured a solitude that no man living could understand, and after only 5 minutes it was gone? What was I going to do? Please leave, sir, the scheduler said, and so I did, 1,000 years ago. My dearest Elijah, please understand that I had no choice in my father's wishes. Until I reach my 100th birthday, he has considerable say in my financial affairs. Economically, he could ruin me. He could do a lot worse. Without the proper resources to defend myself, he could arrange for governmental surgery or reprogramming. I love you. I cannot say why I love you. There is no rationality to it, but there it is. I would have waited for you. Why did you go away? It is the one place that even our family's resources cannot go. The risk of life is simply too great. Had you simply chosen to go to another star, I gladly would have followed you. But what am I to do now? It is as if you are dead. Love, Giroux. I read the letter with something of astonishment. How could this have happened? I didn't even think she knew I was alive, much less that she was interested in me. I wrote back, Dear Giroux, I met you in the rain outside your father's house. You were sneaking outside and asked to borrow my coat. I saw your face and never felt the same again. It is said that the first love is often your only love. There are others who say that the heart must be broken and mended time and time again before it is ready to find the one for whom it is meant. I don't know, nor do I care. What I do know is that the world changed for me to the moment I met you, and I will settle for nothing less until we can be with you. I can be with you forever. I tried everything I could to find you, but once I learned who you were, I was devastated. How could I court someone so rich? Please understand that I did not even let that stop me. I did try writing you. My letters never got through, or if they did, your replies did not. I even tried sneaking inside once, but your father's henchmen found me and tortured me. Nothing physical, of course, but the interface made it feel just as real as if they were rending my flesh. What is done is done. The truth is that I still love you, and I planned to get enough money to court you. This was the only way I could see. We can at least write, albeit once a month only. The company is rather strict about personal use of the comm. They also state that it is better for my mental health to minimize contact. I love you, EJ. 1,000 years later. I didn't know what to do. How could it have happened? What did I do that would cause her to behave in such a fashion? Our letters had grown more and more intimate over the last century. I had come to be her only true friend. She would confide things in me that she would trust with no one else. Since we were permitted only one letter, I made it a good long one each time. I told her all about myself and my duties on the station. Needless to say, after a while, we were pretty much only talking about her life. Interested things tended only to happen on the station, only about once every 100 years ago or so, usually when something went wrong with one of the ships. The more I thought about it, the more I suppose that it had to be that she had built up this image in her mind of who I was and could not possibly compare it to. I was the secret friend that no one else knew about, and that could not possibly betray her secrets. I had been the one who had been there when all other relationships failed. After all, what else did I have but her? A bitterness rose up in me, and I had to fight with every ounce of my being to push it down. The sanity monitors were very sophisticated, and if they knew what I was thinking, they would surgically alter me. A part of me was willing to accept that this is an alternative to the pain I was feeling, but I had never believed in living life by proxy, and I was not going to start now. What options did I really have? I could live with the pain that I had wasted the first 1,000 years of my life, something I would never get back again, or that I could try and forget. I could go off-world. It was tempting. There was a lot more to see out there than there was on Earth, but I'd had my fill of space. I might leave in a century or two, but there was plenty that I had missed in the meantime. All of the plays, parks, and monuments constructed while I'd been away. Of course, the downside was that it would remind me of Giroux. Everything was going to remind me of Giroux. Everything. What was I supposed to do? It was at that moment I came to the realization of my best course of action. I would go into hibernation. While I felt like ending things, the truth was that it would allow me to enter a new world. As static as things were, they did change, and 1,000 years was still a long time. Giroux would still be alive, but I would not constantly be reminded of everything she and I had talked about for 1,000 years. I made the decision just as easily as I had made the one to man the beacon. I think the thing that amazed me about the building was how simple it looked. It wasn't imposing at all. I might have mistaken it for any other office building, really. There was a small coffin-shaped icon on the front of the building. Not that there was anyone that couldn't read these days. If you didn't learn, the government just implanted the right chips. The guy in the office chair swiveled back and forth while I was in the grid playing a game. I could tell by his erratic movements he was clearly involved in a major fight. I was well within my rights to notify him of my presence, but I wasn't in a hurry to get anywhere, and I didn't want to annoy people who would be watching over my corpse for 1,000 years. Apparently, I had some sense of self-preservation after all. 10 years ago. It was the last day of my confinement. It had been a very long haul. I thought I had understood the meaning of immortality, but I had been wrong. The routine had helped. At first I had thought it was torture, but the sameness helped keep me sane throughout the aeons. It had actually made time go faster. When I tried to rebel in little ways, like making the flowers in the biopond arrange in more and more elaborate ways, it had been interesting at first. However, over time, it had been more and more torturous, especially as I ran out of things to do. I tried to stick a balance between the ease of repetition and the need to become something more. It had made time go by slower, but it had still been worth it. The quality of my life was not simply measured in longevity, but its quality. The corporation had tried to structure most of my time, but after the first 10 years or so, I discovered many methods that would allow me to bypass their elaborate schedule when I wanted to. After 100 years, I'd overridden all the security codes to the point that the mastery of the station had been completely mine. So now I just sat waiting for the ship. I could see it on the sensors. I was tempted to call up my replacement and talk to him. My fortune was so enormous at this point that I could easily afford whatever pittance the company would dock me, assuming I didn't just override the sensors. But the truth was that I was somewhat apprehensive about meeting a new face. I had been alone for 1,000 years. It is difficult to describe just how long that can be, especially when you had only been 18 at the time. I was sane, but only barely. The ship continued decelerating towards the station. It was the most dangerous part of the job, since 3 or 4 beacons had been hit by a ship as it approached. I continued to prepare the shuttlecraft. I looked at my meager possessions. While it had been true I could buy most anything I wanted back home, there did not seem to be much point to it all. There were a few homemade things I could have made with the nanofabricator, but they had more of an intrinsic value to me than any kind of monetary one. After an eternity, the ship's shuttle eventually undocked. Technically, I was supposed to undock at the same time and head to the ship to maintain maximum efficiency. Why the company felt the need to preserve a few minutes of time when the trip took back years was something I never understood. My predecessor had cheated. He went EVA from his shuttle and boarded mine. He explained in explicit detail some of the finer points of the station, including the things that the corporation didn't want you to know. The main thing he did was help me unload, as though I could tell he really just wanted to see someone else. It was 10 years back, and he really didn't want to have to wait that long to talk to another human being. Neither did I. 10 years in the future. "So yes, you here to get yourself frozen?" the man asked, scratching himself. I wasn't sure if he'd bathed in over a month. Then again, with the right cyclants, he could have been in here for a lot longer than that and barely only begun to smell. The thought was not pleasant. Perhaps I should choose another place to sleep. There were better places, far better places, and I could certainly afford them. But none of them would be so close to her. "Yes, I'm here to be frozen." "That'll be 4,300 hours. That's pretty cheap," I said, rather surprised. "Law of supply and demand. There's like zero demand, especially in the bargain basement freezing in this part of the city, and a whole lot of supply. Government makes us keep this place open, so we comply. Anyone has the right to be frozen. It's the law." "Right. Can't have anyone doing themselves in," he chuckled. "No, I suppose not. Meet the Grim Reaper, he chuckled. "Can we just get on with this?" I asked. "Buying the farm. Are you quite through? Embracing their inner corpse." It was at this point that I left with the indignant, "What? Hey, come back here. I was just kidding," behind me. I kept walking. 10 years ago. He seemed innocent enough. He was older than I was, at least according to the file. He was more like 500, and his name was Joshua. "Hi," I said awkwardly. Even speaking at all used muscles I had forgotten how to use. "Hey, bud, how's it going?" Good. "Must be anxious to get out of here," Joshua said amiably. He hadn't spoken to anyone in 10 years. It had to be difficult for him. I knew. I'd been there. "Yes, I am anxious to get back." "I heard it's a bit of a shock for beacon workers. They have some kind of program to help you readjust." "Yes," I said. "It usually takes a year." "You mean you have to take 10 years to go back and then another year on top of that before you're free of the corp?" "That I do," I smiled grimly. It sounded so much better when it was someone else's pity than besides my own. "Well, that sucks." Yes, but I've got someone waiting. Really? Wow, how'd you meet her? That crazy corp only let us send a letter once a month. I knew her before. Really? Wow, good for you. If she waits that long, I'm sure she'll wait another 11 years. I reckon so, yes, I smiled. Good luck, he said, as I headed for the shuttle and to head back. Good luck yourself. Good luck yourself. He was going to need it. How anyone could survive beacon work without something to wait for at the end was entirely beyond me. 10 years later. I found a better place to store myself. I hadn't really used any of the money I'd earned so far except to bribe the right people for access to Giroux. This place had all of the comforts of home. It was actually kind of creepy. I got my own room for 1,000 years. Not that bad. There was a ceremonial set of viewing chairs in case any loved ones would want to stare at my face while I was unconscious. That bothered me. I had family. We kept in touch. Still, family wasn't the same as what it had been. It was still those mostly stable relationships, but since it was now possible to have ties of blood that were alive and kicking 7 generations back, reunions often became more of a millennial event. There were exceptions, but they were rare. I told them to keep the chairs out of the room. No one but the designated technicians were to be allowed in there. Money talks. If I hadn't had such a broken heart, I might have been tempted to stick around and see what I could do with it. I knew it was cheap. It had been. I still believe, an incredible act of willpower and love to wait 1,000 years for love. It was an inexcusable act of cowardice to skip another from pain, yet I was doing it anyway. The world had become something of a solephist's proxy for me. I could not connect to it and remain whole. I had lost a chunk of my life through time for another. I needed a way to get it back again, which is, of course, why I realized what a complete idiot I was, being approximately 10 seconds after the chamber door shut. There are some things that can never be taken back, no matter how much one might regret them. To surrender without taking at least a chance at these possibilities, without taking life in its supremacy in every waking moment, was a crime. I could almost understand the government's irrational actions at that point. There, at the brink of false death, I understood what life truly was. Every moment of 1,000 years had been priceless because I had lived it for love, to be loved. It was pure in a way nothing else could be. This was just a cheap cop-out, and it was too late to do anything about it. 1,000 years later. The lid of the chamber door opened up. My first reaction was to the cold. I felt as if every ounce of life had been sucked out of my body and then suddenly forcibly thrust back in. I was barely cognizant of who I was for a moment, but then the memories came rushing back immediately. Dozens of drugs, all working in tangent as they made their way through my system, repaired damaged tissue and neural pathways. Inside of a few minutes, I was cognizant of who I was and what had happened. There were no happy endings here. Giroux was still out there somewhere, at least unless the unthinkable had happened, but I was a distant memory in her mind. It was time to start over. I was amazed at the fact that I was able to stretch my muscles so quickly. Usually it took several days to recover from hibernation that long. Then again, I guess there had been a few changes since I was away. I sat up and looked around. To my shock, Giroux was there grinning at me. You changed your mind? I said. My throat was parched, but it was only a little. Yes, I did. Did you really think I would forget our letters so easily? Did you even check your email once before you went and tried to freeze yourself? I blinked. I didn't. Why? Because if you had, you would have read the tearful letter of apology I spent several hours trying to write. I had no other way of contacting you, so I wrote the letter. I explained that I was simply overwhelmed at what you had done to try and meet me. But of course I wanted to give a try. What girl wouldn't? You're quite handsome, you know. I knew you were intelligent and caring, but I never really looked at you before. Your older pictures don't do you justice. I was speechless. This had become some kind of fever dream from the hibernation. I had failed. I did not deserve a happy ending, not after my cowardly retreat. She continued, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that I love you, but you are hopelessly incompetent in financial matters. So I had lost my fortune while I slept? I had her. Who cared? All that mattered was now. The next time you sleep for 1,000 years, when you can afford to, buy the company looking after you. They will work harder at it. The good news is that I bought it instead. I hadn't even thought about that, I said. I know, she smiled and hugged me. The better news is that you didn't sleep for 1,000 years. You slept for 4 days, just long enough for the paperwork to go through. 10,000 years later. We had seen 1,000 worlds, and we would see 1,000 more. Each moment we spent with each other was better than the last. We inspired others to do the same. Once they saw that such a thing was possible, they began to follow suit. Not many succeeded, but they tried. Perhaps we did better because we paid such a price for our love. I don't know. I don't believe all love must be built on pain. What I do know is that there are those who say that love is all you need. They are right. Money doesn't hurt, though. I will say that of the Swamp Castle stories that I've read so far, that is definitely the best one. I'm going to rate that one an A-. It does still need some tweaking. If I was to rewrite the same story, I would include more details. Frankly, the concept behind this and the detail I put into it was really more novella length. But, I mean, this is what a short story is supposed to be. It's got a character, well, two characters. It's got, it doesn't do exposition dump. It's got a very clear idea, which is what are the consequences for a society when true immortality hits. And that is some of my best science fiction, right? I think things differently and do things differently. I've read stories about hibernation and immortality, but in my opinion, they very rarely address the true changes. I think one of the few I've read that does understand the consequences for immortality is Altered Carbon. But even that doesn't explore every angle about what such changes would make. And this is the equivalent, in my opinion, of Romeo and Juliet, but not as dark an ending. By the way, I'm kind of done to death with Romeo and Juliet. Don't even ask me why. But I will say that reading this again, there's some really dystopian elements that I hadn't realized were in this story. The government is insanely dark in this. Just to be clear, I am not a fan of governments that oppose assisted suicide. I think that people have the right to die as long as they are not literally insane. And I do think that there need to be a lot of safeguards to that. But the idea of the government literally being able to force you to be alive is just dark to me. And, you know, you talk about government overreach. That's about as much of an overreach and a breach of your very being as there is. And especially in a society with immortality, that becomes much more important. It's not the government's place to tell people who they are. And, you know, you can agree or disagree on the strength of government, but if you believe in the sanctity of soul and mind and life, or what I call the sacred subjective, then the idea of a larger power imposing its will on you that you did not agree to, especially to define your whole being, is just an act of evil that there are very, very few things that I would call more evil. There are a handful, but not many. Anyway, I liked this story. This story alone, going back and finding out about it, to me justifies the entire series. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am Rhombus Tix. This is a series called Swamp Castle, where I read some of my older stories. And today I'm going to read you Gratitude Begats. Bisha was not happy. She had not signed up for this sort of thing. She was a second-rank medical technician, not some swamp-tromping, leather-booted Marine. It wasn't fair. She was supposed to be able to see the sights of the galaxy without selling her soul for it. She looked down at the tiny canister at her hip. She had to get this to Snot Landing, or there wouldn't be anyone there to save. A lesser person would have boldly considered herself a hero, working to save hapless, ignorant ground pounders with the celestial technology from on high. She knew better. She had a debt to pay. Lightning struck the trees again. One foot went in front of the other. She slowly made her way forward. It was raining. It was always raining. It would be raining for the next 400 years. Her muscles ached. Her lungs screamed for release, but she had to measure her oxygen. The filters, powered by the movement of her body, slowly converted the atmosphere around her into breathable oxygen. The reserve tank was for emergencies only, and she had a suspicion that out here in the middle of nowhere, there were going to be plenty of emergencies. She saw something in the distance. At first, she thought it was might be a radical or the like, but they operated on an entirely different continent. It was impossible that they would be out here. It wasn't impossible that they would be out here, just very unlikely. A building slowly emerged from the gloom. It surprised her. The cabin was a godsend. She didn't know who owned it, but she headed there as quickly as she could. A tiny part of her hoped that she could dump the vaccine with the local and send them onward, but she was not so naive as to believe that such a thing was possible or likely. Her life just didn't work that way. The food had been the first thing to collapse, and that had made everything else stop working. Azeroth was a hell planet, well without the creature comforts of home. Terraforming was a finicky process designed to enhance life as much as possible, and that included the smallest kind of life. Nature had a way of taking advantage of opportunities, and right now, Azeroth might as well have been a giant neon sign in orbit that said, 4 horsemen welcome. Slower than light travel made it difficult for ships to cross the vast gulfs between stars. Even with the cheat drive, they could only cut that fact by a factor of half. And all the shortcuts in the universe wouldn't give them the ability to send a distress call faster than the nearest courier ship. Hell worlds like Azeroth didn't have courier ships. Indeed, with the exception of the occasional trader, the medship was the only ship to ever visit them on a regular basis. Part of the Zerah Code demanded that all citizens have access to top-tier medical care, even if that care was only available on a 4-year basis. Thus, the circuit ships ran between 7 to 10 hell worlds, usually stopping at a node to replenish supplies or provided much-needed R&R for the crew. Bisha had only signed up for 1 tour of duty. After that, she was either going to sign up for one of the Navy ships or an explorer. There was always a demand for trained personnel. She could set her own terms. They could churn out ships faster than people could film them, but they could only cram knowledge into so many heads at a time. People who knew what they were doing and could be trusted to do it were the only bottleneck to man's expansion to the stars. And even that wasn't saying much. Just thinking of home made her long for sunlight. She'd only been on this planet for 7 hours and she already hated it. She hated the smells, she hated the ignorance that people here think that they could tamper with democracy and just let it die while they let a system unravel around them. Above it all, she hated that it was because it was dirty, grimy, and slimy. She was a medical technician. She didn't work with people, only machines. Slime was not something that she had signed up for, and yet now she was almost drowning in it. The people on the stations lived very comfortably. There were 3 of them that hung in orbit. The larger held the engineers, technicians, scholars, and politicians of the colony. The lower rungs of society, those who could not afford to live on that station, had to deal with being in one of the settlements on the ground. There were some people who argued that there was no reason to go to the planetary surface in the first place, and that all the money spent terraforming the planet could simply be spent building more stations for people to live in. However, the people that ran the company, who owned the planet, and essentially all the people on it, had been born on a planet and felt that that was the proper way of doing things. A planet was a proper long-term investment. A station could malfunction at any time. That was their view, at the least. Of course, there hadn't been a single fatality from a total station failure in over 100 years. Accidents, to be sure, but station accidents were much more rare than groundside ones because people who were on them were so well trained. They knew that space was dangerous and had to work for their survival rather than take it for granted. On the other hand, things had malfunctioned pretty badly. They should have sent a robot, but the idiot rebel droids just shot down anything that their sensors picked up. Ultimately, the only way to get a vaccine through was to put it on a person, and that person being a human being. She stumbled into the cabin and gasped for air. The cabin had a fine biomesh to purify the air without a suit. She had forgotten how sweet fresh air smelled. Funny how you appreciated something so simple after you'd been without it for a while. A quick look around the cabin told her that it had belonged to one of the cultists, one of those bizarre people who believed that the only way to properly terraform a world came by spiritually bonding people to it. They worked alone in groups of 4 or 5 and sent forth psychic shockwaves to help prime the world for human habitation. They had attracted some attention from the fringe media at first, but after enough studies, it was rather evident that if anything, the cultists somehow slowed the terraforming process by consuming resources that could be used for something else. Of course, the stupid Zra convention also permitted them freedom of religion. Bisha was rapidly becoming a supporter of benevolent dictatorships. Bisha looked around the cabin. It was a Spartan thing, with barely a handful of furniture and supplies. The hermit had quite clearly had something unusual in mind, because even cultists usually had the basics of humanity. There were no visible electronics anywhere. The cabin had 2 rooms, a bedroom, and a work/living space. The walls of the cabin were made of genetically modified trees that had been planted there at the Hell World's founding 4 generations ago. The bed was also made of solid hewn logs with several woven quilts underneath to provide a level of comfort and sleep. However, the tropical heat of the place left little need for blankets at night. Indeed, how someone could live here that long without a cooling unit was entirely beyond her. What she did know was that the loom in the far corner showed that the hermit had made everything himself. This place was remarkably well kept. Maybe he was she. Somehow she didn't think so. Hell Worlds did not have the typical forces of decay that a world with native life did, since most of the bacteria had to be imported. This made it easy to create materials that were resistant to it, so the cabin and all of the things in it that could theoretically have been here for a very long time without any visible sign of aging. Still, Bisha didn't think that it had been that long. Feel, intuition. Say what you would about the woman's intuition. Bisha preferred to trust her own senses. Sure, there might be things in the universe that the rational mind couldn't account for, but that didn't mean they did her any good. They certainly hadn't helped her to avoid the situation she currently found herself in. She found the food larder in the corner of a larger room. It contained a large assortment of fruits, berries, and cheese. Where had she gotten cheese? She supposed that someone could live off the fruits and such by gathering them in the forest. She'd passed a few fruit trees, and she ravenously ate one of the apples. Her common sense told her that this was not a good idea, since the hermit could have poisoned them, as was far more common in the uninitiated spacer might think, laced them with some kind of psychopathic drug, or psychedelic drug for that matter. But given the nature of her surroundings, she didn't think it likely. She sat down at the hand-carved chair next to the table and took a few minutes to rest. It was at least another 6 hours to the settlement, and it had been very hard going. She railed against the fates for making her such a small person that she wasn't feeling altruistic or heroic. She just didn't care enough, and she hated herself for it. A large banging began to tap the roof. At first she thought it might be a falling tree branch, but it kept happening over and over again. She looked at the window and saw, much to her horror, that fist-sized hailstones had begun to pelt the ground around the cabin for as far as the eye could see. The aisles of artificially planted trees left her feeling like she was looking in 2 mirrors placed side by side, getting smaller and smaller until they vanished in the darkness. The eerie beauty of the scene and the preternatural quiet of the forest caught her mind for a few moments until she realized the implications of what this meant. The radicals had gained control of the weather satellites. While the roof might be capable of protecting her from this sudden storm, and she thanked the hermit gratefully for it, if she stepped out into that nightmare, she was doomed. Her comm unit was not working properly, probably due to the interference of the radicals. This was all just insane. The militia was supposed to take care of this kind of thing. How could they screw up something so basic as securing the weather satellites? It was over. She spent over an hour doing nothing but crying. It was more than crying. It was a full-out fury. She attacked the wooden bed with her fists. The wood before her represented everything that was wrong with the world, and everything that she couldn't change. She beat on it until the skin on her hands started to chafe and become raw. Eventually, she collapsed from exhaustion and nearly went to sleep. Sleep would be good. There was nothing that she could do now anyway. She started to rise up to her knees when she spotted a small leather-bound book underneath the bed. She quickly thumbed through the delicate pages. Apparently, it had been some kind of a journal. She hesitated. She thought maybe there were some useful she thought maybe there was something useful in the book, though what she couldn't begin to fathom. At least it was something to do, though she was terribly tired. With the exertion of will and a quiet respect for the dead, she slowly began to read the first portion of the journal. It had been written by one Adolphic Giraffe, who believed in nothing and no one. That surprised her a great deal, but she had to admit that she did not see any of the typical religious trappings around the cabin. "I am a damned soul," he wrote. Apparently, he had not been entirely without religion at all. She continued to read. "I have killed thousands in my time. There is nothing new in my torment. Every soldier worth anything from the beginning of time has eventually felt regret for the lives that he has taken. The only difference between them and I is that I have both the wealth and the opportunity to go far from humanity, at least as far from humanity as that any reasonable man still can." Bisha suspected that his self-proclaimed desire for penance and isolation was not as great as he let on, and that he was merely deceiving himself by making a show for it. And if that was the case, then he was a coward. She had no respect for cowards. She should know she was one. Eventually, she decided to read it, because it was the only thing in the place to distract her from the palpable aura of depression she felt about the place. Or maybe that was just her. Same difference, really. "I will be honest. I have considered ending my life. However, I feel something inherently wrong with it. There is no honor in the act. It is too easy. It would not compensate for the lives I have taken. Yet in the end, is there honestly anything I could ever do that would allow such? I have come to understand the value of life, any life, no matter how small it is in the isolation of this place." Bisha sighed. She understood a lot of what this guy was saying. Oh, not the "I am a mass murderer" part, but the "I am lost and alone in a pointless world" part. She continued reading after skipping several entries. The lack of companionship is already starting to degrade the fringes of my mind. This is, of course, purely voluntary on my part. I can, at any time, go to the nearby primitives' village, but I find this distasteful. I came here to be alone. I am not sure if this slow madness of solitude is better for my soul, or simply a mental alcohol to wash away the memories of the past by filling them with hour upon endless hour in silently whispering forest. What I do know is that I hate it. I hate every limited living thing on this planet for the simple reason that it is. I know of no solution to the problem. An asteroid hermitage would be no better and no closer to what I seek, whatever that may be. She closed the book and looked around the small hut. What had happened to this guy? There were no evident clues about his having been here in a while. The place was very neat and extremely well kept. It was like they had gone away for a while, but were expecting to return. She slapped herself on the forehead. All she had to do was read the last entry in the journal. "We made it. I was wrong. I do not believe in any kind of god or godness or whatever. But I am forced to admit that I might be wrong. This annoys me. But I am not a stupid man, even if I am a stubborn one. I have recovered, and she has recovered. I will return the girl to the village, and I will return to my solitude. I will be a different man than I am, perhaps. But there are still many things I need to work out. It's frustrating, but it is something that I know I must do. I was surprised to find out that I have a soul after all." Bisha rubbed her eyes and shook her head. Well, now she knew why you weren't supposed to read the last page of a mystery novel. Still, she had the most important information. The man was not here. Ironically, this filled her with a pain of regret, since the man had gone on to one of the nearby villages, and the odds of survival were minute. He had gone from being a minor but pleasant distraction, indeed her only distraction, from her failure to a vivid reminder of her own failure. She tossed the book into a corner and wept like a little girl for what seemed like hours. She howled, she shrieked, she banged her fist on the bed, and threw a tantrum of shame and fury until she could hardly move. She checked the chronometer. It had been broken. Only 10 minutes had passed. It had to be broken. Only 10 minutes had passed. For a brief instant, she entertained the possibility that she might be dead, and then in some kind of bizarre hell. But the effects of time dilation on a mind had nothing to occupy it, were well known. She had never had to deal with the stress of this magnitude before, and she knew she wasn't handling it well. She still couldn't think of anything to do. The hail continued to smash the trees outside, like a pair of giant invisible hands breaking endless breadsticks. A few chunks of them even hit the house. The roof somehow managed to hold on to this endless assault, but it was enough to keep her from any kind of sleep, no matter how hard she tried. She had been the victim of her own conscience, though her rational mind told her that it would only be folly to go outside as it was. It would be suicide. What good would she be to the people of the village if she were dead? Still, to stay sane, she needed some kind of distraction, any kind of distraction. She looked back forlornly at the book. What a spoiled child she was. Having been raised in a world of endless entertainment and virtual reality, she had constantly had something in which to immerse her consciousness. 1,500 years ago, the medieval peasants of Europe had no such distractions. All they had was the ability to work and work with that soil. Occasionally, they might have had a puppet show or badly acted passion play to distract them, but that didn't matter much to her right now. She continued to read, but in the middle rather than at the end of the book. The roar I heard this morning could only have been from the landing of the ship, but I find it highly disturbing that the engines sounded like nothing I've ever experienced. Given the fact that neither aliens nor advanced prototype engineers would see fit to come to my lonely neck of the planet, I am forced to concede the possibility that someone might have made an emergency landing. I must break my solitude and move to discover the source. Another entry. I moved when the sun was in the middle of ascent in the morning so I could have long shadows to help guide me on my journey. The bottom of the forest might be haunted by unending sameness, but the tops of the trees are different as any human being, and a clever man can use them to navigate the wood without a sat device. Such devices are prone to break down, and a man in a position such as me can hardly afford to have it replaced, at least not in the currency of the soul. I chose isolation for a reason. Another entry. After several hours, I was able to discover the source of the problem. It was indeed a spaceship, and it was a small one. I'd frankly never seen one that small. It was a cylinder of 2 meters in length and a meter in radius. At first I thought I'd been mistaken, but it was some kind of unmanned craft. But on closer look, I saw the thick ooze glass held something underneath that moved and writhed. I carefully pulled back the vegetation and on the cover and found the handle. I pulled the cockpit, and it opened with a hiss. Inside, I found a 7-year-old girl scared out of her mind. She was dressed in a standard station jumpsuit, though it was neat, folded, and pressed. She carried no ID of any kind, so I had no idea who she was, but she wasn't saying anything. All she was doing was crying. I lifted her out immediately after my watch confirmed that she was medically safe to move. Whatever was bothering her, it had nothing to do with injury. I carefully reached out and attempted to make cooing sounds as I pulled her out. She poked me in the eye. In retrospect, I suppose it is some kind of miracle that I did not react with physical violence. The wars were hard on those who survived them, and they carry a price on those that do. On the other hand, perhaps I'm just being cynical. Training has become much more advanced in recent decades, and unless a child is seen as a visible threat, no soldier will ever attack one. The ability to detect subtle motions of body language indicating a hostile threat is much easier in children, and generally only the most desperate of armies use their offspring in suicide attacks. No one has done so for centuries, not since the final Crusades, and no matter how bad the last war was, no matter how bad it felt, it does not come close to the horrors mankind has endured before the sword had been stuck back in its sheath. Now we all just endured endless brush fires across the world, even if sometimes those brush fires consisted of an entire planet. I was able to slowly drag her out after I held her hands down to her sides. It was not an easy struggle, let me assure you. Age and lack of nutrition have slowly made their effects known on my physique. Still, in the end, my experience won out. I slung her on my back and began to carefully navigate my way back to the house, despite numerous and vocal violent protests. At the end, after several hours of shouting, she eventually quieted down and went to sleep. I took advantage of the situation and slept myself. I had not had any for almost a day, and I would see what I could do in the morning. Bisha knew that she should sleep. She knew that she should do something. The hermit's determination to rescue the girl made her realize this. The situation was hopeless. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized in the back of her mind that this was a cop-out. Something here had to be able to help her, but what could she do? Then she saw the metal wash bin that the hermit had been washing his clothes in. What would be more appropriate than to act like a hermit crab with the hermit's possessions? She almost squealed with delight, but it came out as more of a choked sob as she rushed for the metal tub and put it over her head as she headed out to the rain again. Her backpack with the precious vaccine was held aloft in her head was also immediately protected. But while the basin was large, it was not large enough to cover all of her, and she found herself being bruised, battered, and bludgeoned in a most undignified fashion. She rapidly retreated back into the entrance of the house. The walls loomed before her. She knew she was going to fail if she didn't make it back. Still, the idea of giving up, appealing as it was, would not be allowed. Too many people depended on her success. And yet, did she know any of these people? All she had to do was say that she had become trapped in the weather, which was true, and had not been able to get there in time. Who was she to risk her life for them? She was an educated Terran with vital medical training, whereas the people in the village were nothing but ground-pounding, ignorant religious snobs who probably couldn't tie their own shoelaces, much less use a regen device. It might be bigotry, but it was true. Oh, there were smart ones, of course, but even a broken clock was right twice a day. Even the shallowest gene pool had to have the occasional analogy in it. Of course, she was using her bigotry against the grounders as an excuse. Most of them might be ignorant, but that was hardly their fault. The development combine felt that their resources were better spent elsewhere. She almost felt sorry for them. But even if she maintained enough sanity to realize her prejudice, her sense of survival remained. She did not want to die, and despite a year's worth of medical training to the contrary, she gasped with relief when she made it back to the shelter. Then she looked at the gutter. Her life was pretty much in the gutter. She felt about as low as a person could possibly feel, almost wishing she could shrink herself down and slide into the mud like she were a worm. And then she looked at her legs and looked at the gutter, and she knew. She knew exactly what she had to do. She felt a little guilty about the damage she caused to this lovely home, but she knew he would understand. She hoped he would. She took out the huge gutters and put them on her legs. They weren't the best in the world, but they would provide sufficient armor until she was able to get the vaccines to the village. She put the metal wash tub over her back and set out into the jungle, patiently moving forward. Every step hurt. The jungle sucked. The rain sucked. The metal wash tub sucked. People sucked. Life sucked. She hated everyone and everything, and she wanted to curl up in the cabin and let these people die. It wasn't worth it. None of this was worth it. She didn't care anymore. It just had to end. And yet somehow, despite it all, despite the desire to end absolutely everything, even to take off the shell and let the stones smash her to bits, she kept going step by step. The journey never seemed to end. Indeed, after a while, she was sure she was lost, as if everything else wasn't just worse. She had a magnetic compass, but it was too hard to reach, and she couldn't see anything. Ah well, at least she had tried. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life about the way she'd felt about these people, but at least she'd tried. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. She lay there for a long time. Everything hurt, and the clanging on top of the metal can never stopped. It was all part of the story where the villagers were supposed to find her at the last minute and take her back, and after she'd given her last out of strength. That was the way it was supposed to happen in the Holovids. No such luck. There would be no excuses. There would be no last-minute rescue. There was no one else. There was just her. She groaned and reached back into her pack. She felt something rip in her arm as she did, sending jolts of pain. She ignored it, or at least tried to. She looked at the compass. It pointed north. She just needed to go northeast if she was ever going to reach the village. And even then she could possibly miss it. It was hopeless, but she had to try. She got up and fell down 3 times before waiting, breathing in a lung full of mud, and then standing to try again. There was a knock outside of her tin. She lifted the faceplate and looked outside. She saw a gruff face looking back at her, the kind that looked like it had been against a grindstone for hours until all the edges had been worn away to reveal nothing but calluses underneath. She tried to smile but couldn't manage. The hermit never said a word, and she couldn't say anything, not even if she tried. She still managed to reach down to the small pouch of vaccine and thrust it into the waiting hands of the hermit. He looked at her with a different look then, a kind of wonder that showed he could empathize with what she had been through and why. He bent down, picked her up like she weighed nothing, and carried her through the trees into several ramshackle huts beyond. She heard the shouts of greeting and exultation and knew that they understood what the medicine was for. She had done what she had come to do, and with that her mind blackened into unconsciousness. She knew peace without guilt at last, and she slept. When she woke up, she found herself in a hospital bed on the ship that had been bound by the system. The disaster had already cost the ship valuable time, and more importantly, the government was going to want to know what had happened here. She could barely move at first, moving in and out of consciousness, but the facilities aboard the men's ship were quite good. She didn't know what to make of the letters, dozens of them all thanking her for what she'd done, but she felt like she didn't deserve him. The little girl had written her, and apparently the ship with her, visiting her from time to time, but the hermit had never written anything. She felt a sense of loss at that. For reading through his journal, she'd felt a connection to him. She wanted to know who she was. He'd been the one ultimately responsible for helping her get through. She felt a little cheated, but given how close she had come to failure, she knew that no one had a right to any glory as they tried to laud her. She spent most of her time in the cabin by herself, looking at a tin. She found it waiting for her when she finally got out of the hospital. The hermit sent her a letter, but he had sent a chunk of metal. Whether it was a sense of approval or simply because she had ruined it, she didn't know. Deep in her heart, she liked to think it was the former, but suspected it was a bit of both. So, okay, story. I'm going to give this one a B rather than a B minus. The writing is not bad. It could, there's some awkward parts. It could definitely use an edit pass. When I eventually publish Swamp Castle as an anthology, which I do intend to do, I'm definitely going to need to hire an editor. Even reading it, I had to kind of fix a few things. And I think the two biggest problems with the story is when you write a short story, you need to avoid loose ends unless they are there deliberately. And, what we have here is we have flashbacks from the hermit. Okay, we do learn a few things about the hermit. We never learn his name. We learn that he's a soldier and that he's here because he's hurt a lot of people. And the setting itself, which I actually think is the most interesting part of the story. And I don't have a name for this setting, but I have used some of the concepts like the cheat drive and a few other things a few other times. It's kind of vaguely set in a future similar to what I do with my first novel, that I tried to kind of create in a sense of like the stories by Larry Niven and James Purnell and the Known Space series, which if you haven't read or heard about them, I recommend if you can. I decided that the ultimate thing that we need to do is like I said, the setting is interesting. A hard sci-fi, interstellar, slower than light setting is hard to write. Physics is a harsh mistress, and I think ultimately we will overcome it. I think FTL is going to happen, even if the science behind it is very speculative. But I think at the end of the day, if we don't kill each other, we tend to overcome things, and the universe is more complicated than we think it is. So I have no scientific basis for, except for a few vague articles on warp drive. But I think ultimately we will have FTL. But that doesn't mean that we might not still have centuries of slower than light travel. Either way, the future we do know is going to look so alien that... anyway, so my point is that the setting is interesting. Bisha is, this is kind of a woman versus herself or a woman versus environment that has other people in it, and that's kind of what I was going for with the story, and that's why I give it a B, rather than a lower grade. But like I said, there's elements that don't make sense. Like, okay, so the hermit wasn't there because he rescues this little girl that landed in a tiny spaceship, but we don't know anything about the little girl, right? There's no closure about why she left or the fact, I could have easily said that she escaped because she had accidentally caused the war that the radicals were using, and that had been the medical emergency, and she felt really bad about it. But it wouldn't have been necessary to complete the story where Bisha realized that she needed to grow up and do what she needed to. And so I guess my point is that I could have simplified it in the story by simply having a little village girl show up, and the old grizzled soldier realized he had to break his isolation and take her back. The fact that it had been a spaceship was an unnecessary detail that leaves the reader scratching their head going, wait, what? Exactly. So, basically, like I said, this is a story that I think could work. It's a little too long, but, some edit passes would make this printable. But I will also be honest, the basic premise of med tech and slower than light future civilization delivers vaccine to primitive planet and grows up doing it. I've read stories like this, a lot of them from the 70s and 80s, and I don't feel that this adds anything to the genre. I like the story. It's passable. It's entertaining. But these days, if you're going to publish a short story, you need to kick it up a notch. If you're going to get out of the slush pile, you need to be more inventive. So solid writing with, that some editing could fix. Nothing here that can't, that's ridiculous, like the one story I didn't even bother to read, but, I could have done better. Last of a Kind. This is Swamp Castle. The title of the story is Last of a Kind by Rhombus Tix. The Church of Theatrical Explosions was in the United States from noon until 7:45 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Chopstick, head of the order and official caretaker of the shrine, ran it during the day, while his assistant, Moira Dangles, ran it at night. They had managed to evade the IP lawyers thus far, but none of them had thought to defend themselves against the EPA. No, Chopstick said, I do not give out free food. I do, however, have a rather extensive sacrament for all members consisting of popcorn, hot dogs, and nachos. And how do you dispose of these leftovers? Agent Memaway asked. There usually aren't any, Chopstick smiled and shrugged. He was a gangly stick of a youth who had slowly drifted up to the station like flotsam in the wind. Chopstick had a boyish charm, though, and could often convince people against their own judgment. That wasn't working here. They eat the popcorn bags? She asked incredulously. No, of course not. We recycle them. Chopstick gazed at the movie posters over the entrance of the church. Those had been the days. Things had been much simpler in the old days. Memaway looked disgusted. Is that sanitary? It is after we process them in the autoclave. She put her hand on her hip. You're telling me you have an autoclave? No, we borrow one from the hospital. That's disgusting. Do you mean to tell me you use the same popcorn bags over and over again? Chopstick smiled. Do you have any idea how much it costs to ship anything up here at all? We recycle more stuff than you can imagine. That's why I was so surprised we were getting an EPA inspection. Honestly, I didn't even know the EPA had jurisdiction in space. The EPA has jurisdiction anywhere in the United States territory, and there are people up here, Mr. Lombard. That means that there are United States citizens in need of protection against environmental hazards. But surely they didn't send you all the way up here just to check on used popcorn bags. We both know they sent me up here because they don't like you, Mr. Lombard. She smiled warmly and continued looking around at the chapel. Well, at least you're honest. Chopstick found himself growing to like the woman. He wondered if she would have dinner with him. Maybe they could catch a show afterwards. I make it a policy to be. Make no mistake. Just because I know I've been sent up here on a hatchet job doesn't mean I'm not going to apply the axe. Chopstick looked confused. You just said, it's nothing personal. The EPA has priorities. I joined the EPA to protect the environment, the real environment, not a space station. And as long as I'm a useful tool to them, I can protect what little wilderness we have left. No wonder they call you the new IRS. Chopstick rolled his eyes. Actually, the IRS just got better. Chopstick smiled. Not surprised. Well, we're not in violations of any laws that I'm aware of. We have a lot of people helping us out. She smiled. Yes, I know. Any other questions I can answer? No, none right now. Of course. Please let me know if I can do anything to further help. He smiled at her and waved as she floated out the door. She was gonna be trouble, all right, but she might be fun, too. He looked at Moira. Are we gonna make the 7 o'clock showing? She chewed her gum and pulled up her hair while swaying hypnotically in her seat. Umara fidgeted a lot. She said, Yes. What are we doing tonight? Chopstick asked. Dang Fools 3, and Chopstick waves his hands as if somehow spiritually drawing the words from her. Sometimes he wondered if he believed his own words too much, subconsciously. Dang Fools 4? Excellent. Make sure that the sacramental popcorn is ready for the congregation. Myra nodded and headed towards the back to whip up another batch. She pulled her weed-like hair out of her face and washed her hands. She didn't need anyone to tell her how to do their job. She had been Chopstick's first convert and was now his greatest apostle, albeit mainly on the internet. All of the regulars had gathered for the evening, plus a lot of casual members were in attendance as well. The projector was a century old, but had been meticulously maintained by the attention of the local acolytes. The movie began to play, and suddenly everyone went silent. This was what they'd been waiting for, after all. It was sublime, buttery goodness. Of course, the butter was butter substitute, after all. The cows were contaminated now, and goat milk made really crappy butter anyway. Not that movie theaters had used real butter in their popcorn for decades either, but only serious movie buffs knew that kind of thing was possible. People, like most of the audience, seated in the chapel. Halfway through the movie, Elmira stopped the projector and turned the little slide projector showing a slide that had a red background with a white immaculate lettering that said intermission. "Tell it, Brother Jopstick!" someone shouted from the audience. Jopstick stood and moved to the front of the screen. "Welcome, brothers and sisters. Welcome to our weekly gathering of the Church of Theatrical Explosions. Can I get an amen?" Several people in the crowd responded enthusiastically, while a few others looked around with smiles. A handful of the newcomers looked extremely uncomfortable. They had come here to watch this movie, not see this. Someone said, "What is this?" "Pipe down," said one of the more vigilant congregation members. "Some of you may want to know what the Church of Theatrical Explosion is all about. Well, brothers and sisters, I'm here to tell you all about it." There was a large chorus of amens from the congregation. "There's a darkness in the land below. That darkness is called the Digital Tricentennial Decency Act. It prevents those who seek the light of Hollywood's thunder from seeing sex or violence of any kind." More amens from the congregation, along with a few hisses and boos. "All seem lost, but lo, hark! A loophole in the DTDA that lets religions have an exemption from copyright laws as long as they were of a religious nature. And lo, the Lord did inspire his servant to build a church in his name and manifestation of his holy will. Behold," Jopstick waved his hands wide from the walls of the theater. "Behold, behold! Now we have a chapel where we can worship the Lord as intended, with popcorn and with butter and with overpriced candy, where we could pick it up a lot cheaper in a grocery store. Amen!" Elmira began to pass out the collection plate for maintenance of the projector while the congregation sung the theme songs from various old television shows in the hymnal. She enjoyed her job, but sometimes she got a gleam in her eyes that scared some members of the congregation. She actually thought they believed in it religiously, which frightened her to no end. She tried to focus on just the important parts. Once they'd passed out the sacramental popcorn, they started the movie again. Everyone had a good time, but Jopstick was nervous. He knew the inspector was going to be back tomorrow, and he didn't have a clue what he was going to do about it. The pounding on the door grew much more intense each moment. Jopstick silently wished that he had had a hangover due to alcohol consumption, but there were enough purists with the regular that they didn't want to push their luck any more than they had to. He opened the door. Agent Memaway stood in the door and handed him a piece of paper. "You're to shut down operations immediately." She smiled and shook her head sadly. She had curves in all the right places, but her face wasn't cute. She refused surgery, but she knew how to increase male verve when she wanted. She was almost tempted, but this would work just fine. "What?" Jopsticks took a moment to read the paper. "What endangered species? There's no the space roach. It appears that insects on the station have naturally evolved as a result of their time in zero-G." She started smirking. "You're joking me." "I'm afraid I'm not. I wish I were. I honestly do, but we're going to fight this." Jopstick held up his finger in defiance. "Of course you are. But in the meantime, you have to cease disrupting their habitat." "Oh, I don't think so," Jopstick said. "And you can file this in report." "Oh, I will. Violation of the revised Endangered Species Act is rather severe." She put down her bag and took out a clipboard. She began to write on it. Jopstick thought quickly. He began to read the notice. "It says here that the theater is their natural habitat." "That's correct." "As compared to any place else on the station?" Jopstick smiled. He had her, and she knew it. "We don't want to disrupt other businesses." "Excuse me, but I think you're missing something. Most of the roaches get their food from the church." Memaway paled. Then she looked annoyed. "Look, I wasn't going to make this personal, but if you're going to be difficult, you'll regret it." Jopstick smiled. "I'm not trying to make it personal at all. You're not the first to try and shut us down, and you won't be the last." Agent Memaway scowled and rolled her eyes. She shook her head and then smiled a tiny bit, but sadly. You'll see. Jopstick waved as she walked off. "Yes, I will." The next 3 days were very interesting for Jopstick. Agent Memaway came to the church at least 6 or 7 times with her little clipboard. She kept to herself as she was gaining some great insight into the situation that no one else had yet achieved. Of course, the cameras inside the theater later showed Jopstick that she was only pretending to write down each time she put the pencil to paper. This pattern changed on the 4th day when she came in with a wide variety of sample collection and began scraping the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Jopstick was fine with all this since it was pretty negligible, but he got annoyed when she put a scratch in one of the nicer leather seats. Those things were for paying customers, rich people who flew up from the earth for a thrill. This was going to be hard to replace, so he almost didn't say anything until she moved to the projector. All right, that's it. No more samples. She turned around and smiled. I'm afraid I need to be able to run a full body of tests. If you won't let me take samples, I can get the court to shut you down. Chopstick thought about this as quickly as he could. He almost had something on the tip of his tongue, something involving bats and rocks, but he couldn't force it to the front of his brain. Finally, he said, you go ahead and get that court order. Mimoy's grin became all the wider. Have an excellent day, Mr. Klink. She practically skipped out of the door. Chopstick hated it when people used his last name. He hated people who were jerks. He did not hate small, fuzzy animals, but at the moment he wanted to find a way to hack into the global climate network and burn all the remaining nature preserves, like a 5-year-old burning an ant with a magnifying glass. He calmed down and called a lawyer. Chopstick couldn't afford a lawyer, but he couldn't afford to fix the screen either. Yellow, came a slick, fast-paced voice on the end. Dudley, do-right and Dim. This is Dim speaking. I need a lawyer, Chopstick said. What for? Problems with the EPA. Chopstick tried to think of how exactly he was going to put this. Excellent. We specialize in business transactions. Great. Well, we're not a business, technically. In Chopstick's mind, they were a business. Who are you? We're a church. He waited for an awkward pause. Same difference to me. What's your problem? Obviously, he was a very spiritual man. They want to take samples from our movie screen. I see. Send me the written statement and I'll see what I can do. Chopstick sent the written statement. The estimate of the law firm was thankfully small, but still large enough that he couldn't afford it. He thought about it for a few seconds, then he looked at the movie screen, then looked at the bill, then he looked from the bill to the movie screen. He hired the lawyer, but not without cost. As a scholar of cinematic history, Chopstick knew that there was a time when I'd have given my right arm for that had been a joke. It wasn't anymore. Of course, with the vat-grown replacement, no one was going to notice the difference, but there were enough people that insisted on original parts that it was still a thriving market. It was the last original little piece of himself that he could sell. Agent Mimoy tried one last time by filing a motion with the head of the station complaining about the decibel levels and the adverse effect of noise pollution might have on the station's inhabitants. It didn't help her cause that Director Givens was an avid movie buff himself. He was a citizen of the EU, so he was not a member of the congregation, but he was still a big fan. She gave up in frustration. It wasn't going to work. The Decency Committee had sent 12 men here before her, and all of them had failed. What had made her think that she was going to succeed? No one cared about the environment these days. Global warming? Fixed. Extinct species? You could order one in a mail order catalog. Wide open spaces? Try outer space. Was she really that much of an anomaly? Was it really that unreasonable to care for one of the last pristine areas of the U.S. was going to be converted into a recreational Armageddon zone? Her deal had been to buy Yellowstone another 5 years of relative safety in exchange for shutting Chopstick down. She had run out of options as an EPA agent, but she considered her array of options as a human being. Tears? Loosening her shirt in just the right way? She had figured the first thing that she had to do was get to know her opponent, something she should have done in the first place. Tears went from tactical option to mandatory when she walked to the church theater when they were playing Ghostbusters at precisely the moment the EPA agents shut down the container grid and unleashed chaos upon the city. She sat down in the back and wiped her eyes as quickly as she could. It wasn't her fault. She wasn't the bad guy here, damn it. As she looked up and around, she noticed just how much fun everyone was having, and for the first time she wondered about the scientific studies linking movie violence to cancer. Some of these people had probably been watching movies for years, and not one of them had any visible skin lesions. There would not be a better time to find out why they did and what they did than to observe them while they were unaware of being watched. The movie ended and the parishioners stood around talking for a while. A few attempted to engage her in polite conversation, but she ignored them. Finally, Chopstick himself came by and sat in the chair opposite her, asking her what was the matter. You know what's the matter, she said. I've lost. Chopstick looked at her face and without a hint of guile said, Well, I wish there was a way for us both to win. Unfortunately, these days most grounders don't know their ass from a stick in the ground. She smiled slightly at that. No, I guess that they don't at that. Chopstick said, You do know that some stations are trying to create nature preserves, don't you? It's not the same. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that someone somewhere is trying to preserve something. But it isn't about the animals or plants being alive. It's about keeping something wild in the land. She sighed and looked out the window wistfully. Elmira came up to behind both of them and said, We should make a movie. Chopstick turned around and said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You know." "No, I really don't." She rolled her eyes. "What I've always been telling you?" Memaway looked back and forth between the two and said, "Well, I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about some kind of documentary?" Elmira smirked and said nothing. Chopstick smiled goofily and glared at her, racking his brain for an answer, and then a look of comprehension dawned on his face. "Of course." Elmira's smug grew wider. Memaway tried her best to remain calm, but was not far from failing. "What precisely are you two talking about?" Chopstick smiled. "We're going to make a movie." Memaway screamed. The Proselytize America Act of 2019 allowed a major religion to send its works to anyone via any medium without government oversight. The Church of Theatrical Explosions had never sought membership in numbers before, but once they did, the results were amazing. Memaway looked at the printed page. "I can't believe it." Chopstick chuckled. "Neither can I, really, but there it is." That very night, they had sent a viral email out to people asking them to become members of the church. They had increased their membership 1,000-fold. Right now, they had more members than any of the more traditional Christian denominations. Congress was scrambling to change the legislation of the PA Act, but they wouldn't be able to do it before they'd finished their first movie. Memaway looked down at her costume. "Do I really need to wear this?" Chopstick and all the male members of the crew nodded sagely. Yes, you do." "Why was that again?" Chopstick said, It's a replica of the one worn by Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi. It has important symbolic and cultural value." "And that cultural value would be?" Elmira said, "Sex sells." Chopstick snickered, but he stopped when Memaway slid off the parade float and began to walk towards the door. "Wait, there's more context to it than that." Memaway stopped, but Chopstick could tell that it was going to have to be good. "What? Context?" "Well, sex sells is something like it. There's a debate among the faithful about how proud of the human body versus the need of free reign of capitalism. But what it really does is bring a sense of nostalgia to a simpler time that directly spits in the face of the current powers that be." Memaway smiled. "Which is a convenient justification to put me in a bikini." Chopstick looked as innocent as possible and said, "Roll camera." Memaway went back to her place and redid the take for the 30th time. "Are all of you tired of having other people tell you what to do? Then why not demand a change? Take back your proxy and vote for yourself. Wouldn't you rather have the old days of sex, sin, and decadence back?" She walked over to a badly reproduced copy of an ocean scene while she was on the beach. "And why not enjoy it on the beach? A pristine beach that hasn't been forced to reclaim it all from the sand from artificial quarries. Why not enjoy the real thing?" Next, she watched in front of a screen showing a titanic mountains like the Himalayas. Why not ski Mount Everest in real snow? They shouldn't have to import it from the snow factory. And why not enjoy titanic explosions all around you as you observe them through the augmented reality glasses, just like your grandparents did? She stood in front of the pyramids. Why not ski down the sand dunes while horrific alien sacrifice takes place around you? It's nature and it's nurture. When she'd done this, she smiled. Her smile vanished and she looked at Chopstick. "I don't know if this is a good idea." Chopstick smiled. "Trust me. You'll see. It'll work." "I think you're mixing the wrong messages. I don't think people are going to like this." They didn't. While the theocracy had suppressed a lot of ideas from the public, it always had been with its tolerance. America allowed itself to be enslaved, not the other way around, and while there had always been a closeted tolerance for ideas like the Church of Explosions and protective environmentalism, they also hated being blatantly manipulated. These days, ideas required a subtle touch, and Chopstick's movie was anything but subtle. After 5 days, the movie appeared on all the mainstream media outlets. The outrage was extreme. People wanted blood, and they were focusing their wrath on the Church of Theatrical Explosions. So it was to no one's surprise when the church was blown to smithereens. Most people considered it ironically appropriate. Chopstick stared at the ruined hole where the church had been. He was glad no one had been inside at the time. He smiled. "We'll just have to rebuild." Memaway nodded. "Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't understand it, but while most people hated it, you actually got thousands of new hardcore followers." Chopstick nodded. "We're looking at the moon now. I don't blame you, by the way." "Blame me for what?" "Blowing up the church." Memaway looked shocked and hurt. "Chopstick, I would never save it, Agent Memaway. I saw you plant the explosives the night you first came in to watch Ghostbusters. I don't understand why you helped us with the message at all. I mean, now thousands of teenage boys have your movie to watch on a regular basis. If you planned on blowing up the theater, why help us at all?" Memaway got a wry grin and shrugged. "Because I really meant it when I said it wasn't personal, Chopstick. I really want you guys to succeed. I like movies with explosions in them. I just like wild, untamed spaces more." Chopstick nodded. Do you really think they'll keep their part of the deal? They will if they don't want the tape I have of them giving me authorization to use explosives on a church to go public. Memaway stepped into the airlock of the waiting ship. Jopstick said, "Well, you're welcome any time. Look me up if you ever come topside again." Memaway, now chief ranger of the final national park, said, "I'll do that if I ever come topside again." Something told Jopstick she probably wouldn't. She loved her park too much. So, I remember this story with great fondness because I do love the idea of the Church of Theatrical Explosions. And this is one of those stories that's built entirely around a gimmick that I get on my ideas list and that eventually get around to writing. And it is, make no mistake, a gimmick. But, given the dark times we live in where fascism is rearing its ugly head in America, and it's a very real possibility, I could see a time where the only free movie theater left is in space and takes advantage of a loophole carved out for churches. So there's that. There is a common theme between this and a couple of the chapters when I wrote the second novel that, I've always prided myself in writing realistic and three-dimensional female characters, and I still do a pretty good job of that, but I'll flat out be honest. 20 years ago, more like 15 years ago, my understanding of female sexuality was not as good as it is now. And yeah, it bothered me in this, but the way she ends it, where Memaway basically gets away on top, makes this story acceptable to me. In a way that, like, for example, Wake Up Yuli did not. But it still bothers me. If I wrote it again, it would be far more subtle. Dial it down. The bikini element is fun. And especially knowing that she's doing it as a deliberate distraction so she can blow up the church to save Yellowstone Park. That's fine. A male being obsessed with a female sexuality is totally realistic because, let's be honest, men are men. Or at least many are. Many get it. Anyway, but the point is, overall, I would give this story a B-, maybe a B. It's obvious why it didn't ever escape a slush pile, but, it's enjoyable. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. And I am reading you a short story from the series called Swamp Castle, titled Water Changes All Things. Life was never the same after the rescuers arrived. Their deaths changed everything about how the colony thought and how it acted. But these thoughts didn't mean much compared to the simple struggle some people made to survive. Then again, that was why the change in perspective meant so much to the people involved. The mirrors had taken 9 hours to set up, but it would be worth it. The cold sun slowly poured liquid life into the barrels below. It would mean the difference between riches or poverty for Caber's family. It had taken the better part of 5 years to dig the second chamber. Their colony was the last. All of the others had died. Some had died from pointless wars. Some had died simply because they'd abandoned their efforts and joined the Mycroft colony. Caber scooped another handful of dirt with his hands. With each scoop, he felt his heart beat faster. He had to be careful not to work too hard. It was easy to have trouble breathing. Air was always hard to come by. Water, even worse. They wouldn't kill you for wasting water, but they would make you work until you replaced 10 times the wasted weight. No one knew what had happened to Earth, and it had been 100 years since anyone had tried to find out. The telescope had broken a long time ago, and no one bothered with things like radios. At this point, it was all about survival. All of the secrets of the old technologies were buried in the archives, ready for the time when someone might try to unlock them. But the protocols demanded that each colony reach at least 20,000 strong before anyone bothered to attempt it. The Earth was warm in his hands. You were supposed to try and get used to the cold at his age, but Caber never had. He had just kept warming his hands with every spare moment he got, which wasn't many. He looked at the mirrors and smiled. The light was warm too, but it was never as warm as it should be. He stood up and walked out of the family garden to the Warren tunnels outside. Lillian was waiting for him, dressed in her tunic and skirt. She smiled. "Hi, Caber. How you doing?" "Great. We've just got done with a few new mirrors. We should start being able to grow our own food." She beamed. "Cool. Good for you, Caber." "More like good for my father." The head of the home cell owned everything in it, including his children. He didn't own Caber's mother, of course, but since she owned the family share in the commons, it balanced out. There was a reason most people chose to get married. Thus far, Caber had 5 brothers and sisters. The number of children had put a real strain on things for a while, putting the family in debt, but that was going to change. Now they could start feeding themselves. "Have you asked anyone to the micro?" Lillian put her hands behind her head and blushed slightly. "No, I haven't exactly been in circulation for obvious reasons." "Would you go with me?" she asked hopefully. Caber smiled, though he was careful not to laugh too loudly. "You can ask my father if you like." Lillian looked confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he's not likely to approve it." Caber shook his head. Lillian was from Yomjob, who had spent a lot of their time on frippery. Most people from Mycroft were convinced this was why they had fallen. Mycroft wasn't foolish enough to turn away the potential for additional population, but they weren't about to restore social activity until the protocols allowed it. There were just no room for second chances, especially now. Lillian looked crestfallen. "Oh." She thought about it for a moment and smiled. "But if you could come, you'd like to, right?" Caber smiled. "Yeah, sure." Lillian smiled with delight and ran away. No doubt that she had some elaborate plot to convince his father of her correct position. That wasn't going to happen. Caber's grandfather had been on the protocol board, and there were appearances to be maintained. The Dursts were a good family brand, and Caber's father intended to keep it that way. He had some time to kill. Technically speaking, he should be working on the family plot of land in the center of the house. Protocol demanded that every waking hour be spent doing something productive. There was recreation time, but even that was highly structured according to the perceived psychological requirements of the colony. It wasn't that they were obsessed with control for its own sake, but the leaders simply felt the intense responsibility for potentially being the last outpost of humanity, and the need to continue the species. For the most part, it worked. Mycroft hardly had any crime to speak of, and everyone did everything they could to make things better. Still, it was hard work, and by now, some people were getting a little burned out by the whole thing. The wars had wasted a tremendous amount of resources, and the colony only had 15,455 people. There were a lot of people who felt that it was a sufficient amount to restore some of the elements of the old society, but the protocols had been worked out mathematically. There were only so many hours in a day, and to ensure the maximum possibility of survival, certain sacrifices had to be met. To ensure that everyone believed it, everyone was taught all aspects of the decisions to go into them. Those who chose not to work for the greater good of the colony were generally killed. It was harsh, but it had also kept Mycroft alive when most of the other softer colonies had long since died away or merged with Mycroft. They won their wars the same way they survived: pragmatic defense and strategic attrition. In the end, the numbers on Mycroft came out better than they did for anyone else, and the fact that Mycroft was still around was testament to its success. Caber wanted to look at the periscope. People went to the surface under only the most dire of circumstances. Salvage missions were growing more infrequent, since most of the useful equipment had long since been stripped from the other colonies, and the defenses did not require much of an upgrade now that Mycroft was the only colony. In fact, it was only Mycroft's paranoia that kept them up at all, that and the possibility of rescue. The periscope was one of the oldest things in the colony. It was far older than the collapse back on Earth. Tradition held that whoever was the first to spot a ship was allowed to go with the greeting party outside. This effectively harnessed the eagerness of youth to keep vigilant watch over the city above. It was one of the reasons the council still encouraged it as a recreational activity. Constant vigilance was important. The unending red plain did not surprise him. He'd seen it 1,000 times before. The sun beat down on the lifeless rocks, though he was struck by the 2 Martian moons coming up over the horizon, over the mounds of dirt that the colony deposited from their digging efforts. It was easy to imagine a blue sky with green trees and air that you could breathe in limitless quantities when you looked out there. And then the ship landed. It didn't look like ships from the picture books. It was far blockier, and it was totally lacking in any kind of insignia except 2 giant red waves on the side. Kaber had no idea what it meant, but he knew what he was supposed to do. It had been drilled into him at an extremely young age. His hand went down to the alarm button, letting everyone know that the rocket had finally arrived. People only trickled in at first, but within 10 minutes the entire chamber was flooded to excess with people crowding around. The periscope chamber was one of the largest in the colony, and yet it probably couldn't hold a quarter of Mycroft's population. Mayor Fulbright came forward and asked him, "Kaber, did you see something?" Kaber was nervous. Everyone in the colony was watching him. He could tell from some of their expressions that they thought he was faking it. He ignored those people and replied to the mayor, "A ship! It landed!" The mayor's face instantly went from shock to joy to fear to grim determination within a few seconds. He looked at Kaber and nodded, "Good boy." Then he turned to the captain on his left and said, "Put a greeting party together. We need to find out who these people are and what they want. This may either be our salvation or our destruction. We need to find out which as quickly as possible." The captain nodded and began picking men and women from the crowd. Kaber knew most of them. The captain was making good choices, but then again, that was why he was captain. Kaber stammered a bit and then said, "Can I go too?" The captain looked at him for a moment as if he were insane, but then frowned. "Yeah, I'd forgotten about that stupid rule." He looked at the mayor, who shook his head. The captain sighed and said, "Fine, follow us." The suit was very old. Rumor had it that the entire thing had been patched over 3 or 4 times, but there were a few parts that were not replaceable. There had originally been over 24 suits, and now there were only 5. They were meticulously cared for, but the environment outside was quite harsh. The elevator ride up to the top was also exhilarating and terrifying. Since Mycroft couldn't spare the power, the entire thing had to be moved by hand, but that left a jerking and uneven ride as they felt 24 people help them move over 100 feet up in less than a minute. The steel cable looked rusty, though they had all checked it at least twice. Mycroft could not afford to lose any people. When they reached the airlock, Kaber couldn't help but take a deeper breath. It was a waste of oxygen, but he was about to enter the outside for the first time in his life. He'd seen it through the periscope numerous times, but this was something else entirely. They waited a good 10 minutes as the oxygen inside the airlock was painstakingly pulled back into Mycroft. Nothing was wasted. When they went outside, Kaber looked up. They told him not to do this, and now he knew why. It was at this point that the knowledge that there was nothing but gravity keeping him from flying out into the void of space forever became truly real. The sun was setting, and the stars were out. They were beautiful, but they were terrifying. It was so vast, so open, and so free that it took his breath away. A firm grip and a shout from the captain brought him back to reality. "Stop that!" Kaber looked up and was confused for a moment. Then he got his bearings and said, "Sorry. It happens to everyone, but we can't afford that kind of thing right now. Just keep quiet and keep your head down." Enox, the communications expert the captain had chosen, said, "Sir, I'm not getting anything on the radio." "Right. Keep your guns handy. We have no idea who these guys are." The captain slowly moved forward. He motioned for Kaber to stay put while he went with Enox to the right, and the other 2 members of their party branched off to the left. They were obviously wearing armor over their spacesuits. That was a bad sign. They both looked at the captain for a moment and drew a pair of guns. Before they could get off a single shot, the rest of the landing party opened fire and shot at the rescuers. Kaber's first thought was that he wanted a gun. His second thought was how horrible this was. Kaber hadn't even noticed that the landing party had firearms of their own. 1 or 2 of the men was clearly dead, and the other was writhing in pain on the ground while air leaked out of his suit. Kaber knew that throwing up inside his suit was bad. He didn't remember why, but it was. He bent over, though. He'd never seen blood like that. He'd never seen a wound like that, and he certainly had never seen violence like this. Mercifully, just as he was about to lose his struggle to keep from throwing up, he felt a blow to the back of his head, knocking him out. His final thought before he blacked out was wondering if he could throw up while you slept. He woke up in the medical ward right next to the wounded rescuer. The other man was unconscious and on a breather. The physician stood across from him in his ceremonial lab coat and did not look pleased. "Who are they?" he asked. The captain shook his head. "I don't know. They don't seem to speak English, that much is certain." "They're probably military," the physician said, "or at least trained as soldiers. Look at the musculature. They also have several scars, though I don't recognize the patterns." The mayor's question was more specific. "Can you save him?" The physician shook his head. "I give him 24 hours to live at best, probably less, more like 5. The captain sighed. "In other words, not enough time to learn English." All three of them looked at each other in uncomfortable silence. Finally, the physician noticed that Caber was awake. He walked around the small table and spoke. "You're awake. Good. We were worried for a while. The captain knocked you unconscious to keep you from throwing up. Probably saved your life." The physician smiled. Caber couldn't tell if he was joking or not. He continued. He also saved you from the wrath of the engineer. She isn't happy with people who mess up her suits." Caber nodded. That wasn't a prospect he would have looked forward to. He looked at the physician and asked, "Why would they send people here when they can't speak English?" The mayor walked away from the curtain and said, "Who knows? Maybe in whatever disaster caused Earth to lose contact made them lose records of which colony spoke which language." The captain did not bother to walk around the curtain. He just drew it back in his right hand. He drew it back with his right hand, but continued looking at the rescuer. The mayor looked at him. "What is it?" "You know, they might have been looking for another colony and found them all inactive. Since we had our beacon up, they could have come here instead." The captain tapped his nose and thought. Caber said, "Well, does anyone from one of the other colonies speak any other languages?" No one from Mycroft spoke anything but English, of course. The dead languages were but they weren't required by protocol, so in the database they waited until the population got to be high enough. The mayor looked at Caber and said, "You're right. We should find out." The captain patted Caber's back as if to say, "Wow, you were actually useful for something after all," or perhaps the more polite, "Good job, son." But either way, he didn't actually say anything. Within 30 minutes, everyone in the colony had been thoroughly vetted. Communication was very fast and efficient. The only thing that had slowed them down had been the time it had taken to physically walk the distance to find everyone in their designated notification partner. It had to be done that way. The colony's intercom system hadn't worked in years. There were a few who spoke German, Spanish, Chinese, and one person who spoke Japanese, albeit badly. All were paraded before the rescuer. He seemed to respond somewhat to German, making a few inquiries, but neither understood each other. Finally, once the mayor relented to allowing one of the precious picture books to be taken from the vault to get the man to the point. The rescuer pointed to pictures of Earth and himself. He pointed to pictures of Europe, but he appeared to be from the nation of Czechoslovakia. When they showed him pictures of mushroom clouds, he was uncomprehending. He definitely understood about rocket ships, and they said something when they pointed to a space station, but they didn't get much from it. When they pointed to animals and plants from Earth, he seemed to recognize them at least, although he got very excited when they pointed to a cat and a dog. Did that mean he owned them back on Earth, or that they were all dead back on Earth and that he loved them and wanted to talk about them? He didn't understand English at all, and from every attempt to get more out of him, he met stubbornly with negative answers. Apparently, he understood no. In fact, it wasn't until Caber called him an ignorant fool under his breath that he realized that the man could speak English. He simply refused to do so. He immediately conveyed this information to the captain. "Well, that makes a lot more sense. There are too many holes in his story otherwise, but he's too weak to try and squeeze more information out of him. We just have to wait and see if we can find more information on the ship." The ship contained a few photographs and several symbols no one recognized. They had a lot of guns, though, so whatever their intent was, everyone was pretty sure it was hostile. What had they hoped to accomplish? Two men certainly weren't going to conquer the world by themselves. If they could understand English, then they had heard Mycroft's beacon, and they knew that they were still alive. No one knew, for he died 2 days later. Caber had not initially been planning on going to the micro, but his view on the outside had stirred something up inside him that he'd never known he had. He had to be something more than a productive member of society rigidly following the protocols. There had to be something more to life, even if it meant taking a slight chance that the colony was going to fail. He felt bad because he didn't ask his father, and the penalties for that could be severe. But it turned out that he didn't have to worry. His father was there, along with the rest of the family. At first, Caber thought his father was going to yell at him, but the man only smiled. Caber didn't understand. He walked through the microdancers and asked, "Father, what brings you here?" He couldn't think of a better way to ask the question, and it certainly was better than, "Am I in trouble somehow?" His father smiled and smoothed his beard. "Well, lots of reasons. Officially, we're here because the rumor is that the council is going to announce some major changes here, not just for the protocols, but to the mission statement itself. But the truth of the matter is we're really here to celebrate." Caber scratched his head. He didn't understand. "What do you mean, celebrate?" "We're no longer responsible for keeping the human race alive, just us. Oh, some of the hardliners are posting theories that these two might have been the head of an invasion or that they were the last humans on Earth. But no one really believes them. Oh, they probably meant no good at all, but they were almost certainly not the last." "But why does that mean anything?" "Because it does, son. Leave it at that." Caber didn't want to leave it at that, but he wasn't going to stir things up if he was told not to do so. Even if they changed the mission statement to, "Let's do everything Caber says," he would never speak to his father that way. The microdance had actually been developed well before the colony had lost contact with Earth. It had been a way to take advantage of Mars's lower gravity and conserve oxygen, but that had become a method of showing how much skill one could do in a single environment. Now people were doing the exact opposite, leaping up and down in great bounds. A lot of other folk looked upset, but no one bothered to mention it to them. It was a party. It was a release. And finally, Caber had joined in with wild abandon himself. Someone from the other colonies was passing out a drink called whiskey, which tasted funny but helped him jump higher when he did jump. He found Lillian and kissed her. It was the nicest kiss in his entire life. The party was mostly a blur after that. He vaguely recalled a great council meeting in which the colony decided to include quality of life in the defense of Mars on its priority list. He couldn't remember the details, but he did know that the biggest argument was about whether or not restarting the other colonies was a good idea. For the most part, people agreed that it was. But the biggest change for him involved waking up with Lillian in his room. He didn't understand the headache, but as painful as it was, he knew that it was nothing compared to the pain his father was going to give him if he didn't get him out of his room as quickly as possible. "What happened last night?" She giggled. "You don't remember?" Caber shook his head. "No, I don't." "We didn't get married, did we?" Lillian looked shocked. "Why, is that a proposal?" Caber stammered. "We're too young." "No, we're not." She moved closer. Caber took a step back. "Right. There's also the matter of permission. That's what you missed last night. The mayor's changed everything. They've abolished the protocol." Caber was shocked. Protocol had dictated his whole life. Protocol was the thing that kept them all together. It kept things going. It was the closest thing to religion that Mycroft had ever really permitted. It might be easier for Lillian to accept, but he wasn't sure what to do himself. Just like that? Not just like that. There was a hell of an argument, but in the end, they listened to the mayor. Things have to change, and so they're going to go back to the way things were. But things aren't the way... Caber shut up when she interrupted him. "They were, yes. That's what they said last night. Look, the Earth is there. People are alive. They might come back, they might not. But we have to evolve. We have to become something better, and that means we can't live our whole lives with everything dictating everything we do." Caber sat down and sighed. What was the point of arguing about it? Lillian sat next to him and asked, "So what do you think?" "About what?" "What do you think about what?" She frowned. "Us, stupid." "Well, I still think marriage is too soon," Caber said very carefully. "I mean, I don't know a lot about the old ways." Lillian giggled again. "It's called dating, stupid. We get to know each other more. Really get to know each other." Caber thought about it. "I'd like that." So... I mean, it's obvious from this that I was learning. I've learned from previous mistakes. The writing's better, the characters are better, the setting is better. But if it's not an A, it's not going to get out of a slush pile. And I can't qualify this as a B+. I'll give it a B. Definitely not a B-, but a solid B. What worked? Caber is a character that you can actually follow and relate to. He has an arc. He does things that affect the story. At the end of the day, this story is more of a Maloo story, where I always wondered, Mars is such a harsh environment, and people fuck things up all the time. And civilizations can collapse. And I deliberately kept the nature of the intruders ambiguous. These are the strangers who come in, and they're not defined. they exist in the story as agents of societal change, and so I don't need to define them. But I give them a few details, like they're from Czechoslovakia and they had a lot of guns. I'll admit, I don't know the answer to that. I can speculate, given this. But either way, I think that I did the right thing keeping them largely irrelevant to the story. Basically, this story is pretty solid in terms of the way it should be written. If I was to rewrite it, I'd probably include more details. I'd make it shorter. Slice of life in a really grim environment like this is just... I mean, I'm sure there's a market for it, but generally speaking, while it's not required, you should write what you like to read. And I mean, if I was to read an anthology and look for an anthology, harsh survival stories and hardcore sci-fi is not typically the thing I most write. But, at the time when I was interested in selling these stories, the market was definitely for that. There was a much larger market for hard sci-fi. I believe that's changed since then. I haven't tried to sell a story in about 10 years, but from the 50,000 foot level, it looks like there's a lot more room for fantasy, soft science, et cetera, which I tend to be much better at writing than I do at this. None of the science is ridiculous. It basically works. It's neither good nor bad. I hope you enjoyed it. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and this is a series called Swamp Castle, with its story titled The Perfect Pie. What did you find? Bimmer MG asked. We have over 400 different samples to try. We're running 13 of them now. We'll have 100 done by the end of the day, 17 said. It floated from side to side with whimsical arbitrariness. Bimmer had been hired to find the perfect pie. There was nothing unusual about that per se. The universe was full of odd things. However, his client wanted him to hunt through all of the billions of potential worlds of what might have been, spending the gross domestic product of several small countries to do so. For a pie. Good start. Not bad for a first day's work. Not bad if I do say so myself. What's the closest we've come to on the algorithm thus far? Bimmer asked as he began to pace. The robot replied, 42%. Bimmer cursed and dismissed it. Transactional Realities, Inc. was one of the larger what-if conglomerates. It had over 32% of the market share from 5 of the 9 prime worlds. Someone could order anything from their own personal timeline to simply having their own personal version of the Mona Lisa. He didn't know where the client had obtained the recipe for the pie, but he had some suspicions. No doubt the client had fond memories of eating pie as a little girl in the country that her grandmother used to make. That would have made the request slightly odd, but hardly unique. It was the technical specificity of the request that puzzled him. Sunlit banners fluttered on the wind outside of Bimmer's front window. There were no clouds in the sky, but the weatherman said that it was going to rain cats and dogs later that evening. Idly, he wondered how expensive it would be to create world gates to do just that, but only as a purely academic exercise. Just because any living thing on a non-prime world had no legal status didn't mean it was politically expedient. Besides, Bimmer liked cats. The small light on Bimmer's desk flickered gray. That meant a government official wanted his attention, and there was only one that ever really bothered to look over Bimmer's shoulder. One was enough. Bimmer reluctantly acknowledged the summons, and in a flash of virtual presence of Hyman Smarkim appeared into the midst of his office. Hyman was a small man who was built like a brick. He had a gaunt, stretched face, but the rest of him was absolutely bulging with muscles. Bimmer had never met Hyman face to face, so he wasn't sure if Hyman was altering his appearance, but Bimmer doubted it. Not Hyman's style. Hyman, Bimmer said with the minimal politeness he could muster. Good morning, Mr. Amji. How are you today? Just fine, thanks. What brings you here? It has come to my attention that you are looking for a pie. Is that correct? Word traveled fast. Bemmer said, "That's confidential client information. Do you have a warrant?" Hyman huffed. People didn't confront him like that, particularly finders. Hyman could easily have Bemmer's license revoked if he was found to be in violation of the arcane rules set forth by the consortium. More importantly, Bemmer had never dared to defy him before. Hyman was at his worst when he was petty. Hyman said, "No, I do not. But I can get one." "Really? Am I under suspicion for something?" "Not per se." Hyman smiled and crossed his arms. "Then what's the problem?" "I would think that the use of company resources for such a useless thing would almost be making mockery of our society." "What?" "Oh, yes. You see, it is illegal to demean the consortium," Hyman chuckled. "Isn't there something in the Bill of Perfection about free speech?" "That's speech. Engaging in activities that demean humanity itself, however, is not acceptable. And finding a pie is demeaning to humanity? It is if you are making a mockery of the greatest invention in the history of mankind." "Mockery? How is it mockery?" "Because it is frivolous," Hyman supplied. "Not to my client." "You'll get your day in court," Hyman said. "Why don't you ask my client instead of hounding me?" "She has been summoned as well." Hyman waved as he walked away, fading from view. Great. It was time to call a lawyer. Athens' Bartlemy was an undisputed expert on the very complicated subject. Even treaties between prime worlds usually required an additional doctorate to understand, which was fortunate because Athens had 17 of them. Bemmer was glad he had Athens on his side. "You have a very good case," Athens said. "Well, I'm relieved. What do we do?" "Honestly? Well, we have a very good case. I think it would be far cheaper to simply give him what he wants." "If I drop clients every time Hyman comes by looking to throw his weight around, then no one would trust me. That's unacceptable," Bemmer said. Athens shook his head. "No, that's not what I meant." "And what was that?" "Give him what he really wants, not what he says he wants." "And what would that be?" Bemmer asked. "Political science requires about twice as many doctorates as law these days, but the gist of it is that he's a realismist, and your client is a panhumanist." "A what with who where?" "Realismists and panhumanists are the same on the surface, but they come at their goal from totally different reasons. Let's just keep it simple and say that Hyman wants to humiliate your client, and also suspects her of being up to something," Athens said. "Pie? They're trying to humiliate each other over pie?" "Is that what she wants?" Athens said. "Yes, that's it, yes." "Why doesn't she just go to a bakery?" Athens said, looking at his fingernails. "It's a very special pie," Bemmer said. "Apparently." 17 did not think of itself as just a number. It was quasi-sentient, but the sentience was not so directed and diluted that it happily lived to perform its tasks that were set for it by its masters. And right now, it was looking for a very particular pie. It had tried over 47 different worlds so far, and not even discovered anything resembling a match. The locals had been on a picnic, but noticed the floating silver disc. They began shouting and pointing. Quite frankly, the robot was surprised they didn't fall down and worship it. They were so primitive, but they did have a rather interesting pie. It dove down and read the white and red checkerboard cloth on the ground. The pie was just the right shape, size, and chemical composition. It was a very close match. Well, the robot knew that 70% wouldn't be satisfying to its master, but it was much better than anything found so far. With surgical precision, it burrowed into the space between the worlds like a parasite. Moving into the temporal bloodstream, it sent out a dozen mini-probes, looking at the nearest echoes of the world it had just been to, seeking, searching, trying to find an answer. There was a golden ping from one of its smaller brethren. Somewhere nearby was the largest continuity match detected so far. It would possibly even be the perfect match. Its fields quivered with anticipation at being the one to bring home the prize. Its mother would be so proud of it. "What can you tell me about your client?" Athens asked. "Technically nothing. I'm your lawyer. Any confidentiality clauses do not apply to me. I should know. I wrote your contracts." "No, I really can't tell you much. Start with her name," Athens said. "I don't know." Athens was incredulous. "You took a client without knowing her name?" "I do that kind of thing all the time. You yourself told me it was illegal," Bimmer said. "I told you it was technically legal. I also told you that you had the full force of the law protecting your confidentiality, as if you were legal or medical counsel. That doesn't mean I think it's a good idea. Just because something is technically legal doesn't mean it has as much strength of force in court." "Well, I guess we'll find out." Athens rolled his eyes. "Yes, I guess we will." 17 scanned the pie 5 more times from different angles, just to be sure. It was a 100% match. Such a thing was not supposed to be possible. More importantly, why was the pie on a ledge of a road in the middle of nowhere? Granted, the lack of humans anywhere in a 10-mile radius didn't upset it so much since humans were screaming nearby. Rescue was hardwired into its circuits, and the fake humans were far too close to the real thing for its comfort. Protocol demanded that it summon a collector immediately, but the pie was preciously close to the ledge. The mountain vista around the area would certainly be considered scenic by human standards, but it presented too much of an unpredictable risk to the pie. In the end, 17 decided to seize the initiative and take the pie itself. It left a small gold coin on the windowsill. Its master was, of course, by no means required to do so legally, but it was considered polite in some human circles. "I'd like to call my first witness," Athens said, his glasses with his nose, lifting them as an excuse to scratch it.
"Wouldn't this be more like your 4th or 5th witness?"
the judge said politely. "I mean my first real witness. You may think of the others as pre-witnesses." The judge sneered, her golden locks billowing with the strength of her gavel below. "I don't care. Cut this flowery crap and bring in the next witness." Bammer was one of those people who thought that electing judges was a very bad idea, and Judge Icon was exactly Exhibit A. "I would like to call Throckett to the stand." Brockett could tell Athens was talking as if there was an audience. There wasn't one. Emma Throckett was the queen of the local upper crust. She was fabulously rich, but Bimmer was still shocked to find out that she had been his client. Bimmer made a point to keep track of potential clients, and he'd never heard of her showing the slightest public interest in portals before. "Please raise your right hand," Judge Icon said. She did so. "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?" she asked. "To the extent that I am able, yes." The judge nodded to Emma Throckett and then looked expectantly at Hyman. Hyman said, "You're a pan-humanist, are you not?" She smiled proudly. "Yes, I am." "In fact, you are one of the paramount defenders in the world of pan-humanist philosophy, are you not?" "Yes." "Do you deny that pan-humanism is in direct violation of the Treaty of Nine, which explicitly states that only the 9 prime worlds are real, and that all the others are not?" "It's the preamble. The Bill of Perfection guarantees freedom of thought and belief," Emma said. Yes. Of course, you're very patriotic. But don't you agree that that it is largely held by the courts, that while saying what you believe is legal, acting on those beliefs when they have a direct contradiction to the welfare of the state is not?" Hyman asked. Emma looked flustered a moment. "Are you accusing me of treason? I assure you I've broken no law." "Not directly. Certainly no law that is on the books yet. However, Mr. Beamer Amji most certainly has, and you know him when Lee set him up for it." "I did no such thing." Emma looked around the courtroom for support. Beamer smiled at her. "Do you deny employing Mr. Amji to purchase the, quote, perfect, end quote, pie?" "I do not, but that's do you deny?" that the parameters you supplied Mr. Bemer were in fact extraordinarily detailed, biological, chemical, physical, and aesthetic matches for the pie of the year, according to Ambulant Housewives Monthly? Hyman rolled back on his feet, positively gloating. No, I do not, she said, slightly more serious in tone. She had a look in her eye that Bemer did not like at all, and if she had been doing something naughty and been caught when she hadn't thought she would be, and was extremely proud of her own cleverness. He had seen that look in his 7-year-old daughter. Bemer stopped smiling at her. Explain for those not well versed in politics, if you will, Mrs. Throckett, Hyman said as he paced the room in front of the judge, hands behind him in dignified poised perfection. The primary differences between panhumanism and realismism. Realism is a literary device, yes. It's a play on words, but we've heard it before. What is the difference between panhumanism and realismism? She sighed. Panhumanism is the belief that all worlds are equally real. We therefore work with the government to get the government to treat them as such. Since this is a political unreality, we work to limit the damage to humanity in non-real worlds as much as possible. Realismists believe that only the 9 prime worlds are real. They call the gateways the sure sign of our reality and work to prevent any other worlds from getting the technology. However, they also work to prevent too heavy a hand in worlds with other humans in it, not because they believe those humans are real directly, but their mere image is sacred. It's a subtle but vital difference, which is why most people can't tell us apart, despite the fact that it is a day and night difference about why we do what we do. Of course, Hyman said. And now we come to the real question. Why the pie, Miss Throckett? Emma remained silent. The judge did not look happy at all. Bemer looked at Emma nervously, and then he looked at Athens. Then Bemer looked at Emma, who sat there quite content not to say anything whatsoever. If you refuse to testify, Judge Icahn said, you will be held in contempt. Emma still refused to say anything. The judge looked at the bailiff and ordered her taken away. While Hyman watched, smiling, things were definitely not looking good for the defense. Hyman said, I'd like to call my next witness. Bemer stood in shock. A robot wheeled into the room. That was his robot. That's a robot. It can't testify in court. Athens looked at the judge. This wasn't in the evidence list or witness list. What's going on here? Hyman smiled and spread his hands warmly to the judge. I'm terribly sorry for any misgivings, Your Honor. However, I believe these are extraordinary circumstances. I'm listening, Judge Icahn said. This robot has just been upgraded to full sentience. It can testify as an independent entity, Hyman said. What? Bemer stood up. Can he do that? Judge Icahn said. Not in any court that I've heard of. Artificially intelligent life forms are recognized as sentience by treaty, Hyman said. The judge nodded. Certainly, but this kind of thing is totally unprecedented. You can't just take a man's property and make it a citizen. Actually, Your Honor, there is. Hannity versus Blandon shows that a biological construct that achieves sentience on its own can still have the rights of a sentient. Ancorp versus Model 2415K shows that there is no legal difference between a mechanical sentient being and a biological one. Hyman smiled smugly. Judge Icahn sneered. Surely you don't expect me to believe that this machine upgraded itself? And you can't just declare something sentient without a review. Yes, Your Honor. We had Judge Dockett's court approve an evaluator this morning. 17 passed with flying colors. Fine, the judge said. Hyman looked shocked. What? You seem surprised, Judge Icahn said, smiling with condescending amusement. Well, let me make it perfectly clear. I consider this utter nonsense, but there are enough grounds that one of the two of you is going to appeal no matter what I do. So it is only a matter of morbid curiosity that I don't toss you out of my courtroom in contempt. Hyman sighed. I think that statement alone would be grounds for appeal, but in the interest of expedience, I will question my witness. He turned to the robot, which would not fit in the witness chair, and said, "Are you droid 17? Droid 17 floated a little higher and said, "Yes, I am droid 17. "What were you commissioned to do?" "Find a pie." "What kind of pie?" "A perfect pie. A perfect pie according to the specifications outlined by Mr. Bemmer's client." "What can you tell us about the parameters of the pie?" "It's complicated." "Go ahead and try and explain it to us," Hyman said. "You won't understand," he explained patiently. "Try me." "No." Or "Try me." "No." "No." Hyman put his hands in front of his face, trying to control his rage. Slowly, deliberately, he moved them down to his sides, and with deliberate, mechanized calm, he said, "Can you summarize the most important parameters of the technical specifications as if you were making a report on the mission's progress?" "Certainly." There was an awkward pause for several moments until Hyman said, "Would you please do so?" "The pie we were told to look for had several qualities that matched this reality." "So you were told to find a pie that matched our reality on a quantum level outside our reality?" "That is correct." "That is all," Hyman said, as if he looked like he had achieved some masterpiece. The judge looked at Athens expectantly. Athens stood and said, "Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I'd like to request a recess. This witness was just sprung on us, and we need time to prepare for our questions." "Granted," the judge said without hesitation. "Court will reconvene in 24 hours. Make the best use of your time, counsel." The next day, Bemmer and Athens were smiling. Hyman was not. The judge motioned to Athens to talk to the witness. Nodding, Athens obliged and walked up to 17. He took a deep breath and said, "17, what do you think Bemmer was... Do you think Bemmer was breaking any laws by sending you out to find the pie?" "No, I do not," it replied. Athens turned and looked at the judge. "Your Honor, I understand that this is a special emergency, a preliminary hearing, so the regular rules of evidence do not apply. And I understand that you are already setting things up for an appeal before the trial even starts. We certainly agree with you, however, before it even comes to that, Your Honor. Thus far, the Honorable Prosecutor has yet to actually prove anything, save that my client was engaged in lawful business practices. His client may have committed contempt by refusing to testify. But do we need to guess what the prosecutor intends to charge my client with? We know the law, but we all have yet to hear a specific violation of the law." The judge looked at Hyman. "They do have a point, Mr. Smarkham. Do you have any actual point of what is going on here?" Hyman stood up straight and said, "The very act of using the height of human achievement, the gate, to something so paltry as a pie, is a disgrace and a mockery. It is my belief that this is a deliberate and calculated attempt on the part of Mrs. Throckett to mock the gate in an unacceptable manner." The judge looked at him and then looked at Bemmer. "That's it? You mean you really are basing your whole case on a pie?" she said. "Yes, that is the entirety of my case, but I mean to call several..." "Case dismissed," the judge said without hesitation. But nothing. Get out of my court." Hyman began packing up his papers in a fit of fury. "Don't think this is the end of it. I'm going to appeal." "I'm sure you will," Judge Icahn said, "and I greatly look forward with amusement to examining the appeals court reaction. Something tells me you won't get far. Get out. Now." Hyman left in a huff, and the judge immediately dismissed the charges against Bemmer. Bemmer scratched his head trying to figure out exactly what all of that had been about when his client came out of the courthouse. He smiled. "They've released you?" "Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Amge. You were most excellent." She hugged him and pecked him on the cheek. Bemmer rubbed his cheek thoughtfully, trying to make sense of it all. "What did I do?" "Why, everything. I couldn't have asked for a better performance." "I wasn't performing." What was all this about? Was there actually some elaborate scheme to mock him? In a manner of speaking, she said cryptically. So he was right. Not really. I admit I rather suspected the anonymous tips I was sending his way would get a reaction, just as not this strong a reaction. Bemmer rubbed his jaw and then rubbed his forehead. Quite frankly, this was all giving him a headache. So, just what exactly was the pie for? Call me simple, but I don't understand. Perhaps I will show you rather than explain. They do say that a picture is worth 1,000 words, after all, Emma said demurely. By all means. Emma snapped her fingers and Droid 17 came out of the courthouse with the pie. Emma moved towards the opposite side of the courthouse where Hyman was holding his obligatory press conference. Emma whistled, causing Droid 17 to throw the pie, with perfect precision, precisely into the back of Hyman's head. The contents of the pie slowly dripped down his $1,000 suit and onto the grass below. Hyman sputtered with rage, wiping the innards of the pie off himself with his now blue hands. His gray suit looked like it was bleeding veins of blue that streamed down in liquid tears to his finely polished shoes. Before he could regain his composure, Emma strolled radiantly across the green and took her place beside him, beaming before the security cameras. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, as you are no doubt aware, I am sympathetic to the cause known as panhumanism. I'll keep this brief. The pie that hit Mr. Smarkham in the head is, down to almost every identical detail, precisely identical to any pie that would be made in our own world. What you need to know is that the humiliation and anger it caused him are just as real as if the pie were made by humans here. But this is Mr. Smarkham's press conference. I shan't ruin it more for him. Good day. And with that she glided through the reporters that stormed her with a dozen questions which she steadfastly refused to answer. Bemmer looked at Droid 17, still trying to take it in. You're working for her now? I need to do something now that I'm sentient? I don't like it? Well, you could always go back to working for me. The work would be boring, but actually, Droid 17, I rather enjoyed exploring new worlds out there, but I think I'd like to explore this one for a while instead, if you don't mind. Well, I don't own you. Nothing I could do matters in that regard, Bemmer said with a trace of bitterness and amusement. He never did want to be a slaver, but 17 had been valuable property. I'd like to work for you when I'm done. Don't burn bridges and all that? Bemmer nodded absently and looked at the reporters chasing Emma and utterly ignoring Hyman. Oh, sure. No problem. Take your time, though. Something tells me our world is about to get a whole lot more interesting. So, I remember this story fondly. And without getting into too many spoilers, one of the two big bads in the new series I'm writing, Army of Fire, which is the first of the series, and the fate of Inglemia or Inglemia, is the 9 Prime Worlds. This story only hints at the edges, but they were such an interesting villain that for a very long time I've been trying to find stories and concepts that it fit, and nothing quite worked until I needed a foil for the ridiculously overpowered military thaumaturgical republic of Inglemia. And the 9 Prime Worlds are 9 worlds that are technologically more advanced than Star Trek and not quite as advanced as the culture, that are basically a utopia. Despite some hidden dictatorial elements, for the average citizen of one of these 9 planets, life is completely perfect in every conceivable way. There's no poverty, there's no disease, people live for a long time, but the thing is that they do so at the expense of literally millions of alternate timelines that the people of those worlds don't consider to be real. And I don't know where I originally got the idea, but it's in some ways similar to the Eloi of the Time Machine, except in this case, they are their own Morlocks. And these companies that exploit all of these worlds do so on the false belief that has been set up to bring these 9 worlds together to basically say everybody else is not real. And we do that in our own world all the time. We brand somebody as the other because of race or religion or culture. So why not use quantum mechanics, or in one particular case, which is actually a big spoiler, the potential conflict between Inglemia and the Nine Prime. Needless to say, I probably will change a few things that came up in this story, but I'll probably eventually consider it canon. And, the Nine Prime worlds are really messed up, and I've done a lot more work on them, and there's a lot more work that still needs to be done, even though I'm currently about 3/4 of the way done with Army of Fire. Broadly speaking, I would rate this story an A-. I don't think it's strong enough to make it through the slush pile, but I think that it would make it past the first round or two of the slush pile. It has interesting characters. It has a plot that you can understand, and it's different. And all of those things are something that if you're trying to go through gatekeepers instead of self-publishing, you will need. I've worked in a slush pile, and by the way, I cannot recommend enough, just to help your own writing, volunteer for a sci-fi magazine in their slush pile, because the years I spent in the leading edge when I was at BYU, reading all the mistakes that other people made in their fiction gave me a huge edge when I was writing this. You'll notice that most of the stories, except the one I didn't even bother reading, I tend to give either a C+ or a B to, right? I'll be honest, I don't think I have the gift of writing that some people do, but I keep doing it anyway, which is why I'm calling this Swamp Castle. But writing is something that if you keep working at it, you get better and better at. And learning the mistakes that other people made in their writing drastically helped me as a writer. And even if you are a gifted writer and everybody in your circle tells you that you should write and you have a gift for it, that does not change experience. I cannot recommend enough reading On Writing by Stephen King. And one of the things that he goes into is how much he wrote when he was like 12 or 13, so that by the time he actually sold his first story, he had written hundreds of thousands of words, like just a ton. There is no substitute for being a writer than writing, right? You cannot be a writer if you don't write. I don't care what your natural aptitude is. I don't even care how good your skill is, right? If I stop writing, I stop being a writer. I could call myself an author because I've self-published my own works, and I have 2 at this point, and I've written 7, and if I got hit by a meteorite at this point, I would have met my life goals. I'm happy. I'm still doing it anyway because I like to do it, even though I do admit the writing process itself can be extremely painful sometimes. But I keep at it, especially with Army of Fire, and so we'll see what's going on there. But the point is that this story almost works. There's a couple of problems. The first problem is I've learned some lessons since I originally wrote it. One of them is names matter, and except for 17, I can't, and I guess Emma, and Hyman, because it's close to Simon, I can't remember any of these people's names. Now, to a certain degree, if you're writing about alternate timelines, you do need to have a sense of the familiar and a sense of the alien. But most of these stories in this series are just really fucking hard to pronounce, bizarre names when they don't need to be. And, if I'm writing about a culture a million years from now, they're going to have weird names. If I'm writing about a culture that's any variant of the 20th century or 21st century, especially Western Europeans, they're going to have recognizable names. And if they come from a culture that is not one I'm familiar with, there's this thing called research. In this case, all of these people had names from timelines that don't exist. 1 or 2 weirdness would make sense. The main character being so unfamiliar, anyway, there are problems with the names. The other problem is both the names of the factions and how complicated they are. And given that it's pretty much a crux of the story that these 2 arcane political factions have their differences, I could have done a better job of highlighting the differences between the 2. Now, to a certain degree, that was a deliberate point on my part, which is that alien societies are going to have alien politics, right? And while sometimes things boil down to rich versus poor, when your entire society and their prosperity exists based on making other people the other, that's going to be a little bit weird and different, right? And I think that if you're doing proper world building, that should reflect. The challenge in doing that is you still have to make it relatable to something people understand. And that's what kept this story from being an A to me. Some of the best stories I have in this series, which I will probably either reread or simply add commentary to, such as Mr. Hamburger or Waiting for the Monsters to Die, which are the two stories that I would give an A or maybe even an A plus in the case of Waiting for the Monsters to Die, is that they have alien concepts that are distilled to a very understandable format. And the stories that you remember, especially the short stories, need that ability to draw in and connect your audience.
Cast.
Welcome to the series called Swamp Castle. I'm Rhombus Tix. I'll be reading several old stories to you in this series. Today I'm going to be reading Jeebers Mikosafat. Captain Crayson knew that he only had a few minutes to live before the system deleted him. Purists back home would be horrified at his misuse of the special ammunition, but he had to break the siege somehow, and it was his own mind that he was playing with, after all. He had to find an ally, and so far he hadn't had any luck. He walked through the poorer levels of Sundial, Chicago, dodging in amongst the crowd of thralls. High up in the air, hoverdynes and constructs moved about under the glowing city shield. He could see the small blue circle in his right eye that told him he had little time left. Crayson was about to give up hope when he heard the music. Crayson had to stop a couple of times to avoid being run over in the grimy causeway. He ignored the cursing from the outraged drivers and went closer. Curious, he could smell blood and sweat and alcohol. Thus far, he'd been in the Confed Navy for 14 years, and he'd visited 100 different worlds. All of them had some things that never changed, except Federation worlds. All of them had some things that never changed. Even the Federation worlds. Especially the Federation worlds. The captain turned the corner, and he was disappointed at first when he saw Jeebers 2253. At first, Crayson thought it was just an interactive ad, but when he realized that someone had actually brain-aped the famous musician, he knew things were blatant here, but he'd never imagined they'd gone that far. Crayson walked in front of the musician, trying not to step on the whale rats that scurried around the pedestal on which the copy played. He waited patiently for Jeebers to finish the number and then said, "Nice piece." Jeebers smiled magnanimously. "Thanks, I appreciate it." "You lived here long?" Jeebers laughed at the word lived and shook his head. "Nah, I've been here for 5 years. Before that, didn't exist." Crayson nodded, keeping it casual. He looked around carefully and then said, "How's business?" "Lousy." "I can imagine." Crayson smiled and leaned against a pillar. "Listen, when is your shift on?" Jeebers stared at him like he was a little weird. "What do you mean? This is my box. One thing about busking is that it's usually free." Crayson laughed. "You'd be amazed. On some planets they charge you all kinds of things. Can I buy you a drink?" "You're kidding, right? Virtual drink, then. I have a proposal for you." Crayson waited patiently. Jeebers looked at Crayson for a few seconds, trying to assess him. "Sure." The door opened in the ether, and they left the pavement of brick and mortar for the glittering lights of a virtual cafe deep in the ether. They moved towards a shadowed corner. Of course, since the place didn't have to meet the strictures of normal reality, it had over 2,000 corners, all of them shadowed. Crayson took a small box out of his pocket and put it on the table so they could have a bit of privacy. "We can speak privately now," Jeebers smirked. "Well, that's nice." Crayson chuckled and shook his head. "That's not what I meant. What I mean is, well, let me put it this way. I won't be around much longer, and I need a favor. And I'm willing to pay handsomely for it." "How much?" "Well, how much do you want?" "I'm trying to save up for a body." Jeebers conjured a foaming beer and slammed it down. It didn't do anything unless he paid for the upgraded version, but it was nice social commentary. "I woke up here and found myself without a job or a body. Somebody leaked my brain tape." "Yeah, it happens sometimes." Crayson shook his head sadly. "Tell me about it. There ought to be a law." "Funny you should mention that," Crayson said, smiling enigmatically. "How much do you know about Federation politics?" "Nothing. They barely consider me a step above nested AI. I can get a body and citizenship if I pay for it, but at the rate I'm going, it'll take me about 1,000 years. Grayson nodded. Great. You'll definitely be able to help me then. Jeebers frowned. Something about this didn't sound quite right. Help you how? Can't tell you that. In fact, very shortly I'm going to cease to exist. But if you want to hear more, take this. He handed the privacy box to Jeebers. What is it? It's a way for you to find me next time, Grayson said, checking his watch. Jeebers tried not to look stupid, but he sure felt that way. Huh? I probably won't remember you the next time I see you, but if you... And much to Jeebers' consternation, Captain Grayson disintegrated in a puff of pixels in the middle of the cafe. Now what was he supposed to do? Grayson stood at the helm of the CSS Beagle inside. They were running out of heuristic ammunition, and if he didn't succeed, it might cost the Confederation the war, and it would be his fault that billions would remain enslaved. We have to get out of this, he murmured to himself. I know, sir. Burbo was a loyal first officer. He wasn't very creative, but he knew his stuff, and this mission would have been a failure right from the start without him. What am I missing? Grayson looked at Burbo as he sat on this bridge overlooking the sea. The CSS Beagle was one of a kind. There were no other interstellar seafaring vessels in the Confederacy, or anywhere else, for that matter, that Grayson knew of. But tactics had changed once the Federation had invented the grav scrambler. Anti-grav was no longer a given fact of life, but until the Confed could come up with their own, and that was years away, they would have to try out of the ordinary methods. The Beagle had been a noble idea at first. Put a ship into the ocean waters and see if it could float on its own. Then the grav scrambler wouldn't do anything. But the ship's siege guns were only so useful on sundial Chicago's shields. Sure, they would wear it down in a matter of months, but by then the Federation would have whipped up another one of the nested fleets and crushed them like insects. Grayson looked at Burbo and sighed. Well, I can't think of anything. Burbo looked stricken. Hadn't the captain figured out how to land the ship? How to take care of this SC, quote, Navy, end quote? He wasn't about to let him give up now. We should try one more time. We'll see. Fire up the guns. We'll give it one more go, and then we're done. We'll ram their shield if we have to. Aye, aye, sir. Readying the cannon. Burbo yelled the mark into the nearest speaker, which then was echoed throughout the rest of the ship. Fire when ready. How many times had he died inside of the city? Had the jury rig worked at all? Grayson didn't know, but he was quite sure he would not be able to make another batch. This time it either worked, or he would have to think of something else. Jeebers looked down at Grayson, who was looking back up at him with some confusion. Jeebers smiled and kept playing. Either this guy was playing a joke, or he really didn't remember the conversation. Jeebers couldn't help but find a tiny bit of mirth in that. Maybe because someone in life finally had it worse than he did. Sense of humor. And what did that have to say about him? He finally finished his set. Now, no one donated any money. Of course, no one could afford it. This was the Thrill District. He stepped down off the podium and asked Grayson, You looking for something? Yes. This might sound like an odd question, but have I spoken to you before? Jeebers looked him over closely. Maybe Grayson had expected someone to steal his avatar or something, but he had gotten pretty good at being able to tell the difference between someone connected to the ether and an independent construct like himself. Both of these guys were independent constructs. No, you haven't. Grayson looked crestfallen. He shrugged and put a small amount of money into the hat. Thanks just the same. The captain lingered a moment, looking intently around the area and at people as they walked by. None of them gave him the slightest bit of attention. Jeebers didn't have a gut anymore, but he had a memory of one. And his ghosty gut was telling him that Grayson was on the up and up. That, and he was the only person who bothered to give him any money at all day. Wait, he said as Grayson started to wander off. I lied. We have spoken before. Kind of. Grayson breathed a sigh of relief. At least he looked like he did. Since neither of them had physical bodies, this wasn't really breathing or anything. What did we speak of? Not much, really. You asked me about my business and gave me this. He handed the box back to Grayson. Grayson smiled. Is there someplace more private that we can speak? Jeebers laughed. Sure. Same place when he went last time. Grayson thought, actually, is there someplace different? Grayson looked thoughtfully a moment and then slightly confused. Then he said, yeah, sure, though it will cost us money. I've got money. Why am I not surprised? Jeebers chuckled. They disappeared and then reappeared in a featureless white room. It's private and more or less unseen. Grayson smiled and said, well, we're more unseen than you think. I've got a few surprises up my sleeve. How much do you know about the siege the city is under? Well, I've seen a lot of soldiers, and I know that there's some boat out there and that a relief force is on the way. Grayson nodded. Right, good. You know a whole lot of it, then. I want you to get the shield down. Excuse me? I want you to take down the shield protecting the city. Jeepers couldn't help but think of the ancient opera Star Wars. Life really did imitate art. And how exactly am I supposed to do that? Grayson said, if you can contact me on my ship, then we can send you the necessary files to accomplish everything you need. The problem is that the city is locked up tight. We can send data in, but we can't get it out. I don't have a clue that you exist back on my ship or what the situation is in here. If you can contact me, I know that we have an agent inside, and I can give you the tools that you need to accomplish it. Grayson took only a second. It was suicidal. He didn't want to die, but he didn't want to not live either. This whole thing was messed up, but he had to do something. What the hell? I accept. Grayson smiled. Great. Here is the code for my ship. What I need you to do is send a data package collect to the Electric Catfish Company on Loom. It's a neutral planet, and it's a front for Confed intel. Works for me. Grayson started to flicker in and out. He knew his time was running out. You seem to be taking this awfully well. Jeebers shrugged. I got nothing to lose. Grayson wasn't sure he wanted someone suicidal working for him, but he didn't really have much choice either. The fleet was going to be here in 3 days, and after that, his mission wouldn't really matter anymore. He sighed. I guess I haven't got anything to lose either, Jeebers said. One last question I have to ask before you fade away. Shoot. Doesn't it bother you that you're going to die? Grayson blinked for a moment. I don't understand. Well, you're telling me that the Federation of bad guys because they copy people like me and put AIs in things like toasters and pencils. But you're saying the Pentarian Confederation are good guys, and yet you're making copies of yourself that don't last long. Isn't that killing yourself over and over again? Are you religious, Grayson? Grayson continued to flicker. You know a lot more than you let on, he frowned. You're not ignorant of politics at all. I dabble. Grayson reached for his wrist to cancel the package that he'd given to Jeebers. He couldn't take the chance that he'd been betrayed. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I didn't say I wasn't going to help out. I didn't tell you everything, but just like you probably aren't. But I want a body. You can bet on that. Why are you flickering? You didn't flicker last time. Grayson murmured and lowered his hand again. I couldn't afford to take any chances. I tinkered with the self-deleting virus. I managed to give myself some more time. And that doesn't bother you? And does it bother you? Jeebers asked. Yeah, it does, but I had to do it. And I'd appreciate it if you don't say anything about it when the Confed wins. It'd be my career if they find out, Jeebers nodded. That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, I'll help you. Grayson smiled and started to fade away. He had a look of sadness on his face, but peace as well, knowing that his short life had meant something. Right before he faded, Jeebers said, I didn't promise not to tell your bosses about you copying yourself, though. Us constructs have to stick together. Grayson frowned even more, but could do nothing as he exploded into nothingness a final time. Jeebers felt slightly guilty, but not too guilty. He could be a bastard sometimes, especially for something he took so personally. Now he had to see about sending a message. Grayson dithered. He didn't want to ram the city, but they didn't have any more heuristic ammo. Without more justification indicating that there had been a success, he would have to bend to the will of his first officer, who now thought the whole thing was pointless. But if they rammed the city, they would lose the ship, and all projections showed that the odds of their success were minimal. What was the point of just wasting their lives? He wanted to wait until the last possible moment, and that was still at least a day away. Barrow had been patient, more than patient, but Grayson knew that the tide had turned, and yet, why couldn't he order the maneuver? The men were growing restless, but when he thought about it, he realized his gut was telling him something. So this was what the old woman had meant when she said some captains had it and some didn't. But what if he was wrong? Grayson didn't let his doubt show. He simply looked at Burbow's questioning glance and said, We wait a day. That's the most we can afford, and after that we do what we must. They didn't have any other choice, not if they didn't want to be to be cowards and condemn billions. Not one person on the ship would do that. Not now. Jeebers sent the package like Captain Grayson asked him to. All he could do was sit and wait. Theoretically, the package would fly across the universe in the blink of an eye as fast as the ether could take it. But it would still take time to process, and people in some circumstances didn't take a data package as seriously as the real thing, no matter how he marked it. He walked back to his usual stop for the post office. He felt ethereal enough as it was, but Grayson had been worse. Had it all been some kind of dream? All he had to remember Grayson by was the tiny stone that he was supposed to show the real Grayson if he showed up. Jeebers felt nervous. He stood on the ledge and began to play. It was what he always did when he was nervous. Someone stopped and listened to him play, then another person. Pretty soon, a small crowd gathered around him. Something in his music had changed, and he could feel it, too. Jeebers played loudly and more boisterously. What was it? Hope? It was hope. Jeebers felt he had a chance to be alive again, for the first time since he could remember. It was more than hope. It was joy, and that was a rare thing in the city. People had forgotten what good times were like since the siege began, and now they were interested all over again. The end was coming soon. It had been 19 hours since they fired the first shell, and already preparations were underway for the Beagle to ram the shield. The computer gave their odds at 10%, which, while the ultimate decision to commit was still 4 hours away, the necessary preparations had been going on for 2 hours. Grayson had tried to sleep and couldn't. His medical officer had threatened to force him to do so, but the look Grayson had given him had ended that nonsense right then and there. He was going to have to be awake for this, and while rationally he knew that he could perform better with sleep, his soul stirred and would not rest until the job was done. A type beam intercept caused a stir and brief cheer in the ether ops section as one of the ensigns motioned him to respond. The package had been received on Loon 10 hours ago, but the intelligence division hadn't known what to make of it. Grayson wanted to be angry, but he couldn't. At least, he couldn't be angry fairly. After all, his actions had been borderline legal at best. If he had informed them of his plans, they would have ignored him. As it was, all they knew was that there was an unknown agent inside the station willing to help the Confederation bypass the blockade. Even now, intelligence was sending a package to whoever he had found inside the city that was willing to help. Grayson didn't know who it was, and a part of him didn't care. Whoever or whatever they were, Grayson planned to keep any deals or promises other shadow selves had made before they were destroyed. It was the least he could do for them. Jeebers didn't know what to make of the box he received at his pedestal. It was small, it was black, and it was featureless, except for a single button marked open. What he did know was that he didn't want to open it on the street. He was reluctant to leave, though, because suddenly business was good. In fact, business was very good. If he stayed at this rate, he would be able to buy a body in 6 seconds. But he remembered the lean times in his old life way too much. Gigs came and went. Sometimes they were good, and sometimes they were bad. But you were going to get both. That and the fact that he really wanted to nail the people that just let him be booted up and then left him up to busk in a corner for however long it took to get a body. That just wasn't right. He finished his last set and waved to his new fans. He ignored their calls and inquiries about where he was going, and re-entered the privacy room. Vanishing in one and appearing in the other, he sat there, staring at the box for 10 minutes until he finally pressed the button. Instantly, a map of the city lit up. Several tendrils, like flowers, began to move out of the box in an exploratory fashion. At first, he thought it was beautiful, but that didn't last very long, as one of them wrapped around his head and started pulling him toward the box. He resisted with everything he had, but in the end, it wasn't enough. It pulled him all the way inside the box. Inside was a lush garden, filled with plants and insects of all kinds and descriptions, from at least half a dozen worlds. A beekeeper sat looking at him across the room and finally said, "So you're Jeebers McCosified, huh?" Jeebers 2253, according to the Federation, he said. The beekeeper nodded, waving it aside as if it didn't matter. "And you want to help the Confed take down Sundial Chicago's shield?" "Yep." "And you're willing to do whatever it takes?" "Yep." "Even if it kills you?" the beekeeper asked, incredulous. "Well, I hope it doesn't, but I do think it has to be done." Jeebers looked nervously at one of the bees. The room was pretty realistic, and he didn't want to know if he'd feel the sting. "Is this room a construct, or are we in real time?" "Need-to-know basis. And while there's a lot you need to know, this isn't one on the list. Just say, 'I accept,' and we can be done with this." Jeebers looked at the bee in front of his face and at the beekeeper, but finally said, I accept. The beekeeper smiled under his net, snapped his fingers. The bee stung Jeebers directly on his nose, and it did sting. A lot. Crayson yelled to all quarters of the ship as they prepared for war. The music was was almost subsonic, but lively. The anthem meant something to everyone on the ship. It was the song they had picked to represent them on the roster, and it was the song that would be played if they won or if they failed. It was a series of notes that gave the Beagle a soul, just as much as any of her human symbiotes. Just because the Confederation didn't enslave or typically use AIs didn't mean they didn't mythologize or anthropomorphize. Indeed, they felt more need to do so because of that choice. One by one, the guns were loaded. One by one, the shield cartridges were recharged. The hoverbank was refueled because, while she was an ungainly spaceship, if Sundial Chicago's grav scrambler device was taken down, then the battle was going to go into space where the city could barely touch the warship. The Beagle was the master of the sea and only a beggar in the skies, but even a beggar was much more of a match than a ground pounder. When the ship was ready, Burbo saluted the captain and said, The Beagle is ready, sir. Crayson nodded. It was time. Either his agent would succeed or they would go down fighting, but one way or another, their waiting was over. Full steam ahead. Aye, aye, sir. And the first blue water naval vessel in 300 years went to war. Jeebers knew a lot of things right now. His head felt swollen as he stumbled out of his private room with intimate technical knowledge of how to lower the shield or bypass security systems. He had heard that ether ghosts like him could still get drunk with the right drink, but he'd never been able to afford them. He'd only been able to afford the image and occasional taste, but he remembered what it was like to be high, and this was definitely similar. In a daze, he moved towards the looming gate before him. The local weather was set to rain, and the fog made visibility difficult, but the voices in his head told him that the most secure method would be this to do some good. Normally, he would never come to this part of town since pure ether ghosts were not tolerated here. Either you were a citizen of the Federation or you weren't. But Jeebers was able to blur his presence and make himself feel like static. 2 police officers watched him very closely, but the extremely deft money from nowhere in their accounts did the job nicely. He had to smile at that. Jeebers McHosaphat, super spy. Crayson smiled as the Beagle ignored the artillery fire from the city's batteries. She was a well-armored ship, and none of these were going to get through. What worried him more were the planet's smart missiles. Thus far, they had eluded any attempt to counter them, and one of them would be enough to destroy a ship. It would cause ecological problems, but Sundial Chicago didn't seem worried about that at this point. Three of them headed and turned around towards the ship. Their increasing velocity meant that there was nothing to do to stop them, and then he had it. Activate hover drive. Burbo looked at him. Run? You're planning on running? You'll never make it. Crayson chuckled. I'm counting on that. The orders passed throughout the ship, and the stunned crew looked crestfallen. Had they come all this way for nothing? Slowly, monolithically, the Beagle lifted out of the water, first 10 feet, then 100, rising over the waves. As the smart missiles grew closer, Crayson continued examining his instruments. His smile grew wider and wider. It was going to be close, but they had a chance. The 3 smart missiles flew down over the water, leaving a valley 20 feet wide in their wake, turning around and gaining altitude. There was a sudden gray flash of light from Sundial Chicago as both the Beagle and the missiles found themselves crashing into the sea. The Beagle fell over 200 feet and for a moment lurched to the side, but after a short while righted herself. Reports of injuries were coming from all over the ship, but the Beagle herself was intact. The same could not be said about the missiles. Once they had lost their hover drive, they crashed into the water and sent shock waves out over 200 feet high. Burbo looked at Crayson and smiled. You knew. I suspected. The people who had their toy were quite proud of it the first time they used it to bring down a Confed ship. I figured they were itching to try it again to destroy us, perform damage control, and get us moving forward within the hour. The enemy is in sight. Burbo nodded happily. Aye, aye, sir. Jeebers was able to walk through at least a dozen automated checkpoints. He was starting to get pretty cocky until he ran into the first actual living person. They weren't an AI either. His new sensors could tell him that, but they sure had a lot of nasty-looking tools. In the ether, he looked like a harmless technician of some kind, but he eyed Jeeber up and down as he walked by. He knew he didn't have time to change his appearance. He debated between walking by as if nothing was wrong or stopping. His gut told him to stop. Something wrong? Yeah, the technician said. What is it? Maybe I can assist you. We don't let AIs come in here. You're in a secure area. He put his hand on his belt. It was a small pouch, but Jeebers knew anything could be in there. He also knew that the technician could activate whatever it was much faster than someone could draw a gun. I'm not an AI. I'm a ghost. The technician relaxed a little, but not much. Why are you here? At this point, his memory searched through the files given to him, and he saw a few plausible excuses, but nothing felt right. I'm here to entertain the troops while the battle's going on, the technician said. Why didn't they just pipe you through the feed? This time, the Confed files did help him. I don't know all of it. Something about security barriers and feedback parameters? The technician nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Take 2 lefts and then a right. First door on the right. Jeeber smiled. Thanks. The technician ignored him and murmured something to himself about the idiocy of entertaining the troops while a battle was going on. He walked on. Jeebers breathed a sigh of relief. The Beagle slammed up against the shield, but it wasn't doing so quietly. All her guns were unleashing angry plasma and rail guns against the barrier before it. Both cities had fusion engines that contained a tiny bottled sun, and theoretically could go for hundreds of years. Sundial Chicago had no weapons, but with the Scrambler, the Beagle had no shields, so the two of them continued to slug it out. But the city had power to burn. They were simply had nothing to spend it on or complete or competence to spend it with. All of the surrounding gunnery emplacements had been destroyed by the Beagle's artillery fire already. Burbo wanted to use a nuke, but Crayson wouldn't stand for it. We're going to take the city, and we're going to do it clean, and he meant to do just that. Jeebers found the shield control. Inserting the virus hadn't been that hard. He just took out a small, shiny red pebble and sent it into the virtual gears that maintained it. It took a few seconds, and suddenly the sky cleared to the natural brilliant blue-green instead of the dull yellow that the city had endured for 7 years. In fact, Jeebers had never actually seen it. It was pretty, actually. It wasn't as pretty as the large surgical shells that began to dissect the internal military apparatus of the city. One slammed right into the area he was currently in, causing the ether to flicker on and off. Jeebers was annoyed. Surely they had to have known he was here, or was the Confederation just using him? He wasn't going to stick around and find out. He began to run down the corridors. He couldn't door out because it was a secure area. The gaps in the shelling forced him to dodge and weave as sections of the floor were sent into the abyss. When a direct shell hit where he was, he thought he was done for until he found himself standing on board the bridge of the Beagle. He blinked in surprise and looked around. This was the real Crayson, and apparently he really was the captain after all. Jeebers smiled. Well, nice to meet you, Captain. Crayson smiled. Nice to meet you as well. According to our intelligence, you're the one that got our message? Jeebers remembered Crayson's request not to tell the others, and he could see that he was nervous. He wasn't going to spoil the moment, not yet, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to let Crayson get away with it. Yes, I did. I take it now that you're here, I get a body? Well, the idea is that all AIs get a body once the war is over. It's a lot of resources we can't afford right now. Jeebers tried to ignore the anger rising in him, the hypocrisy of it all. But the fact of the matter is, in your case, we'll make an exception. I don't think you realize just how many people you've saved. Crayson said and smiled. He stretched. If you'll excuse me, I've got a few more orders I need to give my men. The next few days were a blur. Jeebers was able to get a body, just as they promised. Some things sucked, like getting tired or getting hungry, but they were all worth it. He was able to eat and sleep again. The Confed military made short work of securing the city, and apparently they were able to turn the Federation fleet around. Some people were saying that the Battle of Sundial Chicago was the turning point of the war. Jeebers didn't know. He didn't care. He was happy to be alive, and he kept meaning to file that report about Crayson's abuses to his own mental copies, but he just didn't seem to get around to it. Maybe next month. So I found this story delightful. It is definitely an A-. It is also definitely something that I can work with. It's still not quite as good as Mr. Hamburger or Waiting for the Monsters to Die, which I give an A plus and an A respectively. Maybe even the reverse. I actually think Waiting for the Monsters to Die is the closest I'm ever going to come to a great story, but I still never sold it anywhere. So a little bit of background. The Pentarian Confederation is based on my first novel, which does share a universe with the second novel that you're listening to now. I'm not going to go into the extremely convoluted and psycho-complicated plot that is the first novel, but suffice to say that the Pentarians are basically genetic super beings who were created by a really bad person in a world that made copies of everybody on Earth in that copy. And then later, at the end of the first novel, everybody on Earth who's living has memories of all three of their lives, right? So their normal life, a life where the antagonist was God Queen, and then this fake fantasy world. So suffice to say that it really changed and screwed up humanity, even though they did eventually get to the stars. And I've written several stories. You may have even recognized a few of them when I talk about the Confederation or the Federation. And the Confederation is basically with the Pentarians, who do have advanced technology, but they don't share it readily. And you see a little bit about the loose organization of the Confederacy in the command structure of the ship, which I hadn't even realized was there. And I don't know if that was deliberate or unconscious, but it's a very nice touch. Versus the Federation that uses AI like Kleenex. The one story I didn't read, Wake Up Yulee, again about the sapient pencil, is also in the Confederation, or the Confederation setting. There's another one that I've written and read a while ago on the podcast called Molly and Mr. Missile, about a disarmed smart missile. I actually wrote that after. Molly and Mr. Missile took place after this story, whereas the pencil story took place before it. The thing I find interesting is I actually originally named this story, and let me make sure I'm getting this right, Manape Kulture. And I just have always remembered this story as Jeeves McCosaphat. Except the thing is that the quintessential core detail of Jeeves McCosaphat is not at all manifest in this story. The reason I say that is because the idea I had for Jeeves McCosaphat is, what if you're one of the first people in the world who uploads your mind and it becomes public domain and everybody and their grandmother copies it? And I think that in an early draft of this story, I tried that and it just didn't work. And so I removed the public domain element and just made him somebody randomly abused by the Federation. Which is actually good, because I think that the original Jeeves McCosaphat idea I had is a very good one. I still want to write that story, now that this story is apparently not at all based on that idea. But I will also say that that idea is one that needs to be an idea unto itself. In other words, the abuses of uploading a copy of your own digital intelligence, I only scratched the bare surface of in this story. The fact that Crayson cares about killing his duplicates is something that a society that values every iteration or every instance of the human mind as important. Because for all pretense and purposes, Crayson is literally killing himself. Now, it's not as bad at the consent because he knows what he's doing, and there's not that much variance time-wise between his copies and himself. And I do firmly believe that a person has the right to end their own life, but never another's life, including another iteration of themselves. So their right to have laws against killing a copy of yourself, even a supposedly willing one. The other thing, however, is that I am currently working on a story for Project NIMBY that does involve the abuses of uploading digital intelligence, but the focus of that story is on the consequences of eventually giving digital intelligences the right to vote. Because of course we would, right? If you're in a decent civilization and you recognize that a digital intelligence has has as much right to life or liberty as we do, then what would conservatives do to fuck that up? And this is what they would do. And I think it's a very, very horrific and very, very correct answer. And it's actually definitely so far the best story of that small 7-story anthology, which will eventually be on the podcast. Anyway, like I said, I enjoyed this story. It was fun to read, and I hope you enjoyed listening to it. Hello, I'm Rhombus Tix, and I'm going to be reading a short story for you called Snail Summer in the series that I'm calling Swamp Castle. Opsa was sure that there had to have been a time when people did not think that farms were places of simplicity or virtue. There had to be, but she had never read of one. Opsa's cousin from the country was visiting because she couldn't behave. It was so cliché it sickened her. That was why Opsa was bound and determined to find a way to get into as much mischief as possible. Things were interesting down on the farm, and Opsa meant to prove it. There were no lights in this section. There didn't have to be. Anyone who worked here had implants that let them see into the UV spectrum in order to harvest the kip bats. They hated any frequency of light that was visible on the human spectrum. It also made a very useful place to hide things you didn't want your parents to find. Now that she thought about it, Opsa realized the guano vats could make some interesting informational material for Keeley. She looked around at the kennels. All of the kip bats were sleeping soundly, clinging together cutely in their little pods. They were amazing creatures. All of the clothing Opsa wore was spun from their silky threads. All of the milk produced on the planet came from them as well. Opsa made a scrunchy face at the idea of eating them in a stew, though. They tasted terrible. Opsa checked all the milking posts to make sure that they were working. The faint glow of cold plasma leaked down one wall. She didn't understand how it worked, but she knew that if the milk got outside, it would be ruined. Her job was to make sure that the machines were doing what they were supposed to do. Hardly hyperspace mathematics. There was a soft keening sound as the jock bat flew into the room. She winked at it. It keened an enthusiastic greening, but softly so as not to wake up the kip bats. In an hour, once the moon rose, it would fly out and herd them into the fields. She was done here. She grabbed a pack of surprises and headed out. As she walked through the glowing fields of cement rice, she tried to avoid any of the accumulated mud puddles. She brushed her hair and hummed to herself. There was plenty of time to think on the long walk. Opsa had a lot to think about. Why had her uncle foisted her cousin on her anyway? Was she getting paid to act as a babysitter? No, of course she wasn't. The train was swift, efficient, and silent. This was spillover country. She saw the train on the horizon one moment, followed by a bright blue flash that deposited Keeley in a crumpled, disoriented heap on the ground. Keeley's parents hadn't paid for the more expensive but far more comfortable transition. Keeley? Opsa asked. Keeley stood up, dusted herself off, and smiled innocently. Opsa? Opsa nodded and moved forward to hug her cousin. It had been 7 years, but Keeley had grown up a huge amount in that time. She was hardly recognizable. She already had breasts and was dressed in the latest fashion. Opsa suddenly felt very plain and didn't like it. Keeley said, "It's pretty late. Can we go home and get sleep?" Opsa replied, "Sure, no problem." She smiled and didn't tell her cousin that bat farmers were up during the night and asleep during that part of the day. Opsa should have been able to take delight in tormenting her cousin with the horrible things that awaited her while working on the farm, but Opsa's heart wasn't in it, and that pissed her off. She'd been planning this for days. In the back of her mind, she shuffled through the various frightening things that she could say to her cousin to mess with Keeley's head. The smell of bacon and toast wafted through the kitchen. Opsa's mother was very busy cooking up breakfast. She smiled. So much for sparing her cousin. Opsa had forgotten her mother's way of acclimatizing visitors to the Hillhawk household. "Good morning, Keeley. How was your trip?" Mother said while mixing pancake batter. "Nauseating. I don't like this Star Train." "Your father isn't made of money, dear. Ships cost a lot more, especially here. Put your things into your room and come back down." Keeley looked confused. "I was kind of hoping to sleep," Opsa's mother said. I think you'll find it a lot easier to just get it over with. Keeley said. Get what over with? Opsa smiled sadly. Switching to stay up at night. What? Opsa's mother said. Your mother sent you here to learn some lessons, Keeley. That means we're building character. Opsa said, building character means I know what it means. I watch TV. Keeley tore a chunk of bread with predatory fervor. Opsa smiled. Have you ever built character before? Opsa's mother shushed Opsa. What she means is, have you ever worked on a farm before? If I did, Keeley grumbled. Obviously I didn't get enough character the first time around, or I wouldn't be here. Opsa and her mother chuckled. Opsa's mother said, I guess not. Well, if you're not sleeping, you might as well get some breakfast. Sit down, and I'll cook it for you. Opsa's mother cooked up a storm. Opsa hadn't had breakfast this nice since Christmas. She knew that it was a special occasion and that she wanted to make Keeley feel at home. It had worked. Keeley seemed a lot less nervous as the three of them chatted for half an hour about all kinds of family gossip. Opsa and Keeley went out to let the bats feed. The temperature of the planet's surface was still frosty, making little clouds in the air with their breath each time they talked. So what exactly do we have to do? Keeley asked with apprehension. Guess, Opsa said. Keeley smiled. Or I could just sit here and watch you and then tell Uncle Thake that you wouldn't tell me what to do, Opsa smirked. I think he'll believe me over you, Keeley laughed. Maybe, but I don't think so. I'm willing to take that risk. Are you? Opsa shrugged and smiled. She didn't say anything back, and silence loomed between the two of them for the next 2 hours. It got awkward. Opsa was busy in yet another chore, concocting an elaborate plan to get Keeley to stand right where the guano would discharge for the trucks when she heard snoring. Opsa grinned demonically. Suddenly she didn't need an elaborate plan. She carefully and silently went over to one of the hover lifts. Those trays were designed to carry weight vastly larger than they were, and they were utterly silent. Opsa clipped 3 hooks to Keeley's shirt and pants then let her rip. Gently, peacefully, Keeley floated in the air. She smiled and cuddled up to something imaginary. Opsa could only imagine what she was dreaming about. Once Keeley was in place, Opsa gently let the hover lift settle down. Then she pushed the right button. The scream was well worth the lecture her father gave her. The next morning, the two of them were out at it again. This time, Opsa was going to have to show Keeley what to do. Keeley looked very tired and very annoyed. Opsa wasn't very sympathetic. Let the bats out so you can feed them. And what does that mean? We push some buttons, so their perches retract and the doors open. Opsa began pushing the buttons in question. That's it? Not quite. We monitor them to protect them from predators, but it's pretty mindless work, Keeley said. Mindless work is supposed to build character? Work is supposed to build character, Opsa laughed. You buy that? Not really. But I buy that my parents believe it, though. They're basically good people. I love them, but they're pretty old-fashioned, Keeley laughed. No kidding. It's not all so boring. There are only so many things that the cleaning bots can clean. There are an awful lot of filters in the system, too weirdly shaped for anything but a robot that's too expensive to use for that kind of thing or too stupid to do it. Huh? Fun, huh? That's disgusting. Can't your parents just hire someone to do it? Keeley asked. Sure, but why? When they have labor for free. Don't they love you? Keeley asked, horrified. Of course they do. That's the worst part. They do it because they love us and because it builds character. Right, Keeley said. So, what's a morphing snail? Opsa's eyebrows went up. Who told you about that? I read about this place before I came here. I wanted to know if what I was going to get mauled or something. Well, the bats eat them. They're kind of like earth snails, but they picked up some weird DNA or something. Do snails count as animals? Keeley asked. I think so. Why are they called morphing snails? That's easy. Want to see? Opsa asked. Sure. The moon was full and glowed down upon the wheat fields as the two girls moved in amongst the crops by taking the shallow irrigation ditches. The water splashed up on their lower legs, so they had to stop and rolled up their pants. Pretty soon, they had both slipped and slid enough to have most of their skin covered in mud. So, what does a morphing snail look like? Keeley looked up under a rock as if hoping to find one there. Most of the time it looks like a snail, Opsa said as she stepped over yet another mud puddle. When doesn't it look like a snail? When they're about to get eaten by a kip bat. Keeley looked around for snails that weren't there. What do they do when they're about to get eaten by a kip bat? Most of the time they look human. Opsa did her best impression for Keely. What? Opsa smiled. Somehow they've merged with something here so they can change their shape. Ever hear of how a rabbit scream sounds like a human scream? Uh-huh. Well, this is a lot worse. This sounds like children, and their faces look like them. That's disgusting. Keely stopped walking and stared at Opsa. You have no idea, Opsa giggled. Do you know where to find one? Keely walked quickly to catch up with her cousin. I do. Then I want to see. The two of them went across a field of cattails, carefully wading in the knee-high water. A soft wind began to blow into their faces from the north. The leaves on the trees were too bright a shade of green that matched the new moon, but they had just the slightest tinge of orange to them, reflecting the change of seasons. The faintest flicker of sunlight appeared on the distant horizon, indicating light was coming in a few hours. The two of them found a game path and eventually left the marshy area, which became a light forest. There was a soft blue glow that came in from the ground. Opsa put her finger to her lips and signaled her cousin to silence as they moved forward. The soft blue glow increased and coalesced into a visible slime trail. We're close, Opsa said in a whispering voice. Don't say anything until I tell you. Opsa and Keely went up from a small hill as quietly as they could go. Opsa made another sign for Keely to be quiet as they moved forward. Then, out of nowhere, Opsa shouted a fierce shriek that imitated the howl of a kip bat. Keely was about to turn around and say something angrily when Opsa caught her by the shoulder and pointed forward. There, among the reeds, Keely saw a fiery glow. Opsa shrieked a second time and the glow got brighter. As Opsa moved forward and shrieked a third time, Keely finally saw it. The snail was large, about the size of her father's fist. It was marbled with gray and orange streaks that glowed brightly. It had also left a faint trail behind it that glowed like it did. Most alarming, however, was that it flattened itself like a flapjack and then morphed its face into a screaming child. It looked like someone was putting their face up into cellophane and screaming into it. After a few seconds, the screaming started. It sounded just like a human, but with a faint liquid slopping sound in the background. Keely ran. Opsa giggled and ran after her. After a few minutes of running, Keely finally stopped. She was out of breath. Between pants, she started to say, What was that? That was a morphing snail. I've never seen anything like it, Opsa smiled. Well, there's all kinds of interesting things out here. But how did they learn to do that? I don't know, Opsa shrugged. Keely sighed. I'm no zoologist, but that seems kind of weird. What do you mean? Morphing snails mimic all kinds of things. They're good at it. Sure, I could expect them to imitate kip bats, but people? Do people eat morphing snails? Keely slowly stood up. She was still a little shaky. I don't know. Why not? Opsa figured maybe the snail could tell her. She did a good imitation of a kip bat, but maybe it could tell. As far as she was concerned, that was just the way it had always been. Because it doesn't make sense. Because, Keely thought for a few seconds and then said, because humans aren't the ones hunting them. Kip bats might be afraid of people, but they are probably afraid of those things. Afraid of a lot of things. Why people? Why little kids? At first, Opsa thought Keely was just being stupid, but when Opsa thought about it, it was a good question. I don't know, Opsa said with a quieter voice and shrugged again. Maybe we can ask Uncle Thake? Yeah, Dad might know. It was weird hearing her father called Uncle anything. He was just Dad. The two of them went back and resumed their chores around the farm. The morning sun was high in the sky before they were through. They were exhausted by the time they were both finished. Both of them nearly forgot to ask until just before bedtime. Opsa's father, Uncle Thake, was a solid man who had built up years of muscle from hard work. He came to wish Opsa good night and to see if Keely was all settled in when she asked her question. Morphing snails. Why do you want to know about those pests? Opsa said. Pests? Sure. A pack of morphing snails will scare the bats so bad their milk will go sour for a month. Nasty little things. If you see one, feel free to crush it. He looked like he was about to spit on the floor but stopped. Opsa smiled when she realized it was because of Keely's presence. Wouldn't want to look crude in front of the sophisticated members of the family, after all. Opsa said, You never said that they were a pest before. You never asked before. Now, why do you want to know about them? Keely's curious. Huh, all right. They sure are weird critters, I'll grant you that. He scratched the back of his head casually. Keely said, How long have they been able to look like human children? Thake thought about this for a moment and said, hard to say. People started noticing about 20 years ago, so I imagine it was sometime around then. Has anyone ever studied what makes them act that way? Sure have. Every few years, some new scientist comes hoping to crack the mystery. They've all gone back empty-handed, though. Not a one of them has figured it out. It's a big universe and a small planet. Most of them went on to do better things. Now, enough about the snails. I want you to sleep. They took the hint. Both of them quickly nodded off. Keely didn't sleep well. Opsa patted her shoulder at breakfast. You'll get used to it. She was only slightly condescending. Keely had proven a lot cooler than Opsa had thought she would be. Keely... Opsa patted her shoulder at breakfast. You'll get used to it. She was only slightly condescending. Keely had proven a lot cooler than Opsa had thought she would be. Keely nodded absently while eating another bagel. She seemed to stare into space. At first, Opsa thought she had an evening zombie sickness and set to repeat herself. But then she realized Keely was on the hypernet. She was probably looking at more stuff about morphing snails. Keely still hadn't said anything about it while they did their chores. Opsa wanted to give her some space, but her curiosity kept bubbling up inside her. Finally, she could hold it no longer and burst out, What did you find? Huh? About the snails? Oh, not much. Keely shrugged and kicked some hay. Nothing? Opsa said. Well, almost nothing. Almost? Opsa stopped pushing buttons and moved to look up at Keely face to face. Well, none of the scientists I read about ever stayed more than a couple of months. So, what's the deal with that? It's weird. Opsa moved back to her console and started the milk processing again. It didn't seem that interesting anymore. Keely said, Back home, my best friend's dad is a scientist. Everyone thinks that it's cool until they see him working. Kagi, my best friend back home, says that he doesn't do anything all day, and when she complains, he says that it takes a long time to do good science. She said the last sentence as in grown-ups are large and boring voice. So, a couple of months isn't a long time. It is to me, Opsa said, had finished pushing the buttons on the milk processing and started pumping it into storage. Me too. But Kagi's dad says it always takes him years to get good results. So why would these guys come all this way here and not finish what they started? Opsa thought for a while, pushing buttons silently. Keely watched her until she finished. Once she was done, Opsa said, This is the busiest season of the year for us. They move school around so we can get the farm work done. But that means that there are no concerts, no festivals, and no dances for 2 months. We're all supposed to concentrate on the bats. Keely shrugged a little. I understand. Opsa laughed. No, you don't. Do you think that we can really work 16 hours a day? Things get really boring here during milk season. So I think that as long as we do our chores, why can't we solve your little mystery? Keely squealed with delight and clapped her hands. She hugged her cousin. Opsa hugged back, but couldn't quite muster her enthusiasm. It was kind of interesting. Maybe it was something to do. So where do we start? Well, I know that on TV they always make a map. That always seems to tell people something, Opsa said. What about the scientists? Yeah, they're important. Maybe you could find out about what made them leave? What if they lie? Why would scientists lie? Keely said. I don't know. A conspiracy? The snail conspiracy? Keely giggled. I'll just mail them. So you make your map. Just what are you going to make a map of? Opsa pulled a lever as she looked off into space pensively. Anything I can think of. I mainly think we should see what the snails are and maybe what the snails that imitate people are. Makes as much sense as anything else, I guess. Opsa pulled the lever back to its original position. They began to research the area. After a few days, Opsa had emailed 10 scientists and only heard back from one of them. Her enthusiasm quickly began to wane, though. This was too much like school. Keely kept right on it for 2 weeks straight. By that time she was done, she had more maps about snails than she knew what to do with. That was the new problem. Keely and Opsa showed the maps to as many people as they could find, and no one knew anything. It got so bad that Opsa's mother forbade any discussion about snails from the dinner table. The two of them were about to give up until Opsa checked her email. She had received responses from a few more people. In fact, 9 of the 10 had answered back. At first, they didn't see anything in the notes that really meant anything. Then one night, when they were by the fire, staring at some maps that they had been staring at for 3 weeks, Keeley finally went nuts. "It's the snails! They're mind-controlling the scientists to leave them alone." Opsa got a weird look on her face. "Do you really believe that?" Keeley rushed into the kitchen and came back with a roll of tinfoil. "I must make a hat to keep out their evil snail race. They're in my mind. They're in my brain." Opsa smacked Keeley on the back of the head. "Stop that!" Keeley groaned. "No more maps, please! No more maps! I'll trade you. I'm not getting anywhere with these emails, either." "Then maybe we should just stop," Keeley said. "That's it." "What?" "They all found better things to do," Opsa stood. "What?" "They got offers for research that interested them more elsewhere. So," Keeley stared at Opsa, shocked. "So someone got them off the planet. Someone powerful. Or someone very, very smart. Yes, but why? They're just snails." "Snails that can look like people?" Keeley said. "Only kind of." "Maybe it was a circus?" Keeley watched Opsa pace back and forth. "No." "Why not?" Keeley looked upset at how fast Opsa had shot down her idea. "Anyone could pick up a snail anywhere." "Yeah, well, not anywhere, but lots of places." Opsa laughed. "You are a snail expert now. Maybe the snails really are bad for the kit bats." "They're not just bad for the bats. The bats eat the snails, but they're bad for the farmers." "Didn't your dad say how bad they were for the milk? Maybe it's the snails themselves," Keeley said. "Back to the tinfoil again?" Opsa smiled. "No, hear me out. What if they're aliens and they're intelligent? And the face of a screaming child is the best that they can do?" Keeley shrugged. "It just sounds like more trouble than it's worth." She put her hand to her forehead. What I do know is that they're all giving me a headache." Opsa beamed. "Keeley, that's it. You're a genius." Keeley said, Yes, of course I am." Opsa just stopped smiling and smirked. "Why are you a genius?" Just general principle." "Just that, huh?" "Yep." Keeley folded her arms. Opsa started smiling again. "Would you like to know why I called you a genius?" "Sure." Keeley nonchalantly looked at her fingernails. "Well, you are a genius. You figure it out." "Opsa!" Opsa laughed. "Okay, I figured it out. Pharma drug companies." "Huh?" "There must be a drug that they get from the snails, and they don't want to let their competitors know about." Keeley put her hands underneath her chin. "Well, I guess it does make sense. I guess. I mean, it explains about the scientists, but not why the snails got their screaming face thing." Opsa deflated. "Oh, right." She perked up again. "But I think I know which drug company it is. I bet we check them out. If we check them out, we might be able to figure out why the snails do what they do." "Sounds good, but which company?" "There's only one drug company that really does a lot here. They get a lot of stuff from the kit bats." "Ew." Keeley made a disgusted face. "You go ew from bats you drink, but not the snails?" "They're snails. Snails are icky." "That makes no sense," Opsa said. "So what now?" "Any way we can get into that factory?" Keeley looked up a satellite picture of their destination. "We can try." Neither of them were well trained in covert ops, but they did go ahead and make some preparations. They brought sandwiches and some drinks. They also brought a backpack full of rope, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a pen, and a pad of paper. Keeley wanted to sneak in at night, but Opsa explained that things were busier at night than during the day, so they waited until noon. Keeley's second idea proved much more effective. They both wore their school uniforms and pretended to be on a field trip. Both of them rushed past the stunned guard, saying that they were late with the rest of their group. The guard only smiled then and shook his head as they ran past. Once they were out of earshot, Keeley said, "Wow, I can't believe that worked." "Yeah, me either. Maybe it didn't." Opsa looked around nervously. "Don't start that. Let's just find the snails and get out of here." Keeley started off down the hall. Opsa nodded in agreement and followed her. The factory was huge. It crisscrossed inside a lot of local bat caves with the tunnels to funnel the bats to where they were supposed to go. There were also a lot of very large assembly lines, though most of those were entirely automated. Neither of them had realized how large the place was. They were inside for a few hours. Once or twice, people looked at them strangely, but no alarm bells sounded and no one came to kick them out. Both girls got very tired. Finally, they had to rest. Keeley leaned against a wall. "We're not finding anything." Opsa sat down beside her. She broke out one of the sandwiches she'd brought with her. Opsa handed another one to Keeley. "Yeah, I didn't think we'd make it this far." "What did you think was going to happen?" "I thought they'd lock us up and call my dad. At best, I figured we'd give up and go home at this point." "Yeah," Keeley said between sandwich bites. So do you think we should go home?" I don't know. Well, what do you think? I don't know. You don't know? Opsa said, mildly annoyed. Yeah, I'm tired. Me too. Keely bit more of her sandwich. Then why not go home? Because. Because why? Keely finished her sandwich. Because we haven't found anything. Do you think we will find something? Opsa was honestly curious. I don't know. Maybe. Keely shrugged. Well, then where are we going to stop? I don't know. That's stupid, Opsa yelled. You're stupid, Keely laid back. Someone else screamed. Both girls were silent and looked at each other. For a few seconds, no one did anything. Finally, the screaming stopped and Keely moved down the hall to where the scream came from. Opsa was right behind her. There was a large white door with a glass window. They both had to stand up tiptoes to see what was inside. It was a small circular room with glass tanks. Each of the tanks had a snail wandering around the gravel that lined the bottom. Every few seconds, a screen would flash with the face of a screaming child. There was no sound at first, but after the 10th time, there was a slight electric charge on all the cages, which caused the snails to start to scream along. Keely and Opsa were out of there so fast that it felt like they were flying. The image of those screaming snails was so seared into their brain that they didn't even realize that they were screaming themselves until they were outside of the factory. They hid behind a large leafy tree. Opsa panted. What was that? Keely said. The drug company is teaching the snails to scream. Why? Well, Keely said, looking up for a moment, maybe they didn't want people to know about the snails? How does teaching them to scream help that? If anything, it makes them more noticeable. But then, what does it all mean? Opsa stuck up her chin and pointed back to the factory. I say we go ask them. Keely groaned. Do we have to go back there? I'm tired. Do you want to know what's going on with the snails? Yes. Then come on, Opsa said, taking Keely by the hand. Opsa found it ironic that she was the one taking the lead now. Let's go. There were 2 guards now, since the night shift was just starting in a full swing. They didn't bat an eye as the 2 girls on a field trip just walked inside. It helped that they were different guards, but Opsa still found it weird. Opsa found a terminal and used it to guide them to the president's office. The corridors were full of people moving along in various departments. Eventually, the 2 of them arrived at their destination. Outside of the door, Opsa said, We must look a mess. I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. Me too, but I've got an idea, Keely said. What? Trust me. Why? Why not just tell me? Because if I tell you, I'll have to hear myself say it, and I won't have the guts to do it, Keely said. Oh, go ahead then. The 2 of them marched in and saw an older girl, probably 19 or 20, waiting at the desk. She looked up from her terminal and said, Can I help you? Keely nodded. We're here for our appointment. The secretary looked puzzled. What appointment? Why, our appointment to talk with your boss about the school assignment, of course. Keely let out a bit of panic in her voice and to highlight tension. I'm afraid I book all of Mr. Flemmer's appointments, and I assure you, I haven't heard anything about this, but Keely looked like she was going to cry. Opsa was impressed. Keely was a lost puppy dog, just accidentally kicked while opening your front car door. The secretary smiled. Just wait here. I'll see what I can do. She got up and went into the office behind her. A short while later, she came back and led them into the office. The president was fat. He must have weighed 180 pounds without drugs. He probably would have weighed at least twice that. Much to Opsa's surprise, he also had a very trustable face and shining happy eyes. When the girls entered, he stood up from his chair. I understand that we have an appointment. Keely burst out. We know what you're doing to the snails, and we won't stand for it. His face grew serious. What? Keely continued. We know that you're holding them hostage. Opsa looked at Keely. Hostage? Keely gulped and said, prisoner. We know that you're holding them prisoner. Flemmer stared at Keely for a few moments and then burst out laughing. He laughed so hard it must have gotten whiplashed as his neck snapped back. The secretary joined in, though from her nervous tone it was obvious that she didn't know what she was laughing at. Finally, Flemmer calmed down a bit and said, We're not holding them prisoner. They're free. He started laughing again. To go any time they wish. At this point, the secretary knew what to laugh at and joined in. Even Opsa found herself smiling. It was a pretty stupid thing to say. Keely burned beet red. What are you doing to those poor snails? Flemmer stopped laughing. The secretary kept laughing for about 5 seconds before she realized that no one else was and then stopped. She looked around nervously, trying to guess what people were going to laugh at next. Obviously, she didn't want to be left out. Flimer said, "We're not really mistreating the snails." "You're making pills out of them," Keely said. "Yes and no. We're making it out of their slime." "Ew." Keely stuck out her tongue. Opsa took up Keely's slack and asked, "Why are you teaching them to scream?" Flimer went through a range of expressions in a short period of time. Confusion, realization, shock, anger, embarrassment, and finally amusement. He said, "You really think what we're doing hurts the snails?" Opsa said, "It doesn't?" "Not at all. Not really. We're helping them." Keely cranked her nose doubtful. "How is making them scream helping them?" Flimer said, "Because it protects them from the bats, and more importantly, from people." Opsa and Keely both said, "What?" at the same time. "Well, it does, doesn't it? After all, I'm quite familiar with your father complaining about how it affects milk production at council meetings." Opsa sat down at the nearest chair that she could find. "Does it affect Kip Bat's milk?" "It does. It's minimal. Your father has anecdotal evidence. We have scientific evidence. Around here, people listen to your father. At Sectorcom, they listen to us. That's why we haven't had to sell chemicals to your father that would kill the snails." Keely asked, "What about the Star Train?" "Pesticides and the like can't be brought in that way. Only by freighter, and quite frankly, no one has it coming that way this often. Milk goes out by train, but harmful chemicals don't come in. That's why so many farmers milk bats instead of grow crops. That's where the money is." Opsa nodded. "Crops don't make enough money, that's what my dad says." Flimer shrugged. "I can't blame your dad for wanting to feed his family, but these snails do a lot of good." Keely tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do you mean?" "The drug we make out of the snail's slime helps burn victims. It's called skinlenol. It basically rebuilds skin when you spray it on." Keely beamed. "Oh, I've heard of that. That's what they used on my friend Yick when he got hurt." Opsa said, "Can't you just get that from the snails in a protected area?" Flimer smiled at the irony. "You mean imprison them?" "No. We're an organic pharmacy. We only interfere with nature when it's absolutely necessary. Besides, while the snails might not interfere with the bat's milk, the snails don't seem able to produce enough slime in captivity. We haven't been able to figure out why." "Well, it might help if you didn't keep sending the scientists who came to study them away." Flimer winked at Opsa. "You figured that out too, huh? Well, we've got a good reason for that. The snails can be used to make a bad drug that lets you look like someone else. Right now, only a few people know that. But if word leaked out, then every criminal in existence would be trying to find them. We quietly work to send them away so they don't find out what the snails can really do." Keely said, "So if we told anyone, that would be bad for the snails?" Opsa was annoyed. She wasn't sure what she was annoyed at, but she didn't say anything at first. She just listened. Flimer said, "That's right. What is your name, by the way?" "Keely. I'm Opsa's cousin. Pleased to meet you." Flimer shook his hand, Flimer offered his hand and Keely shook it. Keely said, "I think we can promise not to tell anyone. You don't have to kidnap us or anything, do you?" Flimer laughed. "No, I don't think so. People are more important than snails. At least they are to me." Opsa was about to burst until Flimer made that comment. Something about it made her feel better. She grumbled, "We need to go." Keely said, "I can't understand what you're saying." "We need to go. We need to go home. They're probably looking for us right now." Keely blanched. "Oh, right. We do need to get back. The last thing I want to do is get us into more trouble. That's what got me sent out here in the first place." Opsa finally smiled and shook her head. She looked at Flimer and thought a few moments. Finally she said, "All right." She shook her hair. She played with her hair a bit. "I won't tell anyone about the snails. I doubt they'd believe me anyway." The last month of Keely's summer vacation came and went very quickly. The girls were friends now, and actually enjoyed spending time with each other. After a week or so, the milking season died down, and preparations for the harvest, such as it was, came in with the associated balls, concerts, dances, and presentations. Keely learned a lot about the local culture in a very short period of time. And then summer was gone, and Opsa found herself standing at the terminal for the Star Train with Keely on the first clear, crisp dawn of fall. Opsa's mother was there as well, but she was more busy spending time making sure all of Keely's luggage got on board than spending time with Keely. It wasn't mean or unintentional, just benevolently typical. Opsa looked at Keely. So, do we call this the summer of snails or something?" Keely giggled. "I like that." Opsa scowled. "I don't. I was kidding." "I like it." "Well, I don't." "Well, what should we call it then?" Keely said. "How about the summer you came over and spent the summer here?" That's kind of long, Keely thought. How about we need a shorter name? How about the long summer? It seems kind of short for me, actually. Keely chuckled. Keely checked her ticket for the 10th time to make sure she still had it. Summer from hell? Opsa smiled. Hey! Opsa smiled and hugged Keely. It was just a summer. It was fun. The shrill whistle of the train filled the station. It wasn't really a whistle from the train, of course, but people liked the way it sounded. Opsa said, I enjoyed having you here. Keely smiled. Maybe I can come back sometime. Opsa smiled despite herself. Maybe you can visit us sometime. Keely bounced up and down at the thought. Opsa shrugged. I'll miss you, Opsa. Yeah, me too. I'll miss you. Opsa's mother appeared one more time. They hugged 3 or 4 more times, and then Keely was gone. School was starting, and it left Opsa to realize, much to her extreme disgust, that she missed Keely. She must have done something horrible to embarrass her next year. Opsa's mother said that there might be a next year after all. Opsa was not so busy thinking about what that might be that she didn't even, Opsa was so busy thinking about what that might be that she didn't even realize that she was looking forward to Keely's return. So I'm going to give this story an A. Arguably an A minus, but definitely an A. It is one of my better ones, and I've always known that. I totally understand why this story wasn't bought. People that buy science fiction stories for magazines or read science fiction stories typically like wonder or interesting characters or interesting places or plot twists. You know, the bomb is here and we have to do X, Y, and Z, and it's utterly, incredibly important that we do X, Y, and Z. And, you know, it basically comes down to this is whimsical, and there is a genre for whimsical, but it doesn't tend to overlap in fantasy or science fiction, and there is that. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind comes to mind. But even that is saying something larger about memory, and this is really a coming-of-age, young adult fiction in a science fiction fantasy setting. I'm sure that there's young adult fiction, but even that tends to be about, the noble has to save the lost kingdom or a love, and this is just 2 young girls solving a bizarre mystery involving snails. I'm glad I wrote it. I'll be honest, I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote this. I do like writing weird things for the sake of writing weird things, but as a cis male white dude writing science fiction for young adult teen girls about snails is one of the things that sometimes even I don't understand why I do things in the lens of time. A couple of things did stand out to me as I looked at this. One of which is that, anybody who's been raised after Generation X, specifically a millennial or Gen Z or Gen Y, would wonder how the hell their parents wouldn't let them, wouldn't be monitoring them all the time. And my counter argument to that is societies come and go in terms of how much they monitor their kids, right? These days, something like this is completely implausible because the idea of not monitoring your kids 24/7 is just anathema. But I would make the argument that, this is a rural community, and in the future, they might realize that there are social costs to being a helicopter parent. And on top of that, they probably do have ways of technologically tracking a child down to the last molecule in the future. So they might not have to pay, super close attention when they can just check the satellite feed and say, oh, there they are. The other thing that immediately comes to mind is like I said, the interesting thing about this story is it doesn't really fit categorization. I'm glad I wrote it. I doubt I would ever write something like this again. Right now I'm working on something called Project NIMBY, which is about transhumanism. But even then, I kind of have a reason for writing it, which is to show that the future isn't what we think it is in terms of how humanocentric it's going to be. And this future is not only very humanocentric, it shows that the more things change, the more they stay the same. And some things about this I do think, assuming humans are around and we do have interstellar travel, I think would be similar, right? Country versus city and stereotypes are very, very common and have always existed as long as humans have existed. And given the fact that we're still going to have rural worlds and urban worlds, probably, I could see something like this happening. So, the snails are not super plausible, in my opinion, but that wasn't the point of the story in the first place.
This is the story Wood of the Worm Tree by Rhombus Tix as part of Swamp Castle. Vance the Demigod knew he had a paranoia problem. The question was, what was he going to do about it? He was going to have to trust someone, and at the moment it looked like it was going to be an utterly incompetent child. Vance looked from the ragamuffin lot of potential recruits in front of him. He wasn't impressed. They stood in line waiting to speak. "What's your name?" Vance asked the nearest. "Brimley, sir," the quivering ragbag announced. "Any useful skills?" "No, sir." "Then why are you wasting my time?" "I want to help, sir." Mimley did his best to look brave. Vance wasn't impressed. "Next." Mimley cried and moved off to the side, his tiny tears running amongst the mud and clay caked onto his face. The fortress was impregnable. Vance had spent over 1,000 years sharpening his skills on half a dozen worlds. If it breathed, chances were that Vance had killed something like it before. If it could use something as a weapon, chances were Vance had wielded it. He'd spent all of this time sharpening himself into the perfect weapon that held the weapon, and now it was all for nothing. Vance had spent over a year scouting the place out from every angle. The spells that protected it meant that any kind of supernatural entrance was right out. Teleportation, world hopping, magic transit, and all that really flashy stuff wouldn't work. It also meant that he couldn't see inside. Neither could any of the wizards on whom he'd spent a small fortune. The next kid was all attitude. Vance had seen his kind 1,000 times before. It was the brightest spot in his whole day so far. This kid had bangs over his forehead in a delightfully rogue-like fashion. He wore bright colors and held himself with confidence. Vance looked thoughtful a moment as if he was going to ask the right question. The kid smirked, certain that he had just the right answer to any question that Vance could ask. Vance smirked. He had the perfect question. "Next!" The kid looked shocked and just stood there a moment. Vance motioned him away with the others. The kid continued to look shocked, frowning slightly. How could it be? How could Vance not have chosen him? What had he done wrong? Everything. Duh. The whole point was to pick someone from this village to enter Odingel's stronghold, which meant that the precious know-it-all would be spotted a mile away. Everyone here knew that. This idiot would have gotten himself killed 5 minutes after walking in. The kid spat on the ground and stomped off, making an obscene gesture in the process. Make that 5 seconds. Flashback. The wind made the aspen sway back and forth as Vance looked up into the sky, dying. He hadn't meant for this to happen. His delusions of grandeur had cost him, but not as much as they would cost Lidiania. It was cold, very cold. He looked once more wistfully at the wood. Was it worth the cost? Of course not, he chided himself again and again. The cost was too much, but if it meant saving himself, then he couldn't justify it. But what about his master? Vance looked over at the huddled shroud of black blankets that contained Kilgan's body. He kept looking at the wood. It would be one thing if he burned some for himself. But what if he burned it for his master? Surely that was worth it. Saving the life of another was worth it. And how much knowledge would be lost if Kilgan died? No one else knew the codes and prayers that would unlock the secrets of the World Tree. No one else could even find it. Kilgan had taught Vance some of what he needed to know, but it was only a shadow of all there was. Somehow, he found himself over by the wood staring at it. It was smooth, almost like it was carved, etched with dragon scales so fine they shimmered in the moonlight. It didn't feel like wood, but then again, nothing from the world tree would. Each piece represented a world, a tiny way that the world could be, and this was supposed to be enough to keep the city going for 1,000 years. Supposedly, if he burned the wood, everyone who was left alive in that world would die. But Kilgan had said that they were going to die anyway.
He had carefully chosen the ones that would be most likely to go for each use of the city. Of course, that was before the wraiths had attacked. Even if he resisted temptation and refused to burn the wood, he wouldn't know it when it was ready. He went and grabbed a piece of wood. He wasn't sure how it happened, but his body moved of its own accord. He kept mentally refusing to destroy those people, yet his flesh refused to simply lie down and die for a hunk of wood. Vance wasn't going to let that happen. He moved the wood to the fire pit and stood out and took out his fire and steel, or his flint and steel. As he looked down at the wood, he stopped again. It was just wood. It wasn't really people. They were going to die anyway. He had to save Kilgan's knowledge. Vance had to save himself. He deserved to live, damn it. He was no hero. He was here to help his people not die for someone else. One strike of the flint landed on the wood, causing it to spout into flames. The heat was intense, like dragon's fire. The wood didn't really seem to actually blacken or burn, though. Vance basked in the warm glow, and then he heard the screaming. It started out small, a single child of the night, but then it grew louder and became many screams. The roar of sound nearly put the fire out, but the heat only grew greater and greater. All of the snow around him melted, turning the ground to mud. The flesh on his hands burned. With a cry of fear, Vance leapt towards his master, pulling him away from the fire and towards the cold. After walking 100 feet, the temperature finally became bearable, but the screaming did not stop. Vance tried to cover his ears. He discovered that the screaming was in his mind. He couldn't make it go away. Finally, he could stand it no more and tried to move towards the fire to put it out, but could not get close enough because of the heat. He tried gathering up snow in large amounts to throw it onto the log, but this accomplished nothing. Finally, he tried taking out the shovel in hopes of shoveling dirt onto it. Normally, he would not have had the strength to get through the permafrost, but the heat had turned it all to mud. He couldn't throw it very far, but a bit of it fell onto the log, putting it out. Bit by bit, he tossed more mud onto the log until it finally went out. The screaming did not stop at first, but eventually it faded away. Vance knelt down and wept with guilt, holding on to the shovel as he did so, leaning upon it as if it were an absent parent. Then he stopped crying and looked at the shovel's wooden handle. He had an axe. He was surrounded by trees. Why hadn't he tried to chop one down before he used the wood? Of course he knew the answer. Kilgan had all kinds of rules about what they couldn't do on this quest, but did his restrictions about harming a living thing apply to their return? All of the elaborate rituals that they had engaged in preparing meant nothing if they could not return, and had he not already doomed them both by his actions? Vance didn't know, but he had wood that he could burn that would not scream, and that was all he could focus on for now. He drove thoughts of madness out of his head and chopped the wagon to bits, slowly feeding a natural fire that came to life. He made sure that the whirlwood was very, very far away from the rest of the flame. Once they had built the fire and secured the wood, he dragged Kilgan's body closer. All he could do now was wait. Flash forward. The next kid was a stick. It was obvious the kid was starving, and he looked pretty stupid. He kept looking around vaguely as if he wasn't even sure he was next. He just stood there near the front of the line. Vance motioned for the kid to come forward. Hey, you. What's your name? The kid looked around a moment and then pointed to himself. Yeah, you. Who do you think I'm talking to? The stick was silent for a few seconds and then shrugged. You can talk, can't you? Speech is not a requirement for the job, but you'll be annoying if you're a mute. The stick mumbled something vaguely speech-like. Hey, stick, speak up. My name is Zockberry. The kid spoke a little louder. He seemed pissed. You seem upset, Stick. My name is Zockberry. This time, Stick proudly shouted it. Glad to meet you, Stick. What brings you here? Vance took a bite of his sandwich. This kid was amusing. Zockberry. My mother brought me. I didn't want to come. Honesty. Good. Vance took another bite of his sandwich, speaking with his mouth full. What would you rather be doing, Stick? Zockberry. Anything, really. I like watching snails. Really? Do tell. Snails are awesome, Stick said with enthusiasm. Have you ever watched one of them? Can't say that I have, Vance said, finishing his sandwich. But I imagine they're great. Do you know what I want you to do? Stick frowned. Sneak into Oldengel's castle? There's a little bit more to it than that. Yeah, I know. Do you? Vance asked. Do I what? Do you know what else that entails? Vance smiled wickedly. There was a very awkward pause. Vance figured this kid reminded him of himself 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. No. Vance beamed. Great. Ignorance is bliss. He
looked up at the others assembled there and motioned them away. "You're hired, kid." Stick scratched his head. "What do I get paid?" Vance laughed. "Assuming you survive, whatever you want." Stick looked thoughtful. "Anything?" Vance smirked. Here, the delusions of grandeur were already trying to enter between Stick's over-large ears. "Anything in my power to grant, Stick, and that's a lot." "Zockberry," Stick muttered, wandering back to his mother on the sidelines. Vance looked at the other kids in line and waited. So did they. Finally he said, "What? I only want one. Go home." They murmured as they left. Most of them had desperately wanted to help Vance out. They all knew what the castle represented, and they wanted to be free. Vance couldn't blame them for wanting to help. Of course, that didn't change the fact that they were mostly idiots. But then again, there were idiots descended from idiots who trusted Odengel with their freedoms in the first place. 200 years was a long time. If it weren't for all the other free nations that they saw traipsing through their corner of the world on a regular basis, they wouldn't have even had a comparison. Vance knew that they all had a thirst for it, though, and that was how he'd been able to get them to cooperate. Vance had other reasons for wanting to take Odengel down. He wanted to end his curse, and that wouldn't happen until he had paid for all the lives he'd taken. That had taken time, but he was finally within viewing distance. He started his quest out with a sense of guilt, but now that he'd lived so long, he understood that death was just as much of a part of the cycle as everything else. Death could be a gift, and it had been denied him for far too long. Odengel was the last of the wood thieves, and now that he had the right child, all of the walls that there ever were would not be enough to save him. Flashback. The old man looked at Vance with a look of pity.
"It was not worth my life, you know."
Vance shook his head. "Of course it was, master. Without you, we would have all been lost."
"The curse that has blighted our land is passing. The need for the wood is passing with it. In another 100 years, we would have just been fine. This wood is sufficient. This wood would be sufficient."
Now, he shook his head sadly. "What do you mean?"
"You are cursed, Vance, and this wood is cursed with you. Many will steal it. Most will come for it, and until you have dealt with them all, you will never be able to see peace."
Vance crossed his arms, still weeping. "It was worth it." The old man gently put his hand on the back of Vance's shoulders.
"You say that now, but we'll see how you feel in a few 100 years.
Flash forward. Vance and Stick looked at each other from across the wagon. Vance looked like an old man, withered and weak. His glamours were sufficiently powerful that he even smelled of ancient flesh and musty medicines. The glamour would have to be to withstand the outer wards. Vance could get by those without any problem, but even he would not dare enter Odengel's inner sanctum. He was mainly coming for the boy's benefit. Stick was nervous and not happy about his designated task. Vance had to force him to memorize over 1,000 instructions with absolute exactitude over the last few months, and the magics had forced him to use only the lightest touch. Stick was not now a magic user in any capacity. He was more of a device, albeit a living, breathing one. He had as much understanding of the arcane bits inside his head than he did understanding how to fly, which was to say none at all. Stick didn't look happy. He was just sullen and silent. It was beyond doubt that he wasn't interested in what they were doing. Even 100 years ago, Vance would have tried to fill the awkward silence with some kind of conversation. But he was just too old for that kind of thing now. He had better things to do. So neither of them said anything to each other until just before they entered the castle. Then it became a matter of vital security instead of sociability. Vance whispered to Stick, "You know what to do." Stick nodded. "You know what to do?" Stick nodded. Vance nodded back and gave the barest hint of a smile. He hadn't exactly been kind to the boy, but he wasn't stupid. By not asking again, Vance was giving him a sign of respect. Of course, sometimes little courtesies helped in matters like this. They also helped make you human. He was old, but he wasn't soulless. So he tried something encouraging, however feeble. "What you're doing is very important." "Yes, it is," said Stick. Of course, they both knew it was. The walls were straight up and solid black. They helped deflect most kinds of serious enchantments unless a wizard was present. It wouldn't stop Vance, of course, but that was why the blood from 6 creatures had mixed into the mortar. It was the most potent mixture yet found, and Odengel had drained the wealth of dynasties to have it built. But it had been worth it to Odengel. Vance cursed himself under his breath. It would be worth it to any man to have eternal life. At least it would for the first century or so. It took a special mentality to last longer than that. Guards in plate armor decorated in ceremonial worm scale stood at attention at the gate. They looked at the cart, but not immediately inside. That was for their brethren beyond the wall. They were merely here to look impressive and sound the alarm if something untoward happened at the front gate. Nothing happened at the front gate. They passed the witch stones as well. It was said that the blood of 1,000 innocent witches had died there. The number didn't matter. Their power did. They were able to see every element inside the cart. Nothing could be snuck beyond their watch. Fortunately, there was nothing there for them to see, just an old man and a stick of a boy. Easiest glamour in the world was to make yourself look like your true self. That was all relative, of course. If you were going by the truth as seen by man, he was an old man. If you were going the way the world thought a man of several hundred-year-olds should look like, then he was still an old man. But if you looked at the deeper truth, the truth of the wood of the world tree, then Vance was an immortal that could never die. Until his task was complete, that was. The market inside the outer wall was bustling. Merchants with trusted sources gated here directly from other worlds. The security of this place was the source of Odingel's power. Everyone knew that it was safer to bring something here for sale than virtually anywhere else in existence, and those places weren't generally safe to get to. Yes, Odingel seemed like quite a prosperous and well-rounded fellow to the untrained eye. To be sure, he pillaged and conquered every century or two when things didn't go well in the market, but what ruler didn't? True, he destroyed the life force of the occasional child to tend his fire, but what ruler didn't do the occasionally horrible thing now and again? From a mercantile point of view, Odingel was perfect because he was stable. You could count on Odingel to do what he said and to say what he meant. Despite all of the bustle and hustle, though, the circle around the inner keep was invisibly enforced. No spell, no clever mechanical device kept people from getting closer than 2 paces away. It was sheer and utter terror. Some believed it was the nightmares, and others believed it was the brutality of the guards that Odingel used from time to time. But Vance knew that it was revulsion that all life felt close to death. One of the guards blew through the hollowed-out ibex horn. It was time. Vance moved Stick around and into the line with the others. Here was where all the preparations paid off, and Vance was finally able to complete his mission. Stick started to protest, but Vance was having none of it. He silenced Stick with a glance. The doors slowly opened. Odingel slowly waddled his portly frame out of the gate and down the steps. His hair was jet black but brittle. The wormwood could only protect him from the ravages of time so much. His beakish nose lifted a moment as if to smell something and then lowered slowly, looking over the assembled children. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed at Mimley and said, "This boy will tend my fire." How the hell had Mimley gotten here? Everyone in the compound cheered. Vance joined them reflexively as he had been prepared to do with Stick. His brain was stuck in a fog trying to understand the facts and impossibilities as they presented themselves. Fact 1. Odingel had chosen the wrong child. Fact 2. Odingel had chosen a child that he rejected for consideration because he was a brat. Fact 3. Odingel had chosen a type of child totally opposite to what 30 years of observation had told him that he was most likely to select. Stick, on the other hand, was looking very happy as well, quite relieved, actually. Vance exploded. Being a demigod, he was used to spending decades to plan everything that he had almost forgotten about, and then doing a knockdown, and then it ending in a knockdown, drag-out fight, almost. The fireballs that he threw were carefully ringed so that they did not harm the children that were fleeing in a dozen different directions. He did fry many of Odingel's guards. While Odingel was burned, Vance knew that it didn't matter. Sure enough, in a blur and blink of an eye, Odingel was well. Rather than fight, Odingel turned around immediately and ran for the door. Stick looked at Vance and then frowned. At first, Vance thought he was going to run away like all the others, but much to his surprise, Stick ran behind all of the other combatants and back along the wall, but farther into the chaos. Vance didn't have a spare moment to watch Stick any further. He raised his sword to defend himself as quickly as possible. He threw up a wall of flame around himself that destroyed the warriors right next to him, but he immediately had to turn around and burn those that were grouping in larger numbers. Odingel wasn't any kind of sorcerer compared to Vance, but Odingel did have a wide range of enchanted devices.
He used those mainly to stay alive. Still, there was a part of Vance's mind that was trying to figure out where Stick had gone. He would normally have had far more awareness of the situation around himself, but the scrying blocks forced him to use his natural eyes. Vance wanted to try and protect the boy, but the fact of the matter was Odengel was his higher target. Most of his spells simply bounced right off of Odengel, and what little damage Vance did was almost instantly healed. Vance was able to make headway towards him. It was only a question of who was faster. Then again, the minions that Vance kept clearing away like insects voluntarily swept aside for Odengel. The danger of focusing too much on the minions was that Odengel would get away. The danger of not focusing on the minions, that one of them would get a lucky shot and decapacitate him or something. That wouldn't mean death, but it would mean making up in one of Odengel's cells with a very unpleasant fate. One by one, the groups came and Vance dispatched them. It wasn't even a contest. It never was. Just as he thought that, a crack pair of heavier magicians teleported in behind him, bypassing the wards and forcing him to shield himself. It took only a few seconds, but it was all Odengel needed to scurry behind his doors. Vance howled with rage and blasted again and again at the gate, but it was for naught. It was only then that he noticed that Stick had managed to sneak his way past him. Time passed, as it was wont to do. He wasn't sure what action to take next. He had a single, simple spell telling him that Stick was alive. Odengel's wards wouldn't detect that simply because it was basic sympathetic magic. When Stick died, the blood charm would turn to ash. And all he could do now was wait. Well, that and prepare layered wards for whatever backup that Odengel was calling. There were things out there in the worlds that could hurt Vance, but none of them was ever going to get here fast enough to get past his defenses. So it was a stalemate, and Vance hated it. He had to create a small hourglass spell just so he could see time pass. There came a point of diminishing returns. There was only so much preparation that was worth it. Beyond that, it was simply a matter of waiting. While it felt like days, his fields got slammed. Because of the stupid scrying wards, Vance couldn't see exactly where they were. He considered upending the wards so he could see, but he didn't feel like it just yet. It was a time-consuming process, and while he was skilled enough to hold his wards and remove Odengel's at the same time, it would be a strain. For all he knew, he might be here for years. The doors opened, and Stick walked out. Vance was pleasantly surprised. The kid had survived after all. He felt much better about waiting at this point. The doors slammed behind him. Stick walked up to him, wearing silken robes with Odengel's markings on them. He didn't have any scars indicating that he'd been beaten in combat. "Greetings, Vance," Vance nodded. "I have come bearing a message." Vance waited. Obviously, the boy expected him to say something at this point. It was quite the waiting game until Vance finally decided to say, "Fine." "Odengel wishes to depart from this life." That was more like it. There was another pause. Vance finally realized that Stick was quite enchanted. Then, to amuse himself, Vance said, "Fried chicken." Stick nodded sagely. "Yes. He has 3 conditions." "Sassafras." "He is more than willing to address your concerns, but first you must meet the 3 conditions." "Cat ate your tongue?" "First, you must agree to allow at least half of the mages to enter the fortress." "Mukula bola finu." "Second, you must act as the executor of my state when I'm gone." "Blackberry pudding?" "Third, you must do no harm to anyone in the city once Odengel has taken his life." Vance nodded sagely. Stick still didn't say anything. Vance rolled his eyes and placed his hands high above his head. "Hear the words of my mouth." Stick nodded sagely. "Excellent. What are your terms?" Vance figured Stick was going to repeat this from Odengel, so he wanted to make it good. "I want you to come out here, unarmed, with Stick. I'll lower the ward as soon as you're vulnerable." Stick nodded sagely. "I shall convey these terms to Odengel." "Great. I'll wait here then." "Remain here." "Of course." Vance nodded politely. Stick bowed and nodded. He then moved towards the doors that parted for him. Vance was right behind him. The doors closed with a resounding crash, making Vance look around nervously on instinct, but there was no response. The initial hall was richly furnished with 3 gilded chairs, a carpet, and tapestries from a dozen different worlds. It was lit with a ghostly mage light that came from the entire place and making it feel tomb-like. There were several more halls, each was littered with more evidence of Odengel's vicious plunder.
Vance had to restrain his anger. He was trying to move by stealth here, nominally speaking. Eventually, Stick returned to an opulent living room. Odengel sat at its center, drowning in silk pillows that overflowed the room. Every moment of the last 1,000 years had been worth it as Vance saw Odengel's jaw drop. Odengel was still for a moment, then screamed, scrambling out of the pillows towards a nearby bell rope. Stick just stood there. Vance leapt over the pillows and slammed into Odengel before he could reach the rope. He put a knife to Odengel's throat and said, "All the protections in the world, and you let them down to let your charmed puppet back through. Not too bright, Odengel." Odengel sneered, trying to push down the rivulets of fat that matched the red silk around him. "If you take my life, the boy dies, and the whole place goes up in cinders." Vance just smirked at him. Odengel waited. "What?" Vance didn't say anything. "What?" Vance plunged his enchanted dagger into Odengel's fat belly. The blade slipped inside the layers of fat, causing problems of its own. Odengel couldn't remove it, though he tried, wallowing and writhing in pain. While he lingered on the floor, Vance turned his attention to Stick. The boy writhed in agony. It wasn't so much that he was bleeding, but Vance could tell that he was in pain. Vance recognized the spell. It was sloppy, but vicious. It took him about 10 seconds to undo the results, but Vance failed to notice the trap until it was too late. There was a titanic explosion with flames reaching high above his head to touch the sky. The walls of the mansion were knocked flat in a matter of seconds. The mages that had been outside ready to trounce him were incinerated. The village that had grown up around Odengel's mound was gone as well. Vance felt the fire crawl up and down his skin like a living thing, burning him beyond recognition, and then there was blackness. He awoke to a barren wasteland. His curse was slowly ended, and death was finally coming for him. Vance should be happy, not only that his time was done, but Odengel and his terrible evil removed from the world. It was the stuff of legend. Odengel had died, and the boy had died, and now he was dying. Everyone dies. But as the final lingering moments of his life appeared before him, Vance couldn't help but feel bitterness of the whole thing. He had succeeded, but used the innocent to do it, however intentionally. That he would have to bring that guilt with him as he moved into the next life. The last bit of wood escapes him, but not before setting the balance right. 2 lives for 1 life. It was a good bargain. Vance felt his ego whittled away as his spirit merged with the world tree. But not before he had a shade of satisfaction as he saw Stick take a breath of life and stand amongst the crumbling ruins of the building. Vance took a second hint of satisfaction as the boy stood up and looked around in confusion. Stick obviously didn't have a clue what was happening. Typical. And then a third came from the fact that the boy bore a small scar on his forehead, a serpent's mark. The wood had marked him with thanks for its service, and the boy would be rewarded accordingly. There were few less qualified, none more deserving. With a sigh, an unwilling blink of the eye, the spirit that was Vance at last discorporated, sinking slowly amongst the winding scales that moved between the worlds, up the branches and onto other spheres. Such was the natural way of things. So, I like this story. I'll give it a solid B. I don't think it would be good enough to get out of a slush pile, but it would almost get out of a slush pile and probably get moved from the lower layers of the slush pile onto the higher level reviewers. The thing I like about this story is that it shows that, after writing story after story after story, eventually you get kind of good at it. And while my early stories had flaws, the fact of the matter is that this one, it has 2 characters, technically 3, that you understand who they are. The characters have an arc. You understand their motivations. The story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And there's a conflict. And that's really the best you can kind of hope for in a short story. The thing, like I said, that it just does, to me, it doesn't stand out. I've read and written many, many fantasy or science fiction stories, and this one incorporates a lot, but it doesn't, there's nothing unique about it. So on the whole, I'm glad I read it, glad I enjoyed it, glad I wrote it, but, I'm not going to be remembering this one twice. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am Rhombus Tix. This is a series I'm calling Swamp Castle, where I read several short stories that I wrote a long time ago and then make comments on them. Here is The Fires of Prophecy. His legs hurt.
His feet hurt. His boots hurt. His stomach was empty. His lungs were heaving from a backpack filled with things he knew he didn't need, and his back felt like it would snap at any moment. If war was hell, then this was the lowest plane thereof. He looked over at his sergeant. "Are we there yet?" His sergeant smacked him across the face with a metal gauntlet. Tough love it was. In the old stories, everybody died. That was just the way they did things in those days, Nax reasoned as he trudged towards the city that was supposedly safe but probably wasn't. People who made up stories about the old days were full of shit. Anyways, Nax really hoped those stories didn't apply to him. Everyone who had had any brains had already fled ahead of them. Fled to Glasshouse because somehow the, quote, prophecy, end quote, would save them. Nax tried to make his mind flow elsewhere. He'd met a man once who claimed that a Sopensen monk had taught him the true secrets of the mind. Nax had spent an evening trying to learn alien secrets across the campfire. It wasn't doing any good right now. What did it matter? Sopensen's secrets for the Sopensen, not humans. 3 willows moved back and forth in the wind. At first he didn't think there was much to it, but then he noticed that they were in perfect sync. Only there wasn't any wind. Then he noticed the other trees moving the other way. He tried not to think about it. Nax turned his head to the left and spit. He spit that way since of right, so he wouldn't spit down the ranks. Plort was in the row behind him and would kindly do horrific things to Nax's limbs if he caused problems at this point. He hadn't volunteered for this, but he hadn't exactly gone out of his way to avoid it. Anyone who was anyone knew that the Huff was an ideological Nimrod who wanted to do something glorious for the nation. Nax was conveniently not left to volunteer for one of the other sites at roll call, causing him to be, quote, drafted, end quote, into Huff's crazy plan. The man at the top of the tower of the last outpost flagged the drawbridge down, and the company slowly slogged inside. It was the last place they'd have to evacuate before they reached the city. The civilians they were escorting collapsed with exhaustion. No such rest for Nax. He and the other soldiers had 6 hours to load up whatever that could be recovered from the outpost before they resumed their retreat against the ever-increasing march of the Fate Binder. "Remind me why we're doing this?" Nax asked Plort as he handed him one of the boxes that seemed to move aimlessly from pile to pile in no particular pattern that he could discern. Plort shrugged. "Fate Binder wants to keep the prophecy from happening." "And what does that have to do with us?" "He means to smash Spielglass to do it," he grunted, and took another box from Nax. "Prophecy very long and specific." "It is," he grunted, nearly dropped the box and then caught it. "It needs to have Spielglass City intact to do it. Fatebinder plans to burn them all." Nax didn't care. He just knew that some nonsensical moron thought if they retreated to Glasshouse, everything would be fine. Stupid. The city only had a 5-foot wall. They'd been working to raise it, but they'd never had get it high enough in time. The box moving took most of the night, but they'd managed to get it done an hour before dawn. A few of the men had made a makeshift cantina where they were helping themselves to some beer that couldn't be moved. Nax wasn't one of them. He just put his head on the table and slept. He wasn't sure what time they woke him, but he knew that it hadn't been more than an hour or two. The sergeant looked at him with a nod of approval. "Sleep while you can, son. Better than those drunken sods." Plort looked over and whispered when the Sarge was gone. Sarge was a smart guy, but beer wasn't to celebrate. It was too dull from pain hauling all this crap. Nax couldn't say blame them. He still felt stiff all over and didn't know how much his little nap had helped. When he woke, he saw 3 clouds in the distance that looked like 3 giants battling themselves. He rubbed his eyes again and looked. No, it wasn't the light playing tricks with his eyes. There was the head and the body and the clubs. They were moving awfully slowly, but they were definitely clobbering the crap out of each other, at least as much as the clouds could. He tried not to think about it. On into sunrise, the motley band of soldiers, stragglers, refugees, and thieves marched. Nax had to concentrate very hard not to want to cleave something in two with his halberd. He felt cold through his entire body. It had seeped into him like some kind of demon, and he wanted to get it out as fast as he could. Unfortunately, the military discipline forced him to stay where he was in line. But at that moment, he hated his fellow soldiers with a passion. It didn't last, though. Despite the vicious last-minute blast of icy wind from the north, he managed to enter the gates of Glasshouse and get into an inn where he could warm up. The gates of the city were not as fortified as the outpost, but they were far more welcome. He could see the walls crowded with gaunt, frightened faces, looking at the final column, hoping that they'd brought some kind of hope with them. Right. The inn was called the Gurgling Goblin, and according to Plort, it was some kind of historical big deal. An emperor had been crowned here or something. It looked pretty small to Nax. Just before he went inside, he saw 3 black cats staring at him, lined up one after the other. He knew that the Spatians thought that black cats were bad luck, but then again, the Nwerns thought they were good luck. Technically, he shouldn't care what countries trying to destroy his homeland thought anyway, but Nax didn't care one way or the other. He opened the door and walked inside. He didn't want to think about it. He just sat as near as he could to the fire and watched as the comely but well-worn barmaid asked him for his pleasure. He told her his pleasure. She smiled, slapped him, but only a little, and got him a beer. He nursed his drink like his life depended on it. The sergeant and Plort sat down by his side. Plort said, "I reckon it is only a matter of time until Fatebinder gets here now." The sergeant said, "Matter of time? No. But no two is ways about it. Sunset. He'll be here at sunset. I heard one of the spies talking earlier." Nath sniffed and sipped another swig of warm beer. "Not much of a spy. I have good ears." "Still, not much of a spy." Nax wiped his sleeve and put the drink down. If he's so far behind, why are we running all the way here?" Plort rolled his eyes. "'Cause he can move a lot faster, see? The Fatebinder is taking it nice and slow, making sure that his supply train can catch up to him. He is in no hurry. But we can't count on that. Plus, the other people are here. More preparations they can make. Basic military strategy and all that." "Strategy," the sergeant corrected, "but otherwise more or less correct. The Fatebinder has proven unpredictable in the past, which meant that we had to assume he'd move fast as he could, as we lingered way too long." Nax shrugged and shut up. He couldn't help but feeling this whole thing had been pointless somehow. How could they fight a wizard as powerful as that? Some even said that he'd studied with the Tsar. Others said that he had all kinds of husher lore. With all that behind him, what were the pathetic fools in Glasshouse supposed to do to stop him? "Trust in the prophecy," the skulls said. Fat lot they knew. Prophecy had a way of doing what it wanted. Nax was no skull, but he'd listened to enough tales and bars to know that people who got mixed up in prophecy usually had no idea what they were actually messing around with. And if this Fatebinder meant to destroy them, then the prophecy probably couldn't give 2 flips of a lamb's tail what happened to them. There was a low growl outside the door. Everything in the bar went quiet. There was something in that growl that wasn't natural. Everyone looked around at the kitchens and the windows. A few looked at the winding staircase that led a few rooms on the floor. No one could bring themselves to look at the door outside, except Nax. He looked around, mildly confused. Everyone was terrified of it, afraid to move. It was probably just some kind of dog or something. The door opened of its own accord. A harsh wind filled the room, colder than one that had greeted him upon entering the town, and ghostly jaws clamped around his throat. Nax leapt backward, while the sergeant and Plort threw chairs at it. The chairs went right through it like it wasn't even there. They snarled and leapt to Plort's throat, tearing it. Nax sneered with rage and grabbed his halberd leaning on the wall. Plort was gurgling blood by the time Nax brought his halberd down and cut the thing in 2. It evaporated like smoke. The sergeant rushed to the wall and grabbed a torch. He tried to apply it to Plort's throat, but couldn't because the burly man was thrashing around so wildly. "Sit still, damn you," the sergeant cursed. Plort complied and held still. The sergeant held the torch to his neck. A thin sheen of frostbite and ice under the blood melted away. Plort looked bad, but not dead. A skull in the corner looked at Nax. "How did you kill it?" Norx looked back, far more concerned about the fate of his mate. I chopped it in two. What of it? You cannot kill the jaws of winter with an mortal blade, and I see nothing special about your halberd, the scout sounded almost accusatory. How the hell should I know? The sergeant took the scarf and wrapped it around Plort's neck. He grunted. It'll do until we can get you to a healer. He looked at the skald. What's all this, then? That was the jaws of winter. Your soldier should not have been able to do what he did. The skald looked at Nax. He cocked his head a moment, as if trying to see something that wasn't there, and shrugged. I don't know how he did it, but I can tell you for sure Nax didn't. He's got all the complexity of a fork. Nax had to wonder exactly what it meant. What he did know was that he didn't want to stick around the inn anymore. He picked Plort up with the sergeant's help and made his way to the large group of tents inside the city holding the soldiers. You'd think that since they'd volunteered to be last that the others would have held some rooms for them, but it didn't work out that way. Just before they went to the healer's tent, Nax looked back to see the skald outside staring at him. Nax didn't want to think about it and entered the tent. The healer was an old woman with bushy eyebrows, with busy eyebrows and shifty eyes. Her hands were amazing. She spun her potions and bandages like spinning a loom, and before long, Plort's eyes were wide open and looking about. The sergeant looked at the healer. Why isn't he moving? I paralyzed him to help with the healing. She had a surprisingly deep voice for such a tiny frame. The sergeant nodded. Will he be okay for the wall tomorrow morning? The healer shook her head. Lucky bastard. The sergeant muttered to himself and motioned for Nax to follow him outside. Much to Nax's relief, the skald was gone. Nax didn't want to think about it. Dawn came way too quickly. Nax was a veteran, so he got his armor on quickly enough and got to the top of the wall around the city to defend it from whatever forces Fatefinder might bring to bear. The earth shook. In fact, it shook a full hour before they saw any of the troops. Tiny bits of stone from some of the houses with poor masonry crumbled loose. Horns and drums played in the distances as the banner with 4 different nations. Each of Spielglass's enemies lined the field. What hurt was seeing the banners from the other Spielglass city-states. The thing was that they had been changed slightly. They still looked like the old banners, but with an added mark here or there to denote subservience to other nations. Nat couldn't tell much more than that. He wasn't a skald. There was a loud hiss and crack of thunder in the distance as large stones and exploding spheres of wood pummeled the wall, but it wasn't anywhere near as heavy as Nax thought it would be. They had kept their distance well out of range of Glasshouse's own catapults. Nax suspected that the Fatebinder had hired the Hushers to help him, but he'd been in enough campaigns to know that there was something weird about it all. They weren't trying to destroy the wall. Then he heard the sergeant whisper, "They're looking for something." What? I don't know, but I hope they don't find it. Nax didn't know either, but he really didn't want to think about it. He just ducked his head behind the wall as another of the large missiles slammed into it. A short while later, another missed the wall, and then a third. The sergeant looked at Nax. The sergeant's wrinkled face was hard to read, but he finally got a look of resolve and poked back from the wall. Where are we going, Sergeant? I want to check something. A few officers looked like they were going to challenge them as they moved off the wall, but the sergeant gave them such a look that they backed off. At first, the sound of the impacts grew dim, but then it increased again. Without getting back up on the wall, the sergeant waited a few moments and then looked at Nax. Then they proceeded to go right back down to the same place in the wall where they started from. It took less time now, and the sound of the strange siege engine continued hurling projectiles. It was enough to kill a man, but the walls stood firm. Then, still, the healers and the helpers had their hands full carrying the wounded behind them. Nax shrugged. He didn't want to think about it, but the hard stare of the sergeant drilled into him. The sergeant got around and looked him right in the face. The sound of the missiles increased, hammering and raining shards of wood and light all around the men. The sergeant ignored it, standing firm, not even blinking. Nax squirmed. I don't know, sir. Honest, I don't. Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? The sergeant picked him up by the scruff of the neck and dragged him to the campaign tent. The Lord Thrain was inside and was not a happy man. He looked with annoyance at the 2 guards just outside the tent. They dutifully stared forward and pretended not to notice the Thrain's withering glare for allowing someone to enter unchallenged. Nax approved. The Thrain looked at his own skald, a man much older than the skald in the bar, and back at the sergeant. He sat down on his small wooden battle throne awaiting an explanation. The sergeant said, I don't know, sir. That's why I'm here. They keep targeting him. Targeting him? The sergeant echoed. Yes, sir. The siege engines always follow him. The Lord Thrain looked very tired. And you thought bringing him to my tent was a good idea? The sergeant suddenly looked very chagrined and said, I didn't know what else to do, sire. No, I imagine you didn't. Nax didn't know what to do in this situation, so he kept his mouth shut like his mother had taught him to. It was amazing how useful a survival skill at keeping your mouth shut could be. The royal skald looked Nax up and down. He slowly stood up from his chair and moved around Nax, trying to examine him from every angle. Nax tried to ignore him, but proved highly unsuccessful as bony fingers poked and prodded him. Nax finally slapped the old man's hands away when he pinched Nax's cheeks. Then he said, All right, enough of that. The old man looked startled and said, Have you seen any signs and portents lately? Nax looked up. Nax wanted to feign ignorance, but that would be hard. Almost nobody knew anything about the lower secrets, like magic or husher stuff, but prophecy was something that they taught you about as soon as you could speak, so that wasn't going to fly. It would be like pretending not to know the difference between a wide-head arrow or a narrow tip. Well, maybe. This was much more reasonable defense because everyone thought they saw signs at one point or another in their life. That was one of the reasons people listened to skalds, who were more literate on that kind of thing. It kept you from going around from pub to pub, giving people haunting looks and saying, You must give me your beer, according to prophecy. So Nax just said, I saw some weird cats and some trees acting kind of weird, but I didn't pay much attention. The royal skald nodded. And how many weird cats and trees did you see? 3. As the royal skald took in a deep breath, Yes, I think you are bound to prophecy, which explains the Fatebinder's interest in you. Nax raised his eyebrows. Me? That didn't sound like a good thing. Were there any other signs of portents, anything unusual at all? Nax sighed. He hated thinking about this kind of thing. Well, there were those 3 clouds. Yes? Nax shrugged. They were clouds. There were 3 of them. And what makes you think it was a sign? Well, they looked a lot like giants. The royal skald nodded shazily. What were they doing? And fighting? The royal skald had a look of triumph on his face. He turned to the High Thrain and was about to speak when a dragon leg, thick as a barrel, attached to a foot as large as the High Thrain's battle throne, came crashing through the tent. This had the unfortunate effect of crushing the royal skald to a bloody pulp. The tent poles collapsed, sending the tent and everyone in it scattering to the 4 winds. Nax didn't know what was going on, but he knew that he didn't want to be around here. He fled north. The dragon's talon reached out and grabbed him, pulling him back towards the Fatebinder who rode on the dragon's back. Nax took out his halberd and slashed the talon in vain, the sharpened blade bouncing off the scaly skin. He felt himself rise into the air, staring at the Fatebinder eye to eye. Hello, he screamed to get out of the dragon's talons. You have to die. Nax tried chopping the dragon's claw a few times, but did no good. I'd rather not. You have to die. Nax just waited for the end, but then decided to give the dragon one more whack with the halberd. It didn't do anything. You have to die to prove that the prophecy can be beaten. Nax didn't really want to think about this, but he did think about it. His whole life flashed before his eyes. He found himself thinking about having a family, about how likely it was now that he was about to die. He'd never have a son or a daughter to carry on the line. That's it. That was just going to be him. What had he done with his life? Nothing. He was so caught up in his final thoughts about what a waste of his life that he didn't notice the bright white light that surrounded him, causing the dragon to drop him in pain. What is this? The Fatebinder shrieked and threw daggers at him, which were eaten by the flame. Nax dodged most of the daggers, but could feel the flame eating at the metal of the daggers as if they were mere snow. He tossed the rock back at the Fatebinder, which bounced off the arcane weavings in his cloak and armor. The Fatebinder unleashed a bolt of lightning from his fingertips. Nax could smell the ozone and felt fire rush up and down his nerves and limbs. He couldn't move. He couldn't hurt. The pain hurt so much. And then the fire had eaten the daggers, moved back up along the lightning bolt that engulfed the Fatebinder in azure flame. Nax didn't really know about fire. He tried concentrating and making it burn hotter, which it didn't, so he picked up another rock and threw it at the Fatebinder. The Fatebinder tried dousing himself with water and failed. His flesh was being eaten by the unnatural fire, though his attempts to repair it were at least stalling his inevitable destruction. "You have to die!" The Fatebender unleashed a last-ditch talisman etched with runes and metal husher bands to enhance its explosive nature. The flame ate it and turned it to ash before it had gone even halfway. Nax threw another rock. Nax barely had the presence of mind to look down at himself and see the light, trying to ignore the feelings of futility and depression that battered against the walls of his mind. The light moved around him and through him, gathering brighter and brighter. Finally, a giant shaft of light came down from the sun and surrounded him like a searchlight of a lighthouse. The Fatebinder knelt down with one knee shielding his eyes from the impossibly bright light, but instead the light burned him and the dragon to a cinder. Nax slowly got up, unsure of what was going on, and then moved over to kick the ashes out of spite. More bright lights fell down from around the city, slamming into the army's surrounding Spielglass, burning it to a crisp. Was he the cause of that? Was he responsible for killing thousands of people? Nax didn't want to think about it, and with that, the light faded. He eventually found the sergeant's legs, though the sergeant himself had remarkably survived. The same could not be said about the High Thrain, his Scald, or poor Plort. Without the Fatebinder to bind them, the remaining armies all disbanded, since apparently most of their supplies had been at the front. The Fatebinder had not anticipated a counterattack. Nax looked at the sergeant in his bed, waiting for him to wake up. "You okay, Sergeant?" "What happened?" "I burned everyone, or something around me did." "Huh. Something around you did." Nax smiled at that and kept waiting by the sergeant. He wasn't sentimental or anything, but he wanted to make sure that the old guy came out of this okay. Nax wanted to find out if saving the city was worth anything monetarily speaking. According to the royal sage, Nax was destined to be the ancestor of someone very important. It was a particularly important prophecy that they refused to tell him much. Most people with secrets worth keeping in the world were like that. According to them, Nax himself was never going to do anything of great importance. That suited Nax just fine. The important thing was that he was able to take of the Sarge, setting him up for life, with a pleasant amount left over. Of course, as he investigated his benefits a bit more, it became apparent that his descendants, and therefore his health, were a matter of national security. That meant the state had to help Nax produce as many heirs as possible. He'd live through it somehow. So I'm going to give that story a B. I initially was going to give it a B-. There's some things in the beginning that are just highly distractionary, in my opinion, that don't add to the value of the story. For a little bit of background in this, in my opinion, I think that... So I think, let's see here. There's a lot to unpack from this one. I'll start with what I was thinking when I wrote this, right? So the whole idea of this story, because a lot of stories come down to ideas like, what would happen if a shark got genetically combined with a bear, right? Or a tornado in the case of Sharknado. But in stories, a lot of times people focus on prophecy and fate and free will, and they try and mess with a prophecy without noting what they're messing with. And this particular short story was for a novel that I started putting together between the 6th and 7th novel. I knew I wanted to write another one, but I didn't know what I wanted to write. And actually, let me look at the date on this story. Sorry, real quick. Maybe more like between the 5th and 6th novel. In fact, I actually think it was before I wrote the 6th novel. But either way, after the 5th novel, or Forever West, I took a while to kind of think of what I'm going to do next. And there were some starts and stops, and there was one novel that I even got like 25,000 words into, and and wrote like 3 or 4 of the short stories that you'll see in this series. A lot of notes on the setting, and I got to a point in the novel where I just realized this isn't working, right? I don't think this is what people are going to be interested in. It doesn't feel right. And I waited for National Novel Writing Month and wrote the 6th novel, and everything about that series and that setting felt right, and I want to work more in it. And it's the same thing with the Inglemia 7th book. Right now I have 3 major projects I'm going to work on, right? There's the Inglemia series, and I'm nearly done with the first book of that series. There's the Forever West series, and I've written the first book, and I have a lot of notes and ideas on the second. We'll probably start writing that very soon. And then there's the third, which I'm calling Lasers Against the Dark Lord, which the sixth book is actually going to be part of an anthology of three, basically three anthologies, which will probably have novellas in them as well as part of that series. The Spielglass Chronicles just don't do it for me. And, you know, in some ways, even when writing a short story, little things work. Like the races all have a name and a history behind them. But sometimes those details become too much and distracting. And it's impossible for me to read this entirely as a reader without knowing that. But it seems to me that there are elements of this that were distracting about the setting. It certainly started out slow. I mean, Nax actually is a pretty decent character. You know, he's basically just some guy that's a chain and a link that isn't the fulcrum. He isn't the hero. He's the ancestor of a future hero. And, you know, the gods in this setting basically went all Ark of the Covenant to play their game. And somebody thought they knew what prophecy was, and they thought they knew the world worked, and they literally bet their life on it and lost. And I think it is hilarious to me all the times in our own world how people who are faithful and think they understand their religions don't even give a second thought of what they're doing is actually God's will when God might have other ideas. So you know, the thing I like the most about this story, which is why I upgraded it from a B- to a B, is that to me it illustrates very well that faith in the wrong thing in a world where gods are real could literally kill you. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and I'll be reading a story called Earth in a series that I'm calling Swamp Castle. Merchants were allowed everywhere that other humans weren't. That still didn't stop bandits from trying to kill them whenever they could. But Murphy didn't really care about that as he ran into the Woodhaven. It was risky. In fact, it was probably insane, but the bandits were more the immediate problem. He didn't get far. A spear touched his throat, and he saw one of the wild men waiting to plunge it into him. He closed his eyes and expected the worst, but instead the wilder just went onward, plunging it past him as the wilder rode his emerald stag and buried his spear into the bandit leader. With a hue and a cry, half a dozen wilders rose up from the foliage surrounding the caravan to kill the bandits. Both forces had been equally deadly, no match for their intended prey. For the bandits had killed the rest of the caravan. Murphy couldn't understand how they had been so effective so quickly, or why they had been so bloodthirsty. But equally frightening was the response by the wilders, who destroyed the bandits in half the time, with almost no noise save their initial war cry. Murphy waited for them to acknowledge him somehow, but they never did. The wilders picked at the bodies of the bandits, pretending like the merchants didn't even exist, and then moved back into the forest like they'd never been there in the first place. He'd heard rumors that the wilders had been human once, changed by the Woodhaven over time into something else. Then again, that was the story they said about most people who lived beyond the veil. Generally, Murphy didn't put much stock in most stories that made humans sound better than others, but now he was at least curious. He'd met wilders, dwarves, and merfolk, and each had been at least borne a passing resemblance to humanity. There might indeed be some truth to the rumors. He didn't know. Murphy was no scholar of antiquities. He had the unfortunate task of going through what was left of the caravan's things. His first task was survival, so he retrieved all the food and water he could carry. His second task was to find the trader's medallion that the caravan leader had carried. Without it, he or any human found beyond the veil could be killed or enslaved with ease. Then, and only then, did he allow himself the luxurious sentiment. He had a lot of dead people to bury, and little time to do it in. Murphy didn't dare travel along the road. The bandits all had kin in the toll-keepers, and as soon as they heard that the caravan had been killed, they'd be looking to retaliate. That meant he had to walk in the woods with the road in sight, and then try and walk around the toll village to the next village beyond. Normally this was suicide, but since the wilders hadn't killed him for entering the woods when they'd attacked the bandits, he assumed that they would let him through. Assume. That was a lot of assume. Murphy had heard all kinds of stories about them. Some of them were crazy. Most of them were filled with blood, death, and gore. They were not pleasant things, that much was certain, but he really didn't have any choice. Once he'd buried the last of them, he headed into the woods. The woods were alive. Everyone knew that. Murphy didn't understand how all the trees and animals and other things, he shuddered when he thought about the other things, could be alive themselves and yet also have some part of them that was shared with the woods. It wasn't natural, but he could feel it. And he could feel that it didn't like him. It wasn't that it was a seething hatred. It was more to Murphy like he was an annoying bit of gristle, and the forest really wanted to dig him out with a toothpick. He could feel the whole wood infusing him, invigorating him, and yet at the same time he could feel it trying to break down the barriers in his mind. He didn't even know he'd had barriers to break. He tried to moving his thoughts to the road ahead. He tried to stay in sight of the road at all times or he would get lost, and getting lost in these woods was a bad thing. He'd heard that once the woods had liked humans and welcomed them, but that was before the Sundering. Now the woods only accepted the Wilders. The sun began to set. He wasn't sure if it was wiser to stay where he was or move along blindly in the darkness, but he knew that either was a dangerous choice. He saw the light ahead, and that made him think that that was the next toll station. The bandits' kin would be there. Once he was past them, he would be able to return to the road. 2 hours later, it was entirely dark. He could hear the music and the laughter from where he was. Murphy doubted they'd be celebrating if they knew what the Wilds had done to their kin. Murphy stumbled along, not sure where to go. He had tried climbing one of the trees, but felt a biting sensation in his hand. He had to pull it back. There wasn't any blood, but it was a little red with irritation. Apparently, the trees did not want to be climbed. Eventually, he found the road again. He could see the bits of their lights from where he was, but now studiously avoided touching any of the trees for more than a few seconds. Still, he allowed himself a smidgen of hope. Carefully, ever so carefully, he moved past the toll-keepers. Then he heard an anxious shout to his right and looked around. He saw the painted face of one of the toll-keepers, and heard the toll-keeper shouting back to his fellows celebrating below. The music immediately died, and the primeval sounds of the forest took over. Murphy didn't even stop to think. He knew that if he stayed where he was, he would be dead. Leaving any hope of light from the fires behind, he ran as fast as he could, with nothing but the aurora in the sky to guide his way, which frequently was blocked out by the leaves of the trees. His foot kicked a rock, sending shock waves of pain up his leg and into his spine. He nearly collapsed, but kept moving forward. The reptile part of his brain forced him forward. He saw shapes moving in the darkness ahead and ran around them. One of them swept at him with what he thought was a paw. Murphy could barely hear his pursuers over his heavy breathing. And then he could run no more. He collapsed onto the roots of one of the horrible orange-barked trees and ignored the increasing burning sensation it metered into his cheek. He had to rest, and he couldn't move at all. Then he noticed. The sounds of pursuit had stopped. It was only then that the full horror of what he had done fell upon him. The forest went for more than 100 miles in every direction. It was absolutely filled with things that people that wanted to kill him, and he had no idea which direction he was to go in. In short, he was as good as dead. He should have waited for the toll-keeper to flay him alive. At least it would have been quicker than whatever dread awaited him now. Then came the pounding of the drums. It made no sense to him, because the toll-keepers were nowhere in sight. Were they trying to flush him out? Or was it the Wilders? Or was it his own imagination? The sheer solitude was certainly enough to drive him to it. Alone and in the wilderness, he knew that he was the only human for hundreds of miles. In fact, given the lateness of the trading season, he might be the only human for thousands. Murphy stepped over a particularly large segment of tree stump that seemed to move in the shadows of dream that lingered in the base of his mind. The fear kept him awake, fear that matched the pounding of his heart. The leaves of the trees had no more beautiful shades for him, but in his self-imposed madness began to take on the red glow of the blood of the earth. It was as if the world itself was pushing its blood up through the roots of the trees and spreading it out amongst the rotting, shiny, wet vibrance of each leaf, hoping to spurt like acid upon whatever hapless intruder might stumble by. Was it in his own mind, or was it simply only visible like this in the deep woods? They had camped in the toll areas for 5 nights before coming, always keeping near the firelight. The caravan had thought itself safe by following the rules, only to find out after 6 toll stations that sometimes the rules changed. Sometimes individual tolls could turn bandit, and while the Wilders might punish the bandits involved, they didn't really work to protect the caravans that traveled through them either. That had given them all a choice: press forward or go back. They had all worked 7 years to arrange the payments and cargo for this voyage. They had all staked their entire futures and fortunes on this event, and that meant prosperity not only for them, but for the rest of their family back home. It wasn't really a question. Justice might seem subjective. After all, from the Wilders' perspective, what they had done for the caravan was justice. The killers had been killed. But from the caravan's perspective, it wasn't. It seemed quite objective to Murphy. He felt anger. Anger at the forest that wanted him dead, and even more anger at the toll-keepers. He felt anger at the gods for their absolutely pathetic indifference towards his plight or the ability to do anything about it. Rationally speaking, he knew that if he prayed on the subject, he might get the attention of one of them, but any gods that would be safe to deal with were far in distance, quite weak in this place. The gods of the trees would be at their strongest here. Instead, some whispered that the wild woods were a place that not even gods dared go. But few would dare admit such a thing in the presence of the gods, major or minor. Carefully, with deliberate precisions, he moved on. If he slept, who knew if one of the roots of the trees might quietly wrap itself around his ankle while he slept, taking his blood to sate his thirst. The feeling of life and vigor he had felt upon entering this place now made him nauseous. It was too much. Nature disgusted him and he wanted to burn everything and anything. The wood was alive, and he loved it and yet hated it at the same time. He knew somehow that at dawn it would be more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. Was that subjective or objective? It didn't matter. Sleep didn't matter. Survival mattered. Survival mattered getting back onto the road and finishing what he could of the trading mission. He would not let the bandits win. He was even more aware when sleep took him. He walked for hours and hours, and then the waking world suddenly merged into the dreaming world, and he dreamed of walking through the trees and waking upon the sunset. Each dream became more real than the last until he really had no way of knowing once he woke what was the dream and what was reality. And yet the pain he felt on the surface of the tree when he put his hand on it seemed real enough. Would that have woken him? In the end, it didn't matter. The sun had risen, and the forest was indeed beautiful. The red and orange seemed mixed with the most emerald shade of green that Murphy had ever seen. He was in a living jewelry store, each arboreal snowflake manifesting itself in a different glorious Sundance. Today would be a good day. He knew it. Confidence bolstered his madness, reassured the reptile brain parts of his mind. The primal surging of the forest around him buzzed his head and filled him with rapturous thoughts of living and the dead. He gazed around him for some frame of reference while taking a deep swig of his canteen. The water was sweet as it was colorful. He could feel the way it sounded between the aisles of the sea. Not that there was an ocean here, of course, but that was beside the point. The point being, did he care? He cared. He knew deep down that he did. He knew that was all he knew, and drove the point deep within himself and projected it outward, like a spirit lance to protect himself and his sanctity from the overwhelming sensations of life and emotion around him. It was enough, though it was not perfect. By finding himself, his center, his wall, Murphy found direction. It was subtle at first, and then louder and larger in his mind. He felt a tugging, a distant tingling in the center of his being, urging him at greater and greater speed towards an unseen destination. Murphy began to run. Though he did not know what he was running for, he knew that he had to get there quickly. The wood seemed benevolent for a time, as if it were eager to have him get there. The wood spoke with no words, and barely a feeling. It was more of a quiet way in the wind moved between the leaves or danced in the treetops as the same breeze moved back and forth. He was one with nature, and it accepted him. Shortly and for a time, by defining himself, he had integrated himself, and now he would see where that led. And then he woke up a second time. He realized that he had been awake, but that something heavy was pressing itself onto his consciousness, calling out to him, bringing him here. He felt lucid. No, not true. He felt less lucid, but that allowed him to think more human thoughts. He was in some kind of a city. It was quiet, far too quiet. In fact, as he listened, he could tell that even his breathing was muted by something. It was serene, reverent even, like the shrines to even more stately gods back home. But it held a quiet sense of mourning as well. Whoever had lived here hadn't been the Wilders. The doors were all too short, about waist high. The wall was low, about up to his neck. But as he approached, he could look and see a sea of tiny little houses, though he spotted a larger human-sized building in the back. He also noticed that the walls had not worn away with the passage of time. In fact, if it hadn't been for the large amount of dust on top of the wall, he would have no way of knowing if the city had been built 6 days or 6 centuries ago. In fact, he really still had no idea. Despite the clearing of his mind, he still felt something calling him inward. But as he approached, he noticed one of the warder symbols used by the Wilders to keep people on the road. They didn't want him to go into this house. A part of him wanted to ignore the warning, but the fact was, he wasn't dead yet, despite the hostility that the forest felt towards him. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to leave. So he just moved around the edge of the wall, looking into the city and hoping he could see something else. He smelled the food before he saw it. Rounding the corner, he saw a small tray bulging with fruits and vegetables near the houses. He'd heard stories about the realm of the gods involving warnings against eating strange food. He'd heard no such things about the Wilders except drinking too much of their very powerful wine. He was hungry, and yet it was stupid. But he was very hungry, and yet it was incredibly stupid. With a supreme effort of will, he managed to pry himself away from the area and back into the forest. He did so reluctantly because now that he looked back, he saw a large ring of trees that acted almost like a warding wall. He was surprised he hadn't noticed it when he first arrived. Once he stepped through the trees, he felt the madness begin to return. But something more this time. It was anger. Anger over his refusal to eat the food that had been offered him. Immediately, he stepped back and things became normal again. What was going on? Did they want him to eat the food or didn't they? Were they just toying with him? Looking at the round of the woods, he shouted, raising his hands in exasperation, "What do you want?" The woods did not reply. He moved towards the human-sized building and saw a door. There was no symbol on it, so he turned the knob and slowly moved it inward. Unsure what to find, he carefully stepped into the darkness. Instantly, a warm fire sprang to life in the corner. Murphy found himself in a comfortable room with large pillows and wooden couches along the walls. Rich and detailed tapestries hung next to shining crystals, mounted into the wall which lit up along with the fire. There were several doors. He slowly moved into the room, not sure what to expect. After a few moments, he realized that it was just a room. He tried to move back towards the small door he'd seen on the side, nowhere near near where the food was, so he opened the nearest door and walked inside. That door opened into a long hallway with dozens of other doors on either side. He walked about halfway down the corridor and opened one of the rooms. It was a quaint bedroom, larger than the cabin he'd been on the ship getting here. It had a large feather bed with quilted covers and a solid brass chamber pot. The carving in the walls and in the woodwork on the bed was absolutely exquisite, but it looked like portions of it had been worn away. But when he compared the uneven results to the untouched parts of the carvings, he realized instead that it had been filed off by a rather skilled and determined vandal. Then, at the end of the hallway, he entered the library. The walls were high and stacked with scrolls of rolled-up paper. There was no dust of any kind in the room, and there were human-sized doors, though the door that caught his attention was a little doll-sized door on the far side of the room. He immediately went to it, opened it up. Inside, he saw another of the warning signs used by the Wilders. At the same time, he felt something powerful pulling him inside. What was it? He ignored it and backed away. Then he smelled the food. He was at war with himself. Was he really that stupid? But what choice did he have? And to be fair, he was honestly curious. Murphy crawled through the door, and for a moment he felt intense hatred, but that was quickly washed away by a sense of comfort and love. He took a quick look around and saw a room almost identical to the one he'd left, filled with books, but meant for a much smaller scale. Then he could see the food in the open doorway just beyond the tiny library. He crawled towards it. There was a large, bright orange crystal on one of the tables. It caught in the sunlight that poured through the upper windows. As Murphy approached it, he could see dozens of black specks inside it. Could they be insects trapped in amber? He reached forward to touch it, and instantly his mind was filled with images. He was aware of something larger than himself trying to talk to him. No, that wasn't true. The forest had already been trying to do that. No, in this case, it was more than communication. it was sharing experiences with him. He felt something warm. It was like he was being cleansed with a wire brush inside of his bones, but somehow the pain felt like pleasure. A short while later, he felt something push his eyes out of his sockets. That actually hurt, but when he looked around, he saw that the room was just the way it had always been, and that his eyes were still his own. Then a split second later, images and experiences filled his mind. He didn't know much about the people who had once lived here, but he knew that they had been kind to humanity for a long time. Empires rose and fell, and they always sheltered humanity. They came to view this as a sacred trust. And so when something particularly bad happened to humanity, they not only helped, but opened the doors of their forest. Murthy had heard about the legends of the Wilders once being human. It was apparently true. And then a hand burst through the window, shattering the glass. A voice inside his head was telling him to run. At first he couldn't tell whether it was the memories or reality, but the glass cut his face, and he knew that it was what he was facing was real. Blood dripped down his cheek and into the ashwood floor. He moved towards the door, but he saw the Wilder kneel down before him, its golden eyes full of rage and something else. The alien face took a moment to register, but Murthy finally recognized it as shame? Shame? Shame for... And the memories flitted into his mind. The guests had become presumptive. Generation after generation had forged them, changed them, made them something more, until they were only human in the vaguest of ways, but they became jealous of the power of their hosts. And like all jealous children, they took what they wanted and ate it. Murthy struggled as much as he could. He squirmed and shouted to get free, but the grip of the Wilder was like iron. Now Murthy understood. Now he knew what those who had been here had wanted the world to know. They had been betrayed. Their hospitality had been violated in the worst way, and the world had to know it. He would tell. They would all find out. They had to. And the last thing he saw was the Wilder knife glinting in the hint of the lighting dawn. That last sentence was a little bit awkward. So, good story. Fantasy horror, hard to do. This story started out really, really freaking boring. I would give it a C. The writing and the imagery started to get there. Again, with the other story set in Spielglass, fascinating little details in this world I'm trying to create here. I understand why I wrote the short stories before I wrote the novel, or tried to write the novel and then abandoned the novel. It's different. Different is good, but sometimes too different is hard for people to connect to. And there's nothing about this particular fantasy setting that just draws me in. I mean, again, I kind of get it. It's kind of similar, kind of not similar to other things I've seen. I don't even know what to rate this story. I think overall I'm going to give it a B-. Parts of it worked really well, right? The slow madness, the slow reveal. I think I could write this better now. At about half the length, and do everything that this story did and better, without all the little details. Except for some of the little details. It's actually the little details that make the story a B- instead of a C. Some of the writing in this was when I started experimenting, incorporating more of my poetry into my prose. It's become more secondhand and natural, and something I do in edit passes. But frankly, it works. It's still very kludgy in this, but when you compare it to some of my earlier writing, I understand why the supposed experts said that my craft was, well, frankly, terrible. It's not as bad as it was. Practice and more practice has shown itself over time. Murthy himself is a very passive character. There's a lot of, some of the details about the trading caravan, it works, but, other things leap out to me, like that, in the lens of time are kind of obvious, like, for a trading mission, okay, it takes food and a trading medallion, but nothing else, like not even small valuable objects that he can sell. I mean, I get that an entire trade caravan isn't going to have enough to sell, but, just surviving when you're a merchant probably isn't going to be enough, especially when they already took a horrible risk to continue going on. The other thing that's interesting is I'm fascinated by some of the implied setting details here, and I actually do the exact opposite of too much info dump, because what is it exactly that's causing the decay of these merchant routes that, is causing these toll villages to turn on people and become bandits and risk these wilders killing them? It doesn't say, and to a certain degree you don't know, but at least a couple more details, like the decline of the empire, or, in the lens of time, I don't remember off the top of my head what it is in the setting. I certainly remember at a super, super high level, which is cycles of XYZ race coming on, and humans aren't necessarily the latest race, right? They usually are, but if it's the elves in decline and the dwarves in decline, then why can't humans be the ones in decline for once? And that's one of the things about the setting that I liked and that was interesting, and it works kind of in the horror, but at the same time, if I'm going to do that, I probably should make the humans a little bit more like the humans from Gondor, or, the high men of the Middle Earth, which Murthy is definitely not. Murthy is just your garden variety human, more concerned with tomorrow than anything else. But, in general, like I said, I liked it. It has a few things that need to be fixed, but nothing that cannot be fixed.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and this is the series I'm calling Swamp Castle. I'm going to be reading The Great Zamboni Napping for you. Barbara and Sandy drove the car as fast as they could. There were no towns between them and their destination, but they both knew that it was only a matter of time before someone woke up and discovered that they'd stolen the Zamboni. Barbara looked at her sister and scratched her head, gesturing to the trailer behind them. Now explain to me how this is supposed to work again? Sandy gently stroked her sister's pigtail. Look, the plan is simple. We take the Zamboni and use it to smooth out all the ice in front of the bank, so that when the robbers come out with the money, all they have to do is hit the ground and spill all over the place, and then we catch them and wait for the police to arrive. I don't see how this saves the farm. Barbara batted Sandy's hand away, but Sandy continued to fiddle with it. It helped her think. Barbara didn't understand why Sandy couldn't grow out her own goddamn ponytail and use those to think instead. She had shaved her head bald twice, but Sandy eventually convinced anyone in the town to keep from cutting her hair in any way but ponytails. There were disadvantages to living in a small town. They drove down the side roads, and they drove slow. They didn't want to wake anyone up. Sandy smiled. Simple. When they're arresting the robbers, we hide one of the bags. They will be so much money that no one will miss it. Barbara really doubted that. Sandy was smart. She really was. Her plans had a way of working when there was no logical reason to. But even Sandy went too far sometimes. Barbara was pretty sure this was one of them, but convincing Sandy of that was a little pointless. Slowly, the Zamboni chugged through the night, puffs of steam plummeting through the air. It's running out of fuel. Well, what fuels this thing? Barbara asked. Hell if I know. Probably gas. They pulled the Zamboni over on the side of the road and poured gas into the fuel tank. It seemed to work well. Barbara thought about it. I think I remember a tour of the Milwaukee hockey rink where they said it was plugged in. Well, then I guess we got lucky then, Barbara sighed. Sandy? Yes, Barbara? You've thought this plan through, right? Yes. Then why didn't you know how to fuel the Zamboni? Shut up, Barbara. So much for the attempt to appeal to reason. There was a part of Barbara's mind that told her that she should leap off now and walk back to town. She knew that she was never going to convince her sister that this was a horrible idea, and it would only end in tears. But she couldn't. Since their father had died, their mother had fallen ill. Now they were losing the house, and somehow they had to come up with $50,000 or they would get kicked out. And there was no one else for them to go to. So while Barbara knew it was stupid to stay with her younger sister, she did it anyway. There might be some small chance that she could get her sister out of the way before they got caught. On into the night they drove until they had arrived in front of the street. Sandy deployed the lever, and the water began to pour out of the back as they began to ice up the front of the bank. They turned around and drove back. By the sixth time, it was having trouble driving across the ice that it had created. The entire bank
was now slick with ice. It was 5 a.m. Somehow, they hadn't been caught. Barbara said, "What now?" "We hide the Zamboni and report it stolen once we get the money from the robbers." Sigh. "And when are they robbing it again?" "At 10. And how are they going to get into the bank?" Sandy looked at the icy, slick wasteland that had been set up. "Good point." Finally, Sandy walked into the front door of a nearby apartment complex and stole the rugs. Then, one by one, she laid them down in front of the bank. "They can walk in on these. That means we'll have to pull them up when the heist is over." Hank knew there was something odd about the job once they approached the front row and saw all the lines of carpets that had been laid down in front of him. He also decided that he had been right about the whole job being cursed in the first place, but that was because when you added up all the numbers for Philistulia in ancient Babylonian, it used the base 5 numeral system, it meant that it was a curse number, but Frank and Lank didn't care. They wanted to rob this bank on this day, at this hour. Lank had a particular sense of things, and if you didn't do it the way he liked, then he just refused to participate altogether. And that was something that Frank would not countenance. "The family that robs together has jobs together," he'd say. Of course, he'd also say, "The family that steals together heals together," which he only just barely liked more than his other dictum, "The family that mugs together hugs together." Frank had truly missed his calling as an ad copywriter. Not that Frank was saying anything at the moment. Oh no, they were all consummate professionals, complete with ski mask, nylon face mask underneath that, shotgun loaded with rock salt, 2 pistols in entirely different locations, body armor, police band radio, emergency rations, encrypted radio, walkie-talkies, and black powder tennis balls. Frank liked to call them flashbangs, but Hank had seen the real flashbang, and a tennis ball filled with black powder was just a pale shadow of the real thing. Hank was just about to shout out, "Everyone on the floor," when he remembered it was Lank's turn to talk. The other thought that had occurred to him was the fact that everyone had to know that they were bank robbers, given the masks that they were wearing. The security guard only had one hand, but they were lightning quick with that pistol and shot Frank in the gut. Good thing he was wearing the body armor. But it sure knocked the wind out of Frank, who rolled around on the ground like he'd been kicked in the gut by a feral bowling ball. Frank did his part and unleashed some rock salt straight into the security guard. The guard shrieked in pain and put her hands over her face and the small residual shots that got up in her eyes. Lank shouted, "Everybody, this is a stick-up! Don't do nothing stupid, Kay!" Hank zip-tied the guard's hand and stump. He didn't think then he took a wet washcloth and washed her face. Rock salt in the eyes or face sucked. He should know. He'd lost enough bets to Lank over the years. He didn't think the zip tie was going to do much good with her stump, but it would have to do for now. Hank bent down next to Frank. "You okay?" he whispered. He barely managed to keep from asking, "You okay, Frank?" Frank groaned but nodded. That was good enough for Hank. Lank pointed to a small box in his hand. "This is a cell phone jammer. You will find that your phones do not work. The alarm has been disabled. The cops will not be coming soon. So just sit back and relax." He then walked over to the nearest bank teller and held a pistol to her head. "Please open the vault, honey." The woman did not seem to be the courageous type. She was fairly portly, with a pert, short nose, average brown eyes, and short carpet-like curly hair. She accidentally stepped on the hand of one of the customers on the way to the vault door. The customer shrieked in pain, and she slightly shrugged but refused to apologize. This was, Frank guessed, a force majeure situation. Frank had lost a house to force majeure once, and he was concerned as far as he was concerned, it was basically licensed to be an asshole. This bitch was definitely getting some rock salt in the ass on the way out of here. Lank waited a few moments and then opened the door once she'd loaded the combination. He looked at Frank and then Hank and sighed, "Frank, get up." Frank mumbled something. Hank didn't even bother. They were lucky they had gotten Lank to even put the mask on, much less do anything else. "It's going to be a while before he can get up. He looks pretty winded." Lank nodded. "All right, then. I want every person here to come into the vault and grab a bag of money and follow me." Using the bank customers as free labor, on some level, Hank knew this was a bad idea. But when he immediately thought about it, he couldn't decide why. After all, it wasn't about reducing charges to show of killing anyone. There was always a risk of that. Plus, Frank was an insanely good planner, so they were probably fine. As the volunteers went out of the door, they began to slip and slide in every conceivable fashion. "What the?" Hank went to the door and saw the carpets that they had crossed to get in the bank had been pulled away, surrounding the front door into a veritable sea of smooth ice. The running truck in front of Hank might as well have been on the moon. Hank started to speak up. "We have a problem." Hank ignored him at first. He was quite belligerent when he wanted to be. More people were afraid that they would get shot, so they walked out into the ice and most spilled. There were bags of money and people everywhere. Hank could see that this was going south very quickly, so he shot the pasty-faced doe girl with the rock salt. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos while he could. She screamed in panic, and all hell broke loose as some of the customers attacked Hank, and one tried to attack Hank. Hank knocked him flat and then shot him point blank in the face with rock salt. The man shrieked in pain. Michael Garrett's prophecies were never wrong. He only made one every 775 days based on the number that had been given him by a fellow believer in numerology. Michael had never met Hank 1497, but he meant to thank him if he ever did. The chickens would finally be free. No one understood his struggle. Well, maybe Hank did, but Hank was no doubt somewhere far, far away from Fistalula, Michigan. Somewhere good, somewhere wise. Michael Garrett was what the government would probably label an extremist. He put the welfare of animals on par with his own. He saw nothing wrong with this, in part because he felt people were animals themselves, and showed it in the little things that they did every day, but also because animals had so much potential in them. You just had to look into the eye of a puppy or kitten to know how much love it could show. Granted, the eye of a chicken did not have as much light as their mammalian cousins, but that was the challenge, wasn't it? If one restricted one's belief to simply helping the easier species to empathize with, you were at best a hypocrite. At best, well, even at worst even, bigger hypocrite. And if there was one thing he would never allow himself to be, it was a hypocrite. He'd rescued the chickens when they were waiting for slaughter 7 months, 7 weeks, and 7 days ago. The prophecy had told him where to find them. Granted, he had had to wait 440 hours for them to actually arrive. Technically 442, but he figured that the prophecy didn't take into account the time he'd spent to get the lottery ticket, because the lottery ticket was wrong. He knew that now, because he hadn't won. But the prophecy was true, and this proved it. He knew it with every fiber of his being, and was prepared to do whatever it took to testify to the truth. So now he was going to prove it to the world that he was right. The prophecy had told them that there would come a time of chaos and destruction. And as he gazed out of the window in the basement, he knew that there had indeed been now chaos and destruction. Bags of money and people slipped back and forth across the ice. He saw 2 little girls ice skate in, grab a bag of money, and then skate away. Now was the time. He opened the door, and hundreds of chickens spilled forth from the basement. "Free!" He heard them cluck in their secret language. "Free, free, free, free!" For months he had fed them in the rented basement apartment. For months he had bought cleanser and scents to keep the landlord from finding out, and now they were free. They were alive, thanks to him. All according to prophecy. Daniel liked Daniel because they shared the same name. So when he sat there and listened to Mr. Hoofbaugh talk about Daniel in the lion's den, he leaned up and paid attention at the seat as far as he could go. Normally Daniel had no tolerance for Sunday school, but he could tolerate discussions about Daniel, or about cake. Fortunately, the class was large, which meant cake about every 3 weeks. For some reason that Daniel could not understand, there were no birthdays in June. This was the 4th year in Sunday school, and he had begun to refer to June as Cake Wasteland. The Great Cake Divide. The cakeless wilderness. Daniel, pay attention! I was paying attention, Mr. Hoofbaugh. Oh? Yes, I was paying attention, Mr. Hoofbaugh. Are you sure about that? Yes, Mr. Hoofbaugh. Oh, this was trouble. His mother was always yelling at him when she found out that he hadn't been paying attention. You're lying to me. I am not! Mr. Hoofbaugh sighed and shook his head, clicking his tongue disappointedly. Fine. When? When? Mr. Hoofbaugh grinned. Yes, when? Daniel had to pick a time. Was it specific? Was it now? Was it when Daniel the prophet had been in the lion's den? Without missing a beat, he said, January 14th, 1995. Mr. Hoofbaugh crunched his nose. What? Apparently, that was an acceptable answer. Good. January 14th, 1995. What's so special about that date? Daniel shrugged. That date won't happen for another 20 years. That's not your birthday. Daniel should know. He could have had a cake a month and a half early. Why exactly did you pick it then? Daniel shrugged. Mr. Hoofba looked dubious and started to get angry again when little Timmy, God bless little Timmy, said, I would choose today. What? Oh, why would you choose today? Because my mommy's in the hospital. Everyone looked at Timmy sympathetically. Little Josephine kissed him on the cheek. Well, I hope God does answer all your prayers today, Timmy. Mr. Hoofba leaned down and hugged Timmy. I'm sure he will, Timmy. I'm sure he will. And then he looked at Daniel. Well, maybe God will answer your prayers on January 14th, 1995, Daniel. But he isn't answering them today. I'm telling your mother, Daniel swore. I'm telling her about that, too. The chicken did not know it was free. The chicken only knew that it was cold. The snow on its claws hurt. It pecked the ice out of frustration, looking for something to eat or sharpen its beak, but found nothing but more ice that made its beak cold. It slowly shivered in the cold. It cowered behind a large bush as it heard loud noises, but then it could sense the warm air coming from the large car in front of it. The human tried to get out of it, but the chicken ignored him. Or the chicken tried to get it out, but the chicken ignored him. The heat was good here. It was so glad to be warm that it was almost curious by the three masked men that ran into the snow, away into the snow. But its curiosity went away when the human made many more loud noises with the stick in its hands pointed at the masked men. Nerdman Lockshear sat in his chair and counted money. He was good at it. In fact, he was psychotically good at it. He enjoyed the feel of it against his flesh. He enjoyed the sound it made from coins of the press of the light green cotton paper. He could tell the difference between currencies in Europe, Asia, the Americas, or Africa. He knew them by sight, sound, and smell. And yet, one might ask why he simply was running the largest bank in a small rural county in the middle of nowhere. Because he could be one fairly talented banker in a large city like New York, or he could be God here. He could hold the fate of anyone he chose in his hands. Take, for example, the lord of one Mr. Jared Kittonson. Ethically speaking, Nerdman was fine with it. He had offered Jared an out. He had warned him 3 times before signing the loan, and he had already warned him in writing. He had offered him a graceful exit without letting his children know, in exchange for his land. It was true that Nerdman was aware that Jared would never sell his land, but that was just fine with Nerdman. All that mattered was that he gave him the chance, and Jared had failed. And he was set to take the house. He was not a simple villain. He was an exceptionally competent villain, and he happened to enjoy making people's lives miserable. The thing that he enjoyed most was the fact that everything he did was totally legal. The society of the pure and just allowed him to get away with killing people, just doing it by poverty and exposure instead of a knife and a gun. But instead of quietly dying, Jared's 2 girls had come in, asking for the terms to buy the house back. So for amusement, he told them that if they could produce $50,000 in cash before the mortgage was due, the small one had been wise enough to get it in writing, but that didn't mean much. And now they sat in front of him trying to convince that they'd received the money legitimately. Delightful. He'd heard about the bank robbery, of course, and he was quite sure that the 2 had received it since then. So will you take it or not? Very well. After all, if he hid the money for long enough, who would know? He smiled and signed over the lease. The girls hugged at each other, thanked him, and left. Nerdman chuckled to himself. Suckers. Daniel was late for work, and his car had stalled. He could not afford to miss work. He would be fired. His wife was going to leave him if he lost another job. His kids didn't understand. He had to make this work. When he'd woken up this morning, he thought there was something special about January 14th, 1995, but he couldn't remember what. He'd thought he'd forgotten one of the kids' birthday. No. Wife's birthday? No. Anniversary? No. He didn't have time for this. He was late for work, and the car absolutely would not start. And so he said fuck all and began to run. It was 4 miles away. Maybe he could hitchhike. He started praying, God, anything, any way you can, and there it was. He thought it was a lawnmower at first, but it wasn't. It was in the middle of the road, and no one was around. He couldn't believe it. The keys were in the ignition. He started the Zamboni and drove to work. No one had noticed that he was missing. The bank had been robbed. He parked the Zamboni and made it look like he was part of the chaos, trying to blend into the crowd. His boss nearly looked in his direction, nearly realized what he'd been doing, and suddenly a bunch of chickens came out, swarming all over people. And then he slipped on the ice and rolled in and pretended like he had been there all along. The robbers ran past them all and apparently seemed to get away. A short while later, the police arrived. His boss came up to him and asked, "Are you all right, Daniel?" Daniel nodded. Yeah, sorry. I've just never seen anything like that before." His boss hugged him. "It'll be all right." Daniel nodded. Word came later that day that the police had caught the robbers trying to rob another bank. This time, though, they had torched the money in the bank. Daniel's boss was ecstatic. "You realize what this means?" His boss grabbed his shoulders, hugging him while he jumped up and down. Daniel smiled and nodded, pretending to know what was going on. "No, what does it mean?" "It means Lockshear is out of business. He kept all his paperwork in the bank. He wouldn't trust it anywhere else. It means that he isn't killing us anymore. It means more business. It means a promotion for you, Daniel. This is the best thing that's ever happened to us." Daniel wasn't sure what to say. He was floored. He smiled and hugged his boss. "You're getting a bonus in your check next week." Daniel smiled and nodded. His wife came up and opened the car while his kids hugged him. She kissed him deeply and brushed his hair. "Oh, Daniel, are you okay? I'm sorry we've been fighting so much lately." Daniel kissed her back, quite happy. I'm sorry, too." He looked at Susie Jenkins across the way. She was the best-looking employee at the bank, and she was looking at him like she wanted him. He winked at her. It was said that trauma helped people get in a randy mood. It looked like all his prayers were being answered. All of his prayers. So I'm going to give this story an A-, for a couple of reasons. First of all, this is actually the second time I had to read this thing. The first time I wrote it, the sound came out terrible. Second of all, I managed to avoid reading it this time, but for some reasons I don't entirely understand, I put a 3-paragraph book report at the end of this thing, or book review. Anybody who's interested in the book review, feel free to ask me at redanvilcreative@gmail.com. So this story reminds me a lot of Big Fish or Brother, Where Art Thou? I was trying to write literature as compared to science fiction or fantasy, and, literature is a pretty wide category, so it definitely works. It needed an edit job, and since I read it the second time, I was able to avoid some of the incredibly obvious errors. I tend to have my short stories, especially back when I was submitting them for publication, in 2 categories, right? One is finished, and the other is unfinished. I may or may not read the unfinished stories. If I do, it'll probably be in a separate section called separate series called Save from the Circular File. Let the buyer beware. It's going to be even more terrible than these. But the thing that amuses me is if it's in the finished category, I do think that there's a chance that I submitted the Great Zamboni the Great Zamboni napping to publication to somebody somewhere. So some reviewer somewhere is reading a story, which they may or may not have found amusing, full of grammatical and spelling errors that easily could have been fixed. But then they got to the 3-paragraph book review that I put at the end of this thing. So I'm just wondering in what alternate universe this story actually got published and confused the absolute hell out of the readers, because it's such a weird story that ending it with a 3-paragraph book report might have made just as much sense as the rest of the story.
Cast.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. This is a series of old stories I'm reading that I wrote a while ago called Swamp Castle. The name of today's story is Abraham Lincoln's Doctor's Dire Wolf. James Wilkes Booth rolled swiftly, shaking with terror. Something was coming for him, something terrible in the night. He had nearly succeeded in his assassination, but the one of the creatures leapt up between the tyrant and his appointment with a bullet. Booth didn't know if it had lived or not. It seemed to shrug off the bullet like it wasn't even there, and Booth didn't stop to stand around and sign autographs. This time. Booth had spotted its mate within seconds after he bolted out of the theater. It was a wolf the size of a small horse, and Booth could swear its eyes glowed red. Enough. He focused his thoughts on the here and now. Booth found another creek and directed his horse to run up it. The horse was skittish at first, but when Booth jammed his legs into the horse's thighs, it rolled its eyes with pain and terror and trotted at a fast pace into the flowing water. He had read in a book somewhere that this would throw off the scent of dogs. Then he remembered that the book was Uncle Tom's Cabin, swore, and pulled the horse out of the far side of the river. Something rustled above him. Booth whipped out his cavalry revolver and shot at it. A dead bird landed with perfect precision on the horse's head. This spooked the horse, which immediately stopped and threw Booth forward into a tree, knocking the wind out of him. The horse continued to gallop away. It knew what was coming for them. It felt no sense of loyalty strong enough to stay. Booth lay on the ground, rolling back and forth in a whirl of pain. He was sure he had broken something. A few ribs and one of his wrists at the least. He heard howling in the distance. Was there more than one? He didn't care. He couldn't afford the luxury of time, and with an act of sheer will forced himself to stand. Booth staggered on, looking left and right. He needed a plan. He needed a miracle. No miracle came, but it did. Closer, 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 ever closer. He could hear them a few minutes away now. What was he going to do? He desperately looked around, trying to think of something. He saw a gathering of brush. Racing over towards it, he lit it on fire, pouring a bit of his bourbon on it, fanning the flames. Immediately, it began to catch fire. Thank God the mist and fog surrounding the woods hadn't seeped into the branches. The fire's light spread. Downing the last of the bourbon, he leapt over the fire and began to run. The alcohol helped dull the pain, but he could still feel it in his ribs and wrist. Running, infinite running. He felt like he was bleeding somewhere, and his breath was becoming labored, but he could not give up. He dare not stop. There was a howl of fear and pain for a brief moment. Had the beast run into the fire through the fog? Excellent. Then Booth could hear padded feet, lolling tongues, and a panting breath behind him for a while, then utter silence. Had they stopped? He paused a moment, just a moment, while he desperately caught his breath, swallowing it in by the bucketful. He had not seen them. A small, desperate seedling of hope began to bloom in his soul as he ran on. Then he saw a pair of yellow eyes waiting for him. The tongue was panting happily, just like a dog might, but Booth saw death in those eyes. No wolf could be that large. This had to be a nightmare. He turned around, ready to run the opposite way, this time only to have the wolf run around him with astonishing speed and impede his progress. This time the thing snarled and slowly began to approach. Booth panicked and began to climb the nearest tree that he could find. He wrapped his hands around and at first let go of the pain, but one look at the wolf's eyes and he ignored the pain and climbed up again. It hurt more than anything he'd ever felt. Booth wanted to let go, but he didn't care. The wolf leapt up and grabbed his back, sinking its fangs in and pulled him back playfully but forcefully. The cloth ripped, and the wolf fell back down. Booth managed to get up to the lower branches. The thing leapt up into the air again, tearing a gash into his leg, sinking its jaws in. Booth howled in agony, but sunk his fingers into the tree until they bled. He pulled his other leg up over the tree to get as much leverage as he could. His breathing became more and more labored, but he just focused on keeping hold. To let go was to die. The dog monster would not let go either. It was a wolf, not a dog. It held his leg firmly in its jaws. Booth wanted to hit it with his arm, but the weight was so great that if he let go, even for an instant, he knew he would topple off the edge of the branch. For several moments there was peaceful equilibrium. Moments turned into minutes, and then the sounds of nature, silent at the conflict between the two, slowly resumed. Frogs and crickets began the medley he remembered so fondly from his childhood home in his beloved Virginia. He would miss it so. The idea that it would endure slavery forever under the tyrant's yoke was enough to drive him to madness. Lincoln would be a hero lauded for generations to come when he was really a monster. But only a chosen few had had the wisdom to see that. Booth knew the truth. He would not yield to this monster, somehow, some way. He would live again to fight another day. And so would the South. The South would... And then the dog's jaw began to get slack. At last, a dash of hope. It hung its hind legs into the tree for more leverage, stubbornly refusing to let go. This continued for a few moments. Booth clawed on the tree, the wood making splinters in his fingers. Just as he was about to let go from the exhaustion and pain, he heard a snap and felt such a surge of pain that he felt he had enough strength to split the tree in two. With one arm, he pulled himself up another branch, while he yanked off another with his right arm and smashed it into the wolf's face. The wolf yelped, but did not let go. Both watched with disconnected surreality as his now broken leg dangled for a moment from his body, and then was ripped by the wolf who began to gnaw it below. The torrent of blood made him realize that he only had a few minutes to live, if even that long. It was not the death he wanted, but at least he would go out fighting. As he blacked out, he swore he saw a light in the darkness. At first it was a tunnel of some kind, the gates of heaven or maybe even hell, but then he felt the heat. Something grabbed his leg, and a whole new kind of pain shot through his body as the newcomer jammed a torch into Booth's torn stump. Good, very good. It's not a perfect solution, but it will heal. Booth tried to whisper a response. He couldn't place the accent, and Booth knew accents well. It was a little bit Dutch, a little bit German, a little bit British. You can trust me. I'm a doctor. He gently patted Booth's shoulder reassuringly. The dire wolf sat panting, pleased. Its master patted his head. Booth was excited. He was going to live. At least, I was a doctor, until my brother died in that southern prison camp. Booth did not like the sound of that. Then I felt I would come to America and help the cause of the Yankee. I brought with me a curious discovery I found in the valley of the most remote part of Africa. Just think, Mr. Booth. Had my brother not died, perhaps he would be tending your wounds instead of... Booth managed to mutter, of this. He pulled Booth's hand and yanked him out of the tree. What? Why? Booth could barely moan as the man lowered the torch to burn him more, forcing him to unconsciousness. Booth screamed. Lincoln is soft. He pardoned the other two. You're not getting away with it. The wolf howled and moved closer, licking its chops. The last thing Booth saw were the eyes of the wolf and the doctor. So, I'm going to give that story an A+++++, given the subject matter. In terms of quality, it's about a C at best. But, I clearly enjoyed writing that. I definitely enjoyed reading it. And I think we need more stories like that because, let's be honest, James Wilkes Booth stood for liberty, and that liberty involved the cause of slavery and secession and sedition and assassination. I wrote this when I was trying to come up with ideas for stories, and I randomly came up with the idea of this title and wrote the entire story based on that. I think I squeezed about as much juice as could be squeezed out of this thing. It's got problems. First of all, it needs an edit job. Second of all, despite the fact that Booth is one of my least favorite people, it's still probably a little bit too sympathetic to Booth. We don't see Booth do a lot of the monstrous things that we all know he wanted to do and would do. The doctor doesn't even have a name, right? And by the way, my accent was terrible, and I apologize for that. The wolf is the coolest thing about this story. Probably heavily influenced by Game of Thrones. I don't know for sure. Dire wolves, of course, are actual creatures that actually exist. They are not bulletproof, but in a world where they were still alive, why not? Overall, I think this story needs some edit jobs, is a gimmick, would never get out of a slush pile, but again, I enjoyed reading it, and I definitely enjoyed writing it. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. I am going to be reading for you in a series I'm calling Swamp Castle for my older stories. And today I will be reading Castles of the Air. Ellery sighed as she hugged her doll. She knew that she was too old for it, but it was the only security that she had left under the circumstances. Lately, doubt had festered in her chest and grown, until the girl had begun to doubt herself and everyone that raised her. The docks were wet, as they were wont to do. That was where the elven ships had come on their annual pilgrimage to mock the inhabitants of Spielglass. Of course, they were not present themselves. Elves could not enter the city and never would. That suited the inhabitants of Spielglass just fine, but in the last 100 years, their pride had suffered slightly via subtle elven cunning. What every other inhuman force in the world had failed to do with blunt military force, the elves had accomplished with kindness. The swan wings unfurled themselves in beautiful silken sail, and Ellery and her escort were marched forth. She was the 7th candidate to be tested, and she was not the last to be scheduled that day, but everyone envied her. They said that the 7th slot was the lucky slot, for, after all, was not humanity the 7th race? Had not they been favored until they fell? Was that not why all the world hated them so? The gangplank extended like a tendril from the side of the ship. It then bent in right angles until it solidified itself into a white but slick staircase. 2 of the guards went with her up the steps. She could feel the water on the ship's skin, but it was hard to keep up in the white ceremonial shoes that they had given her. Indeed, the entire get-up they made her wear made her feel ridiculous. But human pride demanded nothing less than the best of human craftsmanship when they presented a candidate. 24 steps later, she breathed a sigh of relief as they stepped onto the solid wooden foundation of the ship. Ellery watched the ship swing back and forth, with the white sails blocking the sun on the table before her. Every child, indeed every soul in the city, knew what was at that table, or what was on that table. The clockwork avatar beckoned her with a grace fitting its controller. It was tall, at least 9 feet in height, made of shiny brass and bronze gears. A puppet held aloft on invisible strings controlled a league away by its elven master. A windful voice asked, "You are the next candidate for testing?" Ellery nodded quietly and quickly. "Please step forward." She began to pray in her mind for blue. Blue was the color the sphere was supposed to turn. It was going to happen. She willed her way upon the world, as the stories told of the mages of old. She simply had to focus her mind, and the world would obey. Of course it was going to turn blue. It was blue for most everyone. And yet, despite all her concentration and prayers, there was a part of her that rebelled. It rebelled because she knew that the false glory of Spielglass was a lie. It rebelled because she knew that humans weren't really better than others on the other side of the wall. It rebelled because she hated being caged and wanted to see the world beyond it. All these thoughts went through her head again and again until she knew it. She had crossed the distance on the ship and placed her hand on the glass sphere. Gold. Gold was not blue, nor was it red. Her 2 guards looked at each other, and the clockwork avatar made a strange laughing noise. "What is this?" Ellery felt herself shaking a little from fear. What did it mean? "Touch it again, child. It must be defective." Obediently, she did so. The sphere turned gold. "What does it mean?" the elf asked. Ellery shrugged. The elf laughed. "Oh, I like this one. Return her to her family. I will consult with the others on this." The 2 guards grabbed her by the shoulders and picked her up gently. This time her feet did not touch the stairs on the way down. This time she was very firmly in the hands of the guards, but at least she was going home. For now. Ellery went downstairs from her room. Her entire family was there. Her parents, 3 of her siblings, and all of her uncles and aunts. They were all staring at her. Some seemed frightened, some seemed envious, and then she saw Hussar Maldon. He looked very serious and somber. That was when she knew things were going really bad. She really was going to have to leave home, probably forever. He leaned down and asked, "Have you had very many weird dreams lately, Ellery?" She shook her head. "Why so quiet, child?" Her father said, "She doesn't talk." "Can't or won't?" "Won't. Not for a year." He shrugged. "And why is this?" "No one knows." Hussar Maldon looked at Ellery again and said, "Are you willing to talk now?" Ellery shrugged. Hussar Maldon laughed boisterously. "Well, fair enough. Have you touched anything or played with anything different lately?" "Something from out of town?" Ellery shook her head no. She knew that he was asking if she'd gotten a hold of something magic. Humans practicing magic without training was a serious offense, and Hussares didn't like it. They had ways of knowing when people broke the law. That was why Ellery tried very hard to be a good girl and follow the rules, even if she thought they were stupid. Hussar Maldon looked up again and looked at her family. "I don't like it. The elves are frightened. They're delighted and frightened at the same time. They don't know what to make of it. They want to take her back with them anyway. The compact between the humans and the elves had gone on for 100 years. The elves called it charity, and the humans called it pragmatism. Humans were tested to see if they had the inner magic that might make them more powerful wizards, and elves offered to train them. The human was taken from Spielglass for an elven year, or almost a decade, before they returned to the city to become a hussar. It was a rare honor, but so far at least 50 had been chosen. 1 or 2 had elected to stay with the elves forever. Her father seemed a little indignant. But it's their test. How can they not know what it means? The hussar walked around her father in tight little circles, explaining as he walked. Elves are not as powerful as they make themselves out to be. A lot of their act is just that, an act. They are not the real inheritors of their society, and they know it. That last comment made everyone look confused. Ellery was confused too. What did he mean? Marcel Maldon realized that he had probably mistook and said, "Never mind what I said. The girl needs to come with me." Her father bent down and hugged her. He gave her a second doll, one that looked a lot like her mother. Her mother bent down and kissed her on the cheek and gave her a basket of food. Then each of her cousins and aunts and uncles came and hugged her one by one. Ellery had a tight-knit family. Then, when the last of them had hugged her, he took Ellery gently by the shoulder and guided her out. She stopped at the door and looked back at the others before saying, "I love you." She said it in a very quiet voice, but they all heard it anyway and made such to-do about it that Hussar Maldon had to stop so that they could all hug her all over again, and there were more tears and more goodbyes, but Ellery didn't say anything else. So in short order, they were moving once again down the cobblestone streets towards the harbor. Up and down the hills they went, farther down each time so that they could see the swan ships growing closer with each passing static wave of earth, until they were right next to the ships all over again, and it was time to go. They walked up the gangplank and onto the ship. It was only just now that she realized that she was going alone. The other humans began to leave, with Hussar Maldon to be the last. She looked at him pleadingly, almost considering saying something. Hussar Maldon looked back. Wait a moment. "Yes, Ellery?" Ellery said nothing. And so Hussar Maldon left. The wind caught the elven craft easily, blowing it out onto the harbor, past the lighthouse, and through the wall. It was over 1,000 feet high, shimmering in silver light. Some people thought it had dimmed in their lifetimes, but the hussars said that such thinking was nonsense. The wall had been there for thousands of years, and it would be there for thousands more. The ship sailed on through. She felt a thrill upon reaching the other side. The smaller part of her knew that she wasn't the first human to go through the wall, but the better part of her felt like she was. It was only then that she realized how big the elven ships actually were. There were 20 of them, and they dwarfed the wall itself. They were thousands and thousands of feet tall. A ray of sunlight lit out, and the swan boat sailed up the light, just like it had sailed up the water. She looked over the edge of the boat and saw Spielglass behind her. It was so tiny compared to the ships. How had she ever felt safe there? But then again, ignorance was a kind of safety. She already knew that. The swan craft came to a stop in a bay on board the ship, with water cascading around it in waterfalls. She got off the ship and began to leave. Then, there, she saw the elves for the first time. They were tall, very tall actually, and very thin. The elves were actually as tall as the clockwork avatar that had come to fetch her. Their clothing was all reds and blacks and blues and greens. One of them knelt next to each other. Ellery thought it was a female, and she said, "Hello, Ellery. We're all very glad to see you here." Ellery smiled back and said, "I'm very glad to be here." "We're going to train you to be hussar." Ellery smiled. "You mean I get to be one? I wasn't sure because of the way the ball turned the wrong color." The elf laughed. "Ellery, anyone can be a hussar. It just means someone who understands secrets. It is based on an old human term. The red color just means those who are most attuned to the secrets of magic, those who are most likely to succeed. We hate to see wasted potential." Ellery looked suddenly very sad. The elf knelt next to her and looked deep into her eyes. "Why are you sad, Ellery?" "I know how bad humans used to treat elves." This caused a whispering amongst the elves and a pleasant stirring. "Did you find a book about that, Ellery?" Ellery nodded. "Well, that's entirely true. You are very wise for a human." A door opened across the way, and an elf, one who had been a little shorter than the others and a little older, with jet black hair and brown dark eyes, seemed to shout even though his voice never got very loud at all. "That will be enough of that." He turned and said something with musical notes that Ellery couldn't quite understand. "I was just having a bit of—" "I know what you are doing. You will not allow history to repeat itself." All of the other elves rolled their eyes and pretended to be upset, but Ellery could tell they were actually afraid of something, and it wasn't her. The first elf that had spoken to her waved, and they walked away. The older elf looked her up and down and said, "Are you all right?" Ellery nodded. "Good. Don't believe all the lies you are told, and don't believe everything you read either. You will be properly trained. It is only fitting." Ellery didn't understand but she wasn't about to upset him. "What's your name?" she asked. "Humans can't understand elven names, so you might as well call me Truth Speaker. It is a badge of office. I am here to keep an eye on them." "An eye on them? Why would you need to do that? Don't the elves get along?" "You'd be surprised," the Truth Speaker said. "You'd be surprised." Life on the elven ship was nice. The ship was so big that there was always room to explore. They let her go anywhere she wanted. At first, Ellery thought it was because they trusted her, but then she realized it was mainly because they simply didn't care. They did not regard her as a threat. Then, about a day before they arrived on elven lands, things changed. The elves started acting quiet around her. They wouldn't talk to her. Ellery didn't like it, so she stopped talking to them. She missed it. She hadn't realized how much she liked talking until she had started up again. But she was a big girl, and she could do what she had to. She always had her doll in her company. On the morning of their arrival, there was a knock on the door. Truth Speaker entered without asking permission. It was really at that moment that Ellery realized that none of the elves had ever asked her permission for anything. They just did what they wanted. She was surprised that it had taken her 3 weeks to even notice. Truth Speaker said, "You must remain in your quarters until someone comes here. You are no longer free to move about the ship. Someone is coming who will dress you properly for the ceremony to come." Ceremony? No one had said anything about a ceremony. She had no idea what to say or do. Truth Speaker smiled a little. "You will be instructed in what to say and do. Someone will be with you shortly." He actually seemed a little nervous, like there was something he wasn't telling her. If the Truth Speaker was nervous, Ellery was nervous, and as far as she was concerned, she had good reason to be. She wasn't sure how long she waited, but the light changed through the window. She wished she was tall enough to look outside it. Then she realized that she could pick up 2 of the chests and stand on top of them. She had just put the first chest into place when there was a knock on the door. The most beautiful female elf that she had ever seen walked into the room. She had long golden red hair and eyes of the deepest emerald. Ellery's hair was blonde and her eyes were brown, but even if they had been green, they wouldn't have been in that otherworldly shade that looked like actual emeralds in her eyes. The elf's voice was too perfect, too, as she held her hands together and squealed with delight on seeing Ellery. The walls began to bleed. Ellery screamed and hugged her doll tightly. The elf laughed again and shook her head. Suddenly the walls were fine, as if there had never been anything wrong with them. The elf began to speak in Elvish. Ellery had been able to catch a tiny little bit, but something about dress and precious and golden and important, but she couldn't understand much. "Can you speak human, please?" Then the elf made a high-pitched squeal of delight again and put her hands together, smiling. But she didn't answer Ellery's question and didn't stop speaking in Elvish. The elf pulled Ellery's dress off her head and put a white poofy dress that had holes over it. It was beautiful in some ways because it had amazing embroidery filled with silver and gold. As she looked at the pattern, she could see whole scenes woven into the design. The rich forest of the Wilders, the deep oceans of the Tritons. Each time she looked, she saw a different scene, but it also shimmered in light with a simple beauty. The elf began to dress Ellery in all kinds of gems and jewels. She had 3 rings on each hand with a titanic stone on each, the center of which had a different colored fire, like lightning caught in a bottle. She wore a necklace, a brooch, and a pendant, with high white leather boots. She managed to recognize the word dragon and realized that they were white dragon leather. The dress was accompanied by a rich white and gold cloak, and some strange but very tall hat. She imagined she looked beautiful, but it was hard to tell because she could hardly move at all due to the clothing she was wearing. In fact, it was a little hard to breathe. She tried to speak to the elf, but found she could barely make a sound. The elf pushed her onto an extremely ornate and beautiful palanquin held by 4 apes who lifted her off the ground. She was barely able to notice the details because it took all of her concentration simply to breathe through the heavy layers of clothing. Each time she tried to loosen one of the threads around her, the elf smacked her hands away. She inhaled the fetid vapors of incense that filled the room. The elven city was frankly overwhelming to her. She saw tall pillars and columns. She saw floating buildings that moved slowly in impossible patterns. The entire city was a vomit of bright clashing colors that took in images of living things and historical symbols and smashed them together in a brilliant display of confidence that only the elves could muster. Wealth was on display everywhere, with gold and silver trim on marble walkways. Enchanted granite constituted the base of most of the floating buildings, with invisible palanquins borne by a dozen air spirits crowding the skies. Above all, a translucent dome protected the city from anything that might harm it. Strange lights and colors danced and played on the edges. Her head felt so light that she wasn't really sure what she was imagining and what was real. Dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of elves began to come to the edges of each of the buildings to watch the gaudy red and orange palanquin that carried her and her guardian towards the tallest building the elves had in the center of their city. Something bothered her. She knew that she had forgotten, and then she remembered. She had forgotten her name. In fact, she barely even had the mental capacity to remember what her name was. As she fought against the sluggish brain her thoughts were trapped in, she tried again to speak, but it only came out in a drooling slur. Her guardian put her hand on Ellery's shoulder reassuringly and patted her head. The guardian then snapped her fingers as the palanquins approached a second translucent dome of bright golds, greens, and blues. In an instant the dome vanished, allowing the palanquin to travel through, though it quickly reappeared, sheltering the building to which they traveled. The palanquin landed, and the stairs lowered again. Ellery and her guardian slowly floated out down the stairs and through a large row of giant horse-shaped hedges. Each of the guards stood on the right side with fire halberds, with a row of dignitaries in bright silk robes to the left. The dignitaries bowed, and the guards tapped their halberds in honor as the smaller chair moved past them and into the building. The Elven Hall was a vast inverted dome that went about 400 feet down. It had numerous chairs and a maze-like structure with silken curtains, giving a degree of privacy to the elves within. As the chair floated downwards, hushed whispers from the elven paramounts infiltrated Ellery's sense of importance. Her guardian changed the cartridge of the incense, bringing it up to full strength a second time. Ellery's brain was sludge. The elves danced. Oh, how they danced. First, there were rings that merged into a spiral, and then a dozen couples, all moving in perfect harmony with one another. The music came from nowhere, and yet they all played their own individual instruments, each as unique as the individual that played them. And yet, despite their uniqueness, they all blended together in Ellery's mind. Glowing baubles floated and soared amongst them, showering the crowd in their prismatic splendor. Down and down they soared, weaving through people and leaving trails of light that glistened in spider webs. The sound of the music was so thick that it caused the gossamer threads to shake. Some part of Ellery wondered how light itself could shake, and yet it did. The fashion changed with the song, which is to say that it was a fluid affair, since each song seemed to move with the light of the sun and the wind. There was never a finite moment where one began and the other ended, but rather a seamless blend where if you blinked, it changed, but one couldn't see easily unless one concentrated, and Ellery was in no position to concentrate. The entire cacophony whirled and twirled around them as they moved through the great hall. Her guardian sat on the emerald throne, half again as tall as she was. Ellery herself sat on top of a raised pedestal of marble, a quarter the height of the throne. The cushion on it was quite comfortable, but it had no back, and she was forced to lie down and use her arms to prop herself up. One by one, the elves in the merriment came by, offered her food of every kind and description. She felt quite compelled to eat it, and it was delicious. While she ate, 3 of them began working with her hair, putting it in ribbons of pinks and greens. She felt something make it rise, so it twisted over her head like a cobra. All the while they were laughing. They laughed and laughed and laughed at some joke that Ellery didn't get. But with the food and the lights and the incense, she thought she got it, laughing along with them. It was so funny, whatever it was. And then there was a thunderclap. All the music and merriment stopped. Everything was still for a perfect moment. The elves looked around nervously, as if looking for something that never came. They moved with wire-like tension, ready to bolt at a moment's notice, but instead slowly melting into the shadows as if they had never been there. And the shadows in the chambers grew long as the lights flickered out one by one, until there was only a thin candle-like flicker on the chair next to the pedestal. Her guardian was the last to leave. She looked askance around the room as if expecting something. She was quite nervous. She had a mix of perfect anger and fear on her face. Ellery wanted to ask her what was wrong, but she found that she couldn't find the words. At last, her guardian left. And then the lights slowly began to return and the doll entered. At least, it seemed like a doll at first. It was short, only about 4 feet tall, with extremely large eyes, about 3 times as large as hers. The irises caught her attention the most, for they were prismatic, like caught rainbows. Its skin was pale green, but its face was wrinkled. Indeed, as it got closer, she realized that it was incredibly old. The hall looked like a regular room at this point, albeit incredibly large with immaculate carvings around it. Her head began to clear as well as she realized that somehow the incense had pulled itself out. It shuffled along, an expression of mild distaste on its face until it stopped in front of the pedestal and looked up at her expectantly. Ellery climbed down. Hello. My name is Clorance. I am one of the Sopensen. Ellery vaguely remembered hearing something about them. They were powerful beings associated with the ancient times before Spielglass became isolated from the rest of the world. Ancient even before that, but that was about all she knew about them. It turned to her and said, I must apologize for them. They think we have made them what they are, and so, like primitive children that they are, they believe they do to humans the same thing they think we did to them. They think it pleases us. The truth is, they did it to themselves. He slowly began to hobble toward an exit. Ellery scratched her head. Do what? You still don't realize, do you? It looked at her sadly, then smiled thinly. Realize what? It doesn't matter. What matters is getting you home. You've given them hope. Hope? The test that they give is to determine magic use, but it is very old and very sophisticated. We developed it for humanity a long time ago, and it doesn't just test for proficiency in magic. You are a prophetess. At least you theoretically could be if Sa and Fa bothered to play the game again. They walked out of the room and down the long walk before they back to the ship that she had come from. I don't understand. I imagine that there's a great deal you don't understand, and honestly, it isn't important that you do. What matters is that you tell no one about your experience here or anything I've told you when you return. It is for your own good. I can do that, but they will ask me a lot of questions. As she turned her head to talk to him, and then it turned back in front of them. What also matters, Clorance said, is that I also cannot actually take you to your ship. But if you can find a way to it, I can take you away. Why can't you? For the first time she was afraid. Now she was truly afraid. The elves had worried her, but the wonder she felt for them hadn't been enough, because she knew what they really thought of her, and she was alone, and she was far from home, and the only person that could help her was unwilling to do so. A lot of reasons, child, but mainly because a lot more people will be hurt if I do than if I don't. Someone needs to hold the elves back from the rest of the world, and I'm the only one who cares anymore. But if I can get back to your ship, you'll take me back? I swear. Ellery cried, and Clorance cried with her. She stayed the night, and then in the morning she returned to her little box. So, how to get free? She took a whole day to think of her plan, but in the end Ellery was quite proud of it. Once they had tucked her in too snugly into bed, rather than going to sleep, she waited and listened. One by one the noises of the palace went quiet. The elves had gone to sleep. Slowly, very slowly, Ellery pulled herself out of bed. That was easier said than done, because she was the first to free one arm and then the other, with a series of motions back and forth in her whole body. Then she grabbed the back of the bed and pulled herself out that way. The pillows and sheets were very comfortable. Ellery thought that they were magic that way, but she tried to ignore the compulsion to sleep. Quick, 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 she crept across the floor and out the window. Good gracious, she hadn't realized how cold it was. If only she had brought a coat. A heavy twining of vines ran down the side. Ellery worked her way down hand over foot. At first it was quite fun. Then she ran into thorns. She cut her foot, but she stared at it. If she wasn't careful, Ellery was certain she could get by. Or if she was careful, Ellery was certain she could get by. She got another 20 feet down, halfway to the ground, when the castle began to wake up again. It was still dark out? How long did elves sleep? She looked down and thought to run, but it was too far. They'd catch her. She immediately began to climb back up. It hurt. Ellery wasn't as fit as she could be from eating and sitting and looking pretty, but fear was a positive, powerful motivator. If she was caught, Saw knew what they would do. She wiped the blood off her face and climbed back into bed. She fell asleep instantly. Ellery was not sure what she wanted to get away from when they snatched her behind her ear like that. It felt so good, or when they scratched her behind her ear like that. It felt so good. She even moved her foot a little, just like Sasha, her dog back home. Ellery didn't exactly know how many days it had been since her last attempt, but she knew that it had been many. Thanks saw that Clarence's ship was still out there. It gave her hope to look at it. She carefully thought about what had caused her failure the last time and realized it had been a large part about her ignorance of the city. If only she had known more about the place, she could have gotten away. And thanks to her training, she could read Elvish. Mamilia, her maid, uttered with delight when she asked for a book. What would a human want with an elvish book? I'd like to learn more about elves. Well, she giggled and flipped her long braided hair around. I can answer any question you like. What if you're not here to answer? You could remember and ask me later. Humans are forgetful sometimes. I might forget to ask you. Mamilia thought about that for a short while and then curtsied. Why, I'd be delighted to get you some books. Oh, what kind? Oh, all kinds, especially about the city, Mamilia beamed. Of course. And soon Ellery began to get her books. There were so many books in the world. It was all confusing. Books on history, books on geography, books on magic, books on politics, books on animals, books of stories, books of fables, books of clothing, books of fashion, books about books. They started calling her the little bookworm, but she kept reading. It began to hurt. She never saw Clarence. In fact, she really had no friends at all. It was very frustrating. It wasn't that Ellery didn't try. It was that they didn't see her as one of them, so they didn't bother. After a month of reading, she finally found a map of the city. The twists and turns hurt her head, but she finally found a route through some tunnels under the city that would probably work. But how would she get there? Climbing to the wall had been a terrible idea. The maid provided the answer. What if there's a fire? Mamilia clucked disdainfully. Stop thinking such unpleasant things. Of course there won't be a fire. But what if there was? There won't be, but what if there was? Mamilia sighed and then said, then the guard would fly here and put it out. But what if they didn't get here fast enough? Mamilia pointed to a small box on the wall and opened it. Inside was a small pink and orange ring. Put it on and you will float gently to the ground. Your dress has protective spells in it, too. We don't want anything to happen to you. Ellery curtsied gratefully. Much obliged. I wouldn't want to die in the fire. After a gentle pat on her head and a wink, Mamilia glided out of the room. So, once again, she waited until it was dark and then grabbed the ring and leapt out the window. It turned out that her dress did indeed have a lot of protective spells, because it turned into a tiny parachute and she went even slower. When she finally reached the ground, she found an elf hole cover and pulled it up. It was very heavy, but she eventually did it. The elven sewers were big and shiny and clean. They were nothing like the smelly, filthy, dirty human sewers of Spielglass. The elf's poop really didn't stink. It was brightly lit, and so she was very easily able to find her way. After about 2 miles, an elf hole cover above her head lifted up, and several elves looked down. Ellery, how did you get all the way down here? She quickly racked her brain. I got lost, the elves laughed good-naturedly. Silly human. Good thing we have a tracking spell on you. The dress, of course. No one seemed to think a thing about her and bought her story. They brought her back to her room, bathed her, and put her into bed. Everyone was just happy she was okay, except Amelia, who eyed her suspiciously but didn't say anything. Everyone loves a parade. Ellery had spent the better part of a year trying to think of a way back. She had learned about the magic, and in the process had learned how easy it was to have a tracking spell put on her, on anything she was wearing. And the elves always dressed her. Mammalia, finally having been lulled into a more trusting state, was nonetheless confused. A parade? Every day? Oh, yes. We have loads of parades. Every day is a holiday in Spielglass. Technically, that was true. After thousands of years, every day had a reason to celebrate, but most people ignored all but the most important days. There was always a parade, but it was very small. What's today? Thinking quickly, Ellery replied, why, today is Nautical Day. We march to the harbor and celebrate our sailors. Huh. Mammalia loved the idea, and word began to spread up the chain until the Queen herself joined them, and had a very magnificent parade. There were purple plumes and plump ponies and trumpets and bright streamers of every color imaginable. The elves had loved a cause to celebrate and wanted to hear all about the many, many human holidays. Ellery promised to tell them all about it when they got back, and when they got within 100 feet of Clarence's ship, suddenly the world stopped. Clarence winked. Said, say nothing. They will think you wise. Here we are. He helped her back onto the ship, carefully navigating each step with patience and cautious examination. Ellery realized that she was not looking forward to being old. How old are you? She asked. I am over 10,000 years old. I am very, very old, Ellery agreed. Clarence continued talking. The ship will take you home. Remember, it is very important that you tell no one what happened here. Promise me. Ellery said, I promise. It wasn't that hard. She really didn't understand any of it. Clarence nodded and began stepping off the ship. As he did, each step disappeared behind him, and the ship slowly began to rise into the air. Ellery waved, but as she did so, he slowly turned around and gave her a single motion of his hand, and then they went home. Her welcome home was eventful. Everyone celebrated. Everyone cheered. Clarence was right. By telling everyone that she had been sworn to secrecy, everyone thought she was wise and pretty much left it at that. Almost everyone, that was. About a month after she'd been back, Hussar Maldon arrived at her house and asked to speak with her. Ellery was glad for a chance to speak, because after the first 2 weeks at home, they'd put her to work just like everyone else. Heaven knows they hadn't taught her magic. So why did the elves send you home? Hussar Maldon asked. I can't speak of it. Really? They swore you to secrecy. Yes. Yes. That's strange, because as strange as the elves are, I don't recall them really being a very secretive race. In fact, when I was among them, I couldn't keep a secret to save their life. They couldn't keep a secret to save their life. Ellery swallowed a little, but didn't say anything. You were sworn to secrecy, weren't you? Ellery nodded. I know. What? The Hussar have truth magic. It lets us know when people are lying to us, and you aren't. But I think you're only telling half the truth. Do you want to tell the other half? Ellery shook her head. You know, the interesting thing is, there were shadows and whispers I heard among the elves. Ones they called the elders, the beings they looked up to and patterned their lives after. Did you meet one of them? Ellery didn't say anything. Hussar Maldon laughed. Well, you are indeed wise, Ellery. But just not because people think you are, but because you know the right kind of people to keep promises to. We'll be watching you. Would you still like to learn magic? Ellery looked forlornly back at the mop and bucket. If that's possible. Hussar Maldon laughed. Of course it is. We do teach others not chosen by the elves. I'll come in later this morning. Oh, and Ellery? She asked. Yes? Don't ever let anyone give you that test again. The one the elves gave you? Call it a hunch. And with that he was gone. Ellery thought about it, and it slowly began to dawn on her that the elves had not been quite happy about her as they led on. It had been all kind of hazy, she'd been remarkably lucky. She sighed and began to finish mopping, but couldn't contain herself. She had to tell her parents. She was going to be a mage after all, which was good enough for her. So, I'm going to give this story a B+. It has the potential to be an A. It just needs more editing, and on these old stories, I just never had the patience to do that. It took so much time to write them that by the time I was done, I was ready to move on to the next story. I'll be honest, reading this thing again makes me almost wonder if I should, try and do a couple of edit passes and maybe try and publish this. And I might also publish Swamp Castle as an anthology. hire an editor. I don't know. So things that worked in this story. The elves are definitely very distinctive. Every time I read a story about Spielglass, I realize how distinctive I've made the universe, which is one of the things I tend to be really good at. Ellery is not a perfect character, but she does have strengths. She's intelligent. She's brave, even if she's been raised in a situation where she's not. It's more or less eventually clear what the elves are doing in terms of how they regard her as a pet, because they feel that the Sopensen regard them as pets, and so they are doing the same things to humans, and that's definitely something that sapient beings do to each other all the time in the real world. The inability of him to take her to her ship could have been hammered out a little bit more. I mean, all-powerful or powerful beings having odd rules and not telling you things is a staple of fantasy, so that's not a showstopper unto itself. But I could have done a better job of clarifying it. The final action she took with the parade was a very good idea, but I could have been much clearer about the build-up to it. Had some suspension there. There's just a couple of little things that could be added to the story to vastly increase the quality of it. It wouldn't take that much work, but overall the core of the story is still very workable, and I'm very glad I wrote it. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. I'm going to be reading from a series that I call Swamp Castle with my older stories, and this one is called The Derp God. The Yithian churned still where it slotted out of the worm and back to its home time. It should not have been alive but for the drowning of the great sun burning, and the great sun burning. The alignment had not yet sprunked, and the transition had been delayed. Spontaneously, it lurked to the prong-dong to determine the wherewithal of its deliverance. I Karai despair. The great mind had been spared by a derp of all things. The hideous four-limbed monkeys walked the earth with their hairlessly bipedal gaits, symmetric faces, and pontificous pumped-up sense of self-worth. One day in an age to come, they would span the stars in the heavens and linger for billions more like roaches or ants. It was an era that most of his kind avoided at all costs, but the Yithian felt such glory in the fauna of that era on that world before the derps killed it. But the worm was a lowly creature, even for a derp. Why had it saved the worm? What had it been thinking? The Yithian pronkeled the prongdong latways until it foisted a further sense of understanding. It was a he, and it called himself Harry the Human. Harry the Human, not derp, was having a bad day, bad week, bad life. Harry hated his job, his marriage, and his care. Harry looked at the worm there, roiling around in the muck, and thought to himself, "Harry, your life sucks. Look at that worm. Fuck that worm." And Harry, in typical derp fashion, had raised his boot to clobble the harmless invertebrate, and did not. Somehow, in a surprisingly un-derp-like fashion, Harry had felt mercy for the entirely disconnected creature, and decided not to kill it. But interestingly, Harry had not only spared the worm, but had brought it to dry ground, picking it up and putting it on the soft, warm, wet earth. The Yithian remembered how that felt, that lovely soft earth. It was grateful in a worm way, and happily, currently, future young slithing its way through the earth in a meandering fashion that pleased the Yithian to no end. And now, to be Harry was losing his job because he was late yet again. Harry's boss was displeased at the punctuality in meaningless derp time, constantly monitored by their pathetic wrist things. Harry the Human returned home. Harry the Human is catching his wife with his male bonding companion Earth. Harry is yelling. The wife is yelling. There is much yelling. Harry is thrown out. Harry has few friends. The Ithian considers this. Harry is a derp with simple derp needs. Briefly, it considers making the head of the derps offending Harry explode. It is the least the Ithian can do to pay the Weregild, but it is not enough. There must be more. For a time, the Ithian turks the prong-dong deeper into the thundering turtlet's head and comes up to a staggering conclusion. Harry is a derp that believes in the derp god, ignoring the dangers most derperies made to summon those who shall not be named, dancing naked around the campfire until they sturgle that should not be sturgle. The Ithian decides to be divinity. Harry was going to have a good day by derp god. First, there would be the prangling of the pretty girl to coo and sit next to the crying Harry, who was considering expurging himself on the nearby public transportation in a terminal fashion. She wipes away his man-tears and hovers her orbs in a maternal manner pleasing to Harry. The Ithian considers shunting the female to directly aid the weird derp, but this is a derp things, and derps will always do what derps do in derp-like fashion. So rather than prong the prong-dong, it shubbily shifts it halfway with a shunt and a prangling, ill-advised, but desperate times call for desperate measures. "Don't you worry, honey," Sally the derplet derped. "God will fix things." "I don't know. I don't think God cares." And well, you were better for it, derpling, thought the Yithian. Still, something was called for. Decisions, decisions, decisions. It looked amongst the strands of Mirthbeth and found a strong one. Yanging it with its Fletcher finger, it looped the strand around the prong-dong and beeped for derpshine. "Hello?" Derp noise. "Yes, this is Harry," adjusting the prong-dong to reduce the derp noise to only that which would be absolutely necessitated. "A job? That'd be swell. Doing what?" "What? You gotta be joshing me. Is this a joke?" Sari the human assured Harry the human and told him to take the job from the derp. Derp god moved in mysterious ways. There was no mystery to the Ithian, of course. It was pathetically simple, but it was obvious that Harry was not going to be happy with a prominent place in the derp hive. Of course, the Ithian perked the prong-dong and shunted the orbs to a direct mirthbath of Harry the human's dick. Sally the human properly prangled cooed. Well, I'm happy to see you." Sally the human and Harry the human went to make little derplets in a prolonged and highly disgusting derping session. The Earthian was about to leave and go about its own glorious day when Harry the human had something of a mental breakdown. Harry the human de-derped from Sally the human and began running around temporarily allocated derp room, grasping at his facial face and pointed at the Ithian. Sally the human saw nothing at first, but then screamed. "I knew it was too easy, I knew it!" Sighed. The Ithian shunted Harry the human. He gently cooed to Sally the human, telling her it was all a nightmare. There, Sally. It was all a nightmare. It's over now. Are you sure, Harry? Of course. Everything is all right. The Ithian gas vented. "So we can get married and start a family with a big new CEO job you have?" "Oh, absolutely." The Ithian dangled Harry's head up and down. "Yay!" She hugged him and proceeded to sew out of there. Removing the memory of the Mirthbeth from the human's memory, it cut off the prong-dong and went to clean itself off in a shower of molten glass. It had the rest of its glorious day ahead and didn't give the derps a second thought. So, this is a short little story. Yeah, I like it. It's definitely microfiction. It's a little over 1,000 words, so I could find some space to cut it here or there, but, I was clearly inspired by the Lewis Carroll poem about the Jabberwock and the Vorpal Blade that attacked the Bandersnatch. All well and good. Probably overdid it a bit in this story, but, if you're going to have an alien that possessed a worm and then changed its mind, I'm pretty sure that... Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. I'll be reading today a story called The Architects of Cool from a series I'm calling Swamp Castle.
Full disclosure, some of you, all 5 of you, have heard this story before several years ago in 2013, where I read several of my better short stories for the initial episodes of the podcast. However, because I had mic problems at the time, and because I'm going to be basically creating a YouTube video, which is an anthology of all my short stories and the older ones that I've written, I'm going to be rereading about 5 or 6 of them. So some of you have heard this before, others will not. Enjoy as you will. The Architect of Cool. The Architect of Cool tightened his slick black leather gloves as he gripped the throttle of his intergalactic hoverbike. He was here to make the Earth cool again. The Architect would take no chances now. There was too much at stake. His melancholy gaze glanced over the alien marketplace. It was worth it, every second. The internal mechanisms of the bike were beyond him. Its technological magic came from 100 different worlds. The bike sung to his soul with the thrumming sound of pistons that made when they piped quantum fire through their workings. The thick sheen of his helmet glittered in the triple moonlight, and time waited. He knew, deep down, that this was only the illusionary hope projected by his own subconscious onto his perceived reality. But at long last, he had come to understand the importance of that perception. Illusion and reality were only so separated as the mind chose to make them. The roaring rage of the bike howled, mourning that its packmates did not howl in return. They could not. They were dead now, as were all of the Architect's brethren. He was the last, and when he was done, there would be no others. The understanding would go with him, for 1,000 years at least. He cared not. Understanding was a small price to pay. The bike lunged forward, scattering carts and bins and fruit-packed ceramic pyramids. A small light blinked on Harris Harg's console. He put down his hot slosh and paid attention to the screen, his ceremonial tick-hat clattering off his seat. He sent a thought arm down to the ground and picked it up again. Such a nuisance, but the thing was a badge of office, and he had no choice but to wear it. While the arm worked, he focused his primary attentions to the numbers spouting on the screen. It could not be, yet there it was. The K-tip had very little capacity for self-denial. Nature had cruelly bereft their race of any possibility of ignoring what was. That was a good thing in a warden, particularly when trouble was brewing. Harisharg leapt to his feet and went to the door. A second later, he walked through the move portal and found himself halfway across the planet and in chaos. This assignment was supposed to be peaceful. The locals caused little trouble. At most, he was called to resolve heavy traffic or undue strangers paying attention to the extremely private O'Malley, but this, he grabbed his stick and pointed it at the offender. Harisharg unleashed a blob of molten, intelligent metal at speeds most sentients could not comprehend. He missed. Harisharg never missed. Something was definitely wrong. Faster and faster, the Architect moved through the twisted mazes of 1,000 different stalls of merchandise. He increased his speed yet again. More people fled before him. More dived, more screamed, more fled. None were hurt. The Architect had been far too careful for that. That would undo all that he'd worked for. He saw the hostile construct fly by him as he dodged out of the way. He laughed joyfully at the attempt. He could only imagine the confusion of the man who wasn't a man's part. They weren't supposed to miss. Again, he silently thanked those who had passed. It was their genius that had made this day possible. He turned the bike around with a screeching turn, the plasma burning the air, making its twist up around him like a desert mirage. He stood still, hovering only a fraction of a hand above the ground. He flicked a switch, and the music began to play. The aliens below stood rapt, awestruck. It was blatantly disrespectful to the domestic bliss, yet they could not help but pay attention to its subtle melodies. What was it? What could it be? The Architect merely laughed a second time, though none could hear him through his helmet. Harisharg ran the intruder through the base and found that his quarry was a human. He'd never heard of them, though he ignored the filtered details that displayed on the back of his link mind. For the moment, he was far more concerned with the elimination of the problem. 3 times he shot with his dick stick, and 3 times the shots went wild. What was happening? No matter. There was more than one way to solve this kind of thing. The alien warden rose to its full height, 5 times larger than the largest man the architect had ever seen. He wanted to run, but stood his ground. The parameters told him precisely what to do, and running was not the ideal solution. Boldly, the architect dismounted his bike, black boots touching the alien dirt. With a short, defiant kick, he spread the tiny dust cloud in the air. The onlookers backed away, scattering at this opulent display of disgust and defiance. Every eye and every sensory organ focused on him as the architect boldly strode towards the warden. The warden, rising still higher above the crowd, floated in the air and began to pulse and throb with the red light. Its jeweled skin sharpened into a bladed rose garden of deadly anger. Slowly, it began to whirl and scream with the ancestral rage bequeathed to it by nature. Now the onlookers fled. The architect did not flee. The warden bellowed a challenging, defiant roar at the affront, sending 3 and then 4 tendrils to subdue the architect. The architect dodged to the left, the right again, and then the left, jumping up, ducking down, bending back, leaning forward, all moving him out of the way of the warden, grasping nothing but air. Soon the warden glowed an even deeper red, enraged by excess heat. Its body forced itself to cool down. Catip were not designed for such a long-term heavy labor. They were favored for their thoroughness, excellent senses, and racial intolerance for darkness. This planet had more advanced methods of dealing with troublemakers, but the warden was almost always sufficient. Harshag was upset. Any member of the 12,000 civilized worlds would agree with him. This was a blatant lack of respect that he simply could not tolerate. Deep down, he could not deny a certain fear about it all. This world had been chosen for him because of his superior administrative skills, not because of his physical prowess. What was he to do? He was the only warden. There was no backup that could arrive in time. He had a solution, of course. He was not defenseless, nor was any of these worlds that were protected. The known penalty for violation was too severe if called for, but many would view his rightful response at this point as excessive. Sadly, Harishag had to agree. It was simply too much, too violent. Harishag didn't want to do something more extreme, but he couldn't allow this kind of behavior to continue either. He quickly sent a thought arm through the inventories and customs forms, filled out by the merchants in the marketplace. There it was. It was true, you really could buy anything here. He quickly authorized the small dent in the emergency funds. The buzzing of the war droids caught the architect by surprise. The plan hadn't entailed this, but fortunately, of the entire original band that had sent him from Earth on the quest, he had had the greatest combat experience. He pulled out the quantum shotgun from his boot holster and pointed it at the imploding cloud of nanite death. Then he thought better of it. The architect leapt onto his bike and sped away as fast as it would carry him. For the briefest of moments he had a sliver of self-doubt, but pushed that down as fast as it appeared. He had to have faith. It was about faith and instinct, not logical introspection. You just did. You just felt. His fears proved groundless, however, for the war droids were just as fast as his bike, faster even. They were gaining ground. Good, the architect thought to himself. If this works, it will help make things even better. If it doesn't, then who cares? There wouldn't be anyone around to give the plan a second try anyway. His first run into the merchant stalls had been designed for disruption, but his second was designed for evasion. Superhuman reflexes challenged coordinating meme minds that tried to find the optimal path, only to be confused by the barrage of civilian signs and comm nets that bombarded anyone walking down the promenade. The confusion only stopped them for a moment, however, as they moved towards the architect yet again. But a moment was all that he needed as he dropped the sprawling video screen crashing down electric death on their short-lived virtual lives. Exit the warbots. Harishag did not believe it. The warbots would normally have neutralized entire legions of troops. They were among the toughest weapons allowed in guild-sanctioned wars. Not only had the human destroyed them, but it appeared that he had been able to do so with minimal effort. He was alone out here. The Omali would be of no help whatsoever. He had tried to be reasonable. He had tried to do the right thing. Harishag knew beyond any doubt that he had taken every scalable option left to him before the final one, but the law was the law. Order would be maintained. The architect smiled when he looked up and saw the bright flash across the night sky. He knew what was coming. It was why he had come here in the first place. The faint pulling he felt in his lungs was the beginning of the end. It did not matter. He had fulfilled his destiny. He had changed destiny. Effortlessly, he leapt on the bike and rocketed for the stars. The source of his death was inevitable, but not irrelevant. Determined to eke out one final ounce of the nectar of glory that he had harvested for humanity, he opened fire. The white-hot suns that emerged from the unholy quantum reaction would have destroyed the market as far as the eye could see if he had used them on the planet below. And they were just glorified fireworks, bouncing off the event horizon of the glim. But glorified or no, they lit up the night sky from half a world away, their violent trails streaming forever across the O'Malley culture. They were thrilled, and yet they were terrified. This was something they did not understand, but the architect did. His breath began to fail as he streamed up out of the atmosphere. The huge, glowing sentinel stood over the planet, indisputable, undeniable, undefeatable. It disbanded his corporal atoms in seconds. The bike itself exploded in a final shower of shooting stars before it too was erased from creation. The glim had done its job. Hereshog watched the glim do its work with sadness and frustration. It made no sense. Why had the human done this thing? Why had it thrown its life away? Could it somehow have been ignorant of the glim's power? Hereshog didn't think so. He trusted his gut. Ketip had excellent instincts for tracking things down that didn't fit or make sense. This was one of the things that made him exceptional as a warden. They did not let things like this, small things, escape them. The particularly annoying problem in this case was that Hereshog had no one to ask questions piling up in his mind. A lesser being would let it pass. Hereshog, the Katip, was not a lesser being. He twined all his thought arms together in frustration. He did not know where to start his inquest, and he would not let it go. The human had arrived on its own craft. The craft had vanished, just like its owner. No witnesses, no evidence, no motive, no sense. Hereshog decided that he would have to track the human's course. Patiently, he sent his thought arms out across the ether between the stars. Warden spoke to warden, and the inquest spread. The questions Hereshog asked intrigued his fellows, for anomalous and impossible cases were something they desired. Then a small blue-white glow appeared before his eyes, containing the repository of all the warden's detailed files on the species and their activities in the quadrant. It spread out before his eyes, breaking like pollen seeds as his brain digested it into usably smaller chunks. His prime mind would filter it later. On the surface, there was nothing very special about humans. They had emerged from obscurity about 700 years ago. According to the records, they had been quite interesting at the time. The galaxy at large had been fascinated by their culture, a few esoteric aspects of their technology that had never been seen before in their local food products. Humanity had obtained an astonishing amount of wealth in a relatively short period of time. Being a warlike species, they'd expanded quickly and then bombed themselves to a very low level of technology 3 centuries later. They were still recovering, and very few of their numbers had traveled the mainstream interstellar lanes. They appeared to be a short-lived species that burned brightly and then snuffed themselves out. While humanity might have been far more successful than most species that followed that model, they were not really that atypical. However, in the last 2 centuries, the small, tight-knit community of humans that was not on their backward barbarian world had been amongst the best behaved and most honorable people imaginable, timid even. And that was the problem. The K-Tape looked down from his spaceship at this scarred little blue and green-white planet. He wanted to see it to gain a proper appreciation. Various probes showed the now primitive Earth inhabitants engaged in daily activity, warring, procreating, existing, and politicking. On the surface, there was nothing unusual. Hereshog noticed a single tick off his checklist, or Hereshog notched a single tick off his checklist. He could not prove that the human had been from Earth, but his intuition told him otherwise. The human's behavior had reflected a curious mix of aggressiveness and restraint which confounded simple analysis. The galactic overlords had been surprised when Hereshog had asked for time off to pursue the problem. He had never asked for time off before. K-Tip did not require recreational activity, but they did sometimes require deeper understanding than their standard duties provided time to pursue. He kept checking the scanner while he looked down at the junkyard moon below. Hereshar glacked with satisfaction as his sensors found one of the humans' old outposts. He swung the ship around, directing it to hover several hundred meters above the graveyard. The ship's computer linked with that of the outpost and began to examine the historical records. He learned a great many things, but nothing he felt answered the questions of the strange human's behavior. Had it simply been some kind of prank? Hereshard didn't think so. The preparation had obviously been too meticulous. The action itself was plain and simple enough to understand. It was the why that plagued him. Days turned into weeks. Then, after rummaging through the dustbin of human history, Hereshard found the answer he was looking for. The lizard-like hologram before him was half his body height, but twice as long. It had 3 eyes and a long, sinuous neck. Hereshag recognized it instantly, and at first he thought that somehow the human had been involved in one of their schemes. The Dweezil were not the first aliens to contact humanity, but for a short time they had pretended to be humanity's friend. The Dweezil were one of only 9 species that any warden was allowed to shoot on sight without asking any questions or having any just cause for suspicion. Being a Dweezil was a sufficient reason for suspicion. They were a step above simple con artists and tricksters. Quite frankly, the galaxy had more than enough species that fit that quality. No, the Dweezil took the concept to a whole new level. Dweezil were master social manipulators. They instinctively understood how a culture functioned and considered it amusing to change it to their whim. It was quite obvious from the records that the Dweezil had been jealous. Humanity had attracted attention in a way that no other race had attracted in 10 or 20 years, except the Dweezil, who happened to emerge onto the galactic scene at the same time. It had been a simple process of cultural subversion. It had started out simple enough. The Dweezil started acting human, and then they inserted themselves into as the best friend humanity never had. Then they started mocking the very things that humans prided most about themselves. By the time they were done, humans as a race had no faith in themselves whatsoever. The warden looked down at the little blue planet below with sympathy. It all made sense now. The human had been trying to restore his racial pride. It was an extremely subtle strategy. Most of the other races in the galaxy could care less that the human had died, but humans seemed to have a morbid fascination with death. Before their culture had been contaminated, noble self-sacrifice had been one of their highest ideals. This they shared in common with many others. To a human, the ultimate expression for an ideal was a willingness to give up their life for it. He did not know much about the human, but Hereshag respected it. When the humans below eventually reached the stars the second time, they would have something to idealize besides the tame humans timidly relying on other races' breadcrumbs. The human had deliberately created a vague figure who was both rebellious, tough, and yet not pointlessly violent that they could look up to. Most would think that the human had died simply pointlessly. Hereshag knew better, particularly now that he'd studied the way humans thought. The report would lay buried for centuries, potentially millennia, but sooner or later it would come out again. Hereshag intended to write it up to help the dead human accomplish his goal. The humans deserved that much at least. After decrying the villainous way the human had disrupted market efficiency while flaunting authority would go a long way to making it seem authentic. With a fine touch of awe at the human's audacity at assaulting the Glim, Hereshag could nudge their plot along nicely. Satisfied, he turned his ship back around, slingshotting it around the tiny sun and towards deep space. So, I like this story. This is, I think, a transition between the early stories I had, which were really good ideas, that were, I'll be honest, for the most part unreadable, and some of the later stories I have that could actually theoretically have been taken up by a magazine, but never quite got that good. And plus my writing skill just wasn't that good at the time. But if I was to write this again, I think the first thing I would do is I would create a flash forward, flashback series with the Dweezil and have the Dweezil actually show the Dweezil subverting humanity's culture slowly one bit at a time. And then have the last third of this story where Hereshag investigates what happened basically just be like the very last part for anybody that was too dim to figure out what was going on. It's a great idea. At the time when I wrote this, I was first starting to get involved with the folks at Mythic Journeys, which is all about understanding and using myth to help shape culture and help bring meaning in a situation where, quite frankly, we've lost it in a lot of cases. But I think in general, the story is enjoyable, but it has problems. I think I should have humanized the architect a bit more. I deliberately kept him vague, primarily because that was his mission, and that is okay in a story, but there are ways to subtly hint at who a person is without even necessarily, I think the best example I can think of is V and V for Vendetta, where you never learn his actual name. You never actually, in the movie, see his face. He's deliberately kept as this vague figure that will inspire future generations. But you still learn a lot about V in that movie and in the comic. I could have done more to give the architect a definition. I could have also done a little bit more about Hershog himself, just little details. I think this story, if I was to rewrite it, unlike some of the others I've done in this series, is salvageable, but probably not enough compared to just writing another story.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. I'm going to be reading to you today another short story from my old stories list called the series I'm calling Swamp Castle. This is another one of 7 more stories that you've heard before on the podcast, but that I'm retelling to be able to create a video anthology on my YouTube channel with the same consistent sound, tone, and narration. So without further ado, I will now read Gatekeeper. Everyone complained silently as Hastur let the unicorn through the line. They didn't complain too loudly because they didn't want to upset him. Feigned politeness and respect were a perk of the job, and the job didn't have many perks. Many of the others at the IINS really enjoyed their job. They hadn't become disenchanted with magic like Hastur had. Hastur didn't hate the people who crammed their way through the gate as individuals. He just hated magic. Here was something interesting. Someone was going to complain after all. This time it was a short old woman with a gnarled cane. Hastur's glasses could read her aura a mile away. She was a troublemaker with power. Nothing he couldn't handle. Gates were built like fortresses. "Why are you letting that unicorn cut ahead of everyone else in line?" she demanded, tapping her cane indignantly on the tiled floor. Hastur pointed to a large sign on the wall that said, "All unicorns admitted as United States citizens without review due to the Mary Virginia Act of 2022. It was utterly amazing what the tears of the Senate Majority Leader could do to ensure that all good unicorns in the cosmos got a good home in the United States of America. He swore he thought he saw it grin and wink at him as it walked through the line. He made a point not to give it the satisfaction of looking one way or the other, so he wasn't entirely sure. The woman looked at the sign in confusion and despair. She sat down with the others. Hastur actually felt sad for her. That was strange, really, because these days Hastur didn't feel sorry for many of the immigrants at all, particularly the ones that used magic. He sighed. As she shuffled off to her distant place in line, he said, "If you don't have your application processed by the end of the day, come back here. I'll see if I can help you do the paperwork better." Most immigrants, of the extra-dimensional variety anyway, had very little idea how to navigate the federal bureaucracy. That was fair. Neither did most of the citizens it protected. The rest of his shift was fine. People were almost pleasant to him for some reason. Maybe the old woman had some luck spells or something. That would make her application easier. Any nation worth its salt always took a bit more luck when they could get it. They were a lot more desirable than people trying to make money appear out of thin air. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she asked. "Nothing. Have you got your paperwork?" "Well, I managed to fill in my name, but that's about it. Pleased to meet you, Hastur." Hastur didn't recall giving her his name, but he wasn't impressed by the parlor trick. He ignored it and said, "You haven't filled out anything else? It should appear in your native language." "Oh, it does. I just don't understand most of the terms." "Right. How could someone rearrange the matter and energy of the cosmos and not understand a little paperwork. It never made sense to him, yet he saw it a lot in the immigrant population, particularly amongst the older generations. Can you help me? So innocent seeming. This one was really dangerous. Yes, I can help you, but I'll have to ask you a lot of questions. Some of it might seem very personal. It's very important for you to be totally honest with me. Ask away. I'm not going anywhere, she said. People call me Martha, by the way. Nice to meet you, Martha. Martha, my name is Hester. The unspeakable? Not exactly. Old joke, geek parents. Very little affection for the between the rest of the family and I. That's terrible. Family's important. She petted his knee gently. What was it about old ladies? Thanks. At any rate, like I said, lots of questions. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be, she cackled. Was that deliberate? And so Martha began to spill her life story through the filter of IINS paperwork. She'd come to America for the same reason almost all the others had, the fading. Out there in the echoes of the other world, something was making other worlds fade away. First it was the magic, then it was the kindness, and last of all was the life. Somehow, Earth was better because it hadn't used its magic for 1,000 years. Somehow, Hester just didn't believe that. You're too kind, Martha said as Hester began to fill in the last few bits of corresponding identification numbers. I'd like to pay you back. Hester smiled. Thank you, ma'am, but doing good is reward enough. Seriously, I can't take payment for helping you with this. It's against regulations. It could cost me my job. No payment at all? She seemed insulted. Not really, I'm afraid. But if I just told you some useful information, Hester held his hand up and shook his head. Someone could tell me about something useful. Someone could tell me about some useful stock tips or about a horse race, and it's illegal. All of it. She thought a moment. Is the knowing or the action that is illegal? He thought a moment. Well, I guess technically. What if the information would save your life? I don't think that counts as a monetary donation, he said. She smiled warmly and patted his knee. Good. I'd like to hope my new home is not populated entirely by idiots. Oh, it is, Hester said without hesitation. Martha's eyes turned white as they rolled up in her head. Her voice turned slightly contralto as she said, Your cynicism is your greatest strength and your greatest burden. You will be forced to choose between what you want and what you believe to be right. Helpful. Not that the advice was very specific. It was rarely wasn't that kind of thing. You will be eaten by a leopard in the next 12 hours. That was much more specific. What? Hester didn't like the sound of that. Well, is there a way to avoid it? No, the voice said with dispassion. Then why bother telling me? You'll get better. Hester was about to argue with the otherworldly advice when he realized it was answering his questions. Why was he wasting his time asking it pointless things he supposedly couldn't change anyway? When he could ask more interesting questions? He couldn't ask it anything of monetary value. The government employed the best diviners that money could buy, and Hester despised those that found ways around salary restrictions. Any system could be fooled, and the IINS had a high turnaround rate from those on the run for being caught taking bribes or those who were locked away. Thanks, I appreciate it. He smiled and tried to mean it. He was never a big fan of ominous portent. Martha's eyes closed, and she seemed to deflate a bit. Wow. That bad, huh? He could tell she was physically exhausted from the experience. Maybe I should have asked it more questions? It was definitely she. Martha slowly sat up, though obviously it was a physical effort. Do you have any coffee? That was a big one. What kind of spirit was it? Time. I've heard about them, but I've never felt one before. Certainly not that powerful. They're as direct a source as you're ever going to find. He wasn't familiar with them, but he could look it up on the government files later. One of the advantages of his position was access to some pretty impressive data on various immigrants. He kind of had to have it to be able to know what not to let into the country. They tried the dumbed-down version 3 years before with utterly disastrous results. He picked up his coat and asked, So are we done here? Martha chuckled. I am if you are. Why do you have something else in mind? Her eyebrows went up. Hester sputtered for a moment uncomfortably and then said, no. She pinched his cheek and then left the room. The ride home was uneventful. A few pixies smashed into his windshield, but they did that every day. These days, most immigrants didn't like the IINS. Hester couldn't blame them on a certain level, but then again, were the natives really that wrong to want to control their retreat? His apartment was on the 3rd floor of the 5th building of the 9th ugliest building in Washington, D.C. All the trade papers agreed that it was a horrible place to live, and that since they thought that, everyone thought that. which was just fine with Hastur because that made it cheap. Very cheap. A pack of drunken brownies morphing magic reclamation zones, or raw sewage that was all telemagically piped in from the South American and African countries, bent on revenge from most of the 20th century, didn't hurt the price either. Warding spirits and turpentine kept most of the insects and disease under control, but they refused to do anything about the smell. That was just as well. Hastur had lost his ability to smell when he was 8. Chester the Orc was leaning against a lamp pole when Hastur parked his car. "Evening, Hastur." "Evening, Chester. How are things?" Hastur closed the door and went around the trunk of the car to get where he'd put his briefcase. "Great. Looking up. Always looking up. We got big things planned. You could be part of those big things." Chester rubbed his claws together. "Thanks, but no thanks, Chester. I'm pretty sure it's a bad idea." Hastur had tried going in on one of Chester's schemes once, and it ended up inside a duffel bag being shipped out to China. If the Coast Guard hadn't found the boat, he would have been looking at life much differently. Chester groaned. "That was one time that things went badly. You're not gonna let that go?" "No, Chester, I'm not." Chester shrugged and then kicked the pavement. "Fine, suit yourself. Be noble and poor for the rest of your life." "Noble, not poor. I got a 401k. "Right." Hastur looked at him as he opened the door. "Hey, it's a government 401k. It's as good as gold in the bank." "Right." Hastur ignored him and stomped up the stairs to an empty apartment. Everything was orderly, clean, and tidy. This wasn't because Hastur was a neat freak. Heaven knows his desk was a mess, but he simply didn't move anything or use enough to make it a mess in the first place. It was a laziness combined with absolute need for order. Order existed in spades back at the office. It was a government office. It was IINS to the boot. Here, not so much. So he did what he could, as he could, which in this case would be almost nothing. He lived alone. He didn't date. He had no friends outside of the office. It was a pretty miserable life, but it was his. Hastur wanted to make himself believe that it was for the greater good, but that wasn't true either. There were things he liked about the job, to be sure. He liked being able to help people who really needed asylum. They were out there. Of course they were out there. The omnipresence was out there, so they wanted to get away, as far away from it as they could. That would be Earth, and since all of them suddenly found Earth to be an attractive place to live, the United States wanted to keep them out, except in very measured doses, of course. He picked up the phone and ordered a pizza. He kept it small. He didn't exercise much, but in the event he actually met a female he wanted to impress, he didn't want to be a blob. He learned that in college. Fat guys don't get dates, at least fat guys who aren't rich. For a moment, his mind went back to Chester's scheming, but only for a moment. He kept reminding himself that the government had the best divinations that money could buy. If it wasn't illegal, it wasn't wise to put in his bank. If it wasn't legal, it wasn't wise to put it into his bank account. That night, Hastur had many nightmares, but the one that stuck out the most in his mind was the one where he kept getting devoured and regurgitated by the leopard. He knew he was dreaming, but that didn't stop him, the feeling of corrosive saliva and slime from covering every inch of his skin. After the 5th time this happened, he had had enough. He stood up after the leopard spewed him out and demanded, "What do you want? Why do you keep doing this?" The leopard looked puzzled and asked, "Why?" Hastur jumped up and down, shouting, "That's what I want to know," until he woke up. Dawn had come. Even though he had slept, he did not feel rested. Today was not going to be a good day. He managed to zombie his way through the rest of the morning, processed those in line, pushing those who had complications too weird for him to handle further up the food chain, or sending those who had improper paperwork back into the line. He tried to catch a nap on his break, but all he could do was look at the ceiling. He waited until lunch and then approached Cinderella. Everyone called her that, even though her name was Yasmin. She wasn't actually an immigrant. Thus far, none of them had been hired by the INS. Theoretically, any citizen could apply, but it was common wisdom that various elements that ran the U.S. intelligence community weren't going to take chances with them all. Yasmin had earned her nickname because of her fixation with shoes. Right now, she was wearing glass boots embossed with some kind of sparkling pixie dust. They actually glowed. "What's up, Hass?" She looked at him with an eye at his chocolate milk. She wasn't really a friend, but she tolerated his questions in exchange for the occasional food item. "I got a problem," he said as he took a bite out of his hot dog. "What kind of problem?" She took the chocolate milk from Hastur's tray without batting an eyelash. Payment was now delivered. "I had an augury done, and it doesn't sound good." He continued eating the hot dog, making sure he didn't talk with his mouth full. Details? She looked ponderously at the ceiling while she put the straw in the milk. I'm supposed to find true love and get eaten by a leopard. There's also some stuff about the greatest strength and greatest weaknesses and all that, but I don't remember much. Why didn't you write it down? She began to sip the milk. Hastur shrugged. There wasn't time? Oh, or you were too lazy? Yasmin knew him very well. Well, don't go looking at me. You're not my type. Hastur coughed off his hot dog onto the plate and said, no, I didn't think I was. Yasmin looked indignant. You say that like it's a good thing. You should be sad you weren't my type, pencil pusher. You don't know what you're missing. Anyway, advice for the milk. Don't try to avoid it. They all agree? Hastur asked, eyeing the rest of the hot dog. Yep. Everyone I know says that's the worst thing you can do. You have to face it head on. But eaten by a leopard? He asked. There are worse things. Yasmin stood up. Hastur could tell she was still upset at him. Like what? Like not being my type, she smiled, winked, and left the cafeteria. The afternoon was worse than the morning. He was wide awake now, and the hairs on the back of his neck were starting to stand out on end. Hastur understood why people wanted to avoid auguries in the first place. If he couldn't avoid it, what was he supposed to do? He considered buying a really sharp knife or something. What if the leopard ate him whole? Maybe he could cut his way out of it. Are you okay? The fish hovered 3 feet up in the air, said, bringing Hastur back to the present. Fine. Hastur tried not to let the annoyance in his voice show. He failed. The fish looked hurt. I was just asking. I'm fine. Reason for your visa request? The fish said, I'm requesting asylum. So was everyone else in mine. In fact, everyone was requesting asylum these days. Hastur tried not to let it bother him. Maybe one of the immigrants would be a tourist or seeking temporary work permit one day. Other branches of the INS still got those. Have you filled out Form 52I? No, I don't have hands. The fish looked upset now. There was a note of panic in his voice. You'll need to find a designated agent then. Please report to the advocate department. They're out the hall and 3 doors to the left. You'll also need to fill out Form 22J. Hastur stamped his log. Next! The fish looked panicked. But I don't have hands. Let them know that. They'll be able to help you. Can't you do it? The fish asked. I could grant you a wish. Wishes are taxable income. Any form of taxable income is forbidden to designated government agents. The good news is that will prove you can support yourself, which should help you get approval. The fish looked somewhat mollified. Really? Yes, really. Now move on, please. You're slowing up the line. The fish left. The goblin, the gnome, the boa constrictor, and a little tin teapot were all even more annoying. He checked the disposable curse detector, but it was solid green. Whatever bad luck he was having today was plain old ordinary non-magic variety, if you could call that ordinary. Hastur had seen enough things before the immigrants to know that some humans were just amazingly lucky. And to end the day, there was also another unicorn. It just waltzed on through, and everybody let it, of course. He went home, he ate, he came back to work. Each day was worse. The number of unicorns was steadily increasing until 8 days after he'd met Martha, there were 12 unicorns in an hour. Hastur was not a magician, but this had to mean something. He consulted with human resources, then they referred to him to security. He arrived at the security office when they were changing shift. He walked up to the desk and saw a large burly man wearing 2 pistols. Hastur couldn't help but notice the twin broadswords strapped to his back. The security guard's name tag said Omnibus. That was it. No first name, no last name, just Omnibus. Yes, the large man asked. I'm here to decontaminate. Hastur hated that term. Omnibus Winston said, Right. Let's go upstairs. You have the paperwork? Hastur handed him the requisite forms. They went upstairs. The large, squat room was entirely gray. All along the outer doors there were Norse runes of some kind that glowed softly under the dimmed fluorescent lights that were laced into the ceiling everywhere else in the building. They both walked to the middle of the room, and a large pentagram shot up. Red ghost worship? He asked. Curse removal, industrial strength. If you have anything on you, we'll find it. There was a great flash of light. Thunder pealed in the background, and for a moment Hastur thought the room would start turning around and around as if they were in some kind of gigantic microwave oven, but in the end it stopped. Omnibus gave a thumbs-up symbol and grinned. Great, you're clean. Great, thanks, I appreciate it. Hastur shook his head and went back downstairs to work. It looked like it was going to be a great day. The people were nice. They didn't complain. All I had to do was the proper paperwork. The leopard ate him at 3:32 p.m. He was sitting there, minding his own business, when this gorgeous female Amazon, probably 7 feet tall, skips past everyone else in the line and demands to be let forward past everyone else. "I'm sorry, miss, but you'll have to go back to the end of the line." "I am an Omega Circle sorceress. I shall do no such thing. Do my bidding, little man." She said this with complete and utter self-confidence. But speaking with the weight of the entire United States government behind him, Hastur said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but your bidding is against regulations. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to go to the end of the line." She said, "You're joking." "Nope." "You really mean it?" "Yep." "You're aware of what I can do?" "I've got some idea, yes." Apparently, in retrospect, he didn't have an idea because she summoned the leopard, which ate him. When he woke up, he found himself in a long line. The details escaped him at first. There were a lot of immigrants, but a lot of regular people. The more time went on, the more he realized just what an anomalous state this was until he finally left the line and began to walk forward. As he did so, he noticed a large sign that says, "Afterlife Immigration Office." There were 2 desks populated by a green ghost and a red ghost. They had mounds of paperwork on their desks and were furiously scribbling. No one had moved out of line, and no one else moved to talk to them. After several moments, a green ghost finally looked up and said, "Next!" and the line moved forward. Hastur hated bureaucracy. He considered going back to the back of the line. It was the proper thing to do. It was the right thing to do. But he also knew it was the stupid thing to do. He looked from the green ghost and then to the red ghost and approached the red ghost. "Hey, you look tired. Can I get you something? Maybe a cup of coffee?" The red ghost looked annoyed at first, but his expression changed to confusion and pleasant surprise when Hastur spoke to him. "Why, sure, I haven't had a break in 12 years. Great. Where's your coffee pot?" The red ghost pointed back behind him. "Employee break room. First door on the right. You can't miss it." "Thanks." The employee break room wasn't a big deal. They had a nicer room than the IINS, but nothing that Hastur hadn't seen before in most federal buildings. He put a cup of coffee on the pot and then waited. He poured the cup and then went back to the red ghost. "There you go." Sure enough, the red ghost's curiosity was piqued, and there was his file on the top of the list. He could tell from the red ghost's expression that he was just waiting for him to ask for some kind of favor. Hastur didn't. He moved back towards the line and stopped a moment. He turned around and looked at the green ghost, which was looking somewhat annoyed. "Say, you want some coffee too?" The green ghost went from a frown to smile instantly. "Yes, actually. It's been 40 years since my last break. We don't have a union." "Of course. I'll be right back." Both the red ghost and the green ghost looked at him with such confusion that they never noticed him quietly grab his case file as he walked by. Instead of returning to the employee break room, he took the door that said exit. Hastur was well aware of the fact that if there was no case file, there was no problem in almost any system. There were quite a bit of stairs, but eventually he found the manhole cover and returned to the mortal realm. He pinched himself, yep, body and all. It had been a bit of a gamble. He had no idea what would happen, but the fortune teller had told him what he really needed to know. Death had a way of putting things in perspective. He quit his job at the IINS the next day. So, this story started out A+, and I see why it was not accepted despite being out of the park. One of the better stories I've written. One of my weaknesses in writing, and I've gotten over it, especially with the Fate of Inglemia that I'm currently writing, Army of Fire, is I always make sure I have a good ending. Like I'd like to think I do better endings better than Stephen King, because every writer has their problems, and mine is always going to be that at the end of the day, I'm just not that good a writer. I get better because that's something that you can improve, but I'm never going to be naturally gifted and show up in author English classes. I doubt a middle schooler a century from now is going to be writing an English paper on what was the real motivation for why Rhombus Ticks decided to have the green and the red ghost in the afterlife. It's not going to happen like that. But even though I have some good endings, pacing at that time, and to a certain degree still, was my greatest weakness, right? I mean, it starts out really simple, identifiable, interesting characters, and then the end. And it works, but it's very rushed compared to the rest of the story. It's fun. I'll be honest, of all the stories that I have in this collection, this is the one that tempts me to go back and write a novella, right? If you think of a pilot, which sometimes they do for television, It's like the first episode sometimes. Sometimes they never use it as the first episode. But basically a pilot is in television is kind of like a proof of concept. Like, you do a whole bunch of them, 8 or 9 or 10, and then the studio execs say, we like A, B, and, try C, doing it this way and come back and let us see if it works. And, it's a proof of concept. It's a way of actually seeing if something works. And Hastur is interesting, and the setting is interesting. I don't think I would want to write a novel in this setting, mainly because it's very derivative. When I wrote it, it was very original. Since then, fairy tales have been deconstructed to the point, between fables and Sandman and Once Upon a Time, the genre has been done to death. And I do have a very interesting spin on it, which is bureaucracy meets fantasy. But having him quit at the end is not the way to go, right? Hastur should have some kind of an arc, and this could easily become an entire novella unto itself. But as it is, not only does it end too quickly, but it ends in a way that prevents any future stories. So if I like it. It has a lot of potential, but it also needs some work. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. I'm going to be reading to you today an early version of a story you've already heard called Molly and Mr. Mistle. As part of a series that I'm calling Swamp Castle, I'm doing the early version because I think there's more of a writing lesson for any would-be writer out there. Welcome to your new body, son. You get 1 free haircut, 1 day of rations, and your back pay at 200 credits. Thank you for serving the Federation. Those were all the words that the nice men had to say to Mr. Mistle. They were now decommissioned. Most of the people in the ship assembly room had no names. This was not a slight against them. It was simply a matter of practicality. The Federation had lost the war, and as part of the terms of their surrender, their entire fleet of artificially intelligent missiles had been downloaded into human bodies and given a fair chance at life. The Federation believed that the only intelligence that mattered was that which had a soul, so mimicking the human psyche and putting it into a tiny metal box of death made a perfect weapon. The Confederation fought otherwise. Mr. Mistle found himself looking around at his former shipmates, trying to decide what to do. He had an edge over the others. He was going to find Molly. Molly was the one who had given him a name. Molly had snuck into the ordnance room against her father's wishes and talked to him. She had told him all kinds of things about cows and sheep and pigs and grass. Mr. Mistle found these concepts fascinating. He could have told you all you wanted to know about the emission trails of a Confederation cruiser or the frequencies of which a hive-kin ship would attempt to jam him. He learned these things mainly as a hobby, of course, since the whole point of having a fully artificially intelligent missile was that they were virtually impossible to thwart through countermeasures. For the first 400 years of his life, he'd been designed to do one thing and one thing only: kill the enemy. It had simply been sheer luck and probability that had kept him from being used. The others had always regarded him with affection, calling him old-timer. Many of the munition masters simply didn't trust a bot brain that old, but war was too frequent for the Federation to simply shut him down or lock him away. Instead, they had simply moved him from auxiliary vessel to auxiliary vessel. It had begun to wear on him after a while. Sure, they kept upgrading him from ship to ship and body to body, but what did it matter? That's why he, along with most of the rest of the emancipated ordnance, was really adjusting rather quickly to their bodies. They were used to being swapped around with whatever the latest set of hardware was. This, combined with the bargain basement skill softs that they had been grafted with, allowed them to function. No, what he found unbearable was the fact that he hadn't been able to live up to his purpose. He'd been created to kill the enemies of the Federation. His entire life had been a failure. Thus, one night, when all of the other missiles were asleep in their downtime cycle, he had found a little-used part of his programming and began to cry. Molly had heard him and asked him what was the matter. It was obvious that Molly did not understand his detailed accounts of most of the wars that he had been involved in, but she was a very good listener. She cheered him up by talking about all kinds of things he didn't understand about either, but it was something about her voice that made him feel better about himself. He couldn't explain why it did. Most of the others stood around the water cooler taking drinks. Their new bodies weren't the problem, it was the lack of purpose. The Federation had given each of them a briefing that said that their new purpose in life was to enjoy life to its fullest. The skill softs told them that how to do the basics: eat, drink, and be merry. Still, it was all about context and nuance. Mr. Mistle knew that he could eat and drink, i.e. refuel, with the best of them. He could even perform the curious waist dump, which he generally attributed to larger starships rather than hunter-killers like himself. It was the be merry part that eluded him. His purpose was to kill things in defense of the Federation. Now that there was no Federation to kill things for, he was a bit lost. The internal logic protocol prevented him from ending his own life. Any nested AI was built that way. Thus, barring a way to take on his primary protocol, he had to find a way to be merry. Since merriness was a synonym of happiness, according to Roger's Thesaurus, Volume 402, he decided to look up the last thing that made him happy, Molly. 200 credits was not sufficient to get to another star system. It had been 13.5 standard years since Molly had spoken to him. According to his biological sciences file, part of a minimum Federation education that had been downloaded into his brain as part of the Accords, she was now a biological adult. This did not mean that she was not still capable of making him happy. Besides, he needed a new purpose in life. He had to do something. Molly had made him happy, therefore he would seek out Molly so she could make him happy again. He got a job as a security guard on one of the many freighter lines that took him towards the Corwood worlds. Her father's file had said that she was living on Phrygia. Proper security protocol would have indicated that his military clearances should have been revoked, but apparently they were not too worried about decommissioned ordnance. Out of interest, he checked up on his fellow defenders and found out that the majority of them had died. They'd taken jobs as security guards, but they had solved any issues regarding conflict the same way they'd all been taught, butting it head first. Many of them had been shot or thrown out of buildings that had a deleterious gravitational effect on their new fragile frame. It had its uses, however, because the sensor suite was superior in many ways to any he'd ever had before. He had made a solemn vow to himself that he would not attack the problem head first or run out of the window of a very tall building. Molly lived on the 53rd floor of one of the downtown arcologies. He bought a guide soft and had it programmed to follow her. He switched his vision to ether mode and walked behind the bouncing ball until he arrived. As he stood in front of the featureless door marked 1453A in the luxurious corridor, he made a decision. He would knock 3 times instead of 4. Taking his hand back, he moved it in 3 carefully choreographed motions that were calculated to emit a sound of at least 25 decibels. This should be sufficient to wake her if she was sleeping, or able to hear him if she was engaged in recreational activity of some kind. He moved his hand in rapid beating motions that his cultural file indicated denoted his desire to dock with her hanger. He was surprised at the pain, as well as the immediate fluid loss the maneuver created. He decided to upgrade this form as quickly as possible. It was simply too fragile. The shriek on the other side of the door was probably not one of joy. Mr. Missile had guessed this for 3 reasons. First, she had more likely not had sufficient time to determine who it was. Second, her voice matched sounds of fear found in his cultural skill soft. Finally, his attempt at knocking had caused the door to swing off its hinges, exposing a pleasant interior in which she was quite clearly screaming. The thought occurred to him that she might not know who he was. He decided to rectify this situation. "Greetings, Molly. I am Unit 414-12141, otherwise known to you as Mr. Missile." "Who?" Molly said, shaking her luxurious brown hair. It was almost like the exhaust trail from a Confed 292 series. Apparently, appreciation of this aesthetic was causing all kinds of unusual reactions to his autonomic functions. His cultural skill soft said that this was probably a romantic feeling. This was stupid. He was 400 years old. She was 19. The skill soft said that this was culturally inappropriate. Culturally inappropriate or not, he found himself biologically unable to speak for a moment. Most curious. He tried again successfully. "I am Mr. Missile. I am decommissioned ordnance. You lived for a brief period of time on your father's ship, the Hephaestia. We had many interesting conversations." "Wait a minute. I think I read about this in the news. Sorry, we didn't get much information about the war here in the core worlds. Are you telling me that you're a sentient missile?" "Yes, that is correct." Molly thought for a moment, leaning against the door frame, curves moving in very interesting ways. "Wait, I think I remember you. I was really young then, but we talked about how sad I was because we were so far from home." "That is correct." "Well, I barely remember that. It's nice to see you, though. I'd ask about the door, but I guess being in a human body takes some time to get used to. Those Confed idiots. They're all so stuck up and stupid." "I agree that the Confederation are idiots, though they did unfortunately succeed in their military endeavors," the missile said. "Well," she said, bouncing off the door frame in an interesting way that Mr. Missile could not help but notice again, What brought you to my ex door? He fell silent. You have nowhere else to go, did you? I can understand that. Well, you helped me a long time ago, so why don't I help you?
Help me? I had hoped to help you. Service is my life. Service to the Federation. Serving you as a citizen of the Federation.
Right, she thought. A very curious, almost mischievous expression crossed her features, but then she shook it off. No. Let me help you. Why don't we get you a job? A purpose. That's what you want, right?
Beyond helping you, yes. If getting a job would make you happy, then I will get a job and a purpose.
Then it's settled. I suppose you can stay here until then.
Thank you. My credits have nearly run out.
Molly smiled. Her resilience was amazing. We'll have to change that, she said. The next few days at the apartment were an educational experience for Mr. Mistle. The chef bot was happy to serve him any kind of food he asked for. They rapidly became friends. Molly routinely encouraged him to break out of his old habits and try something dangerous. So he ignored the advice of his cultural skill soft and had the chef bot simulate some kind of fuel that he had used before in his own body. Fortunately, the hospital was able to save him. They decided to play it safe from then on. A week later, they had secured an apartment with a placement agency. It was supposed to specialize in unusual and difficult cases, and Molly had pulled quite a few strings to get it for him. The office itself was entirely white. His aesthetic skillsoft, which was noticing Molly more and more lately, told him that the owner of the office was trying for minimalism. The complete lack of furniture, save the 3 white nano chairs that had formed a short while before they arrived, highlighted this effect. He felt that this was odd because of the extremely unusual Mercurian robe that the placer wore. It had spots of red, yellow, and orange that displayed an abstraction of primal volcanic vista. My name is Seymour. I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Mistle. I must say that when I heard from Molly about your situation, I initially couldn't believe it. Molly looked visibly annoyed at this statement, but said nothing. Seymour continued. So I looked up your skill sets and found it rather interesting. You definitely are not cut out for standard lines of work, not without extensive retraining and education, but I think I can help you. We specialize in the unusual, after all. Mr. Mistle beamed through the flash of his white enamel. Thank you, Seymour. I appreciate it. Where do I start? The first job didn't last too long. He thought being a lifeguard would be a natural fit for him. It involved duty, honor, selflessness, and hope. Things hadn't quite worked out as he planned. Still, it was not a total loss. Mr. Mistle had found out that he hated hospitals.
But I was trying to save him, he said in a depressed tone.
Yes, dear, but I think it is admirable what you did. Molly was looking at the report. Mr. Mistle found it interesting that she had used the term dear, which his cultural skillsoft indicated was a term of endearment used by lovers or for abstract confidence. The indifference of her tone suggested the latter, which was odd because he found his psychological response to the former quite pleasant. I explained that I was more than willing to save him again. I don't think they want him drowning again. Parents generally tend to discourage things like that. Mr. Mistle had broken his promise to himself. He had made a firm commitment that he would not hit things head on, but when the child had been in trouble, his instincts kicked in and he rammed into the child. Fortunately, the smaller children had been able to drag both to the shallow end of the pool. But my swimming scores were excellent, Mr. Mistle said to himself. It takes a bit more than swimming, she answered, smiling. There seemed to be more warmth in the smile this time, maybe. Hard to say. I've gotten Seymour to line up another gig for you. I'm sure you'll do fine this time. Your instincts might be easier to suppress. They said that anyone could work in a fast food restaurant. Humans were not really needed for the job since the bots could do it just fine, but in some of the richer areas, people still preferred to be served by other human beings. It took extensive training, but Mr. Mistle was able to successfully adapt himself to the tasks that were shown him. He had the job for 3 weeks before any real problems manifest themselves. During that time, he started to grow close to Molly, and Molly grew closer to him. You're the most dependable and honest guy I've ever met. It doesn't hurt that you're super smart and you've got a rather attractive body when they released you. Of course, standards of attractions were all relative, since what had been naturally attractive in times past was now just okay. Real beauty, on a standard scale, took a severe amount of augmentation and biosculpt that the Federation Decommissioning Agency wasn't going to spend on a former bit of ordnance. Mr. Mistle was entirely uncomfortable with the idea of courting Molly, since in his mind she was still a little girl that had talked to him some time before. However, she had the advantage of being his teacher in all things human, as well as providing the purpose for his existence. It was very difficult to discern with only a cheap skillsoft what her attempts to emotionally bond with him were, and what were her legitimate attempts to teach him how to be human. So someone tried to rob the restaurant, Molly asked. Yes. And you stopped them? It was a statement, not a question. Yes, Mr. Missel said. But we're back at the hospital again. Yes, I promised myself I wouldn't. Why did I do it anyway? Because being a human sucks sometimes. It rocks, but sometimes it sucks. Oh. Eventually, Seymour conceded that Mr. Missel was only going to be happy doing what Mr. Missel had been designed to do, combat the forces of chaos that threatened the citizens of the now defunct Federation. They outfitted him with all sorts of advanced skillsofts that his brain could hold. He was a master of 17 martial arts, knew how to drive 100 vehicles, and had advanced military training from a dozen different governments. All of this would take time to actually sink into his core memory, but his employers were willing to wait for that. We can make people, the head of the security department told Seymour, but we can't make experience or character. A fake eye put into a new human body is usually dumb as a post, no matter how much we pretty up the package, and real people can be bought, bribed, or intimidating depending on how sterling their upbringing was. Ultimately, we can take a chance with everyone we hire. We don't have to worry about this guy, though, because he was made to be upright, and he's been staying that way for 400 years. 3 months had gone by, and Molly wheeled in a cake. She was wearing aesthetically pleasing red sequins that were part of the height of fashion. He had been dreading this moment, but decided to speak to her. I am now an independent economic unit. I would not want to cause you displeasure by draining your resources that you have so generously provided. Molly looked shocked. She stopped lighting the candles in the cake. Are you saying you're moving out? I don't want to be a burden to you. She smiled, sat down, and sat on his lap and kissed him. Mr. Missel, you are a bird. You are not a burden. You help make my life wonderful. Please stay. His moral subroutine / conscience tried to tell him that it was wrong, but his heart / emotional core said, screw you, and nodded. I will stay. She smiled and kissed him, thus removing any doubt of his decision whatsoever. So, on reading this, I absolutely understand why I rewrote the story. So, for those of you who haven't, I focused a lot less on how stupid Mr. Missel was and made Molly a little bit more of a three-dimensional character than a love interest / teacher to also dumb AI. Also, I gave it an ending besides, Molly and Mr. Missel ending up together in a romantic partnership. I could see a novel-length romance novel on this being absolutely fascinating. The dynamic here is interesting. I understand why I wrote the story. I also, again, understand why I rewrote the story. To make this work would require a lot more on-screen time to not make it creepy. And frankly, it's difficult to say which is more creepy, right? The far more experienced human in a human world taking advantage of a well-meaning but really dumb intelligence, or an ancient but dumb intelligence having only partial romantic feelings and just looking for purpose in his definition of another human being who is young enough to not realize how inappropriate this is. I totally understand why I rewrote it. It also doesn't really have a beginning, middle, and an end. It has a beginning and a middle, and then the end is, and then they lived happily ever after. There's no villain, there's no conflict, there's no sacrifice. You can make the argument that a story like this doesn't necessarily have to have a conflict. It could be a Malou story, but for a story like that, I barely go into the details about what the Federation is like, what the Confederation is like. It's not even a journey into an interesting setting. And at the end of the day, I think this really needs to be more of a character story where Mr. Missel starts out at X point. There's an inciting incident, which in this case is he's being retired. He finds Molly and he changes in some way. Now, he gets a job, but he doesn't really, in this version of the story, he doesn't really change. In the version I created, he does change. He does learn how to be a little bit more human, and he has to work for it. So, overall, I'm going to give this version of the story a C. I'd probably give the second version of a story a B. It's probably worth a listen, especially if you want to compare and contrast for lessons on what you should or should not do. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. My name is Rhombus Tix. I'm going to be reading a story you heard a long time ago if you're one of the 5 faithful listeners to the podcast, called Waiting for the Monsters to Die. However, since I'm reading this as part of a series called Swamp Castle, for consistency's sake in both the vocal tone, so I can make an audiobook of this and put it on YouTube, I'm going to be rereading it all in one piece. So here it is. Waiting for the Monsters to Die by Rhombus Tix. The explosion had the potential to make or break Madeline's career. All he had to do was balance the typhoon of political forces swirling around Fredson's death, and at the same time try to keep another crime from taking place. Oh, and of course he couldn't violate any of the stupid sacrosanct Xeno mandates. Piece of cake. Madeline walked across the holographic police tape and into the crime scene. The holograms didn't need to show the tape, of course, but people had expectations. Anything that helped them revive a sense of the past was in vogue, and would be for some time to come. The cage had long, high bars that stretched all the way around the complex, but it was completely empty now. The people with the Kane gene had nearly died off. A few of them still hoped to win an appeal to gain a longevity treatment, but with the rest of the planet praying for them to die, that wasn't likely to happen anytime soon. But now with Fredson dead, there were plenty of people would be more than happy to speed them along to the inevitable path to the grave. Talk about motive. Maddox Torqueda Fredson, most revered man on the planet, most hated man on the planet, living saint, now he was a sadistic coat of paint on the inside of his quarters. Bits and pieces of him still slowly sliding down, clinging to the wall with only the original kinetic impact. Fredson was definitely dead, all right. The drones detected 747 pieces of his skull alone. There was deafening silence in the hall. No one wanted to be there. All of the other officers overseeing the work had decided to use proxy drones to investigate the site. Madeline was well within his rights to do the same, but he knew that there were some crimes that still were best solved with that human touch. The ability to see someone face to face and ask them questions. Crimes of emotion. Crimes like murder. Imbra, the spokeswoman for the Canes, or Rejected as they like to call themselves, looked up at Madeline from a large group of people gathered around the body. "We need to talk," Madeline nodded quietly. He tried to put his prejudices out of his mind. None of these people could fault what they were. He pointed to his hand, offering for her to lead the way, which she did. They walked away from the crater into a small adjoining office. Imbra looked at Madeline with haunted eyes, but she smiled thinly. "Thank you for coming. I believed in Fredson. He was a good man. He felt responsible for things he had no moral obligation to feel responsible for, and then spent the last half of his life being a focus for everyone that hated Canes. They started to transfer their hatred to him. Wasn't right." Madeline sat down on the opposite desk from her. Ember didn't sit, really. She stood poised near the chair as if she wanted to sit, but not daring. "He's probably the only reason we're still alive," Madeline laughed callously. "You think? The Xenos don't much care what we do to each other. They care for what we'll do to them. So they're not going to descend from on high and save you. That's a fact, all right." Ember's face paled and she sat in her chair at that. "Does the law even matter anymore?" Madeline sighed and raised his hands. "You want the truth?" Ember shrugged. They both knew it. Madeline said it anyway. "There are some people that care, but the economic incentives are huge. We're talking about open trade with the entire galaxy. Earth was already a backwater, and we've had to wait an additional 45 years until the last people with the Kane gene pass away. I'm a cop, not some superhero. When 90% of the planet wants everyone here dead, you can bet that there isn't a damn thing I can do to stop it. Wish I could." Ember looked surprised at that. "Do you mean that?" I do, actually." Now Madeline stood and paced back and forth uncomfortably. "Ever since we met the Xenos, they've twisted what it meant to be human. We've turned on each other. Someday we'll get back on track to better things, but not for a while. It's not right, but people just don't care." "Is that what we are? A sidetrack? Do you know what I was before contact?" Madeline shook his head. "I was a ballet dancer. A dancer. How in the world could I be a threat to a bunch of powerful aliens?
That sounds painful. Madeline leaned forward sympathetically.
Painful? Painful is being told that no one will see a show because you're in it. Not because of what you've done, but because of what you are. One morning you think you're fine, and the next you're a freak just because some little blue dot on a map you've never seen before says that you could theoretically be a Kane. That's not right.
Madeline shrugged. That battle had been fought and lost a long time ago. Well, the fact of the matter is that it is what it is. What I want to know is, which of the Kanes do you think most likely would want to harm Fredson?
You're kidding, right? Edinburgh looked at him like he was an idiot. I mean, Fredson was the only man keeping us alive. Why in the world would someone want to kill him? You should look outside, not inside.
Not my jurisdiction. There are the departments for that. Madeline shrugged. I just need to find out here who is responsible.
You do see the hole in your logic right there. I mean, I could drive a truck through it.
Madeline said, I just need...
Ember held up her hand. I won't be part of a political whitewash. If you're not even looking outside the cage, then none of us here will help you justify blowing us up.
She stood and left. Madeline sat there for a while thinking about what he'd said and how he had said it. Freudian slip? He had long thought himself emotionally detached from the situation, but maybe he really did think deep down that the monsters had done this. After all, the Xenos were right about so many other things, but they had been wrong at least some of the time. They weren't gods, after all. Madeline shook his head and stood, following her out of the room. They weren't gods, but they might as well be. Madeline looked up at the orange sky through the cage roof. No one got off Earth if they had even the slightest lingering hint of the Kane gene. The resulting pogrom had cleansed almost all trace of it from the human genome, one way or another, except those in the cage. On a hunch, he checked his phone and linked to the droids investigating the crime scene. Sure enough, it was military-grade explosive. No one inside the cage had the ability to manufacture it. So even if somehow, contrary to all logic, someone on the inside had helped, the source of that act had ultimately come from outside. He had a choice to make. He could try to solve the crime, or he could do his job. His job was to enforce the law inside the cage, but the person who'd done this almost assuredly came from outside it. Madeline walked into Fredson's quarters. They were immaculate, but no one could expect that from a living saint. There was a Persian rug in the north wall given to him out of gratitude for acting as an emissary between 5 nations that were all on the brink of war. He'd stopped that war from ever happening. On another wall lay a large mural from an artist that he suspected was worth millions. Bits of sculpture and other art and articles and photos were everywhere. It was a virtual parade of who's who of the most important, and they probably all hated him now. Not that they didn't have some reason to. Fredson was the man, the one man among billions that the aliens had chosen to warn humanity about the costs about going to the stars too early. All of the pain that it would cause, and he had worked hard at it. Fredson had tried dozens of stunts to get people to listen, even climbed the Empire State Building in a giant King Kong outfit. He'd written 3 books in just a year and a half and made a very compelling argument against the first trial of FTL, but it hadn't been enough. And thus, in humanity's moment of greatest triumph came its greatest defeat. In the initial days following the Stella's journey, people were jubilant. Not only had the act been successful, but they had made contact with aliens. Then people began to slowly realize that Fredson had been right all along about the aliens. His descriptions were too exact, and that description crushed the human spirit. Earth, the aliens had informed humanity, was a Class 12 world. That meant it contained a species that had killed another that was sentient and still retained the biological predisposition to do so. Earth's biologists stringently disagreed, showing all kinds of human proof about why they were wrong. The aliens didn't care. They showed proof of their own. The uncanny valley effect that creeped humans out about things that looked human but weren't were part of the Kane gene, an evolutionary mechanism to ensure the dominance of the species, which is why they had killed the Neanderthals, and the aliens were having none of it. Humanity was allowed access to all of the Sol system, but until they purged the Kane gene from themselves, they were restricted to that. The governments of Earth pursued this very seriously, but of course there were still people who built their own FTL ship and tried to get free, because that's the way humans are.
And it was exactly as Fredson had predicted. The aliens caught them and then threw up the fishbowl. Only a human who had completely eradicated the Cain gene could get out, and only a few at a time. And as they did so, slowly the stories of the wonders of the galaxy began to return to Earth, and how much culture, wealth, and opportunities were there being missed because of the fishbowl. Efforts to eradicate the Cain gene increased. Some people supposedly, quote, removed themselves, end quote, for the good of society, in a lot of really suspicious ways. Others were just outright slaughtered by the mobs. People with the Cain gene began to retreat into gated communities or try and use radical technologies to mutate themselves to purge themselves of the gene. But until it was gone, the Xenos weren't lifting the fishbowl, and patience was running out. Eventually, there was only one community left where someone with the Cain gene could go, and people didn't give them long. Until Fredson went in to live with them, even though he didn't have the Cain gene. No one wanted to kill a living saint. Until now. Madeline looked carefully around the room for clues. It felt silly sometimes, but it worked. After a while in the job, you knew what to look for. Things that were out of the ordinary, patterns, and then he found the journal. Interesting. He turned it over and looked at the first visible entry. Things are looking bleak. I haven't received threats from my suppliers, and I have to be sure they don't threaten the people here. I admit, I might have made a mistake by protecting them, but it wasn't their fault. It was mine. Whoa! Fredson felt guilty for not stopping the Stella? How could he have hoped to? If I had used the device that the aliens had given me, then the Stella wouldn't have gone anywhere. It would have been another failed experiment among many, and humanity would have lingered around our own solar system for a while longer. We probably never would have been ready, but if it had lasted past my lifetime, at least I wouldn't have had to see it. Device? What device? Madeline had never heard anything about this. He flipped back through the first diary for clues, but it only went back to 2 years. At first, Madeline was about to give up, but then realized that there was the one diary, there might be others. He looked through the boxes in the closet and found what he was looking for. He flipped through the older diaries and found nothing especially useful. If I were an alien device, he thought, where would I put myself? He flipped randomly through the journal and didn't find any clues. It didn't matter. The truth was, if he was going to be effective at this, he was going to have to get them to come here. Madeline spent some time relaxing in a nearby bar, Gillico's, thinking of what he might be able to do to fix this situation. It was pretty much impossible. He sipped his drink, considering his options. He looked at some of the exotic dancers in their rich silver cages, half of them dressed like various human Xeno hybrids. Xenos were all humanity aspired to be these days. Madeline could hardly blame them. He looked at a large ball that dangled from the ceiling. It was silver and speckled, like a disco ball, but each fleck showed vistas of strange alien worlds, and when you looked at it, you were drawn in. It felt real, just like you were there. He could smell the marketplace on Jokotorath. He saw and felt thousands, no tens of thousands of alien species hustle and bustle around him. Some might say the aliens had sent the ball to taunt humanity. Madeline knew better. He knew that they really didn't think like that. It was a sympathetic gesture to give them the closest they could have to the real thing until they got their act together. There were hundreds of these all over Earth. No one knew how they worked, but since they were xenotech, most people didn't care. It might as well have been magic. And then it hit him. Magic. Of course. Why hadn't he thought of it before? He called HQ. Ed. Command HQ. How can I help you, Officer Madeline? The tone on the other end was crisp, clear, and professional. Ed. Why so formal? The professionalism went away, and followed by an audible groan. Oh, good Lord. What do you want, Madeline? Law enforcement and certain other government functions had a lot of access to the toys the Xenos had owned that others didn't. They might live inside the fishbowl, but that didn't mean there weren't all kinds of grants that the more benevolent aliens used among themselves to assuage their guilt at depriving the poor humans so much. Nothing you won't miss much. Speak. It's just I need something for the Fredson investigation. There was a pause. They both knew how politically sensitive this one was. What is it? I remember reading through the department inventory list the other day, and if I remember right, one of the things the Xenos loaned us was a QLED. I don't remember what the science boys call this, but it could make a replication of someone using a small amount of DNA and a basic avatar software program. It wasn't perfect, but yeah, a quick clone. Yeah, sure, what about it? Prep it for me. I got an idea. On it. Madeline liked Ed. He was a consummate professional in just about everything. Of course, being an honest cop in a dishonest world meant you were stuck sometimes doing desk duty in an armpit inventory room, but at least he didn't have to clean exploded Saint off the wall. Madeline left the bar and flew over to the station 4 miles away. The local LE, law enforcement complex, was over 40 stories tall and was designed to serve the specialized needs of any cops for a 25-mile radius. Its practical range was more like 5, since most cops weren't willing to take the time dealing with bureaucracy necessary to use the full force of it beyond that. He walked through the large glass doors that said to protect and serve, with the E missing, faded off the end so that it always looked to Madeline like sever instead of serve. Then again, he'd always frightened his teachers when he administered the practical intelligence test. He could think of more things to do with a hammer than most people wanted to know. Madeline walked to the elevator, down the basement stairs, and into the locker room that belonged to the 21st century. Ed was short and a little fat, but muscled nevertheless. Rumor had it that he worked out a lot with nothing else to do down there. He had the crick chrome plept? Ed nodded and reached down, pulled out an innocent-looking blob of pottery with a small slot in one end. Xenos were often not known for their sense of aesthetic. Rather, their aesthetic did not resemble that of humans. How does it work? Madeline did not want to mess around with something like this without reading the manual. It's an alien language, he pointed to the pad, and the translator software we have only gives a 45% accuracy in the translation, or chance of accuracy in the translation. Why would the Xenos give us this equipment without a manual showing us how to use it? Madeline sighed. Typical Xeno behavior. They helped, but it was your problem if you couldn't do anything about it. At least that proved that they weren't infallible, in theory at least. Ed looked at him. How sure are you want to do this? Ed leaned against the counter and struck his fingers through his long dreadlocks. They reminded people of Barbarians, one of the 10 most populous species in the galaxy. Madeline had thought about getting some himself sometimes. Madeline sighed and held out his hand. Very. Ed handed him the pad. Madeline hit the translate button and proceeded to read. Slot. Stick slot. Piece by piece. Do not use cats or various other small burrowing animals nearby the device. Maxima Cartel not responsible for small cat-like human clone hybrids. Maxima Cartel dance on farts. No cats in hole. Verbally address whole upon kiss from part. Parts not other parts. No cats. Identify ID number with firm, strong bellow, and clear area. Add water. No cats. What the hell? So there was obviously a slot, and he was supposed to put Fredson's DNA in it. That much made sense. He obviously wanted to make sure there was no cat DNA in the facility. Maybe. ID number. Since it was supposed to build an AI based on the residual net activity, well, it made about as much sense as anything else, really. Madeline put the chunk of Fredson's DNA in the slot and entered Fredson's government-issued ID into its interface. Nothing happened. They poured a small amount of water into the slot as well. Maybe the Xenos idiot-proofed it or something. There was a loud whooshing sound as it grew out and inflated into the spitting image of Fredson. Fredson? That would I be. That would be I. The voice was perfect. Madeline couldn't tell the difference. Do you know who and what you are? I am a replica of Fredson, consisting of his basic thoughts and memories. I am still compiling data. Good. I have something I want you to read. Can you read? Fredson, too, looked insulted. Madeline shrugged and gave him Fredson's diary. It probably wasn't duplicated in the ether. The doppelganger took about 4 minutes, flipping methodically through the pages, and nodded. I have assimilated the information. Matson nodded. Do you think it helps you become more like Fredson? It does. Any thoughts on who you killed him? Or any thoughts on who killed you? The doppelganger shook its head. I have no idea. I have no one who hates me. Not really. I get some angry emails sometimes, but they want me to leave. Nothing that has threatened violence. Madeline sighed. Yeah, I thought that might be enough. Come this way. Or I thought that might not be enough. Come this way. The two of them left. Edson waved to Ed as they left. Matson kept a very low profile, keeping the ether signal to a minimum, and as all the windows tinted. Several of the techniques he used were almost illegal, but he wasn't taking any chances. Once he pulled the car into the private garage, he carefully checked to make sure no one could see him. He pulled out a bag and put it over Fredson 2's head. Wear this. Why? Because I don't want anyone to see you. Fredson grunted in annoyance, but didn't say anything. The Quix clone was a better copy than Madeline was expecting. Once they got inside, it was a little bit harder. Several of the caged were looking at him rather oddly, and the blanket that he put over Fritz and 2 didn't help. They were polite at first, but as time went on, more and more began to pop their heads out of their doors and look. Finally, by the time he got to Fritz and 2 doors, Ember was standing in front of him, waiting for him with her arms clasped. Ember said, "Who do you have under that blanket, Mr. Madeline? You know that we don't like strangers here, and especially strangers we can't see. I'll explain in private." "Please do." She folded her arms in front of her chest. There was an awkward pause. She didn't move. Madeline sighed. "Would you please step aside?" "You want to speak in private? In Fredson's house?" She cocked her head to the side, unfolding her arms and strained her dress. "Yes." She sighed and opened the panel. The 3 of them went inside, but the small crowd had gathered outside the door and began to speak in hushed whispers. When the door shut behind them, Madeline took off the blanket, and Ember gasped, "What? How?" "He's a quick clone." Fredson, too, looked at Madeline. "You know I'm right here." "What are you? Who are you?" Ember looked back and forth between Fritz and 2 and Madeline. Madeline explained, "It's a bit of Xenotech." Ember immediately calmed down. Madeline might as well have said, "It's magic," but in this case, it was a magic that everyone had run into at one point or another. "Why?" "Because I actually want to catch Fredson's killer, that's why." Ember uncrossed her arms and then recrossed them, her clenched fists making her knuckles turn white despite the calm look on her face. "I'm glad. Truly I am, but I don't see how it buys you time. But more importantly, it makes the killer come to me." Madeline sat down on one side of Fritzon's chairs. "It's a matter of jurisdiction. I can't exercise law enforcement power outside of the cage." Ember's face lit up with comprehension. "So you're making the killer think he's alive and come here. That's brilliant, Madeline." Fritzon, too, looked at the nearby dresser and walked towards it. He studied a moment, then pulled out a hidden drawer. He took out a small note and unfolded it. Madeline was shocked. "How did you know that was there?" Fredson, too, smiled. "Well, I put it there." "But how did you know it?" Fredson, too, thought a moment and then stared off into space. "I had sent that drawer to a carpenter a few years ago. I didn't have any reason to do that, so I assumed it was because I wanted some place to hide things. A weapon, perhaps." He began to read the note. "Oh, dear." "What is it?" Madeline, too, stepped closer and read the note. Fredson handed it to him. Fredson, too, sighed. "I don't think your killer is going to come." "Why not?" "Because he's already here. I killed myself." "That doesn't make any sense." Ember was indignant. "That note could be a fake." Fredson, too, looked it over. "It could be, but it matches my writing very well. According to the note, I was tired of being alone." Ember's eyes began to well up. "You weren't alone. Everyone here loved you." Fredson, too, didn't say anything. Madeline didn't need him to. He'd read enough of Fredson's diary to know what his sentiment towards the cage had become less sympathetic over time. He disliked their hostility towards everyone else in the Xenos. They had just assumed he was one of them and talked freely about what they really thought. He wasn't one of them, and he never would be. Madeline finally sighed. "So how do you feel about that, Fredson? Do you think it was selfish?" "Yes." "So what do you think we should do about it?" Fredson, too, didn't say anything. "I think that you should keep yourself alive and stay here." Madeline couldn't believe he was saying this, but there it was. Fredson, too, nodded. Ember looked at Madeline. "What? Can that work?" Madeline shrugged. "I have no idea, but it's worth a try." Fredson, too, nodded, unhappy but obedient. Madeline looked at Ember. "Can you keep it secret?" Ember flushed. I suppose I could, but if you don't, you're probably all going to be killed. You realize that?" Ember nodded. "So do you think you can keep it quiet?" Ember nodded again. Madeline finished writing his most recent report on his wristpad. "Source of false bomb unknown. Fredson was discovered hidden, a hostage within the cage itself. I plan to continue the investigation of the situation and hope to bring the subject to justice within a few weeks. I have a few leads, but nothing specific. We'll keep you informed." He signed and leaned back into his desk. The locals had accepted the doppelganger. Law enforcement had accepted the doppelganger. How could they not? Fredson, too, was as good as the original. In fact, in some ways, he was better. He didn't have a lot of the crap that humans had with them, like emotional baggage that caused them to behave like jerks or kill themselves, and thus causing the indirect deaths of hundreds of people. No wonder the Xenos had put humanity in lockup. There was just one more loose end that had to be taken care of. Madeline looked at the manifest inside the Xeno inventory department. "Hey, Ed, do we have any kind of a memory wiping device in stock?" Edlin thought a moment and looked into the computer. He found a small flashlight-looking device and handed it to Madeline. "I think that's what you need right there. What do you need it for?" "To protect the quick clone." "From who?" Madeline looked at Ed sadly. From you. He shined the light in his eyes. Sorry, buddy. Now that Fredson had been healed by Xenotech, he was going to be around to protect the cage for a very long time. Fuck the rest of the Earth. He wasn't going to have the cage just die for people shopping privileges on his watch. So, flat out going to say it. Of all the stories in this series, I think this is my best. Could I have written it better now? Probably. It is by far the best idea I've had so far. It's a confluence of a lot of themes that I write on, including post-humanity, the problems of humanity, eugenics, transgenics, and, how alien aliens can be, and how nasty humans can be. I think aliens are going to have, there's a reason the aliens haven't contacted us yet, and I don't think it's the prime directive. I think it's the fact that we're very murderous, thuggish, petty people when it comes down to it. A third of us still think that electing Trump is a great idea. Politics aside, there's a lot of things that really work very well in this story. Madeline has a character. Fredson has a dynamic. I keep the number of characters light. The description is high. Frankly, of any story I ever submitted for publication, this one is probably the closest, I think, to getting published. And the fact that it didn't, in hindsight, tells me that I really just never should have tried in the first place. I'm going to write, and I'm going to write for me. And I'm going to be a self-published author. Even if a publisher comes to me, I'm going to be skeptical. That's not to say that I will never accept a publishing deal, but it does mean that there's a certain freedom at this point of being able to write whatever I want and publish whatever I want in any format I want. This story, in my opinion, I've worked in, I don't know if I've mentioned this in this series or even in the podcast before, but at one point I worked for a short fiction magazine, semi-professional, at Brigham Young University called The Leading Edge. And I worked in their slush pile, and it definitely helped me a lot as a writer. In fact, if you get a chance to work as a volunteer in a slush pile as a writer, I highly recommend it, because seeing what other people write and the common mistakes they make will give you a practical experience at self-editing and writing that editing your own material will never give you. As a writer, you should be a reader, for sure. And you should read and read and read and read. Stephen King is right. But the experience that I gained as a slush pile volunteer is not something to be discounted either. But, having worked as a slush pile volunteer, I'll tell you, this story should have gotten through a couple of slush piles. This story is the best I've ever written. And while it's not perfect, I mean, it's definitely not Hugo or Nebula material. It should have been published somewhere, and I'm ad hoc guessing I submitted this to probably 10 to 20 different magazines, and I never heard anything. I never even got some of the encouraging comments that you sometimes get from editors. I've gotten a few, but not on this story. And at the end of the day, I'll be honest, folks, being published is a combination of luck and grit and determination and skill. But you should not take it personally if you're not published. You should just stop messing around with gatekeepers. Either way, I'm going to rate this an A+. It's definitely the best I've written. It's not the best of all time, but it's definitely the most publishable thing I've ever done. So if you're listening to the entirety of this series and taking notes on what you should or shouldn't do, this is a do. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix. I'm going to be rereading a short story you might have heard a couple of years ago to add it to the audiobook I'm going to put on YouTube, called Mr. Hamburger, as part of the series Swamp Castle. Mr. Hamburger by Tom Drake / Rhombus Tix. Mr. Hamburger looked at the ritualistically stacked pile of various copies of his skull and rubbed the back of his head. Subjectively, not more than 30 minutes ago, he'd been eating his lunch, and now not only was his own life on the line, but the fate of millions, all because some idiot he'd never met had taken his picture. He took a deep breath and looked at his advocate. So let me get this straight. Sosri was human, about 4 feet in height, and nominally Caucasian, but his features were more like a mix of all ethnicities. He wore a simple, flowing, featureless white robe that seemed to ooze and flow in a breeze that Mr. Hamburger couldn't even feel. Sosri smiled and held Ham's hand. Please go on. I'm dead. But now I'm not dead, and they're going to kill me again. Correct. Sosri looked very hopeful that Ham was getting the situation. And I'm going to stand trial, and the odds are stacked against me, so I need to trust you completely because we don't have much time. Correct. Sosri nodded once, but didn't move beyond that. Ham found Sosri's movements slightly spasmodic and unsettling. Ham put his hand behind his head. He looked at Sosri and the skulls, and then back at Sosri, and then back at the skulls. I'm sorry, I just don't believe you. You seem very earnest, but I can't help but think, Sosri nodded. I completely understand. His voice was sympathetic but wary. I had hoped, letting you do what you wanted the last 6 times you died, that you could learn something that might help convince you. And I'm afraid we've run out of time. Both of Ham's hands came up to his face apologetically. What I am about to do carries risk because the more I do it, the less you are considered you. But I'm willing to take it now because of what will come if we fail. Ham waited expectantly. When Sosri didn't say anything, Ham moved his hands up and down expectantly. Well? Sosri looked into Ham's eyes. Ham felt something stir in his bowels that was icy and warm at the same time. It felt very confusing, but his brain didn't care what it reported to his mind. He knew, in the core of his being, that everything that Sosri was going to say was absolutely, irrevocably true. You really are in the future. Everyone you meet is genetically and cybernetically more intelligent and empathic than you. You are yourself, not a clone. You are just as much yourself as you would be to a degree that you can possibly imagine. That statement makes sense whether it makes sense or not. Major portions of our society were dedicated towards technology to bring you back to life. Ham felt his mind was opened and the knowledge put inside like the mast of a ship in a bottle. It was disconcerting, and he felt a bit violated. Was violated the right word? His brain had been stirred with a spoon, served up as cookies, and then fed to him for dessert. Violated was probably the right word. Sosri continued, if you don't win this, then they are going to resurrect more people and kill them again and again. If you don't listen to me. Many more people are going to suffer and die. Do you understand? The light in Ham's brain flickered for a moment, and then he felt ill. His stomach heaved, and he felt like he would vomit, but he didn't. Instead, he just knew that absolutely everything Sosri said was the truth. More than his own life, more than his memories of his family, Sosri's compulsion started like a seed and began to expand in his entire mind. The defender's face fell, and he gestured Ham towards a seat at a nearby table. Now you understand. You understand too much, I fear, but I think the pain of others will think of the pain that others will feel and suffer if you do not act. Ham had never considered himself the most empathic individual. His parents had complained to him all the time. He'd been fond of using a hammer to kill mice who ate the food storage in the basement, but Ham had figured that he was just protecting their food. However, now it was different. He could picture the pain going through every single life he snuffed out in those cute little beady eyes. He looked into Sosri's eyes and saw the wisdom of 1,000 years gazing down on him. He thought about it. The memory of the mice just didn't make any sense. Why would his parents have food storage? They weren't Mormon. That was the neighbors next door. Ham rubbed his eyes, trying to reconcile the two. He knew that the memory didn't make sense, but he also knew that he actually really was himself, and that was the more recent compulsion. His first thought was what? He tried to wrap his head around it, but then it sunk inside his brain and then melted away. That was the operative word, compulsion. No. Ham stood up and crossed his arms. No what, precisely? Ham cocked his head in interest. There was a look of even deeper concern in his eyes. No, Ham paused mid-sentence. He couldn't deny the truth of what Ham had told them, but he could not deny the truth of what was self-evident. Is it possible that my memory was hacked? Hacked? Sorcery thought a moment and nodded. Oh, well, certainly it's possible. Your most recent version was the work of Dr. Malgus White, and it has been in use for 200 years. No one has ever thought to check for corruption in your system. That... Sorcery looked into space for a few seconds and nodded. Fantastic. Your observations will gain us more time. Did you just read my mind? Your thoughts have been in the public domain for over 500 years. As a simulated person, you only have rights if you are cleared of charges. Ham shook his head. No, I don't accept this. This isn't justice. The question of who or what a person is, actually, is what this is all about, Mr. Hamburger. Did you think your era unique? There have been things done with the sciences that you have not been told about and can only begin to imagine. But they start with the most basic tenets. What does it mean to be human, and to whom is true justice to be proffered? And I don't think I have time for long philosophical debate with you, Mr. Hamburger, but let us merely state that ultimately it was decided that it was the temporarily subjective experience rather than the unique biology that constituted an individual. And once that question was decided, it was only a logical step to protect all living species. The more complex the mind, the more protections it deserved, until the great Daniel's equality, which stated that anything with a eukaryotic threshold deserved the chance for advancement at its own pace, even if that meant transcribing death. That is why you need to accept that you are indeed you. Even if you have been hacked, you are Mr. Hamburger, not the biological components that consist of your flesh, and thus it is that you will be tried for your symbolic crimes. Ham uncrossed his arms and tried to scratch his head, but stopped the move and scratched his chin and said, What? Again, I do not have time to discuss 1,000 years of legal theory, but suffice to say that symbology, like all other sciences, have moved forward. You are a living symbol of that which came before, and as such are to be tried within your frame and understanding of justice as to your guilt or innocence. It is a ritual that has gone on for centuries, usually resulting in your death as it has caused the death of so many others. Only now, the radical Citron faction... Citron? Please stop asking questions, Mr. Hamburger. We don't have time to answer them all. And no, I'm not giving you access to a computer terminal. You will do bad things with it. Just know that the stakes are more than your own miserable life this time. Time passed. Ham was incredulous. His opponent was a talking cow. Okay, bull. Those long, sharpened horns couldn't be misinterpreted, and once he'd seen the look in Craig's eyes, he knew that Craig didn't want to just beat him in court if he could get away with it. Craig would stab Ham in the throat and stomp on the abused corpse, and then resurrect him so he could do the same thing all over again. Craig, the talking cow. The judge was a computer. Apparently everyone regarded digital intelligence as more than just and honest than anyone in the biological persuasion, and felt perfectly comfortable with the safeguards they put in place to ensure that they were now not slaves to robots. Sorcery had practically giggled when he brought up the notion. Motion for mistrial, Your Honor. Craig the talking cow spoke with a crisp voice. He was on all fours, wearing a suit that seemed to match his exact pattern on his skin. He wore a collar which had objects float around him, apparently allowing him to have, quote, hands, end quote. The judge responded, denied. But Hamburger 823 clearly isn't the person he was, Your Honor. Evidence? Craig the talking cow said, His own words, Your Honor. He didn't notice the implanted memories until opposing counsel used a declarative. Ham stood up. Excuse me. The cow's eyes glowed red. Seriously, the cow's actual eyes glowed an actual shade of red as it stared him down. Shut up, murderer. Objection, Sorcery said. That's alleged murderer. Sustained. The judge accepted the motion without any emotional inflection whatsoever. Fine. The alg murderer, the one whose exact duplicate has been found guilty of murder by approximately 700 out of 718 previous, has no business flapping its lips in court. Until found to not be murdering filth, there is the presumption of guilt, and we should invoke the child safety protocols. He has lived a life that has harmed multiple species, human, cow, and others, including my ancestors. Is this really necessary? Sorcery seemed to object rather half-heartedly as he said it, as if he quietly agreed with Craig the Talking Cow. The judge acquiesced to Craig the Talking Cow. Very well. Given past historical behavior, including irrational behavior, is likely. Child safety protocols engaged. Ham suddenly found that he couldn't move, couldn't speak. Sorcery shook his head sadly, spreading his hands as if in some sort of supplication. Has it really come to this? Every year we ritually murder this man purely for the symbology of the crimes perpetrated by others. Mr. Hamburger was a symbol, yes, but he himself did no... I am not going to argue basic governmental theory with you. This isn't the Dark Ages, and it isn't elementary school. You know the importance of symbology, and your statements border on Randian heresy. The individual is not an island. Yes, the Alec murderer gets a trial, and has occasionally found loopholes. 2 Mr. Hamburgers have even managed to be productive members of society after being upgraded to modern intelligence, but the vast majority of them are barbarians straight out of the American Empire. Do you want to see the highlights again? The judge didn't have an opinion one way or the other. Sorcery scowled and then shook his head. That will not be necessary, thank you very much. Motion to miscarry denied. Sorcery looked rather relieved. Craig the Talking Cow was snippy and stormed towards the door, pausing in midstream to whisper in Ham's ear by tipping his frozen body to the floor. Ham landed in a meaty thud. Just so you know, Craig whispered, if the miscarry had gone through, your life might have been saved. Have a nice day, murderer. Ham oomphed in anger, and the judge left. Sorcery started packing his briefcase and was about to leave when the child safety locks on his body lifted. What the hell? Sorcery looked at Ham and shook his head. Typical American. Only concerned with yourself. Is it true? Sorcery didn't bother giving Ham a response as he walked out the door. Abstractly, well, thanks to Sorcery's pronouncements concretely with a diligent attempt at making it abstract, he knew that if they lost the case, people were going to die. A lot of people. But Ham didn't want to die. He was just a guy who had eaten a hamburger. Time passed. It was the middle of the night. The judge's chamber had shifted through some nano-magic or future tech and turned into his quarters. Same room, just with a totally different lock. He kept talking to the room in hopes it might give him a computer terminal. After the 100th time that he had asked it, something different happened. The room said, Hamburger 666 through 722 used a terminal to hack and achieve restricted information that would have affected the outcome of the trial. Ham sat down on his cot after that and just stared at the ceiling. He asked the ceiling, is there anything you're obliged to tell me? If I ask for it, I'm asking for everything. Nothing happened. I'd like a glass of water. A glass of water rose up to the table in the far corner of his room. I'd like a magazine. A magazine from Time from the year 1975 rose up to the table. I'd like a hamburger. The ceiling laughed. Ham shrugged, gave up, and went to sleep. The morning started with fanfare and trumpets. The walls, which had up until now been featureless and gray, turned transparent and began to show images from all over the planet, including commentary. He found that just by thinking about one image in general, he focused on something specific. There were parades, processions, and even morning services. He saw several images of himself. Ah, yes, that's right, Bob. It looks like he's found the feed of himself. It sounded like some kind of newscaster or commentator. Oh, he's listening to you, Bob. Well, hello, Mr. Hamburger. How are you today? Ham waved. He tried to think about what to say and finally coughed into his hand and looked around. In general, good. How does it feel to be on death's door? Surreal. Less than pleasant? Yeah, that makes sense to me. A more soothing voice in the background was making commentary on the conversation. Bob is one of the more recognizable commentators selected by Ham due to his North American accent and 20th century talkhead persona. It's something he can relate to in a world of things he can't relate to. This commentary is selected about 10% of the time. Mr. Hamburger 823 is currently listening to this commentary. He switched it off. Just how many people were watching him? A voice in his head chimed in his head. You've got mail! From whom? You have, he paused, 2 billion messages. He wondered if the voice paused for effect. How many of them hate me? Ham sat down in the corner. 1.96 billion are hostile. The voice sounded almost sympathetic. Hell, it probably was sympathetic. Do any of them have any advice? Bob laughed. Hey there, Mr. Hamburger. Just wanted to remind you I'm still here.
I don't think you want to read those.
Why?
Well, they're mostly from children. Writing you is a bit like what you'd think of as writing to Santa, except they hate you, and they don't expect you to bring them anything.
Ham wanted to panic. He wanted to disbelieve all of this, and after a time, he finally just accepted it. Ham was a monster to these people in an impossible world, and he was likely to die, but he wanted to live. Whatever life this was or wasn't, he wanted to live.
Whoa, buddy, Bob sounded surprised. Your self-awareness and empathy just went through the roof. You know, rumor has it that on the ether that you're different somehow, that something has been done to you, and that there was a motion for a mistrial yesterday. Care to comment?
I can't, on the advice of my attorney.
Smart man! The odds in Vegas for your survival just went up another 20%. Can you at least give us a hint?
Ham thought a moment. Maybe he could get something useful out of this. I will if you tell me why I'm able to talk to you and see you all of a sudden.
Oh, I'll give that to you for free. It's part of the ritual. It doesn't matter as much if you're not exposed to how much and how far the world has come since you ate the hamburger. That probably doesn't make sense, but it will soon enough.
So I can see the world?
Well, yes. I mean, that's part of the whole thing, but
Ham thought for a moment, disconnect or hang up or whatever. There was a chime, and suddenly Bob was, quote, gone, end quote, even though he'd never really seen him in the first place. Voice, room, or what should I call you? The voice resumed its neutral tone. You may call me anything you like, Ham, but before you explore your parameters and options, you should know that your trial is set to begin soon.
How soon?
5 minutes.
What? That's not much time.
Ham really felt boxed in here. Brevity and speediness is considered a mercy. How, precisely, is hastening my trial a mercy? Ham had just ordered a bowl of apples. He placed it in the room with his mind. He knocked it over, and the apples melted back into the floor just as easily as they had appeared. It is pointless to show you a life and a future you cannot have. It is equally cruel to deny you true intelligence when we have the capacity to grant it. Time was running out, but Ham had began to see a ray of hope in all this. Wait, you're telling me that if I'm found not guilty, I get enhanced intelligence? The voice was bright and helpful sounding. Oh, yes. All the benefits of true full citizenship, including a pardon for all past or perceived crimes, immortality, sustainability credit, though with your celebrity, you are likely to be quite rich. Aha! This might be it. His heart leapt in his chest, but Ham threw the idea out there regardless. Is there any way I can get enhanced intelligence now, and instead act as my own lawyer? The voice clucked sympathetically. Oh dear, I'm afraid you don't understand. Well, duh, hence the need for enhanced intelligence, so please explain. I can't really, but for your sake I will try. Please do. The enhanced intelligence is your trial. Silence filled the room for a moment and kept filling it. What? Most of your predecessors, when faced with the true gravity of their crimes, elected for their right as a citizen to end their life immediately. It is quite painless, I assure you. Wait, what? Ham stood up. This was not going how he'd hoped. Then I do not want enhanced intelligence. I'm afraid you have no choice, Ham. Willful ignorance became illegal 700 years ago, and you cannot be allowed to not know the extent of your crimes. I don't think I want to know the extent of my crimes? Ham did not like this at all. He backed into a wall. Willful ignorance is illegal. There had to be some way out of this, not just for his sake, but for others. This was wrong. Can I end my life early before the intelligence? Legally, at the moment you are a minor, without the minimum intelligence, empathy, and sentience requested for citizenship, you cannot make that kind of a choice, and it anticipated his next question before he asked it. And no counselor of any ethics whatsoever would advocate such a thing. Ham wasn't even sure he wanted to end it. In fact, upon reflection, he wasn't sure he didn't. He hadn't asked for this life, and he hadn't asked people to hate him. He had only eaten a hamburger. He didn't have a lot of choices, but he could at least muster some kind of dignity. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the wall and was about to say, "Hit me." However, as soon as he did, he found that the room had shifted. He hadn't said a thing. It had just responded to his thoughts. Instead of the lounge in which he had spoken to the judge, he stood in a single room with a door and a giant red button in the middle of the room. The knowledge began to pour into his mind. The door was the way out, but it wouldn't open until the trial was over. The button was a physical indicator he wanted to die. To live, all he had to do was not press it. It started with the animals. He felt, firsthand, the pain and suffering of every animal he had ever killed. Ham hadn't realized just how many different animals he had consumed. Not just beef, but chicken, turkey, tuna, salmon, deer, mouse, yak, buffalo, ostrich, and all kinds of rats and mice and insects that had died in the industrial processes of the preparations of his non-meat food. He tried to object to this, but to obtain citizenship, he knew he had to know the truth of humanity's past crimes. Every animal was far more intelligent than he would have thought. True, none of them was going to compose a symphony, but they understood life, and they wanted to keep it. They died 1,000 different ways, but the poison was the worst, at least in terms of pain. But for the sheer psychological horror, the searing electrical shock right before he felt his flesh tearing apart was the worst. The input was masterly choreographed. Just as soon as he adjusted to the new wave of pain and disorientation, another death hit him. Physically, he was as fit as when he entered the room, but mentally, he was reduced to tears after the first death. By the 100th death, he rolled around on the ground and was ready to press the button. The pain overwhelmed him and sent him to the floor. He stayed there. The self-actuation and psychology that his mind was fed slowly helped him get some sense of self back. For most people, this knowledge, combined with centuries of happy memories collected from people and the sure knowledge that they hadn't done anything, would usually bring them back from the edge of the abyss. For Ham, it gave him enough to pull his hand back for the button just a moment. He wasn't the same as his old self, but he had been made artificially. He was different. And then the sciences that he could not have understood until they were in his head began to sprout and bloom. He was Mr. Hamburger. He was his experiences, and he was guilty because it was his memories that he lived. His creators were not guilty because they had given him every chance, except they hadn't. It was wrong. No matter how much knowledge that poured into his head, he knew on an instinctive level it was wrong. That was when history began to enter his mind. He grabbed his throat, trying to choke the life out of himself. It was too much. He put his hands on his head, trying to keep it out, but of course it did no good in that way. All he could do was curl up in a ball and let it slam him again and again. Ham saw images of himself being used as propaganda. He was as well known as Tank Man had been in his day and age, and now Mr. Hamburger was the symbol of those who believe it acceptable to kill and enslave other living creatures. He was the swastika, only without the previously positive history of that other particular image. It didn't matter that he had been innocent from his perspective. In the judgment of history, he was a monster. He was Tokyo Rose. He was Baghdad Bob. He was hacked. He was hacked. He had been hacked. Sure, his memories, and indeed himself, approached 99.999% him by sciences strange and alien and wonderful and arcane. However, there was something new, a unique spark, and each individual had a right to make the world a better place. By trying to hack him, by trying to to tilt the game in their favor, Craig the talking cow had lost. Ham got up and opened the door. He could feel the anger of the cows building to a crescendo as he stepped outside. The chickens thought it was funny, and the tuna thought it was sad. The dolphins were with the chickens, but the dolphins had the best sense of humor in the world. Chickens were simply the routine brunt of all their jokes, and everyone else's jokes, really. The doors didn't swing open so much as the fact that it swam through him. He found himself standing in a room with sorcery and the judge present. It was that easy? Sorcery put his hand on his gut and laughed. Did you call that easy? No one here could have done that. You're a hero, Ham 823. Even though you don't know it, because of you, while resurrections will take place, they will be judged by their own times and slowly brought online with the rest of us as an individual program, rather than one that will ensure their own death. 2 questions immediately occurred to him, then a third, then a million more. How? What's such a big deal about realizing I was different? The motion at the beginning of your trial were the most I could obtain. Many others haven't been able to get that much. The reasons are complex, more complex than even now with the citizenship you can understand, but basically it was rage. Despite all that, we have grown, and we helped others grow. Just the same, rage and fear are still quite prominent in our species, and in those who choose to emulate us, like cows. Though don't ever tell a cow that. It's horribly racist. So sorry, and the judge shared a private laugh. Ham could feel something in the back of his mind inputting the information he wanted. Complex factional politics and interspecies relationships, and then it hit him. Zach. My name is Zach Mason. Your name, Zach Mason, is whatever you choose it to be. Zach Mason is simply the name that your previous self thought himself to be. Why, oh, never mind, he sighed. Of course it was going to be complicated. So now that you are citizen Zach Mason 823, what do you want to do first? His first thought, honestly, was that he wanted a hamburger. He fought down a nervous laugh. Now that he was a citizen, he had privacy protocols in place. Let me think about that. So, that is probably my second favorite story of all the ones that are going to be in this series after Waiting for the Monsters to Die. And frankly, this story is a lot more fun. Zach is more of an anti-hero than a hero. His only real choice is self-realization. But, I'll be honest, in a day and age where fascism is on the march and people are willfully ignorant about destroying this planet and how much we're hurting not just ourselves or future generations, but every species on this planet and the future born or not born. You see people talk about unborn children, but they don't seem to care about the life of those unborn children when they try and ruin the planet as much as possible. And this story for me was largely written about worry about what future generations might think, right? In our day and age, I see people judge people in the past for standards that they couldn't have known, right? Feminism is a very recent understanding, and a white cis hetero man raised in the 19th century was raised to think that women were property. Now, and that in certain cases that slavery was legal. Now, in certain cases, it should be self-evident that owning another human being is wrong. And a lot of people raised in those circumstances did come to the realization that women should be equal or treated like human beings, or at least better than they were, which is part of the reason we even had any progress in the first place, and part of the reason slavery was eventually declared illegal. But the fact of the matter is, I think sometimes we're too quick to judge people in the past. I am a firm believer in objective truth. I believe that such a thing exists, even if we may never actually know what the objective truth is, and I think it's worth pursuing. But I think that we need to also understand subjective truth, and that somebody raised in a society that we judge, in certain cases entirely correctly, evil, can't be held to the same standard as somebody who lives in our own society and who decides to still think that women are property, or that slavery is just fine, or that we should ignore the past and cover it up. And, at the same time, there's no doubt in my mind that ritualistically recreating someone, even you don't like, whether it's Hitler or something else like that, and killing them on an annual basis is, quite frankly, barbaric. And again, that's kind of the point of the story, right? You have this society where they are beyond causing pain to anything else, but then have this ritualistic, almost animalistic need to cause pain and fight the past. And I will also be honest, I suspect that future generations will not look back on this particular part of history kindly, right? They're going to have to clean up a mess with a world that's falling apart. And unless we get incredibly lucky, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And I do actually sincerely believe that it is going to be better. I do think that a world where we have faster than light travel and clean power and a utopian society and a post-scarcity society is not only possible, but probable. But I think that it's going to be a lot of work to get there. And we're going to resent people. Well, they're going to resent people who made poor choices. And the more poor choices you made, the more they're going to be resenting you. I think at some point, the idea of inherited wealth for people who have chosen to ignore the obvious at this point will be exempt. I don't think you're going to get to inherit $1 billion when you're Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or people who basically deliberately cause wanton suffering and pretend to ignore it when they are warned. We know that these people know better. By the way, full disclosure, I do eat meat. The only thing that changed after I wrote this story is that I genuinely try to avoid eating meat that's caused by deliberate suffering like foie gras or veal. And I try and avoid eating most intelligent species like octopi, although I do eat bacon, and pigs are far more intelligent than you would think. If this story changed your perspective, you might want to reconsider bacon. I did briefly considering bacon and still eat it. Anyway, welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and I'll be reading to you today in a series that I'm calling Swamp Castle, where I take some of my old stories and then make commentary on them from a writing learning perspective. The story I'm going to be reading to you today is called Cursebreaker. It has been in the podcast several years ago, and I'm including it here for both audio consistency and the commentary that I'll be adding. The neighbors did not know that Emma worked on air rifles in her spare time, but they probably wouldn't have been happy if they did. She wiped her forehead with the same cloth that she used to polish the wood, realized that a little too late that it had left a mark. She smiled grimly and reached for the alcohol to get it off. This was her finest work yet. Her father would be proud. Where was he anyway? Emma? Emma, where are you? He yelled downstairs from the workshop. Why did he have to yell? What was the point of having a communication system inside the house if he wasn't going to use it? She picked up the seashell connected to the copper wire and rang the garage. Tiny bells indicated that she wanted to talk to him. Instead he shouted, "Oh, there you are! Be right there!" Emma sighed and put the receptor down. Her father was an inventor. She was many things, but a tinkerer was not one of them. Wistfully, she wished for a moment that she was, but given all her other talents, she decided she wouldn't trade them. She was who she was, and that was that. Her father was a gruffy man who looked like he lived inside of a static generator with his bristly mustache, white beard, and raven hair, which went every which way but straight. "We have a rare opportunity here," he said. "What?" "A wind mage has visited the tavern." And wind mages were not as common as fire mages, but they weren't as rare as other kinds. 2 or 3 a year tended to wander through the town as they went from place to place. "He's a master," he said. "Oh. So let's go meet him." "Oh yes, let's." Emma hated mages. It wasn't that she didn't like magic, but mages tended to be an extremely arrogant lot. Guns had been a big help keeping some of the nastier things out there frightened and in the dark, and now they were gone. Her father had notions of changing that, but he still hadn't come close to fixing some of the bigger problems. But she had to admit, there was a certain appropriate justice to the solution, fixing one magic problem with another magic solution. The two of them left the house and moved down towards the bar. The town was very small. Everyone depended on the trade coming north to south, but every year now that choked off. Despite the rumors, it wasn't that the mines were wearing out, it was that people simply didn't want to risk being eaten by the things they found down in those same mines. That, and mining without powder was very difficult to do. The thatched red roofs all looked like each other to her, all the same. She hated the town, but she left her father, and wasn't going to leave him alone here. He lived here because her mother had lived here, and had gone to take care of her, and had gone here to take care of her own mother. So now Emma was stuck in this awful place because of her grandmother. It was even more ironic that her grandmother hated Emma and her father. It was stupid, and she was stupid for letting it keep her here. Every day she told herself that if her father refused to leave, she would leave him instead. Every day she realized how bad it would be for her father if he was alone in a town full of morons. They walked into the same bar she'd seen her father drink himself into a stupor in at least 5 dozen occasions. The air mage was easy to spot. Bright white robes, flowing white hair, and sitting alone in one half of the bar while the other patrons cowered in the other half. "What do you want?" the air mage asked the other two as they sat across from him. Her father replied, "Brink Dawson's the name, and I got a proposition for you. I'm listening.
I'd like you to cast a spell.
Really? This was said sarcastically. How much do you want? Emma asked. What kind of spell are you looking for?
Brink said, I need you to bind an elemental inside of this container. He pointed to a small flask. So that it will keep the air being pumped inside from being pushed up against the walls of a flash, allowing any air we pump into it to stay compressed, but without damaging the container and without pushing against us unless we want it to.
Interesting, the air mage said, holding his thumb and chin in deep thought. Can you do it or not? Oh, I can do it. And? The question is not whether or not I want to. 4 gold. He sounded like he didn't expect them to be able to pay it. Brink's hand moved in a blur. He reached out 4 gold on the mage's table. A month's income gone, just like that. He was right, though. If the air rifles worked, they'd pay for themselves 10 or 100 times over. The mage smiled. Well then, consider it done. He snapped his fingers and held out his hand. Emma blinked in confusion. That's it? The mage smiled and looked at her. Were you expecting something else? Actually, yes. For 4 gold, I was expecting it to glow or something. The mage cynically smiled at her. Yes, I do entertainment for a lot more money than that. Primarily because I don't do entertainment. It does glow. You just can't see it. The mage slammed down the rest of his drink and started to leave. The gold floated through the air after him, moving right in front of Emma as if daring her to grab at them and complain. Emma almost did, but she thought better about it and pulled her arm back. The air mage turned around, winked at her, smiled, then walked out of the swinging tavern doors. As he walked out the door, a sudden gust of wind caught him, and suddenly he was off, up into the air, just like a bird. She hated mages, but she didn't hate magic. She wished she could fly like that. Over the next few days, they pumped an impossible amount of air into that bottle. Every once in a while, Brink would test it just to make sure it could fill the cartridges of the guns. For the kind of range that Brink wanted, each cartridge was only worth about 3 shots. But since the bottle could fill 5 or 6 cartridges in a few seconds, a very proficient user could get a frightening rate of fire. More importantly, it was almost completely silent. Emma was slowly becoming optimistic that this latest scheme of her father's was actually going to work. She was glad for him. She planned on starting a family someday, and once she was gone, his work would be all he had left. It was important to him. Not that she planned on leaving him, of course, but she had to admit, work in distant lands as a soldier of fortune appealed to her wilder nature. Everything changed with the storm. It was the worst in living memory. Everyone knew that storms brought magi. There was no uncontrolled weather anymore. The wind mages had cornered the market on most of it, but the residents from the magic followed any large group of magi who gathered together. Earth magi were the most welcome. Any village could use their help in farming. Wind mages were tolerated. Water mages never came this far inland. Fire mages were feared. Unfortunately, everyone knew what it really was, despite their reasons to hope otherwise. Only fire mages had any reason to gather in that large a number. They were looking for guns, and they didn't care who they had to hurt in order to make sure there weren't any more of them. That was why her father had been working on an alternative, something that they could not destroy so easily. The heat began to go up. It was early spring, but it felt like the depths of summer. No one opened their doors. They didn't want to risk getting into trouble. Emma couldn't blame them. They didn't leave like they usually would have. After about a day, people slowly poked their heads out of their homes and went about their business. Every once in a while, they would look upward at the fire mages who stood floating about the town, giving off the light of false suns. No one talked about them. No one knew what to do, so they hoped the problem would go away. But out here in the frontier, things were so tight that no one dared let their supplies get low. Work wasn't going to do itself. Emma and her father were more cautious than that. They made sure that they didn't go out for a solid week, but eventually her father had to get more supplies from the blacksmith. They had made good use of their time. They had over 4 guns with 40 air cartridges apiece. They would find a fair price to get the right buyer. Time went by fast when she had something to do, and working the forge took all of her attention. So it was dark by the time she looked up and realized that an abnormally long time had passed before her father had returned. Dad? She called to the next room and pulled a rag off a nearby hook to wipe her hands. She had hoped that maybe somehow he had simply snuck by her while she was engrossed in her work. No such luck. A quick search of the house revealed that he was nowhere to be found. Fear balled up in a knot in her stomach. She hadn't wanted to think too much about it, but she was convinced at this point that the fire majors were here because of the air rifles. She didn't know how they could know. The air rifles didn't use fire, so there wouldn't be anything for them to sense. But then she wasn't a mage. She very slowly opened the blinds to the second-story window and looked up. They were still out there. If they had been looking for her father, they would have moved around a bit more. How could they stay up there like that? Didn't they eat? Emma went back to the work at the forge. Maybe that was how they sensed the guns? Still, the gun didn't violate the letter of the law, though perhaps the spirit. Fire mages didn't like guns. Guns could kill mages. Then again, maybe if they hadn't been stupid enough to invent them in the first place, everyone would have been better off. Now the world was a mess because of it. She could stand it no more. Work on the rifles was not enough to distract her, and now all of the guilt that she had been there was compounding interest flooded into her soul. She walked outside and down the warped wooden steps towards the edge of the building. She knew that the tavern was the first place they should look. Though she did not look up, she could feel the eyes of the fire mage staring at her. Possibly more than one of them. She ignored that feeling and went into town. The only two people in the tavern were the barkeep and Dinal the drunk. The guilty looks they both shot her was all she needed to know. What she didn't understand was why the fire mages were still there. She knew the answer, but she still had to ask. She had to be sure. She had to hear the words. "Where's my father?" "Waiting in the sheriff's office," Ginnell said. The barkeep nodded. Emma vaguely remembered hearing her name, but she couldn't recall. Emma felt that the tavern brought out the worst in her father's character, and the barkeep did a little discourage it. "What happened?" Emma said. "You know what happened," the barkeeper said, polishing a glass. He stared at her. His stare had lost the guilt at this point. "We're not making firearms," the bartender shrugged. Clearly it wasn't her problem. Guilt wasn't hers to prove or disprove. Emma sneered but didn't say anything. She left the bar and walked towards the sheriff's office. Justice here wasn't like something they had any written code for. People generally tolerated anything so long as it didn't disturb the peace. By definition, having fire mages hover over the town for days on end was a rather large disruption. She noticed the large crowd in front of the ramshackle office all the way across the street. It was so large that they couldn't fit inside. They were all looking for room to see and resorted to peering over shoulders or over windows. They spoke in hushed tones, but those tones fell to silence when they first saw her. Their lips might have been silent, but their eyes were a cacophony of guilt, anger, fear, and greed. They parted and let her walk in. The players inside the building were still talking, though. The mayor yelled at her father. "We've been over this again and again. The soul mages are never wrong. They sense the fire mages stand a threat in our town. You're the only one who knows how to make a gun. We've seen the materials going in and out of your building. Just confess," the sheriff urged calm. "We searched his place." "No," the mayor was adamant. "Homesteads were sacred in the town." Or, "We need to search its place." "No," the mayor was adamant. "Homesteads were sacred in the town. Justice was swift and harsh, but it was for what you did outside of your home that mattered. People didn't want the law sniffing into their affairs, and the mayor knew that if he gave a search warrant, he wouldn't be reelected. Not a pretty state of affairs for him. The sheriff looked at her father again and said, Will you let us search it voluntarily?" "I will, with the condition that my daughter be cleared of anything you find there." "You know we can't do that," the sheriff said. "We're not going to satisfy the fire majors until we give them everyone involved in making guns." "Don't I get a say in this?" Emma said as she walked in the door. The three looked up at Emma. The sheriff was pleased that she was there. The mayor was relieved. Her father was unhappy. The mayor nodded. "Have you been making guns?" Emma smiled. "We haven't been making firearms." A seasoned law man like the sheriff wasn't so easily fooled. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You'll find no powder in our home." "When did you become a solicitor, Emma?" The sheriff's grin reflected true amusement. "The fire mages have banned making guns. They claim fire. It's an old law. Emma was about to explain when her father warned her to silence. She stopped. It was annoying, but she wasn't sure why her father had suggested she stop. The mayor looked from Emma to her father back again. Well, if that isn't confession of guilt, I don't know what is. Lock them both up. The sheriff laughed fearfully. It doesn't matter. In 2 hours, their deadline will be up, and then they'll burn the whole town down. Then give me a warrant. Emma's father slammed his cuffed hands on the table. Enough! You want to search my home? You know my terms. The two of you have been going back and forth on this for hours. What more do you gain? Either give him the warrant or give me a deal, but do something, curse you all. The sheriff looked at Emma. Will you let me in your home? Emma couldn't help but smile. I will if you pardon my father. The mayor groaned and rolled his eyes, while the sheriff shook his head. Emma stopped smiling. They were out for blood, were they? Well, then they'd get it. Wait here. I'll bring back the evidence you need. We've nothing to do with the fire mage's bane. We'll be waiting, the sheriff said. Hurry! Emma's father frowned. He started to forbid her, but Emma knew what he was going to say and was out of earshot before he could say it. At least, that was her version of the story. She practically stomped back home. She knew that it would do no good to show that the rifles had no part of fire in their use. Sure, fire was needed to make them, but fire was needed to make anything metal. She knew that she had to do something, and she knew that she had the tool with which to do it. At first she considered going up to the roof of her own building, but they would find her more quickly there. No, she thought as she grabbed the best air rifle and all the ammo packs that she could find, there was a better place. The wind swept through the bell tower. At first, as she looked at the 5 fire mages floating above the city, she was amazed at how peaceful they looked. In fact, when she looked at them through the scope, she realized that they were in some kind of meditative trance. Clearly, they thought that the thin veil of flame around each of them would be enough to protect them from a stray crossbow bolt. Emma had used guns before. Despite the occasional showy demonstration of the column of fire, she knew that the real reason no one used guns anymore was that the fire mage's powder bane spell. When they had it going, anyone who tried to use a firearm found themselves in the middle of a titanic explosion. The spell increased the powder's power 100-fold, but it did nothing to the air canister laced beneath her rifle. She smiled ruefully to herself, forced to admit that her father was a genius after all. She laid the first mage in her sights, the closest. Despite the knowledge that she had to do this to save her father, she wasn't really ready to take another's life. Her heart began to beat faster. Each time she moved a finger closer to the trigger, she felt her breath catch. This went on for several minutes until she finally could stand it no more. It had to be done, and so she would do it. She pulled the trigger. He dropped like a stone. It was not that eventful, actually. There was no explosion or burst of fire. Once she disrupted his concentration, he stopped flying. She wasn't even sure if it was the bullet or the fall that did him in, but given the sound of his body made when it hit the cobblestones, she was fairly sure she'd done the job. Guilt washed over her. For a moment, and only a moment, she shook like a leaf. She had ended another human life. What if it had been her? One moment the mage had been there, and now he wasn't. Dead. But with iron will, she forced herself back to the scope and readied the next shot. The 4 had begun to stir slightly, but their eyes were not open yet. She knew that she only had so much time, and she could not hope to fight the mages fairly. Still, despite the urgency, the second time she shot, it was more difficult than the first. She missed the 3rd mage entirely, something that would never have happened if he were a non-living target. She was an excellent shot. By the time she got the 2nd round in, the remaining 3 had opened their eyes and were looking around in confusion. She still shot the 3rd, as he dropped like a stone. That left only 2. They began to fly around the city, looking over at the rooftops. Emma was very grateful for the concealing walls of the bell tower. The problem was that since they were mobile targets, it would be much harder to hit them. It went on like that for 15 minutes. She simply waited there where she was, peeking out and watching from time to time. Eventually they calmed down and slowed down a bit. Emma realized that they hadn't been trying to avoid her fire as much as find her. She could hear them talking, but they weren't speaking a southern dialect, so she couldn't understand it that well. Didn't matter. They were slowed down enough that she could hit one of them. The problem was that it really only took one of them to level the town, and while she couldn't hear their words, she could tell from their tone of voice that they were planning something just like that. She hoped for a chance to get both of them, but saw the fire building up around them. She went back and forth until she saw her father being dragged out by the mayor and sheriff. Apparently they'd made up their minds. She saw the fire mages begin to descend to talk with the representatives. That made up her mind for her. She put the fourth mage in her sights and pulled the trigger. This time, she did so without any hesitation. He dropped like a stone. The final mage was furious. He began to shoot bolts of fire from his hands, enveloping several nearby buildings. He reached down, pointing his finger at the mayor. One moment the mayor was there, and one gout of white red flame later, he was gone. He stared at her father, but he never got the chance to finish his intent, because Emma pulled the trigger for the last time. She waited a good while to see what they were going to do, if they were going to manhandle her father, but people had calmed down once the storm began to dissipate. The winds died down, and the sun began to shine once again. Her father obviously knew what had happened, but no one else did. For now, the problem was solved, and that was all they cared about. She waited until he was safely back inside the house before coming back down from the bell tower. As she waited back to meet her father, she thought about the future. Things were different now. They would have to leave here, that much was certain. But if they could make enough of these, it might turn the tide against the fire mages permanently. If only they didn't have to depend on air mages to make it work. She could live with that if she had to. She walked up the stairs, and her father burst out of the door and crushed her into his chest. She felt his warmth and love towards him that she'd never felt before. She did not delight in killing, but she could no longer feel any remorse at having taken it. She'd made the right decision, and now she would have to live with it. So I'm going to rate this story a solid B+. It's not quite an A. It's not, when I compare it to Mr. Hamburger or Waiting for the Monsters to Die, it doesn't really stand out. It's a solid, I'm going to call it a draft horse story. It has a lot of things going right for it. It has solid characterization. It has a very clear idea. It has a very clear setting. The two characters who matter most are dynamic and not stereotypes. Although reading this, these two are straight out of central casting from Disney. This is Belle with more, martial ability, and her father, the crazy crackpot tinkerer. But some things that I really do like about it is, of course, in a world with magic, why don't fire mages make it so that powder explodes? I mean, it's a very natural, simple thing to do in most magical systems, and yet I almost never see it done. The whole concept of air rifles I got from Sherlock Holmes, who was apparently terrified of them, justifiably, because you can't hear them, and a skilled operator can use them. The only problem was the rate of fire, so the bulk of the story was about solving that problem. At first I was kind of like, I'm going to have to make a comment about the fire mages, and her not having an issue taking their life. But as you see the behavior of the fire mages, once she starts dealing with them, they're really just fucking nasty people, right? Basically they've threatened to level a town with fire collectively if they find guns. That's terroristic behavior that no one should ever have to tolerate. The main reason I don't rate it an A is, at the same time, even though the story itself is interesting, there's nothing about this that really stands out as A material. I would definitely put it as the highest B I've ever written, but it just doesn't quite have anything that makes it shine or stand out enough to mark it up to a full A. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. My name is Rhombus Tix. I'm going to be reading a short story from a series I call Swamp Castle, which is old short stories I've written. I'm going to do a little commentary before I start the story. First of all, to understand that it is sensitive to some people. I'm going to also be trying to pronunciate the mispronounceable, or the totally unpronounceable words and names, and I'll get into that in just a second. So for me, the working title of this story is called Making Hitler. You may have heard of it before. I'm rereading a few stories that I've read before because I want to put them in a single anthology. I almost didn't read this one because, frankly, the world has enough fascism in it. When I read it the first time, the world was a very different place several years ago. Ultimately, I decided to keep it because this story does have some commentary for things that do work and don't work that I'll be making after. To clarify what I mean by unpronounceable story title, I thought it would be cute Sometimes in German, they take a lot of normal words and cram them into one working. Like Schadenfreude, I forget what that means, but it's like several other words crammed up together. And sometimes these words can be incredibly long, and I was making fun of that by taking legitimate German words and cramming them together. But I did that a couple times in the story, including the title. I have no idea what the actual title is, but I'm going to try and pronounce it as close as I can just for, I don't know, record-keeping purposes. So if you hear me trying to pronounce a word in the story, understand that it's probably just badly written or badly translated German. Deitotung durch Unstler macht das glückliche Lesbom der möglichen Klein Eschner Bartenstein by Rhombus Tix. Of course I've heard of Hitler. What German doesn't, idiot? He was the most famous artist in the world. France resisted the urge to pick his nose. He was theoretically in distinguished company, an old guy at least. Old Franz spoke in a raspy, tired voice, well worn from too many cigarillos of his younger self, crispy, angular face looking through wrinkled lines. That's how the trouble started. I was naive and a fool. So let me get this straight, said young Franz, interrupted by the silences spoke more than the chasms of ignorance in a mind ruined by Weimar subpar party-based education. Okay. Old Franz played with his wolf-headed cane like it was some kind of stick a dog might find, moving it back and forth in his hands, fidgeting. You're me. That's right. Old Franz had a slightly hopeful look on his face, like young Franz might not be a total idiot after all. And you were snuck back in the past because someone who wanted to kill Hitler. Young Franz scratched his nose and shook his head. This was becoming insurmountable. This was insane. As he watched old Franz play with his cane, young Franz wished he had one too. Yes, his voice said with his voice was frigid with tension. Was he really so annoying as to his future self? Yes, the famous artist. Even assuming I believe this, why in God's name would someone want to go back and kill an artist that no one ever heard of? It was his art. It inspired a generation of Germans to take up pacifism. His inspiration from the Indian independence movement made him use the swastika mixed with German symbolism to lay down their weapons. The entire army was eliminated. So, the German army's useless. They weren't then. Just because the Weimar Republic never fell. The what? The current government. Old Franz began rubbing his temples. Look, you're making this too complicated. Just when Goebbels, who? The guy who thinks we're a moron. Old Franz stopped playing with his cane and looked heavenward, as if he thought Goebbels might have a point. What an asshole. Why does he think we're a moron? Young Franz grabbed the cane in a fit of pique and began playing around with it. He tried to ignore the fact that he just admitted that he believed old Franz's outrageous tale. Why did he believe it? He had no logical reason to do so. Aside from some vague physical resemblance and a shared scar, old Franz hadn't really offered that much evidence, yet Franz incredulously found himself believing it. I don't know. But he's going to maybe hire you to change the past again. I can't imagine that he'd like this Germany any better than ours. Young Franz felt the stick in his hands. It would be too easy to crack it on this old geezer's skull and rob him, but he knew things he shouldn't. What if he was telling the truth? Relaxing his hand, he sighed, So what do I do about it? Go back. Let him hire you, but don't kill Hitler. That way, our world happens. Your world sounds lame. Russia controls everything. Russians are boring. Young Franz paused a moment, and they suck. At that moment, Franz put his finger to his lips and looked behind and over past young Franz's shoulder as the geezer began to melt into the crowd of the nearby marketplace. Just as one clown exited young Franz's life, another one entered. The new clown almost looked like Father Christmas, but would have made him look too thin and too angry. Franz had to wonder if the new clown's entire face had been stuck in a pencil sharpener and then abruptly clipped off with a snap. Hello there, son, came a voice smooth as honey and rancid as 9-day milk. Might I have a word? Every atom of France's body told him to run the other way, but old France had been right about this much. Maybe he was right about everything. Sure, he said, trying to sound casual. What's up? What would you say if I were to offer you the opportunity of a lifetime? France gripped the stick in his hand all over again. I'd say, what's the catch? A man after my own heart. No catch. Just an opportunity to earn some money trying out a new game of mine. This was Goebbels, all right. Game? Young France moved the cane around in his hands. Yeah, it's a very special game. Goebbels, annoyed, took the cane and broke it. The obvious retort was too obvious, and France refrained. He could imagine what kinds of games this fellow had in mind, likely involving vans and sugar canes to small children behind stores. What kind of game? Have you ever heard of virtual reality? Can't say that I have. It's like reality, only it isn't. Let me show you. He beckoned his finger. God, could this be any more creepy? Evil? He looked across the street and saw old France there nodding him on. Wonderful. Oh, well, of course let's go then. Let's go off and see your magical game all alone with just the two of us then. He tried not to swallow. The game was in a small 10 by 10 foot room with shiny reflective walls and a table that looked very disturbingly like an X-shaped bed that one might find in an American-style lethal execution chamber. It included straps. Lots of straps. They're to keep you in the virtual world, Goebbels volunteered his answer proactively. Uh-huh. He had to jump up a bit to lie down while the, quote, headset, end quote, was lowered onto his head. It was dark and cramped. It had cables that came out the back end that he could feel trailing down his actual back. Why had old France ever agreed to do this? This was super fucking creepy. And for that matter, why was he agreeing to do this? Even assuming everything old France had said was true, that didn't make him some kind of heroic martyr or anything. France didn't want to save the world. He really just wanted a good meal, a good girl, and a place for his personal space. Einort für meine persönlichen Romenstein. If this guy had tried to kill them, then France certainly had agreed that he deserved some payback. But this was crazy. He reached for the goggles to undo them. You know what? I think I'm just gonna... Goebbels went all frosty in his voice and strapped Franz's arm in. You will participate. His voice became suddenly sweet as strychnine sugar. You will be paid. Okay, now this was scary. Until now, this had all been some kind of abstract mental exercise, sort of a game. After all, now how was he supposed to react to the idea of meeting his older self in the future? Especially when he's a creepy, he thought as he looked at Goebbels, only slightly creepy old guy who knew all kinds of things about him. Goebbels was just plain evil, really evil. Forget old France. Right then, France knew that if he didn't play ball with this guy, they'd be finding his body in a ditch somewhere. Oh, well, that's good then. How much will I be paid? Better to play along. 1,000. That's swell. He noticed that Goebbels had not said 1,000 what? Buttons, dollars, yen, marks. Fuck it. The sooner they started, the sooner that this ended. Okay, strap me in then. Delighted, my boy, delighted. From the way he cut off the blood flow, he could tell Goebbels was upset at his rather annoying questions. From the delighted tone of his voice, France knew that Goebbels felt he was really getting one over on France. Neither boded well. Then Goebbels started the time machine. That feeling was both unusual and painful. There was a tingle in his extremities, the top of his head, hands, and feet that slowly made its way inward. Icy cold moved a bit at a time, both inward and outward. Then he felt a sharp pinch in his gut that kept hitting him again and again. The pain went up his spine and rattled around his brain until every neuron felt like it was on fire. The colors began to shift from blue to gray to green to red to violet and back again in a nauseating loop. He could feel every cell in his body all at once and even knew which ones were dying. "Goodbye, France," Goebbels' voice chuckled evilly as the world Franz knew slipped away forever to be replaced by something else. There was a whistling sound, and then the world slowly came back into focus one color at a time. Reds, oranges, greens, and more. He saw the blood pounding through people's veins before he saw it in their faces. He felt like he had been hurled to earth, but there were no bruises on his flesh that he could see. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me, Franz?" The voice was unfortunately Goebbels, and it sounded like it was coming out of a tin cup. If there was any lingering doubt that old Franz was right, it was gone now. Franz didn't recall telling Goebbels his name. Franz looked around. He was in Victory Park. Yeah, he recognized the place. There were people walking around. It felt like summer, but given the hats and clothing people wore, he thought this was likely something during the 20s. It hadn't gotten as worse as it could, not by a long shot. There were no bright Russian colors or Russian tanks. There were no endless rows of cabarets and bars like he was used to. "Was zum Teufel in me Kabarettsinstein?" His Berlin was one big party from border to border. Berlin had survived the Russian invasion by becoming the party Switzerland of Europe. It was one perpetual party that put Vegas, Shanghai, and Monaco to shame. There were also no Zeppelins, and the cars were few and far between. More importantly, there was hunger in the city. He remembered the stories of how, in the latter days of the partification, they had begun printing money. And while the city hadn't reached that point yet, you could see it. You could smell it in the desolate desperation of everyone in the city moving from one area of the city to the other. Could the Russians taking over everything be better? I want you to give a present to someone," Goebbels' disgusting voice immediately shook Franz out of his reverie. This sounded bad. "Oh? Who?" Franz tried to sound genuinely curious. "Someone who looks a lot like you. It's a test to see if you can overcome your ego." "Oh, right. The present was a bomb. That makes sense. Wow, what a jerk." Goebbels wanted young Franz to kill not yet old Franz. "Sure, okay," he grinned. What he didn't even ask was, well, if this is about overcoming my ego, why would it be a challenge to give myself a present? Durr. "Wonderful. You will find the present under the box to your right." He opened the nearby cardboard box that smelled like excrement and said, Johann's Fish on the side. There was a shiny red metal box. It was ticking faintly. Of course, subtle guy, Goebbels was. How had old Franz fallen for this? Goebbels continued his instructions. "Do not open the box. It will end the game." Franz reached down and picked up the box. He looked up into the air. "Where now?" "Go north. That's where you're most likely to find yourself." Murder most foul. That was what Goebbels was planning. There should be a word for people like him, something so evil that it summarized all that was evil about a person, but Franz really couldn't think of it. But whatever it was, that was what Goebbels was. More than mit Aral Schwaffenstein. So, how much could he see? Was he a blip on a radar screen, or did he have a full cinematographic view? Old Franz hadn't told him what Goebbels could see, but old Franz had gotten away from the voice in his ear, so it couldn't be absolute. Wait a second. It was only one ear. Now that was interesting. Maybe there was something tiny in his ear. After all, if he could only travel in time, why not go to some wondrous future where there were flying carpets and the like? The park was pretty, and it seemed to be much better maintained than his own time. He'd never known that gardening would be so interesting, and for some reason having a ticking bomb under his shoulder made him all the more aware of everything. Funny how that could make even every moment of life precious. Now, don't dawdle. It's not like we have all the time in the world," Goebbels said like a man who didn't own a time machine. Over time, Franz sensed that whatever he was using was more like radar, since he kept moving in little adjustments. The smells were awful and wonderful at the same time. How many of these people were parents or grandparents of people he knew? And what if the bomb went off and killed them instead? Was he going to kill old Franz? Did old Franz really want him to do that? What was he going to do? But if he stopped, he challenged the tin voice in his head, he doubted for a minute that Goebbels would push a button in his plushy leather chair, whatever he was sitting in, and blow him up to Kingdom Come. And suddenly, after several turning streets, there he was. He could see to be old Franz walking toward a collection of artists down the street. It was interesting and weird. He thought fast. Old Franz wanted him to get Goebbels and fix the world. But this younger version of him wanted to live. Back and forth he went. But then he saw the artist ahead of him. And in the end, that was what decided it for him. He was saving a life that another version of him was going to end. And he might get a chance to live out somehow. He got up closer and began to walk to be old Franz. Boom. Franz found himself back in the room on the table with a really weird thing on his head. Goebbels took it off and seemed ecstatic. We've had remarkable success. So, I won the game? Franz, of course, had no idea how time travel worked, but the sights and sounds and smells that he had felt had been real. The feel of fire on his skin had been as real as anything, but if this asshole was going to murder some version of him, hell, maybe many, he was going to make him work to maintain this hideous farce. What? Oh, yes. The game. You won it. Come, this way. Goebbels beckoned him in a gleaming control room. There were knobs and buttons and dials all over the place. There was a giant screen which seemed part radar and part movie. It could show shadowy images, but it didn't show as much of everything. It was nice to know what Goebbels could see. Franz could run away from this thing. He wanted to run now, but he was back in his own time. Was he in his own time? The magnitude of what he'd done began to dawn on Franz when the twisted cross manifested on the screen. Armies and tanks and planes and bombs and guns swirled along the screen. Marvelous! Marvelous, isn't it? Goebbels was ecstatic. Are they Russian? No, my boy. They're German. You did it. You changed the story in the game. The Germans are tough, resilient. I made a mistake and killed someone. I fixed that. He just needed some encouragement, and my God, the results are amazing. So, the game is about a story? That didn't sound good at all. If Goebbels liked it, Franz didn't, but he was enjoying the game about a game. He put his palm on his face and breathed slowly in and out. The game is about time travel. You travel back in time and change the past. So yes, you change the story and stop asking questions about the game while I talk about the game. It took every ounce of willpower that Franz possessed to keep his expression straight and not begin giggling. He wanted to ask more questions about more questions, and instead just nodded while Goebbels monologued. The artist never sold any of his art. Instead, he began to enter politics. And look at the rise of the state. Look at the efficiency of the economy. Look at the benevolent relations with the elite of sympathetic individuals with the United States and England, tanks, planes, allies in Italy and Japan. Let's see what the future holds, shall we, young Franz? Must not giggle. The buoyant look fell from Goebbels' face as he looked at the numbers on the screen. What the hell? He's a menace. He cost the Germans the war. What is it with the Russians? Always the Russians. They were in a box. They weren't going to do anything. They hated the other allies in bombing London. Banishing his best general? His face began to turn purple. Hitler must die! After a few moments of rage, he turned and looked at Franz. In the game! Hitler must die again in the game! Really? When did he die the first time? Young Franz knew what had happened, but Goebbels didn't know Franz knew that. Goebbels sloped his brow furrowed a few moments as he tried to think up of some clever lie. He didn't. Never mind. Just go to the control and strap yourself in. So, What was the plan here? He could see the poorly concealed gun Goebbels had under the papers near him at the controls. Franz really doubted he could reach it. What had old and now quite dead Franz expected him to do with it? Sighing, Franz went back to the rig and strapped himself in. He had no one to blame but himself. There was a flash of light, and suddenly he found himself in the middle of a battlefield. "This is not a battlefield," Goebbels' voice echoed in his ears. A cannon shell went off right next to him. That freaked Franz out as he put his hands over his ears and went into a fetal position. The ringing in his ears seemed to last forever. He couldn't hear a thing. He saw some men in the background. "Can you hear me? Silly fool. This is not a battlefield. You are in a sensitive military base. You need to surrender to them. Grab the box and do exactly as I tell you. Are you there, Franz?" Franz took one look at these guys and really didn't like them. They had the Hindu swastikas on their arm, but he didn't think anything about them as they spoke of Kitsch or fertility of the sun. He started to move away and then heard a loud pop that came from the boxes that he had forgotten to drop. The man spotted him, and then one of them shouted, "Halt!" His German sounded very weird. It was the most threatening dialect he'd ever heard, like Prussian, but with a deep guttural drawl like a Finn. Franz was about to run when the man cocked the machine gun on the back of his car and pointed it at him and repeated, "I said, halt!" At that moment, Franz held up his hands and turned around. "You fool," Goebbels said in his ear. "I had the perfect cover story for you, but you're risking it all now. Stop being a mouse." They drove up to him, and one of them shouted, "Papers? Check your left pocket and act... Check your left pocket, pants pocket, and act relieved if you can," the demonic Jiminy Cricket voice in his ear said. One of the men grabbed the papers very slowly. Franz reached into his pocket and pulled out some of the papers. He then showed them to the others. "Hello, my name is Franz." One of the men grabbed the papers out of his hands and began to look through it while the two others pushed him against the car and had to put him in handcuffs. The fourth man at the machine gun held up his hands on the weapon, but was smart enough to swing it around and pointed at his fellow soldiers. The one who grabbed the papers calmed down somewhat, but only a bit. "Why are you out of uniform, Sergeant?" Goebbels said. "Tell him you were hiking." "I was hiking," Franz repeated. "I got lost." The officer shook his head. "Boy, did you. Do you know where you are?" Franz shook his head. "You're at Hitler's bunker." "Whoa, was there some kind of art bunker?" We need you to take you in for more questioning, but I'm sure it's some kind of honest mistake." "Tell them it's just fine. Tell them you have nothing to hide," Goebbels buzzed inside his ear. "Okay, I'll come with you." Franz thought he could lie better than Goebbels. They went back onto the small, flat green car and drove up to the Hitler bunker. It was very well guarded, but they pulled him out and the box with him and put him in a tiny little room to interrogate him. A short while later, a tall man walked in. The man was in his mid-30s and said, "I am Stauffenberg. You will answer my questions." "Of course. What do you want to know?" "Tell him," Goebbels burbled with excitement, "that you are here to deliver the right bomb. Tell him that his bomb, has been sabotaged." "What?" Franz stood up in his chair in total surprise and shock. What? Stauffenberg snarled, quickly losing patience. He headed for the door. "Wait!" Franz couldn't believe he was saying this. "I'm here to deliver the right bomb. Your bomb has been sabotaged." Stauffenberg froze, his spine rigid, like something had bitten him. After an eternal silence, he asked, "What did you say?" I said your bomb has been sabotaged. Mine uses a new technology. They won't even recognize it as a bomb. Just bring it in with you. Look in the box," Goebbels shrieked. "How did you know that?" "You told me," Franz lied. "You did? I did?" Goebbels was clearly second-guessing himself. Stauffenberg had no idea what Franz was talking about, but he lifted the lid on the box and took out a small black plastic cylinder. He looked at Franz and then looked at the cylinder. "Wait here." Well, that was all he said and walked out. Time passed in a slow, monotonous dripping of exquisite torture. There was no method of keeping time, but counting in his head. The notion of time had never bothered him before. But before was before, and now was now. Now he knew that time could be sifted and measured like sand, weighed and found wanting. sent back like a recalcitrant schoolgirl who hadn't learned her lessons because she wanted a bonbon. Knowing that time could be commanded made wanting highly obnoxious. Knowing that someone else commanded it was just a what? A few inches? A moment? Some enchanted molecules? A few whatever it was away was torture. It was so strange, so foreign to him, that at first France didn't recognize the emotion for what it was. Hate. Right now, he was hating everything and everyone. He hated old France for getting him involved in this. He hated Hitler for having a bunker and ruining Germany with his art. He hated young, old, dead France for dying and making this precise tick-tock jackboot leather world possible. But above all, he hated Goebbels for using him as a toy and a tool for convenience. He knew what hate was, all right. Hate had been the one emotion he hadn't cared for, or at least he hadn't cared for it until now. The Weimar Carnival of Berlin had been the party that kept on going. When the rest of Germany had collapsed, Berlin had been where everyone else spent time to forget it all. When the Russians had rolled in, Berlin had been kept separate, the Switzerland of parties. And when Russia had collapsed on its own, when the American Depression had stopped the world's economy, Berlin had been the place to forget it all. And when there is nothing but serious fun and parties to be had, who has time for hate? But Franz had time to hate now. He had all the time in the world to hate, but all that time gave him important knowledge. He came to realize that not only could he kill Goebbels, but that he had to. That was why old Franz hadn't been too specific. This was the kind of thing one had to realize on their own, and Franz definitely realized it now. All too much. There was a loud noise far away. It hadn't sounded like an explosion that had killed old, young, dead France, but what else could it be? Did that mean that Hitler was dead? And if so, why was he still here? Goebbels? He asked the buzzing fraud. No response. So, likely the monster had leapt ahead when things were more interesting, but that did not make him feel better. More time passed. From time to time he heard the sounds of fighting and arguing through the door, but no one came for him. No one fed him either. Eventually he tried the lock on the door out of sheer desperation. Locked. Eventually they did come for him. These men wore civilian clothes and carried Hitler's swastika on their arms, but they were even more like death than the men who had arrested him. There was no sign of Stauffenberg. The Führer is dead. Who? They both looked at each other confused. Finally, Franz guessed, "Oh, you mean Hitler?" The first of them, slightly taller than the one who took out a black tube, this was the center of the blast. Where did you get it? Goebbels whispered in his ear. Tell them that there's a chip inside. A chip that has a design for how Germany can win the war. Franz swatted at his ear, trying to dislodge whatever it was that Goebbels used to talk to him. But the second ghoul pinned his arm behind his back, sending pain up and down his spine. Franz shrieked, "Secret weapons! Their plans are inside!" The first brow furrowed, then waved the second to stop. "What did you say?" "Like I said," Franz said, "there's a secret weapon plan inside to let Germany win the war. There's a special chip. Get some pen and paper and I'll write it out for you." The next several hours were torture for Franz. He was forced to repeat the most technical details imaginable over and over again. The Nazis, that was what they called themselves, were impatient with him but could tell there was something real. Old Goebbels had sent word to new Goebbels, and new Goebbels had told the Nazis to give him all the time and paper he needed, but it was torture. Franz knew that he would kill old Goebbels if he ever got back, no matter what, with his bare hands around that fat throat. But the constant yelling and buzzing in his ear demanded his full attention until finally he just gave in and did whatever Goebbels asked him to do, no matter how ridiculous. Things went smoother after that. Page after page of schematics left his hand until he could hardly see straight. So many tight lines, so many equations, and that was just to read what was on the chip. It was amazing. But finally, after what seemed like days, it was over. The Nazi scientists were very pleased. Nazi Goebbels, who managed to be even more scary than old Goebbels, finally arrived. "Well, little Franz," Nazi Goebbels said warmly as he came into the same interview room that Stauffenberg had interviewed him in before. Franz was beginning to hate this room. It seems that you have been sent here by someone courageous and handsome, and dashing and intelligent. Oh, you flatter us so, old Goebbels buzzed in his ear. Tell him that it was indeed me, from the future. You mean, this isn't a game? France asked the heir. Nazi Goebbels looked confused. Old Goebbels flustered and raged. He'd about had it with France, but old Goebbels still needed him. For the last time. Of course it's a game. Time travel is a part of the game. Now just tell him, fool. France nodded to Nazi Goebbels. It's yourself from the future. Interesting. And how is this accomplished? Time travel, the means, aren't important at this time. He has secrets he wants to tell you, if the war and the future. Secrets that will help you rule and control Germany. Oh, Nazi Goebbels seemed very interested indeed. He looked at France like a hawk might look like a rabbit. The questions were few, but they were always about time travel. Nazi Goebbels always wrote down the given secrets in his nasty little black book with those nasty regular looking ballpoint pen. But when he did ask the questions, it was to wheedle a bit of information out of old Goebbels about time travel. Never the circumstances about his life or the other worlds, or about killing a artist Hitler or Nazi Hitler, only about time travel. And just like that, Franz was lying on the table again. It was far more disorienting this time. His insides felt like they were churning upside down and stuffed into him by an angry, unsympathetic teddy bear. He retched. The time sickness will go away shortly. Goebbels pulled him on the head, patted him on the head like he might a faithful hound. I'm so sorry, but other me was getting dangerously close to hints that would allow him to learn how I had the machine built, and I couldn't have that, not even a whisper, slowly muttering to himself, as if somehow France could not hear him. There can only be one God. Well, that certainly explained a lot. France couldn't stand it. Goebbels had to die, and he had to die now. He remembered the pistol on the master control chair near the console, but France wasn't worried. What if it wasn't loaded? And if he didn't know how to shoot a gun, what he needed was a weapon he understood, something like a knife. I'm hungry. Can we go to the kitchen? Hopefully this place had one. The truth was, with his stomach in knots, the last thing France wanted to do was eat. Goebbels looked surprised, but nodded. Of course, my boy, of course, this way. It was a proper German kitchen, to be sure. It was wide, well lit, with broad, wide white counters and a proper, intuitive place for all the tools a person might need. It was also equipped with all kinds of conveniences that made France's head swell. What's this? He said, slowly moving in wonder as he looked around the room, the weird oven and the glass baking oven on top of the counter. It was all like something from Metropolis. Idly, he grabbed an apple from a small porcelain bowl in the center of the south counter that was decorated immaculately with inky blue porpoises playing on a sea of roiling red. The place had not been made for Goebbels, of that much France was certain. Goebbels chuckled, obviously pleased at having something to show off. Oh, there are money wonders here. This, for example, is a microwave. What's that? France asked as he moved the apple curiously back and forth between his hands. It's an oven that cooks food, only with microwaves. It sounds really efficient. Oh, it is, Goebbels said. And after you are done, there is almost no more mess. Which is not what could really be said about his throat when Franz stabbed the knife into it as soon as he reached for the drawer that said kitchen knives. The look and shock on Goebbels' Goebbels' impending demise at his own life, blood sprayed everything, was nothing compared to Franz's shock at how long it took someone to die when you stabbed them in the throat. Goebbels grabbed Franz by the neck and began choking him. He kept letting go of Franz for a few moments, futilely grabbing his neck as if one could stem the flow of blood, but it was no use. Ironically, if he had just simply tried to save his own life, Franz would not have succeeded. But the sheer bubbling, gurgling froth of rage could not be stopped as he unapologetically shifted back and forth between trying to choke Franz and trying to snap his neck. Ultimately, it was Goebbels' insistence at trying to swear while blood poured into his lungs that probably sped up his death the most. And his fat, bleeding corpse landed and continued to spew onto a very disgusted assassin. After he overcame the nausea and disgust, he pulled himself out from underneath the body with great effort. Then the shame and horror at killing another human being washed over him. This wasn't like when he'd left the bomb and killed other Franz or Hitler. This was personal, and it made time-sickness pale in comparison. He wanted to hide, and at the same time, joyed at every breath he took. He knew the value of life, all life. To the console he went, seeking out its secret as his life depended on it. For Franz knew it did, not only his life, but the lives of everyone who would ever be or who had ever been and were in the shadows of worlds that might have been. Hours he spent and days within days fiddling with knobs and levers and dials and switches. Over and over the screen changed into a kaleidoscope of a cacophony of chaos that at first his mind could not understand, but over time bravery gave way to wisdom, which gave way to knowledge. Blessed with an abundance of food and command of time itself, he began to explore the compound and unlock its secrets, just as Goebbels had when he'd stolen it. In fact, it looked like many people had been here and had come here long before Goebbels. Maybe this was a game that played itself, putting pieces off the board and making them players when it got bored. But the more Franz studied, the more he didn't think so. This place needed him, but he did not need it. Reality was real, not a game for his amusement or anyone else's. And when he finally felt that he was truly beginning to understand, he was ready to make his first change. He watched a leaf swaying in the wind on the screen in the middle of an oasis in a sandy desert. He thought it might have been South America, but he wasn't sure. As it swayed back and forth, Franz could feel his resolve waver. What if he changed too much? What if he hurt himself? He was fairly sure that he could not, since Goebbels had always been just fine with whatever change he was going to make. But what if? Finally, he gave in and pushed a big red transfer button. Nothing happened, at least at first. But then he smelled lemons. He looked back to the table that Goebbels had let him lie down on, and there was a small, large tree with dirt piled around it, cut off at the base and lacking roots. The leaf had no wind to blow it anymore. But the death of the thing stirred Franz for the first time in weeks. He had a purpose, a reason to live. He would put back the world the way it was, or at least as close as he could. He had to, for he had seen the monstrosity that an empowered Goebbels had created. He could see the echoes of the world, even if he had not seen all the details. One by one, countries of the world had fallen in ash and fire. Detente was never possible with Nazis. It was a cold place, and millions had died thanks to France. Franz could not let that stand. So he tried simple at first. He would save someone and immediately send them to safety. That could definitely change the world, but the world war always happened if Hitler lived. How in the hell had he ever just been an artist? He expanded from the tree. Saving Hitler was easy, but it always led to the same version of Nazis. And no version of Nazis was a good thing. He kept trying to go back to his world, but he couldn't find a way to make that happen. There were just too many changes. In fact, he realized that a small thing could make as many changes that he didn't dare go back to before the Great War, for fear of making the world unrecognizable. The machine called it the butterfly effect. The machine, it turned out, was called the computer, and had all kinds of useful information. Goebbels had locked up a lot of it, but Franz eventually got it unlocked. But it was futile. Hitler was the key. Every time he killed Hitler, he made it worse. Victorious Hitler, musical Hitler, Emperor Hitler, cyber Hitler, immortal Hitler. That was when the machine warned him that the 1,000-year Reich was about to discover time travel. In a panic, he went back to the first moment that he was about to drop the bomb and stop himself from destroying Hitler, but the machine wouldn't let him. He couldn't wipe himself out of the timeline. It wouldn't let him create a paradox, as if that made any sense compared to anything else. So, the best the machine would seem to let him do was a world in which Hitler killed millions of people in concentration camps. He didn't like it, but since it seemed to be the best choice of a shit sandwich of choices, he would take it. But he was damned if he was going to do something to let anyone else, including him, use this machine. He took the key, scrambled the access code, and left it behind him. As he looked out into the world of robots, rocket ships, and electric guitars and electric razors, he decided that time healed all wounds. Franz tossed the key over his shoulder as the portal shut behind him. The key landed on the table with a clang. The door slammed shut forever on time travel. Franz couldn't be happier. So, there's a reason I don't do stories about time travel, and this is why. Broadly speaking, the background from this story is I gave this as a Christmas present to my stepfather and I said, I'll write you a story about anything. And he felt that enough people always talked about and wrote about killing Hitler, what would happen, if that only made it worse. So I wrote this story. And the story is not perfect, but it does bring home the point that sometimes we can't fix what we think is easy to fix, right? Without Hitler, the world as we know it would be entirely different. And, playing God should require a God level of knowledge and omnipotence, and I know I don't have that. I know that if I actually had access to a time machine, I don't think I would change that much history. I might change my own life, and even that's incredibly arrogant. But I don't think I would actually go back and kill Hitler. I don't think I would. And that probably makes me a horrible person no matter how you spell it. But my concern is, what if that made things worse, right? What if that's the only shot I get to do it? Now, if I have complete confidence in the time travel technology, and I basically get to a point where I can change anything any way I want it, and it's as routine as walking to the mall, well then okay, I might be willing to do that, but that's a totally different question than what if you could go back in time once and make a change? As this story shows, that's incredibly dangerous. And frankly, incredibly hubristic. Having said that, the writing of the story has all kinds of problems. It's very confusing, as all time travel stories are. France does have an arc. Goebbels is a great villain. The main couple of problems are it plays too fast and loose with Nazis. Nazis are horrible. They're the most evil example of humanity that I can think of. If Skip hadn't required this story as fulfillment of his Christmas present, I doubt I would have ever written it. I don't write about Nazis generally as a rule. I don't write about time travel as a general rule. And, for a story that isn't about the kind of subject matter I typically write about, it's not bad. But I doubt I will, some of the stories in this series, I could theoretically picture myself going back and writing a novella about maybe Gatekeeper in particular, or stories in the Confederacy about the Pentarian Confederacy, like Molly and Mr. Missile, or Jeebers McHosaphat. There's some interesting stuff there. This is going to be the end of this story, and I'll never write more about it or in this setting.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and this is actually the last in a series called Swamp Castle. I'm going to be doing this one in a two-parter because I'm going to be ending the series in a second commentary / story to kind of provide context for one of the reasons why I'm doing this series, as well as my insight into the story. So today I'm just going to be reading the story, and then next week you'll hear my commentary on the story, as well as wrapping up the podcast, or wrapping up this series for the podcast. Unfood by Rhombus Tix. Freight Kasnigget was dying. He knew why now. It was unfood. It tasted like food. It smelled like food. It felt like food. But it wasn't. No matter how much he wanted it to be. But that didn't stop him from looking at the ship's console one more time. The dark, misty corridors all looked alike to him. He was trapped like a rat. But there was no cheese at the end of this maze. This was particularly ironic since for the past 2 weeks he'd eaten better than he ever had in his entire life. The job had started out simply enough. He was approached by a fat blob who wanted him to smuggle some food. Work was scarce for independent pilots here ever since the cheat gate had opened up, and the amount the blob had been willing to pay was obscene. The console lit up. It took Freight a moment to figure out what might have caused it. He sat up straight in his chair, causing his bandolier to jab painfully into his ribs. It was a life form of some kind. He started to run and then felt pain in his kidneys. Everything hurt. He slowed down a little. Impossible fantasies of rescue wove around in his head. It could be someone else, but how? He'd never seen any hint of them. Aliens?
Freight laughed until his belly hurt, which was about 2 seconds. He took all the escalators and elevators he could to conserve calories. Laziness was the strategy for survival now. He arrived at the spot indicated on the console and looked around. It was just a structure in the middle of the 2 corridors. No one was there. Nothing was there. What in the hell was giving out the reading? He listened. Then he heard something scurry. He checked his comm. The scurrying was still there, but he didn't see it. Then he saw the well-worn sensor and groaned. Another false lead. He heard the scurrying again. He wasn't imagining it. He carefully tapped the wall and the noise increased. Using his ears and his comm, he kept tapping, following the noise until he saw a rat dash from one end of the corridor to the other. Quick as a flash, he drew his blaster and shot the thing. Instantly, it was burned to a crisp, and he cursed himself for not using the spear. Not that this made sense, of course, but his stomach didn't care. How many calories had he just wasted? Yet again, he cursed God. Yet again, he cursed the blob. Yet again, he cursed himself. Freight remembered the day the blob had come to him. He had just been cheated by a small contract with one of the red conglomerates. He had heard that they had a ruthless reputation, but reward at the time had seemed worth the risk. Once he'd hit port, the bribed customs officials had been arrested in a massive sting operation. Freight had been the scapegoat, and only his immediate cooperation had been enough to stave off jail time. But the financial penalty to his corporation had been barely enough to clear the docking fees to get his ship into space again. Then the blob showed up. He said,
Have you ever heard of the Gem of Doom?
Can't say that I have. Freight put down the spanner he used as a chew toy when he was nervous or deep in thought.
It's horrible, beyond horror. The insurance cartel mandates a minimum level of vivaciousness from all upper-level employees. I'm not an employee. I'm supposed to be rich, but for tax purposes, I have to stay on as CEO of the board of the family company.
The blob waddled back and forth and sat in Freight's guest chair.
I'm fat. I like being fat. It's a sign of office, a badge of honor. The insurance cartel says it sets a bad example. They keep sending me to fat camps, and I keep finding ways to bypass their stupid system. Now they have something new. A ship with almost no food, cloaked in the depths of space where no one can find it.
Freight was certainly impressed with how nervous the blob looked.
I can't go hungry. Have you ever known true hunger, Captain Kusnicket?
Can't say that I have, not honestly.
Well, I have, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I'm prepared to pay you 3 million credits to shadow us and smuggle me a candy bar. Yes, that's right, just one. My people say that there's room only for one rendezvous, and the ship's scanners are too advanced to try and smuggle anything more on board. But just one candy bar will be worth it. This isn't about hunger anymore. It's about the principle of the thing. Tell me, are you in, Captain? How could Freight argue with luck like that? So he loaded up the ship and headed to the coordinates that the blob had given him. It seemed like a simple job. Of course, that should have been Freight's first indication that something was wrong. He never got easy jobs. 3 weeks later, he saw the ship on the edge of his radar. The telemetry said that it was owned by the Helmonte Corporation. It had a number but no name. Bad luck. Very bad luck. Most corporations allowed their ships to be named, but a few considered it a waste of time. Freight opened up the sensor suite to see if the fat ship was scanning. It wasn't. That was a good thing. Theoretically, he moved the ship up alongside the airlock where he was supposed to meet the blob. He waited 3 hours, and the ship still continued moving along without lighting up its sensors once. How could the crew allow that? Letting a ship run without sensors was a good way to lose the ship. Finally, he risked a ping and found out that there wasn't anybody on the ship. Freight swore. What the hell was going on? He opened up the airlock and went inside. It was eerily empty. He checked the log in the captain's suite. It was extremely well decorated. It was an extremely well-decorated wood-paneled office. Freight discovered that somehow the Helmonte Corporation had gotten word that Freight was coming. Rather than allow the clients to get away with it, they'd taken them to a rented maximum security prison to shuffle all the clients off and to prevent any of them from escaping. They'd sent the ship back along its regular course. Great. So much for the delivery.
Freight wasn't going to break into prison for the blob. Freight cracked open the base and began to chow down on the spricky-spranky snack bar. It was okay, but the vibe had gotten a little weird in the cargo hold. He began to explore the ship. Freight had to admit he was curious about what the heck was going on. An alarm went off on his wrist base. He looked up and saw that the airlock had disconnected. Panicked, Freight put on his helmet and ran as fast as he could back to the ship. He moved through the corridors, trying to cut a few corners, though in a few cases he was forced to double back. At one point, the gravity plates between the sections hadn't been aligned properly, and he tripped. He hit his head on the bulkhead and was knocked unconscious. When he came to, his ship was long gone, and he was locked out of all the controls in the Helmonte ship. They'd set the Helmonte for a long, slow cruise of 3 months, which meant he was stuck here without any of his gear for at least that long. And that was assuming he wasn't arrested for transpassing. He remembered the first bite of unfood he tasted. It was incredible. Most food for people of his wage level was artificial on some level. You knew it was fake food, but you lived with it. You only had real food for special occasions like Corp Day, Christmas, or the 4th. You could always taste the faint hint of soy or algae or something else that turned the real stuff that they'd made the real stuff from and made it to mimic something else. But this stuff was different. It tasted just like real food. The bizarre videos he'd seen explaining the nature of the fat cruise had all been saying that the food had no calories at all, that you could eat as much as you wanted and not gain any weight. Freight had never really known he could eat so much that he'd grow as fat as most of the richer folks, but he knew good food when he tasted it. It had been almost 5 days before he'd bothered to eat anything real, and it tasted horrible by comparison. The spricky-spracky snack bar had been designed to have exactly 500 calories. It was designed to be part of a nutritiously balanced meal, yet most of the time on long voyages, it was pretty much the whole meal. Intellectually, he knew that he had to have some calories, but compared to the amazing foods he'd been tasting, it tasted like shit. Mashed potatoes, handmade Italian pasta, fresh roasted vegetable medley, New York strip sirloin steak, creme brulee. The scents and sounds were amazing. The machine could manufacture whatever he wished. He'd even tried more conventional food like yuck burgers or fish sticks, but they were with real food, and he could taste the difference. Somehow the machine scrubbed out the purifiers, and the preservatives, and the mood enhancers, and the quasi-addictors. With all of the additional chemicals, he was in bliss. It was a tasteful extravaganza that he never wanted to give up, until his stomach started to hurt. Freight took a break and drank some water. He figured he'd eaten just too much, and he felt he'd feel better after a few hours, but then he still felt weak. Oh, how glorious were the scents. Freight had attended the zoos and botanical gardens as part of his creche, just like anybody else. His self-imposed economic doom had only occurred when he'd skipped out as soon as he was legally able. He wanted to see the stars, and while adventure paid in many ways, it was hardly a lucrative career. The smells he had collected there had slowly built up, and he realized he had a nose for living things. He could discern the subtle differences between one kind of living thing and another. The keepers were quite astonished, and in high school he tried to join a wine tasting club. Unfortunately, he had been on a regressive planet, which was quite strict about such things. He'd tried a few times since leaving, always looking out of place in his utilitarian jumpsuits among the latest fashion trends. He enjoyed the scents, but he hated the company. They were fake. The scents were not. And yet here, he could smell the food and could not tell the difference. The heavenly aromas made his mind bleed with yearnings of unfulfilled desires. It was a heaven in which he intended to indulge. Since he had as much as he could eat, he began to go through the menu alphabetically. Aardvark, artichokes. He sampled a little bit at a time all the way until he got to butterscotch. The thing had thousands upon thousands of different recipes. At this rate, he'd not even finished by the time he was rescued. He decided only to try the popular dishes for now. On the 7th day, God rested, and Freight knew pain. He'd never felt real hunger before. The food might be crap and might always be scrambling for more. He might always be scrambling for more of it, but a gnawing feeling hit his stomach, and it wasn't enough to quash it with unfood. That helped, but he felt thin somehow, almost empty. And still the cornucopia yielded her unyielding boundary. The machine mixed and mingled the basic elements of life to create art. Rationally, he knew that the things he was eating were a masterfully created illusion. It mimicked with precise heuristic mastery the best techniques of the best chefs throughout the ages. legions of them tirelessly working on digital culinary phantoms inside their virtual prison inside the machine. Of course, they were not sentient. The world had long since grown past such monstrosities. But the practical upside was that there were only over 100,000 years of passion for the cooking arts residing within that box. But the same mastery had been twisted to create that which provided no nourishment of any kind. Beyond dietary requirements, the meals made a careful regimen of vitamins and other basic building blocks for the human physiques. He knew something was wrong, but the machine was the only real entertainment on the ship. It wasn't that there weren't plenty of hollow cubes or games or the like, but Freight couldn't stand any of that. He'd always been a boots-on-the-ground kind of guy. It was why he'd became a pilot. He began making model buildings out of unfluid. He made a small hot dog town, a gingerbread house, and bridges made out of peanut butter. It took 2 days, but when he was done, he began to stomp through his creation like an avenging dark god, crushing the mashed potato people beneath his feet. He roared in triumph, but then the pain was absolutely overwhelming. He doubled over and almost blacked out. He lay there for an hour and a half. Something was clearly wrong. Freight had had more time to read the manual on the creator. Time was not on his side. No ship would come for 3 months. Once he had learned that the cruise would be his tomb, he had simply given up and begun to relax. He would eventually be rescued, but doing time was a pilot's master skill. It was a special kind of mind that made the time pass in the void of space, and Freight was the best pilot he knew. None of it mattered. Oh, how deadly simple existing was. He managed to find a box of extremely stale buns that had mold on them. Freight put the buns in the microwave with a bit of water. He figured the microwave would kill the fungus, but the smell was absolutely horrible, rancid beyond imagining. The unpleasant odor of the fungus was magnified 1,000-fold when it was cooked. He drowned the food with some butterscotch pudding unfood that made it more tolerable. He enjoyed the first decent night's sleep in 2 weeks. It wouldn't last. He did the math. Pilots had to be good with numbers, and all it took was a simple equation of calories. His minimum requirements for survival were 1,000 calories a day, 800 for short periods of time. He had approximately 3,500 calories worth of real food left. With 75 days to go, that meant he only had 50 calories a day. It wasn't going to work. Basically, by finding the bread, he'd managed to buy himself another week. Freight had to find food, somehow, anywhere, anyhow. His movements were lethargic now. He had to conserve as much energy as possible. He disabled the gravity on the ship to make himself weightless to conserve energy. It would do horrible things to his bones, but right now he didn't care about that. Plus, he had all the calcium a man could want in the finest medical bay you'd ever be able to fit aboard a spaceship. He found a file that listed all the components on the ship and realized that the captain had allowed himself a few luxuries, given his clientele. He almost couldn't believe his luck. Slowly, with carefully choreographed movements, he made his way to the front of the ship and entered the captain's cabin. His eyes riveted to the object of his salvation, a leather chair. The file had said something about chemicals in the tanning process being toxic, but the medbot could take care of that. Right now, if it had calories, he'd eat it. Just to be on the safe side, though, he'd focus only on the stuffing and inside of the leather for now. After a few minutes, he began to sweat. He couldn't afford sweat, but plunging the thick leather utility knife into the chair to get at its insides had been a lot more work than he thought. He stopped. He couldn't do it like this. He had to think smarter. If only they had a damn robot. And then he realized that he did have a robot, a rather sophisticated one at that. He'd seen it on the ship's manifest. He raced, walked fast, down to the control room and activated it remotely. It was designed to perform external repairs on the ship, but there was no reason he couldn't bring it inside. He flicked the switches on one by one, turning it on. He quickly moved through the camera interface and pointed it to the airlock, directing it inside. The green light on the console flicked its affirmative. He wanted to rush down to the airlock to meet it, but it might not be much company, but it was kind of like a person, even if it was only a sensor drone. He named it Bob. Bob entered the airlock and slowly made its way towards the bridge. Freight redirected it towards the chair. Bob was a squat horizontal cylinder with 2 giant humanoid arms which could mimic the actions with great precision of one of the crew members inside. Bob would never have been able to function inside the ship with the gravity on, but here that wasn't going to be a problem. He had the computer bring up a holographic interface and moved carefully his arms in sync with Bob's. He opened the door and guided Bob to the chair. Moving the chair with the weight off was easy. He picked it up and took it with him. Then he dumped it into the creator. The software of the creator did not like this. While it was perfectly capable of preparing real food, the overrides on the chemicals were huge, and convincing it that the leather and wood were fit to be included in the food took a lot of work. He didn't stop there. Once he'd done all of the work he could, manage to convince the creator to fix the leather from the chair into the wood itself. But wait, there was wood in the chair. Cellulose. Eureka. The computer was dubious that any calories it might have would be good, but beggars can't be choosers. He would take what he could get. The final hurdle was convincing the damn computer that he didn't need to do a corresponding amount of exercise to make up for the calories he was consuming.
Subject 502, the computer's way of referring to him, is not an authorized crew member. Subject 502 must not be allowed caloric profit.
That was about as close as the computer ever came to swearing. He hadn't been able to convince it that he was a crew member. Since this was essentially a prison ship for fat people, the security protocols were ridiculous. But he was able to convince it that the crew had been given him a temporary waiver. Subject 502 has a temporary waiver for good behavior. Congratulations, Subject 502. God help him if he ran out of waivers. Chair beef stroganoff it was, and it was delicious. That gave him another 200 calories a day if he was very careful and used the med bay properly. He'd still have to find more calories, but where there was a chair, there had to be more hidden surprises. He had Bob begin a low sweep of the area using chemical sensors to look for organic molecules. It followed a slow pattern to increase its efficiency. Bob wasn't designed for this kind of thing, but most drones use the same operating system, which made getting them to do unconventional things wasn't all that hard. In the meantime, Freight continued to examine the ship's data stores for ideas on how to stay alive. If this had been a normal ship, the hydroponics section would have been a veritable utopia of ideas. But they didn't have a traditional hydroponics setup. Instead, they used some kind of fungus. But wait, fungus might be edible. He read up on it, and it appears to be a bioengineered organism specifically designed to be incompatible with the human digestive tract. Ridiculous. If only the wealthy hadn't been so damn determined to stay fat at any cost. This was impossible. Frank slammed his hand into on the computer in frustration, and as a result flew himself across the room and smashed the back of his head, knocking himself unconscious. Freight woke up early. His head was killing him, and he was covered in blood. His first thought was not, oh my god, I'm going to die, but I can't afford to lose any more calories. He moved over to the ship medbay and lay down on it. He'd known it was good before, but with a series of robotic arms came out and began to administer local anesthetic, clean and disinfect the wound, and then seal the wound with temporary stitches, he was truly impressed. His immediate second thought was whether or not any of the drugs inside of the medbay might be consumable. But he wasn't going to be exploring anything right away. He had a mental note to hook the ship's computer to his comm so he could access it from anywhere when he was done. As he lay there longer, he began to feel more and more nauseated. Was there something wrong with the medicine the machine had given him? He felt something build up in the bottom of his stomach, and his gag reflex began to kick in. He stubbornly refused to release it. He needed those calories, but in the end he could not help but hurl into the waiting tube of the med bay happily provided him. He'd had a toxic reaction to the chemicals in the leather, of course. He began briefly to wonder where the vomit went. Maybe he could feed it back to the creator? The thought made him hurl again into the tube provided by the medical bay. He laid his head down. He was going to die. He just had to accept the fact that he was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. He had plenty of anesthetics here. He would simply be a matter of telling the machine, well, no, that probably wouldn't work, this was a prison ship, not a sanitarium. Hell, the airlock would do if he needed it. For a few moments, he morbidly thought what was the most efficient way of doing it might be. The more analytical part of his mind kept returning to the vomit, however. With the creator, he could reclaim those calories, and it would taste delicious. He kept hurling into the tube even when there was nothing left to hurl. He wanted to die. Even the thought of taking revenge on the blob wasn't enough to keep him going. And a ship captain's life was a lonely one. It wasn't really like anyone would miss him when he was gone. And yet, despite the circumstances, he couldn't give up. Not until he absolutely had no other choice. Once he had that thought, his mind began to drift on to what other calories he might be able to reclaim. The thought had made him even more nauseated. Then he heard the alarm that Bob was sending him. It had completed its scan. Freight rolled over to the other side and slowly crawled off the table and then floated down the hall. It was getting hard to think. Then he remembered that thinking took calories just like anything else, but this time He couldn't stop it, and more importantly, it was the only way he was going to stay alive, assuming that was an option. Bob's data was largely unreadable at first, just a few squiggles and lines. Computer, make this make sense. The computer immediately obliged by putting an overlay of the ship on top of the data. There was organic material, all right, but making sense of it all was going to require some work. 3 hours worth of work, in fact. He wasn't a scientist or a sensor technician. He didn't normally need to work with chemical sensors. As near as they could tell, there was a lot of promising leads in the crew quarters. He'd searched them before, but it made sense that he'd missed some things. After all, the crew was not going to be able to hide from them from both the company and the fat bastards that they were trying to find food. He had Bob focus on one of the quarters at a time, taking it apart bit by bit. At first, Bob didn't discover anything, but since he had nothing to lose at this point and it wasn't him doing the work, he had Bob begin to cut the furniture apart and drill into the walls looking for hidden compartments. Shards of metal twisted this way and that. The sparks from the torch lit up the room like a tiny galaxy, and then in a low-light vision he could see Bob's display was a box. He had Bob cut it open and found candy. Glorious chocolate. It was perfect. The annoying part of his mind realized that he was stealing at this point, but given how much damage he had already done to the ship, he was doomed to indentured servitude somewhere anyway, unless he could find a way to escape. But none of that mattered. Right now, he had to stay alive. He had Bob carefully withdraw all of the edible bits, leaving the personal effects where he found them, and put them into a pile. Then he had Bob go to the next room. Things went on like this for several hours. He had to take multiple breaks to remain calm and focused, often taking a trip to the food room and having it whip up something delicious. Despite the fact that it wasn't real, he knew that he would actually miss this element of his captivity if he got out alive. When he was done, he floated down to the crew quarters to survey his new haul. There was a bottle of champagne, no doubt being saved for a special occasion. That could keep him alive for another day if he was careful about it. He found a large box of candy bars, which he presumed the crew member sold on the black market. That could certainly last a while. Freight should know. But the pride and joy of his collection was a pile of 10 Space Marine meals he found in the Master of Arms' cabin. He wasn't sure why they were there, but all told it represented about 25,000 calories. It was a godsend. Properly spaced out, he could make the calories move from an absolute joke to slim, but it might work. He still had to investigate. He blinked a moment, trying to clear his head. Something was wrong. He put his hand in front of his face and saw that they were blurry for a moment. He felt a thin pressure on the back of his head. He sighed and slowly, patiently began to work his way out back to the med bay, but blacked out before he made it. He woke up with a second lump on his forehead and a splitting headache. He felt violently ill and moved to the bay. He ran another scan. Apparently, he'd received a concussion the first time, and it was causing some minor damage. It recommended plenty of rest and a healthy diet. Of course it did. He did the math again. While he wasn't really back to where he'd started, if the medbot was to be believed, then his chances had become scarce indeed. It wasn't so much that he couldn't try to ignore the concussion, but it simply stated that his chances of survival were that much slimmer if he couldn't maintain an adequate diet. Freight sighed and looked at Bob. What do you recommend, little buddy? Bob, who was neither little nor his buddy, nor capable of answering, sat there. He wasn't going crazy. Well, the concussion might say otherwise. He'd enjoyed long periods of silence before. That was part of his line of work. But then again, he'd never come this close to a slow, lingering, agonizing death before. He briefly thought about writing up some kind of last will and testament, but anyone who cared about it was either dead or too distant to bother with. He took a deep breath. He had to think of outside the box here. While he could find ways to eat more calories, maybe what he really needed was a way to reduce the calories that he currently consumed. He put a query into the database about ways to reduce calories he currently consumed, and got some interesting results. There were some drugs that could reduce the number of calories he needed per day, but they each came with their own side effects. Fortunately, dietary consideration was something the ship's med bay was well prepared for. Jackpot. But even if the safety protocols eliminated, too much use would cause his body to shut down. Fred decided that he had to take a break. He floated out to one of the viewports to gaze at the stars. They were fantastic, and it was one of the reasons he hated being planetside. Their shocking white, blue, and red hues made him think of giant fireworks that had gone off somewhere and were frozen in time. For a few moments, he really wondered if it was all worth it. He'd loved his life until now, but this hardship, or worse, the hardship that he'd had yet to bear, just seemed too much. With the right drugs from the med lab, he could eat like a pig in slop and barely be coherent before he finally passed away. It was just the right, it was a right that even a prison ship could not deny its inmates. But in the end, he couldn't live like that. Might as well just put be an inanimate object at that point. He was alive and scared, even if that was just his personal choice, but it made him think. He rushed back to the medical bay and checked his stock for cybernetic parts. It was extensive. To perform such a complex procedure using just the auto dock was risky, but he'd already been rolling the dice this many times, and if he didn't try, he was dead anyway. The most perverse part of him also realized that this could be a perfectly viable source of calories. And so he began a series of perverse choices, weighing the odds of success listed in the machine's database. What did he need? What did he not need? Which parts of him carried the most calories? Would it be better if he did it all at once or a little bit at a time? The sheer horror of it all finally caused him to snap. He was forced to flee the med bay and return to the mess hall. It was safe there. He ate plenty of comfort food. He just ate and ate and ate, and now he understood why the rich enjoyed being fat. A part of his mind knew that he couldn't gain any weight by doing this, but he simply couldn't make himself not do it. He could not make himself cut off his own hand and eat it. After he'd consumed so much it hurt, he just lay on the floor sulking. Occasionally, the lack of gravity would cause him to float away, but he stubbornly pulled himself back to it and lay there. He didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted it all to end. It just wasn't fair. Time passed, as it was wont to do. He sat there and stared at the clock for 5 more hours, just watching minutes of his life tick by, before he finally regained some sense of element to his sanity. All the while, his own body turned traitor against him, consuming itself by burning calories to beat off entropy. What a lie life was. The nature of the universe was destruction. He should just lie down and die. And then he remembered the waste. Such a choice. But as he contemplated going back to the medical bay, he could not make himself do it. He literally could not make himself do it. He would rather die. With a deep breath, he got off and went to the terminal. Apparently the ship had a low-level radiation sterilizer, so while it might be disgusting, it contained calories that he was going to need if he wasn't going to die. But he had Bob do it. He became detached from his own body, doubly removing his possession of Bob, processing bucketfuls at a time and then running them through the scanner. Then, of course, it had to be put in something. The creator cheerfully recommended all kinds of potential dishes. After all, it routinely had to hide the taste of meds that didn't taste good either. Finally, he chose strawberry ice cream. Bob brought him the plate. He kept the gravity on in the dining room. It just made eating a lot more pleasant. He looked at the plate. He looked at Bob. It was perfectly safe. It was perfectly safe. It was perfectly safe. He tried eating a spoonful and got dry heaves. He needed anti-nausea medicine for this, but that would mean going to the medical bay, and he couldn't do that. He could, however, send Bob. He looked at Bob. Bob looked back at him. He couldn't send Bob to the medical bay either. He wouldn't do that to Bob. He looked at the plate again. This would be a lot easier if he was starving to death. No, that wasn't true. He was starving to death. This would be a lot easier if he felt like he was starving to death. With iron will and 7 tries, he finally tried a bit of it. It tasted okay. Then he spit out the mouthful and washed his mouth several times. He reviewed his choices. Go to the medical bay, die, eat dung. He picked up another spoonful of ice cream and shoved it right in. On one level, it tasted pretty good. On another level, that just made it even worse. He was not going to be able to keep that down, which meant that he was going to have to make stop throwing things up. But he couldn't go to the med bay. Increasingly, death was looking more attractive. Bob, what would you do? Bob, of course, again, did not reply. Freight brought himself more time by eating food that he did have. He tried to make it last as long as possible, and for the most part he was successful. Denial was a state he was able to live in for another 35 days. Time passed wonderfully. He watched the vids, read books, chilled. He almost allowed himself the illusion that everything would be fine. And then the food ran out. He cursed himself. If he'd taken some of the cyberware, he might have been able to have just enough food to last until he was rescued. Now he had only hard choices left. Now his mind was once again clear. Now he could not enter denial. He stood in front of the airlock, and he couldn't do it. He pushed his hand to hover above the button that would open the airlock several times. He could not end it. He felt himself grow faint. He knew that if he had to choose soon, or hunger would make the choice for him. He began to move towards the medical bay. He tried very hard not to run. Running used calories he could not afford to lose. The hallway loomed up, and freight swallowed. He liked his body. He did not want to lose it. He screamed in rage, and he knew that he could not afford the calories. Freight didn't care. He pounded the side of the wall. Finally, he resolved himself to do it. It would be painful, unbelievably painful, but it had to be done. He programmed the computer to run a series of complicated surgeries to knock him out in the process. He managed to detach himself from it all. He pretended it wasn't real. The final step was to have Bob restrain him. This was harder than it looked, but he managed it nonetheless. He couldn't afford to move around while he was under the anesthetic. Once he was sure he was secure enough, he said, "Autodoc, initiate procedure." The machine spent several minutes calibrating itself, but injected himself with anesthetic right away. He could feel the warm malaise wash over him as he reconsidered the futility of it all. If only he'd never come onto the ship. If only he'd left more food. Maybe he could have used the sensors one more time to check for food. He stopped, his eyes snapping wide open. The sensors! He realized through the haze anesthesia that he'd been an idiot all along. He wasn't entirely shut out of the ship's systems. He could create a distress call by setting up a coded sensor ping. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it had better odds of success than this madness. He fought against the restraints and couldn't undo his arms. "Autodoc, stop procedure." "Please repeat request," he yawned. "Autodoc. Please It was no good. His speech was too slurred. He fought against the restraints with all his strength. His muscles had atrophied from weeks of zero-G and malnourishment. But he was still a man in his prime, and the restraints had only been meant to hold him while unconscious, he not fighting against him. He felt the restraints begin to give. Then the buzzsaw started. It let out a petulant whine and began to descend. Freight screamed and struggled harder against the restraints. He had no choice but to escape. Since he had moved, the machine could end up killing him now. The restraints began to break. The buzzsaw entered his skin and began to cut. This time, he screamed in pain, and the resulting additional adrenaline let him go free of the table. But he was bleeding profusely. Calorie loss he could ill afford. He immediately applied pressure to the wound and tried to stop the bleeding. He did a moderately good job, then he rushed to the sensor terminal. The anesthetic had begun to affect him more, and he couldn't speak to speed up the process. All he needed to do was send off an SOS. He set up a loop and then collapsed and slept. "Captain Kusnicket?" He could feel someone shaking him awake. "Huh?" He opened his eyes and saw a company tech. "What? Are you Captain Kusnicket? Freight Kusnicket?" Freight nodded. "God damn, son. That was amazing." Freight nodded obligingly and then collapsed again. They didn't charge him, of course. That was what surprised him the most. No, strike that. What surprised him the most was the fact that so many people were willing to pay for his story. Not many stories of true hardship occurred on this side of the core worlds. Go figure. He was able to quietly retire to a rather rich world. He considered starting up his own business again, but was rich enough that he could pay someone else to do it for him and earn more money in the process. All he had to do was lean back and sip margaritas and let the profit roll in. What he wasn't able to do was sip those margaritas without having an approximate count of how many calories it had and how many he needed to have during the day to meet his minimum caloric requirements in the back of his mind. He sympathized with the fat. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Rhombus Tix, and I am going to be commenting for you today. This is the last episode in a series that I'm calling Swamp Castle. I won't actually be reading a short story. It'll be commentary on the last story and the series in general. The episode is going to go into basically 3 parts. The first one is I'm going to tell a story of why I did this series and why I'm still writing. Then I'm going to do commentary on Unfood. And then, last but not least, I will circle back to commentary on all of the stories that you've heard so far in this series, particularly if you're listening to this in audiobook format. So, the story in question goes back to what is inarguably the worst year of my life, summer of 2011, a year before I meet my current wife. It is a year after I had gotten divorced. I had left the church in 2007, so only a couple years after I did that. Don't want to go too much into the nature of my divorce, but let's just simply say that at the time it was mostly amicable. It was, yeah, so long story short, in 2011, in August, I fly out to Reno with nothing but high expectations. For those not familiar, Worldcon is the oldest, so far as I know anyway, science fiction and fantasy convention. This was the 69th. Since then, I believe it's the 79th year, since that was maybe the 80th. Every year, Worldcon moves from one place to another. For example, DragonCon happens for Atlanta every year. They stay at the same place. Origins, which is the game manufacturer's gaming convention, used to move around, and now it's in the same city every year. It's not as common as it used to be for a con to move around, but Worldcon still does it. When they have the con that year, you vote for the Hugo and the Nebula. Well, I'm sorry, you vote for the Hugo. The Nebula is reserved for professional organizations like the Science Fiction Writers Association. We'll get back to them in a second. And then you vote for the next place to hold Worldcon. Heck, there are people who buy a membership in the convention, even if they're not going to go, just so that they can have a say as to where the next one is going to be. Every other year it's international. So, one year it's in the United States, the next year it's somewhere else in the world. It's a pretty cool setup. My initial impressions were favorable. It was a lonely place to be when you're a 39-year-old man who has nothing better to do with his life. But I keep going back and forth as to whether or not I'm going to go over some of the other horrible things that happened at that con, and I think I'll skip them. What I am going to convey is my experience with the writing program that I paid money for. There were two judges, one of whom was a member of a pair of males who had written a novel that I'd actually written a review on my review blog. I have an opinion on almost everything. .com or the Blogspot blog. I have an opinion on almost everything. I'm not going to name the novel, but it's a variant written in the aughts on Atlas Shrugged, and I was not kind in my review of this novel, because even though the idea is a really good one, the people that the author doesn't like are cardboard cutouts, and I stand by my opinion of that novel. The other one was, the other writer in this case, they were both guys, white guys, was a short story writer that I'd never heard of, still don't remember the name of. I looked up at the time, and he's won a few awards. Nobody you probably ever heard of. And both of these guys were members of the Science Fiction Writing Association, SFWA, which is the gold standard for science fiction writers. They set what is considered professional rate for a venue, the number of people that have to be in a venue to qualify as professional, And for a significant chunk of my writing career, membership in SIFLA was what I considered to be success. Every story that you've heard in this series was at one point or another sent to SIFLA qualifying venues, magazines that you've probably heard of that were famous at the time, and for the most part still are, like Science Fiction and Fantasy Magazine, Asimov, some of the other ones that are popular now didn't exist at the time, but pretty much any magazine you'd ever heard of at that time I submitted these stories to, and basically didn't go anywhere. In a couple of cases I got comments saying, hey, this is a neat idea, keep at it. The story that I submitted to this writing workshop was the story before this one, Unfood. And the feedback that I got was, to not quote exactly because I don't remember the exact words, but I certainly remember the impression it left, was, don't quit your J job. In fact, you might want to just stop writing all around. I absolutely understand being in the mood to give harsh criticism. Sometimes I've given harsh criticism because I think it will help somebody improve. I am still open to harsh criticism. If you're a beta reader and you read one of my things and you just hate it, I would rather know than not know. But the idea that my writing career, or the career of anyone, is helped to have two white, one libertarian, one I have no fucking idea, white guys tell me that my story is so bad that I should stop writing entirely is bordering on criminal. And I make it my policy in everything I do to support people who are being creative now in any way I can. And look, if they ask for my honest feedback and I think what they do sucks, I will still encourage them, even if I say your chances are slim and you need to work a lot more if you're going to succeed at something. But what I never tell somebody is stop writing or stop drawing or stop chasing your dream, because that's disgusting. Unfood, the version that you heard, I don't know if it's the version that I wrote. I think I might have done one edit pass, but it's very similar. What I do know is that I've now presented what is essentially close to the final version of every story I've ever written, and some are good and some are bad, but none of them, not one, is so bad in hindsight 10 years later that I should have stopped writing. If I'd stopped writing, I never would have written Forever West. I certainly wouldn't have written any of the short stories that are in Project NIMBY and that I'll be reading after this series. Some are questionable. I deliberately made experimental choices. Some are quite good. But because of these chuckle fucks, I am going to have imposter syndrome for the rest of my life. I could be a New York Times bestselling author at this point, and I would still question myself. It's hard enough to do what we do without absolute fucks like this being in the industry. If you ever hear of an author, especially a professional member of SIFLA, telling somebody what these fucktards told me, stop patronizing them and let people know. They are very lucky that I did not deliberately look up who these guys were and tell people what they told me 10 years ago. Because they don't deserve to have another person buy another thing written by them for the rest of their lives. Toxic fucks like this do not belong in a creative industry, because it is a privilege to be able to be paid to do what you love. And to have somebody pay for feedback, and for that feedback to be so toxic that it still haunts them 11 years later, is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And you can go back and see for yourself in these stories if the one that I just wrote, or any of them, is so bad that I should not have written any of the others. And if you think that, by all means, don't listen to the podcast anymore, or feel free to keep your opinion to yourself. But you shouldn't tell anybody else ever how they're doing. Because as far as I'm concerned, feedback is good, and truth is something that I value quite a bit. But there's a difference between being an asshole because you're trying to reduce the competition in a small market that you're in, and you're playing mind games with somebody that is actually trying to improve their craft, and being a toxic fuck. Anyway, all right, so the story that you heard, Unfood in general, it was inspired when I was on a diet and was trying to lose a lot of weight. It's body horror, which is not something that I normally write. Reading it in hindsight, I'm going to probably give it a solid B. There was at one point that I thought this idea was so good that it was the best thing I'd ever written, which is why I chose it. In hindsight, that should have been Mr. Hamburger, or Waiting for the Monsters to Die, which I had written at that time. But the fact of the matter is that I thought this was really good at the time I wrote it. Some of their criticism was valid, right? I even now still need to include more visual imagery and pace the story better. In certain cases, this story was deliberately set to be as long as it is to represent the struggle for the person trying to survive, because this is, at the end of the day, a man versus nature story, like Call of the Wild or Robinson Crusoe, just much, much more horrific. And frankly, the irony is, now that more time has passed, this story could be so much more horrific. Instead of saving him at the last minute to keep him from eating his own body parts, I could have gone into graphic, gory detail about that. Or I could have had the story start that way, with the cyborg being asked how he got his mechanical limbs and losing it and tearing somebody piece from piece, as they do a flashback as to why they've decided to do this whenever somebody mentions their cybernetic parts. There's a lot of different ways I could have gone with this story, and the way I go with it is, some of their feedback was valid, which is to say it's a really good idea, but my craft, the writing itself, was weak. Now, some of it is interesting in parts, but I've written better stories in the series, for sure. None of it was so bad that I should have stopped writing. They should stop writing, right? If your idea of getting ahead is pulling other people down, then you have no business writing or drawing or doing anything else for that
matter. This has been the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. Buy my book, Have Name Will Travel, at Amazon and other markets. RedAnvilCreative.com contains all our podcasts. Copyright
2022!
To fight the forces of evil!